Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Prologue. The first thing he felt was pain. The second, confusion. His head throbbed as if it had spent the entire night serving as a drum in an Italian parade fueled by cheap wine, and when he tried to open his eyes, well, the Japanese sun decided that was the perfect moment to deliver a light punch straight to his face. Ugh, what the hell? He blinked a few times, trying to figure out where he was. Rough sheets. A simple room with second-hand furniture. A poorly painted plaster ceiling and, in some corner, a lizard seemed quite comfortable observing humanity's downfall. None of it was familiar. Wait, this isn't my room. Where's my saber poster? My figure shelf? My router named Unlimited Wi-Fi works. His train of thought derailed completely when a memory burst in like an anime opening, fast, flashy, and confusing. He was playing Fate/Grand Order, summoning for the 1000th time in pursuit of a cursed SSR. The screen glowed. Golden circle. Heart racing. And then, boom. The phone exploded. Literally. Like, explosion with sparks and the smell of burnt plastic. A searing pain in his chest. And then, darkness. Hold on, did I die? Before the existential crisis could fully hit, another wave of memories flooded his mind. But they weren't his. Not exactly. It was like watching an emotional documentary, but in first person. Ryougi Kazuya. A Japanese boy, born in Rome. Orphaned at 8. Raised by a grumpy nun who wielded wooden slippers like weapons. Spent his adolescence in Florence, studying in cheap schools, eating reheated lasagna, and dreaming of Japan. Because, of course, he was a die-hard otaku, basically a parallel version of himself who was born to Japanese parents who died and lived in Italy instead of Japan. And then, a recent memory. The clearest of all. Him arriving in Kuo City. The train swaying gently. Japan's sky absurdly clear. The quiet, organized streets. And then, the sight of the massive Kuo Academy, with its elegant campus, stylish uniforms, and a strange air of mystery lingering around. A private elite school that had mysteriously started accepting boys recently. And, according to internet rumors, it had a weird history of disappearances, strange shadows at night, and girls too beautiful to be real, with the kind of aura that made the hairs on your neck stand up. Students who weren't just beautiful, they glowed. Literally. A girl with crimson hair like spilled blood. Another, blonde like liquid gold. A third, with purple eyes and a stern expression. And that's when it clicked. No. It can't be. He sat up in bed abruptly, ignoring the dizziness. One leg got tangled in the sheet, and he face-planted onto the floor. Classic. This is a dream. Or a delusion. Or. He swallowed hard. Did I reincarnate? In Kuo. He lay there on the floor of the small, newly rented apartment, staring at the ceiling while trying to piece it together. Dead while trying to summon an SSR. Reincarnated in a fictional city that, if his theories were right, was the setting of High School DxD, a random citizen in a fictional anime city where demons, fallen angels, and boobs got more screen time than the protagonist, who was trash. And the worst part? He didn't even get the SSR. Grumbling, he tried to get up and then noticed. His body. His arms. His hands. The muscles. This was definitely not the sedentary body of a student addicted to ramen and light novels. He was sculpted. Like he'd been molded by a Renaissance artist obsessed with anime and blessed genetics. Groping his way to the old mirror in the corner, Kazuya looked at himself. And his eyes widened. My God. That was a face. I mean, it was, but not just any face. It was like someone had mixed Gojo Satoru with an Italian magazine model, added 200% facial symmetry, eyes that looked handcrafted by celestial design gods, and silver hair that seemed straight out of a premium post-apocalyptic shampoo commercial. Soft blue streaks almost glowed under the light, like reflections of condensed magical energy in each strand. His skin was pale and flawless, like porcelain imported straight from Olympus. And the eyes, heavens, the eyes. A blue so clear they looked like polished crystal, with a sharp glow that gave the impression he could see through people's lies, through walls, and maybe even the fourth wall. He raised a perfect eyebrow, teetering between admiration and pure aesthetic terror. I turned into a fanfic version of Goju, he whispered, horrified and awestruck. No. A fan art of Goju after bathing in a beauty potion. Despite the different appearance, his predecessor had the same name. Same taste for anime, gacha, and cheap iced coffee. But now, living alone in an apartment in Kuoh, a 10-minute walk from Kuo Academy. It had been exactly 1 week since he moved in. But then, like every self-respecting cosmic joke, came the final punch. The memories aligned. Kazuya hadn't shown any talent in his memories. No magic. No crazy aura. No sensual demon flirting with him in dark alleys. Just him, and the life of a background character. Great. He muttered, lying on the floor again. Protagonist appearance, but NPC power. This is Lancer all over again, with E-rank luck. That's when it happened. An electronic sound. A soft hum in the back of his mind. And then, ping. A blue window floated before his eyes. Unique skill unlocked. Fate Gacha. Description: you carry the data of the Fate universe implanted in your soul. At the cost of Saint Quartz, you can roll the Grail and summon any element from the Nasuverse, be it an item, a skill, a noble phantasm, or even a servant. Limit: 3 rolls per day. Warning: luck is still a blindfolded cow. Good luck, master. Kazuya froze. The air felt heavier. He blinked, and the interface was still there. Is this a joke? Ping. Saint Quartz, 9 out of 100, daily recharge. Would you like to perform a summon? Yes/no, ***. His heart pounded to the rhythm of a dramatic anime opening with a female vocalist. You know, the kind that plays when the protagonist finally activates overpowered mode. That was it. Complete with melancholic piano, soaring violins, and someone shouting Kazuya-kun in Japanese in the depths of his soul. He knew what he had to do. He pressed yes. The screen glowed. A magical circle formed in front of him, floating in the air like a limited event hologram. Golden colors danced in the air as if some animator had gotten a bonus to go all out. Beams of light sliced through the room like Photoshop had activated Michael Bay mode. And then, **click star. Summon performed. Result: mystic eyes of death perception. For a second, Kazuya thought the system had glitched, it was so absurd. Even with E-rank luck, which in gacha terms meant being unluckier than a shonen protagonist trying to confess his love, he had pulled something not even the most obsessive players would expect. Hold on, the death eyes. Like Ryougi Shikis. The ones that see the mortality of things and cut existence like lines on poorly folded origami. The answer came instinctively. He had indeed gained the mystic eyes of death perception, magical eyes capable of seeing lines of death, the metaphysical cracks that exist in all things, living or not. By cutting these lines, he could erase the very existence of something, whether it was a doorknob or a philosophical concept. This is dangerous. Like, accidentally cut reality because I tripped, level of dangerous. He sat down again, the second time that day. His head spun, his stomach churned, and he was starting to think his ceiling had turned into a permanent summoning screen. His eyes suddenly burned. It was as if gravity had gotten drunk. Reality melted around him. Images of his own death flashed around him, the end of time, the end of matter, the end of ideas. A spiral of everything that could end projected onto him. But Kazuya didn't scream. He didn't panic. He just saw. The lines appeared. They were everywhere. On the ceiling, the floor, the air. In flesh. In time. In sound. Even in words. It was like seeing the source code of the world, but in the form of cuttable cracks. And he understood, deep in his soul, what it truly meant to have these eyes. It wasn't just about killing something. It was about denying its existence. Erasing what exists and what could ever exist. The eyes fused with his body with a chilling heat, yes, exactly that. A chilling heat. Like a freezer on fire. A paradox that hurt just by existing. Kazuya gasped. Not from pain, though it felt like his brain was trying to learn quantum calculus and Sanskrit simultaneously, but from pure, raw existential shock. He blinked. And the lines vanished. Blinked again. They returned. Blink. Gone. Blink. Back. Am I activating this with blinking? He muttered, eyes wide. Blink. Nothing. Okay, focus then. Deactivate, deactivate, deactivate. The lines disappeared. He let out a sigh so deep it seemed he'd returned air to the global atmosphere. Good. This is useful. Apparently, I don't have to live seeing the world as a metaphysical piñata about to break. He walked back to the mirror, trying to spot any change in his eyes. Now that he knew, it was impossible not to notice the subtle glow of pinkish red lines, as if each iris had been polished with glass and sealed with spiritual energy. Those eyes, they weren't human. And yet, they belonged to him in a visceral way. All right. All right. Breathe. Okay. One step at a time. He hesitantly picked up a small pair of scissors he found nearby, aiming at the corner of the table beside the bed. The lines appeared, running like cracks across the wood with a narrowing of his eyes. He extended the scissors, with palpable hesitation, like someone touching a sensitive screen full of dangerous notifications, and opened the scissors. If this is really like Type Moon, a single cut should be enough. He passed the scissors over the line. Crack. The corner fell. No resistance. No sawing sound. Just, plop. Whoa, 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 WHOA. Kazuya stumbled back, sitting down again, now for the third time. It was becoming routine. The table just died. He looked at his hands, then at the mirror, and laughed nervously. Okay. So, recap, Kazuya. You died summoning Gacha. Reincarnated in Kuoh. Gained killer eyes capable of deleting concepts. Probably gonna be hunted by some celestial, infernal, or at least a math teacher worried about school safety. He took a deep breath. Counted to 3. Planted his feet firmly on the ground, standing once more. At least. I'm hot, he said, staring at his reflection with reluctant pride. That always helps in Isekai stories. And he now had the kind of power that could scare even a god. But it was just the beginning. His gaze returned to the blue window still hovering discreetly in the air. 2 summons remaining. Kazuya smiled. Let's see what else this grail has in store for me. And this time, he didn't hesitate to press yes. Ping. You received a special item, experience card, Ritsuka Fujimaru, Kazuya version. Description, a card containing all the memories, experiences, and skills from your time playing Fate/Grand Order up to the end of the Lost Belts. Use with caution, memories may cause emotional outbursts, nostalgic screams, and a sudden urge to save alternate humanities. Without thinking. Without breathing. Without rationalizing. Use. And it was like falling into a black hole of otaku memories. His mind exploded in 1,000 directions. He saw the ashes of Chaldea. The dawn of each singularity. The end of each Lost Belt. The blazing sky of Babylonia. The pulsing sadness of Lost Belt 6. The final war. Mashu smiling. Romani saying goodbye. And him holding their hands. An idiot with command seals in hand and hope in his eyes. He saw every servant he summoned. Even those that never reached NP5. He saw hundreds of scenes, jokes, conversations in his room, and... Oh, no. I can't believe this came along too. It did. All the mods. Because Kazuya, being the meticulous and incurable nerd he was, couldn't just play a game. He had to tinker with the code. Over the years, he created his own romantic mods. And not just that, he programmed alternative romance routes with all the servants he liked, some so well written they sparked wars among fans on Twitter. Nero Claudius. A special route complete with an imperial wedding and eternal love oath. Ishtar. An alternate ending where she fell in love with him at the end of the 7th singularity, with a night of passion and an eternal vow. Jean. A route called, Saving the Saint with Kisses. And even the tougher ones, like Scathack, Medb, and especially Morgan, had their custom routes with CGs, soundtracks, and secret endings requiring 100% affinity. And now, all those memories, all that fictional love, all that emotional construction based on waifus and battles, were compressed inside him. In flesh. Bone. Soul. And a boiling brain. He was, officially, the real-life version of Ritsuka Fujimaru, except with existential killer eyes, romance mods, and an emotional history comparable to a tragic soap opera protagonist. Pushing that aside, he clicked yes again. Spending the last Saint Quartz. Ping. This time, he didn't wait for visual effects. He was ready for anything. Literally anything. A dinosaur fossil that gave buffs. A gothic version of Foe. Maybe even a female Gilgamesh in an apron. But no. His unique skill seemed to have saved the climax for last. You received, the third magic, Heaven's Feel, ... Kazuya blinked. And for the first time, the world blinked back. Or he was going insane. Wait, the third magic. Like, the one the Einsburn clan spent generations trying to recreate. The one only Ilya accessed at the end of the Heaven's Feel route. In Fate, Magecraft revolved around mystery, which was nothing more than a sliver of power of many different types stemming from the root, the source of all supernatural phenomena in that world. If one considered modern magic, Magecraft was, at its core, mystery, and it was precisely because of this that modern thaumaturgy was vastly inferior to that of eons ago, a time now known as the Age of Gods. When humans were few, and sacred spirits were active and more common, this period was called the Age of Gods. It was marked by the proliferation of phantasmal species, like true ancestors and gorgons, and greater interaction between gods and mortals. This was the era of heroes and mythology, when the rules of the world and humanity were different, but this period ended roughly 2,000 years ago. During that time, even the magical art itself was described as being closer to magic, far superior to what it is today, which is merely a replica of what someone could achieve through science by supernatural means. If an explanation for this were needed, it was simple: since the beginning of the Common Era, human history has been steadily expelling mysteries. As the light of science expands, the darkness of the essence of mystery recedes. No matter how much magi resist this fact, this law remains inflexible. The mysteries of the Age of Gods have become so distant that even temporarily perceiving them in the modern world is nearly impossible. This is because humanity has reached a point where everything is explainable through human knowledge, from the workings of nature to the operations of the cosmos that were once the domain of the heavens, anything previously beyond human reach. This greatly affects magecraft. Something whose nature has been revealed cannot become a mystery, which is essentially the crystallization of the unknown, no matter what kind of supernatural method it uses. Now it's nothing more than another mundane method. He let out a sigh. How he wished he had lived in that ancient era. If he had, perhaps he could have fulfilled his desire more easily. This was common knowledge among magi, as was the fact that the root, or origin, Akasha, is a metaphysical place, its existence akin to the force that exists above all theories related to dimensions. Within it lie the Akashic records, also known as the spiral of the root, considered the source of all events and phenomena in the universe and a timeless place that exists outside of time, yet it stores information about all possible events of the past, present, and future. It is also the place where all souls go after death. Reaching such a place was the primary goal of magi, who sought to grasp the truth of the universe it contains. Reaching the root, seeing it, touching it, and then understanding it would completely erase the concept of the impossible, granting the magus what some describe as the capabilities of God. Needless to say, achieving this is impossible even for the most talented magi. The 5 true magics, also known as sorcery in some translations, are the highest class of mystery that surpasses magecraft and all current sciences of this era. They represent the actualization of events impossible to reproduce in a given era, whether by men or the planet, even with infinite time and resources. Acquiring the ability to perform magic is considered the ultimate achievement of a magus, only attainable by those who have accessed the swirl of the root. Magic can be distinguished from magecraft in that the consequences of its use are ostensibly impossible or miraculous. The wielder of the third magic, for instance, deals with the human soul, which contains a person's memories, mind, and magical circuits, using the person's body as an anchor to the world to prevent dispersal and return to Akasha. Once the brain and body are destroyed, it is impossible to restore a person's dispersed soul, no matter the means available, but this magic was capable of that miracle. Heaven's Feel halts the inevitable dispersal of the soul once it no longer has an anchor to the world, essentially transcending it into a higher form of existence. It is a magic that achieves true immortality by turning the soul into a higher dimensional plane, capable of interacting with the material world as a mental body without needing to return to Akasha. The practitioner gains an unlimited source of magical energy because the soul becomes analogous to a perpetual motion machine. This would render the quantity and quality of a magus's magical circuits irrelevant, a pseudo-nervous system spread throughout the body that qualifies someone to be a magus. Their function was essential, as it was through the circuits that one could convert their vital energy, OD, into magical energy to perform magecraft. Naturally, what resides in the body is merely an expression. They exist in an individual's soul and determine their amount of magical energy, mana, or prana, which are limited and determined at birth. This was one of the greatest limitations for magi, and this magic would break it completely. You received the third magic, Heaven's Feel. That phrase kept floating before his eyes, but it wasn't just text. It was as if the world itself had etched it onto his retina. Burned into his soul. And then, he felt it. Something tearing his existence apart from the inside out. Not pain, not in the physical sense, at least. It was as if his being was being peeled into layers, unfolded, and rewritten in the image of something infinitely vaster. Something absolute. His soul screamed. But the scream wasn't of despair. It was of ecstasy. The root. He saw it. For a fraction of a moment, he saw it. Not with his eyes. Not with his mind. But with the totality of his existence. The spiral of the origin, a whirlpool of infinite possibilities, spinning outside of time, where everything that could be, already was. Where the impossible wasn't even a concept. And then, he merged. It wasn't a pact. It wasn't learning. It was a reconnection. As if that magic had always been there, latent in his soul, waiting for the right spark. The third magic became part of him. Not as a spell to be cast, but as an existential function. The very definitions of death and life began to become obsolete in his presence. Kazuya's soul was no longer anchored to his body. It was the new body. A higher plane of existence, capable of existing beyond flesh, beyond death. When it was over, Kazuya stood in silence. Because he could feel the infinite amount of magical energy within himself, though he didn't exactly know how to use it efficiently, only through various spells he knew as Ritsuka Fujimaru from the card he'd received earlier. And the worst part? He was still processing the fact that he had casually acquired the third magic, a feat that would make even Zelrich choke on his tea, when something inside him trembled. Literally. A wave of spiritual pressure surged down his spine like a jolt of liquid ice. He staggered back, nearly tripping over the cheap dorm rug. A golden light shimmered around his head. And then, clang. It was the sound of sacred metal striking reality. He saw the reflection in the mirror, and by reflection, I mean the radiant imperial halo that had simply sprouted above his head. A crown. Not just any crown, but the Iron Crown of Lombardy, encrusted with gems and glowing in a way that seemed to defy basic physics. It floated there as a reminder, hey, you're the world's new problem. Huh. Kazuya muttered, pausing for a moment as if time were trying to catch up with his brain. He murmured, Iron Crown of Lombardy. And as if confirming his suspicions, his unique skill, Fate Gacha, decided to help him understand what it was. Alpheka Tyrant activated. Kazuya blinked. Again. He had read about Longinus in the DxD world. And this one in particular. The nail that pinned the Son of God to the cross. Turned into a crown. Later used by emperors. Disappeared. And now, lodged in his skull. My predecessor seemed like an NPC too pretty to be outside a dating sim, he grumbled. Now it makes sense, this bastard was holding a Longinus like it was chewing gum. And of course, it wasn't just any Longinus. It was the Alpheka Tyrant. One of the most troublesome. A weapon of domination. Capable of rewriting minds, redefining concepts, erasing loves, and creating versions of people that even their closest relatives wouldn't understand. He remembered that in the manga, in the future, its sacred gear was used to alter Issei's perversion to weaken him. Ugh. He didn't even want to think about how perverse that guy's perversion had become. Kazuya squeezed his eyes shut, as if he could wring some logic out of that absurd whirlwind. Meredith Ordenton. That girl. Alone. Scorned for her bastard lineage, raised in the shadows of British royalty as an embarrassing secret. The kind of secret swept under the rug alongside diplomatic treaties and summer scandals. When she awakened the Alpheka Tyrant, the world didn't become fairer. It became obedient. And the worst part? She wasn't a villain. She was just tired of being invisible. The Hell Alliance took her in. Because, of course, if you combine a Longinus that rewrites minds with an emotionally neglected girl and give her tactical training, what could go wrong? She didn't just dominate MI6, she rewrote the agents. Controlled allies, sabotaged enemies, and turned the British aristocracy into puppets of a queen without a throne. Oh, and the detail. She almost won. So that's it, this sacred gear was hers. And now it's mine, he said aloud. It wasn't. Okay. Let's go. I inherited the third magic, which technically makes me an aberration in the rules of reality. And now this. A Longinus that, in Meredith's hands, practically turned the UK into an extension of her will. And the worst part? This means I'm in a parallel world where the Longinus ended up with my version. Version 2.0 of Ryougi Kazuya, who I thought was just an NPC. Kazuya didn't know if he felt honored or cursed. He ran his hand over the crown. It was cold. Heavy. And it pulsed with a will of its own. Not in the, I'm gonna kill you way, but more like, I've got 2,000 years of history on my back, and you're gonna listen, kid. Out of nowhere, an aura of holy power emanated from his skin like expensive perfume. It didn't hurt, but it was uncomfortable. As if the atoms around him were trying to decide whether to kneel or flee, he could feel the limitless power of the Longinus and instinctively knew how to use it. But that wasn't what was on his mind at the moment. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Since the crown had sprouted on his head like a cursed Christmas gift, the pieces were starting to align. And he hated it. It was weird. Too weird. The previous boy, the original owner of the body now serving as his home, had come from Italy. Orphaned. No close relatives. No connection to Japan, except his parents being of Japanese descent. One of those records that make immigration agencies sweat just looking at it. But somehow, he ended up exactly here. In Kuoh. Precisely the city where the density of supernatural beings per square meter was higher than Gilgamesh's ego. Coincidence, huh? Kazuya muttered dryly. Sure. And my great-aunt is a retired Valkyrie. That's when he thought of the woman who raised him in this world. The nun. Sister Celestina. A name that sounded sweet, gentle, but now gave him chills, as if he were drenched in prayers made with blood. She took care of him as a child. A lost boy among stone corridors and promises of faith. Always with a smile. Always with that eerie calm. As if she knew more than she let on, she taught him Japanese, saying his parents would have wanted it. And then, at 17, she called him one late afternoon, her eyes gleaming with something he only now recognized as relief. She said, "Your parents wanted you to go to Japan when you turned 17, Kazuya." As if it were a sacred last wish. As if he were a piece on a cosmic chessboard, and fate had decided to move him without even asking permission. At the time, his predecessor accepted his parents' final wish. Now, he wanted to punch a wall. Kazuya threw himself onto the bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling as if expecting it to answer, while deactivating his sacred gear. Memories of the body's previous owner kept coming in waves. They weren't vivid. They were like dreams that left a metallic taste in his mouth. Why did he want to punch a wall? Amid those memories, he appeared. A red-haired man. Tall, commanding presence. Wearing a dark suit too expensive to be visiting a moldy orphanage in Italy. He didn't say much. Just smiled, talked to the sister for a few minutes, and then vanished as if he'd completed an important mission. Kazuya squeezed his eyes shut, trying to sharpen the memory. That visit didn't make sense. It never did. At the time, he thought it was just a church benefactor. It was precisely because of this impression from his predecessor that he ignored the men when he absorbed his memories. Could it be? But now wasn't the time to think about it. For now, it was just a suspicion. He sighed and glanced at the clock. 6:52 in the morning. Great. Time is a cruel comedian. Another week of school. Wonderful. Recent memories hit with the force of a shove to the back. He had started studying at Kuo Academy a week ago. And the weirdest part? He didn't remember any complications with the transfer. Passport, documentation, exams, interviews. Nothing. As if someone had clicked skip tutorial on his life. At the time, he thought it was just the nun handling everything. Divine will, she said, as if international bureaucracy answered to psalms. But now he had a Longinus lodged in his brain. Everything was starting to smell like a meticulously crafted plan. He grabbed a towel, slinging it over his shoulder. Better take a shower before he got too paranoid, soon he'd have to head to school. Chapter 2, Kuo Academy. Kazuya stared at the bathroom mirror with the expression of someone who just realized they were the protagonist of an anime blending mythology, politics, and fan service. His reflection stared back with an almost mocking air, and with good reason. Snow-white hair, he'd been in the dark earlier and thought it was silver, or maybe it was his old bedroom mirror, tousled just right, the kind of messy that seemed meticulously planned by an invisible team of stylists. Pale, almost luminescent skin, as if he'd been born under a moonbeam. His muscles. Well, there was a reason people whispered, how is that possible, whenever he took off his blazer in the locker room. Defined torso, broad shoulders, narrow waist, strong legs, and at the center of it all, an abdomen worthy of a poster band for minors. Kazuya glanced downward and let out a short, satisfied chuckle. Still epic. He muttered, like someone checking their mana reserves before a boss fight. It was comforting. Even after the reincarnation, the chaos of possessing a fate gacha, and the revelation that he carried a legendary Longinus, that part of him was still there. Solid. Present. Disproportionate. He stepped into the shower as if it were a purification ritual. The hot water cascaded down, tracing his broad back, flowing over the chiseled muscle lines as if acknowledging a body that wasn't human but sculpted by the hands of gods. After the shower, he donned the Kuo Academy uniform with almost military precision. Crisp white shirt, perfectly ironed. Black blazer draping over his shoulders with the elegance of a prince fresh from a Versace runway. The uniform pants, unfortunately, did little to disguise his heroic presence, but that wasn't his fault. It was genetics. He left the house, his black shoes echoing cleanly against the sidewalk. The sun was still lazy in the sky, casting golden hues through the treetops. The residential street was like a Japanese watercolor painting, gentle cherry blossoms swaying in the breeze, unlit paper lanterns hanging from some porches, and an atmosphere of tranquility. On the way to school, he passed housewives sweeping sidewalks, elderly men exercising in the corner park, and cats watching from atop walls. Kuo Academy loomed in the distance like a modern fortress, imposing, with refined architecture, surrounded by elegant black gates and obsessively trimmed gardens. And then the show began. Stairs. So many stairs. Groups of students freezing mid-conversation. Girls tripping over their own feet. The murmurs started as soft waves but grew into a full tide. Does he look even hotter today? It's, like, supernatural. It's the White Prince. The prince has arrived. Kazuya ignored the stares with the serenity of someone who'd given up on understanding why his mere presence caused a commotion. The White Prince title had been slapped on him from the first day, probably by some incurable romantic from the second year. And it stuck. Hard. Like gum on a shoe sole. He crossed the Kuo Academy campus with the ease of a king in conquered territory. Birds sang, sunlight filtered through the trees like natural Instagram filters, and a gentle breeze made his blazer flutter just right. It was all very anime. Very shoujo opening scene with romantic music and a 360 degrees camera spin. He sighed while adjusting his tie, passing a group of third-year girls whispering as loudly as a pack of hyenas at a birthday party. Did he look this way? I saw it. I felt it. I felt my soul leaving my body. Kazuya didn't react. The most he offered was a slight eyebrow raise, like someone appreciating a painting in a museum but too busy to linger. He was used to it, this was the price of existing as himself. Well, his predecessor, this world's version of him, was lucky to be born with such looks, and he was starting to get narcissistic inheriting them. And then, turning a corner by the sports gym, he saw them. 3 figures crouched behind a poorly placed bush. An amateur camera. Heavy breathing. And the muffled sound of bamboo swords coming from the open window of the women's kendo club. Kazuya stopped. Crossed his arms. You guys again, he said, like someone finding a cockroach in the cupboard twice in the same week. Issei, the leader of the shame brigade, turned with a cynical and entirely unconvincing smile. Kazuya. This isn't what it looks like. Of course not. He said, voice dripping with sarcasm. You're just doing field research, right? On women's martial arts and applied anatomy. Exactly. Motohama raised a finger as if he'd scored a debate point. You understand the importance of empirical observation. Shut up, Kazuya cut in, curtly. He approached the trio. Over the week, he'd caught this group more times than he could count. Which was ironic, considering Issei seemed genuinely offended every time Kazuya foiled their plans. As if he were the villain for ruining their festival of testosterone and voyeurism. This is why I never took DxD seriously. He thought, eyes narrowed, watching Issei with contained disgust. This guy's the protagonist. Worse than Shiro Amiya. And that's saying something. At least Shiro gave speeches before being insufferable. He snapped his fingers. A faint blue glow sparked at the tip of his index fingernail. Subtle, restrained, but sharp as an unspoken promise. A glimmer of the Alpheka tyrant. Will it work? Just a quick test, nothing drastic. Maybe rewrite some impulses. The original form of the Alpheka tyrant allowed the wielder to attack using nails made of holy power and could brainwash a person, though it required them to listen to a conversation for several minutes while inserting certain keywords and was limited to humans. This earlier version of the Alpheka tyrant was said to have no apparent limit to the number of humans it could control, with a previous unnamed instructor dominating an entire city. But in his possession, it was a Longinus, basically. He still needed to test its limits, but he felt he could do far more, something on Meredith's level easily, and perhaps beyond, since she didn't have a soul shaped like a living miracle, true magic from fate. The nail glinted in the air with a silvery shimmer, and a microspark of holy power shot out in an invisible zigzag, hitting the 3. Issei scratched the back of his neck. Have you guys ever noticed how Kiba has a really well-defined jawline? Motohama's eyes widened. And those eyes. It's like he's seen our souls. Matsuda blinked, stunned. His voice, it's like firm but kind, you know. Kazuya smiled. Nothing malicious, just a light, satisfied smile. Like someone fixing an annoying bug in the code. He turned his back, ignoring the trio's awestruck comments, now enamored with the blonde model of their class. Of course, he knew using the Alpheka tyrant on ordinary humans was technically an abuse of power. But considering the level of degeneracy he'd seen in Issei, he considered it a form of purification. At the very least, public service. If this ability was used to weaken Issei in the future, then I just got a head start. Kazuya headed to the main building, his mind already elsewhere. Like the possibility of summoning a new servant with the Fate Gacha tomorrow, but for now, he set that aside and focused on his current educational plan. It was a typical Monday morning at a Japanese school. Kuo Academy, of course, followed the Japanese standard with almost eerie precision. Classes started at 8 a.m. and ran until 3:30 p.m., with 6 periods a day, each lasting about 50 minutes. Between the second and third periods, there was a 10-minute break, useful for bathroom runs or lethal gossip exchanges. After the fourth period came lunchtime, 40 minutes when the cafeteria turned into a silent battlefield, where those who didn't bring bentos fought for decent curry and bottles of iced tea. In the afternoon, the last 2 periods. And after that, clubs. Lots of clubs. In Japan, a club was almost an extension of a student's soul. From basketball to calligraphy, kendo to paranormal research, clubs, read, an excuse to stay late in suspicious buildings, every student was pressured to join one. Kazuya, of course, wasn't part of any official club, having only started at the school about a week ago. He climbed to the third floor of the main building, where the senior classes were. Room 3B was his classroom, a spacious area with large windows overlooking the sports field, desks aligned with surgical precision, an immaculate whiteboard up front, and a TV mounted in the corner, rarely used for anything other than evacuation instructions. His seat. Back row, by the window. Classic. Because, of course, it was the only one free when he transferred here. He sat with the ease of an emperor claiming his throne, propping his chin on his hand while gazing at the sky beyond the window. Monday. Today's math, then classical literature, chemistry, lunch, then English and Japanese history. He sighed. Nothing like starting the week with algebra and samurais. Students trickled in, filling the room with low murmurs, discreet laughter, and the constant sound of chairs scraping. Kazuya, as always, was the center of veiled attention. No one dared speak to him directly, except desperate bullies or the boldest girls, but everyone stole glances. As if they were dealing with a mythical creature about to unleash a lightning bolt just by existing. And then, they entered. The door opened with a faint creak, and as if time had decided to move in slow motion, Ryougi Kazuya and Akino Himejima stepped into the room. Ryougi Kazuya, president of the Occult Research Club. The kind of beauty that didn't seem human, and, well, technically wasn't. Pale, flawless skin like porcelain, long crimson hair like noble blood, cascading gracefully over her shoulders and down to her waist. Her eyes, a clear blue like sapphires bathed in moonlight, held the quiet power only an underworld noble could exude. Her walk was firm, confident, her posture radiating royalty. Her ample chest swayed gently under the tight uniform, marking each step with a movement as hypnotic as it was indecent. The top button of her shirt was, as always, deliberately undone, revealing a glimpse of the deep valley between her firm, voluptuous breasts, which threatened to escape with any sudden movement. The red tie at her collar contrasted with her fiery hair, and the black skirt with white accents moved discreetly, yet mesmerizingly. The short skirt, standard for the school, barely reached mid-thigh. Ryougi's wide, firm, powerful hips swayed with the lethal grace of a woman who knew the effect of every step, revealing the flawless, alabaster skin of her thighs, while her polished shoes made a soft sound on the floor, like a carefully choreographed soundtrack. Beside her was Akino Himejima, vice president of the club. Beauty from another world, but of a different kind. If Ryougi was refined, noble fire, Akino was thunder wrapped in seduction. Long, black hair tied in a high ponytail that swayed gently with each step. Her smile was kind, almost maternal, until you looked into her eyes and saw a hint of sweet cruelty. A charm almost dangerous. Her tall, slender body had proportions so absurd they seemed drawn by a particularly inspired artist. Her bust, equally generous, jutted forward as if daring the world to keep their eyes on her face. The white blouse was as tight as Ryougi's, leaving little to the imagination. The fabric molded to the contours of her round breasts, compressing them just enough to form a cleavage that seemed sculpted by divine hands. Her walk was softer, almost floating, with her long black hair dancing like liquid shadows around her waist. The skirt, slightly shorter than Ryougi's by sheer tailoring whim, showcased long, toned legs, perfectly proportioned. Her narrow hips moved with a rhythmic, provocative sway, never losing elegance. Kazuya glanced at the two, one corner of his mouth lifting in a near imperceptible smile. Ryougi looked at him. Just for a second. But that second was enough. There was a faint blush. Subtle, but visible. Followed by a slight nod, restrained, noble. Akino followed her gaze and smiled in that way only she could. Slow. Provocative. Innocent and wicked at the same time. Kazuya returned it with a raised eyebrow and went back to staring out the window. It was in that first week that he, or his predecessor, ended up thrown into a group project for Japanese history class. The teacher, in an act of pure sadism or perhaps just disorganization, decided to mix students randomly. Result. Kazuya and two of the school's most terrifyingly famous girls, on the same team. Recalling this, his suspicions grew even stronger. At the time, his predecessor thought he was going to die. Not metaphorically. Literally. Like death by sudden nervous-induced heart attack. But the surprise came when, after 5 minutes of awkward silence where he could only think of phrases like, "Can she read minds?" or "What if I have yakisoba sauce on my face?" Ryougi broke the ice with a comment so out of context yet comforting, about anime. And that was enough. A bond formed there, fragile, subtle, but present. Ryougi Kazuya, heir to one of the 72 pillar families of the underworld, shared the same addiction to Japanese animation as a random transfer student. They talked about anime openings, voice actors, and even games. As for Akino was different. She didn't say much at first, just watched with that calm, almost maternal smile that left you unsure if you were being comforted or seduced. But at some point, when Kazuya dropped an obscure anime reference, she laughed. Not a forced laugh. She genuinely laughed, as if she couldn't help it. At that moment, the old Kazuya thought he was dreaming. He didn't know the two were demons. He didn't yet know about the supernatural, the wings, the contracts, and all the rest. Everything seemed simple. How naive. The sound of the door opening snapped him out of his thoughts. "Excuse me," said a firm, controlled voice. Kazuya didn't even need to look. That tone could only belong to Sona Shitori, the student council president, but he glanced toward the door anyway. Sona Shitori, or Sona Sitri, had a beauty like a perfectly solved equation, no excess, no distractions, just an impeccable result. Rectangular glasses framed piercing violet eyes that carried the weight of responsibility and above-average intelligence. The Kuo Academy uniform didn't bother hiding her curves, the tight shirt outlined her slim waist and modest but firm bust. The standard skirt revealed long thighs. Beside her, Tsubaki Shinra was the perfect shadow. Tall, with porcelain-pale skin and eyes hidden behind oval glasses that revealed less than they showed, Tsubaki exuded a cold, almost threatening sensuality. Her dark hair, tied in a low ponytail, left her neck provocatively exposed, an apparent vulnerability that contrasted with her rigid posture. She was tall, with legs made for runways and a gaze that could freeze time if she wanted. Her expression was impassive, but the details didn't lie, the faint lip gloss accentuating her perfectly shaped mouth, the top button of her shirt always fastened, as if daring anyone to imagine what lay beneath. Sona walked as if she were always 10 steps ahead of the world. Tsubaki, as if she were always 1 step behind, but ready to act at the exact moment. A commander and her lieutenant. Kazuya observed the two for a moment as they headed to their reserved seats at the back of the room, not far from him. And then, inevitably, the memory returned. The accident. It was in his first week of school. The old Kazuya had knocked over an entire shelf of books in the library. By reflex, or stupidity, he tried to catch them mid-air, tripped over his own shoelace, and fell on top of the student council president. Books flew. Sona fell. Her glasses ended up on the other side of the room. And the embarrassment, my friend, that went down in the student council archives as a war crime. The funniest part was that the original Kazuya wasn't exactly shy. Just quiet. Reserved. Someone who preferred to observe rather than act. A loner by choice, much like himself, the only difference being that he was just more charming and a bit more sarcastic and confident, but that was merely who he chose to be. Both had the same mindset but made different choices in how to act. Parallel version divergences, huh? Shaking it off, Kazuya shook his head and looked out the window at the sky, lost in thought. Chapter 3, Pair Work, I. The classroom door opened with a creak dramatic enough to make the hum of conversations dissolve into the air like smoke before a gust of wind. In walked Professor Shizuka Kamizuki, the math teacher and a high school veteran with the patience of a bodhisattva and the gaze of a sharpshooter. She was in her early 30s, with brown hair tied in a tight bun, thin glasses on her face, and a posture so upright it betrayed both years of teaching and zero tolerance for nonsense. Good morning, class. Open your books to page 112. Today, we'll review exponential functions before Friday's test. The mere mention of the word test drew collective sighs and synchronized eye rolls. A school orchestra of contained despair. Kazuya, in the back row, didn't budge. He kept his chin propped on his hand, staring out the window as if expecting a dragon or a servant to appear on the soccer field. Exponential functions, huh, he thought. At least it's more interesting than classical literature, slightly. Professor Shizuka began writing on the whiteboard with a black marker. Her handwriting was perfect, clear, legible, rare in the world of teachers. Meanwhile, the students settled into their seats, some trying to look interested, others just surviving. Kazuya finally stirred. He grabbed his book with lazy slowness and opened it to the indicated page. Not because he was motivated, but because he knew Professor Shizuka had enviable aim with chalk and no hesitation in using it as a motivational projectile. He recalled through his predecessor's memories that she'd nailed a classmate who fell asleep earlier that week, on his first day at this school. After a few minutes, Professor Shizuka paused her writing, the black marker still in hand, and turned to face the class with that dangerous glint in her eyes. The kind of look teachers develop after years on the battlefield. I mean, in the classroom. Since last week we had some unforeseen circumstances, today we'll rectify that. She twirled the marker between her fingers, and then her gaze landed on him. Back row. Corner of the room. Ryugi-san. She said, her voice clear, firm as the Pythagorean theorem. Come to the board. The class turned their necks in unison. It was like watching a row of dominoes fall. Kazuya let out a sigh, as if he'd been called to save the world again. Sure. He said, tucking the bookmark into his book as if it were a necessary drama. He walked down the aisle with calm steps, his aura slightly lazy but steady, and took the marker from the professor's hand as if accepting a scepter. The class whispered. Some glanced sideways with anticipation, others with pity. He was new, after all, they didn't know what to expect. Despite his looks, no one knew if he was smart. I want you to solve the equation 2 to the power of x equals 16 and then explain the application of exponential functions in population growth, said the professor, crossing her arms. Kazuya raised an eyebrow. That's it, he asked. Muffled laughs echoed, but the professor didn't smile. He then wrote on the board with absurdly clean handwriting. 2 to the power of x equals. X equals. He turned to the class. The value of x is 4 because 2 to the 4th power is 16. Easy. As for the application. And then, as if flipping a switch, Kazuya began explaining. He talked about how populations, people, bacteria, or even mutant demonic cells in a lab, if they wanted to make the class interesting, could grow exponentially in favorable conditions. He used real-world examples, modern economies, and even cited an article he read by chance. When he finished, there was an almost respectful silence in the room. Rias watched him with a curious smile. Sona crossed her legs slowly, narrowing her eyes as if observing an intriguing equation. And Akino. Well, Akino seemed to be enjoying herself more than she should. Well done, Ryugi-san, said the professor, adjusting her glasses, though they didn't need adjusting. You may return to your seat. Kazuya nodded, handed back the marker, and walked back to his chair under mixed gazes of surprise and renewed interest. He sat and stared at the ceiling. Congrats, Kazuya. Now you're officially the mysterious and smart transfer student of the class. Next step, getting recruited by a demonic faction or a goddess with emotional issues. Time passed as it should, that is, slowly. The math class ended with the usual flood of homework, and Professor Shizuka left like a general who'd won another campaign. When the bell rang, the students exhaled a collective sigh of relief, as if they'd survived crossing the Sahara. But the relief was short-lived. 10 minutes of break. Because, of course, school life is an eternal cycle of hope and frustration. The next class was. Good morning, everyone, said a new voice, soft yet firm. The class turned to see the classical literature teacher, Mizuno-sensei, enter. She was younger than Shizuka, with dark hair loose to her shoulders and a presence that was half ethereal, half, I'll assign 5 chapters of the tale of Genji for you to read by Friday. She carried a stack of papers and a lightness that fooled no one. Today, we'll start a paired project, she said, setting the papers on the desk. The proposal is simple, analyze the symbolism in Japanese and European classics. I'll draw the pairs. No complaints. A murmur of tension rippled through the room. It was that moment when fate decided who you'd hate or love for the next 7 days. Kazuya, of course, just propped his chin on his hand again. He'd accepted that the universe was rarely random with him. And, as if the world wanted to confirm this. Ryougi Kazuya, Mizuno-sensei announced, glancing at the sheet, will be paired with Rias Gremory. The entire room let out that dramatic "oh" you only hear in teen movies. Rias raised an eyebrow, but a smile curved her lips. Looks like we're fated to work together, Kazuya-kun, she said, turning in her chair and looking his way. Kazuya blinked, a bit surprised, but responded with a faint smile. Well, seems like it. Something's fishy here, it feels like they're pushing him toward the demons. As Mizuno-sensei explained the project details, something about comparisons between the tale of Genji and the sorrows of young Werther, Kazuya glanced out the window again. With each topic, the students' gazes grew emptier. Some stared into the void as if witnessing the birth of a black hole. Others had already given up on life. Ryugi-san and Gremory-san, Mizuno said finally, you'll take theme 4, the duality between appearance and essence in male figures of classic novels. From Genji to Werther, what lies behind the charm? A few laughs escaped. Kazuya just raised an eyebrow again. It was clear. His luck was always meticulously scripted. The professor ignored the comments and went on explaining the final instructions for the project. Groups, deadlines, format. It all became white noise for many, but Kazuya, used to absorbing information with near magical efficiency, mentally logged everything. At the end of the class, Mizuno-sensei gathered her papers and said, Good work, everyone, and remember, read the texts before pretending you understood them. The bell rang shortly after. As if the sound unleashed a dispersion spell, students stretched, yawned, sighed. Another 10-minute break. But before Kazuya could even lean toward the window again. Hey, Kazuya-kun, said Rias, approaching with rehearsed elegance. It was the kind of presence that made every eye in the room turn automatically. Boys frowned. Girls wrinkled their noses. The world grew slightly tenser. Gremory-san, he replied, turning slowly, as if her appearance was expected. About the project. I thought it'd be more practical to do it somewhere quiet. Like your place, maybe. A second of silence. Then a muffled chorus of reactions, at his place. She invited herself. Is that allowed? Kazuya kept his serene expression. Works for me. This afternoon, 5 o'clock, good. Perfect, she said with a smile that could almost be called victorious. But before she could say more, another familiar voice cut in. My. Such efficiency, Rias. Already scheduling scholarly visits to male residences, said Aquino, appearing beside them with a mischievous glint and a smile sweet enough to unnerve a monk. Rias blushed, a faint pink tinging her cheeks. It's a project, Aquino. Of course. A project. I get it. Just curious if the theme is worth or literary seduction, she whispered, chuckling softly. Kazuya raised a hand, as if offering peace. If you're worried about missing something interesting, you can come along. We've got tea. And a couch. Aquino blinked, surprised for a moment, then smiled even wider. What a gentleman. Careful, Rias, he's inviting me too. Are you good at sharing? Rias blushed harder. Aquino. The romantic tension, or whatever that force field between Rias and Aquino was cut short by the abrupt entrance of the new chemistry teacher, a lanky man in a white lab coat, hair slicked back with so much gel it could double as thermal insulation, and a mustache that seemed to have its own personality. Good morning, my young alchemists of modernity, he announced with exaggerated enthusiasm. I'm Professor Minobe, and today we'll talk about covalent bonds, which, honestly, are more reliable than many human relationships. The class didn't know whether to laugh or worry. The professor launched into his lesson with theatrical flair, using plastic spheres to simulate atoms. At one point, he shouted, "Behold the reaction," as if narrating an epic battle. It was educational. At the very least, memorable. Rias spent half the class taking notes with aristocratic efficiency, and the other half sneaking glances at Kazuya, who pretended not to notice, though it was impossible not to feel the noble redhead's radar locked on him. Aquino, on the other hand, was clearly having fun with everything, doodling something that looked like a heart in the corner of her page. Or maybe a diagram for mass destruction. Hard to tell with her. Meanwhile, Sona and Tsubaki remained silent, focused on the lesson. The class ended with a warning that there'd be a practical experiment next week, prompting half the class to pray no one blew anything up. When the bell rang, the room became a sea of backpacks being hoisted and chairs scraped. It was the sacred hour of the lunch escape. While most students rushed to the cafeteria as if their survival depended on a plate of care, Kazuya took another path. He climbed the stairs with calm steps, weaving through the student flow. Opening the door to the rooftop, he was greeted by a gust of fresh air and the distant sound of birds that, unlike humans, didn't care about tests, hormones, or mustachioed professors. The rooftop was empty, as always. His place of peace. Silence, blue sky, and a panoramic view of Kuo City. He sat against the railing, pulling his lunch from his bag, something his predecessor had prepared and left in the bag the day before. For a few minutes, he was just a normal kid. The piece ended, like all good things, with the bell. The next class was English, taught by Yamamoto-sensei, a woman with an evident fascination for British culture. She entered the room wearing a scarf with a Union Jack print and started the class with a "Good afternoon, class," that sounded almost convincing. Kazuya responded with a drawled, "Good afternoon," and braced for another 50 minutes of irregular verbs, idiomatic expressions, and pronunciations that would make Shakespeare roll in his grave. Rias, of course, excelled in the subject. She spoke multiple languages. Aquino, well, she seemed more interested in turning simple sentences into something suggestive. When the teacher asked for an example of "can you," Aquino replied with, "Can you handle the truth, or me?" The room erupted in laughter, and Yamamoto-sensei blushed before pretending she hadn't heard. The final class of the day was led by Tanaka-sensei, an old man as tough as bamboo in winter. He didn't speak, he declared historical facts as if he'd lived through every battle. And then, Oda Nobunaga. He said, as if about to summon the war demon himself in the middle of the room. Kazuya paid attention. History calmed him. It also helped him understand how Japan dealt with power, honor, and betrayal. Familiar concepts, even if wrapped in a different guise in this world. Rias took methodical notes. Aquino was doodling again. A map of the Battle of Sekigahara or a caricature of the professor. Impossible to say. When the class ended, the professor simply said, "Read chapters 5 through 8. And remember, those who don't know the past repeat its mistakes." Kazuya muttered to himself, or become the protagonist of an ice guy, which is sometimes worse. The final bell rang. Backpacks were hoisted, desks scraped, sighs released. The school had completed its ritual cycle of learning and mild mental torture. Kazuya left at a leisurely pace, his uniform pristine, his expression calm. Outside, the sun still gilded the city's buildings. Kuo seemed so peaceful it was hard to believe the three major supernatural factions in the world had their eyes on it. He let out a sigh, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and walked along the sidewalk. Time to prep the house. After all, I've apparently got a demoness coming over to study the tale of Genji with me. Chapter 4, Pair Work, 2. The old Kuo Academy building was, for all intents and purposes, the depressed Gothic cousin of the main campus. While the rest of the academy boasted clean hallways, updated bulletin boards, and windows that didn't creak like tormented souls, this annex seemed plucked from a discount catalog of haunted castles. Its facade was all weathered bricks, cloaked in creeping vines that climbed the walls as if desperate to escape the ground itself. The windows were tall and narrow, with ancient stained glass that distorted sunlight into an otherworldly hue. Inside, on the top floor, was the infamous, or legendary, Occult Research Club. Of course, the name was just a polite cover for headquarters of aristocratic demons handling supernatural affairs, contracts, and occasionally turning humans into servants. But putting that on the enrollment form might scare off freshmen. The clubroom exuded the elegance of a European noble's study, if that noble was obsessed with velvet, dark wood, and armchairs that swallowed anyone bold enough to sit in them. A large arched window dominated the wall opposite the door, offering a panoramic view of the school courtyard and the exit gates. And it was there that Ryougi Kazuya stood now. She was by the window, arms crossed gently over her chest, the classic pose of someone observing, pondering, and perhaps feeling a slight unease she'd never admit aloud. Her sky-blue eyes followed a figure moving in the courtyard below, Kazuya. He walked with his hands in his pockets, heading away from the main building, passing through the gardens toward the gate. Ryougi watched him in silence, as if hoping, by some whim of fate, that he'd look back. But of course, he didn't. He just kept going, crossing the school gate and vanishing into the street, as he had every day for the past week. Akino, lounging on the sofa with a teacup in hand, glanced up with a smirk. "You're really obsessed, Ryougi." The club president didn't turn. Her reply came low, almost too soft for her usually assertive personality. "Don't be ridiculous. I'm just curious." "Right." Akino sang with a teasing lilt. "I know exactly what kind of curiosity you have." Akino took a leisurely sip of her tea, as if savoring not just the flavor but also Ryougi's subtle discomfort. Her violet eyes gleamed with that mischievous spark that always heralded trouble, or at least a provocation. "So," she began, her tone far too sweet to be innocent. "What exactly is so interesting about him? He's a normal boy. A bit quiet, maybe. More interesting than most guys here, which is practically a miracle in this place. But still. You don't usually stare at normals through the window like a princess locked in a tower, waiting for a peasant to turn into Prince Charming." Ryougi let out a sigh, low, slow, almost resigned, but didn't take her eyes off the window. "He's different." Different like hiding a sacred gear in his backpack, or different like, he made me feel something I can't explain, and now my head's spinning more than a complex magic circle I can't decipher. Ryougi finally turned, and Akino could see her eyes were slightly narrowed. Not exactly angry. More like someone caught letting their heart speak before their reason. "It's not about feelings. And he's not carrying any sacred gear, at least not that I've sensed. You search the boy, Ryougi. I'm starting to think this curiosity is more hands-on than you're letting on." "Don't be crude, Akino," she snapped. But there was a faint blush on her cheeks that makeup couldn't hide. "Then what is it?" Akino's voice softened now, almost kind. "Does he have some kind of strange energy?" "No. That's what bothers me." Ryougi walked to her armchair but didn't sit. She stood, arms still crossed, as if shielding herself from some inevitable conclusion. "Every time he passes by me, my instincts scream." Akino raised her eyebrows. "Scream what?" "Threat alert. The crush is here." Ryougi ignored her. Or tried to. "I don't know." Akino watched her for a few more seconds and sighed, this time without irony. "You know, if you want, I can dig deeper into him. I'm good at charming distracted boys." "No," Ryougi replied, too quickly. Then, with a bit more calm, "No. Not yet. I want to see where this goes on its own." "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" Akino smiled, but there was something gentler behind it. Liking not being in control for the first time in a while. "Maybe," Ryougi admitted. "Or maybe I'm just getting paranoid. Or in love." "I told you not to be ridiculous, Akino." "You also said it was just curiosity," Akino countered, turning her gaze back to her tea. The sound of the door opening broke the quiet that had settled after Akino's words. Sona Citri, student council president and Ryougi Kazuya's occasional rival in all things strategy, control, and demonic ego, entered with her usual Ice Queen composure. Beside her, Tsubaki Shinra, her vice president, walked calmly. "Are we in time for the round of emotional torture disguised as chess?" Sona asked, the corner of her mouth faintly curved. "Punctual as ever," Ryougi replied, already walking to the table in the center of the room where the chessboard gleamed under the late afternoon light. Let's see if today you can last more than 10 moves. It's not me who's been distracted lately, Sona shot back with her usual cold calm, sitting across the board. Akino and Tsubaki positioned themselves behind their respective leaders like ladies-in-waiting in a historical drama. The first moves were exchanged in silence. Pieces glided across the board like ghosts trained for war. Find anything? Rias asked finally, feigning disinterest as she advanced a bishop. Sona let out a long sigh, the kind that usually preceded complicated reports or inevitable defeats. Yes. But you won't like it. Rias raised an eyebrow. Then start with the facts. Name, Ryougi Kazuya. Nationality, Japanese. Place of birth, Rome. Apparently, a bureaucratic anomaly no one bothered to fix. She moved a pawn. Lost his parents in a car accident at 8. Raised by a nun in a convent outside Rome, but one with no ties to the church, so don't worry. Akino made a surprised face, never imagining Kazuya had been raised by a nun, but now she understood his calmer personality compared to most boys. During his teens, he was transferred to Florence, studied in public schools, and as you probably know, he's a die-hard otaku. Spent late nights reading manga in 24-hour cafes. Dreamed of Japan, until about 2 weeks ago when he got the chance to come here. Rias, who until then had maintained a calculated air of boredom, furrowed her brow slightly. And how did he end up in Kuoh? Exchange program. Some cultural initiative. Sona hesitated. 1 second. 2. 3, before saying. It was Surzex. The piece Rias was about to move froze in midair. My brother. Her voice came out sharper than she intended. Yes. Sona crossed her arms. He personally authorized the transfer. Rewrote parts of the school's exchange system, manipulated documents, and redirected funds from his own pocket to ensure Kazuya was accepted without question. Akino blinked, genuinely surprised. Wow. What kind of connection does a seemingly ordinary boy have with the most powerful Mao of our time? Rias slammed the piece down on the board. The sharp sound echoed through the room. He's spoiling me again, she huffed, frustrated. Why does he have to meddle in everything? Does he think I can't handle my peerage? Or my own life? More than that, Sona replied, her voice more acidic than Rias had ever heard. He's selecting suitors. Disguised. And throwing them in your path. Like you're a child who needs help picking shoes. All I can think is that Surzex wants you to reincarnate Kazuya as your servant. Part of your peerage. Akino stopped smiling. That's very specific. And personal. He believes Kazuya has potential, which is why he invested so much to bring him here. Sona leaned slightly over the board. Maybe more than you imagine. And maybe more than we can see. The game continued in silence. Rias let out a sigh and spoke in a lower tone than she intended. No matter what my brother's planning. If Kazuya has something special, I'll find out myself. This week, we're doing a school project together. A literature assignment. If he's hiding anything, it'll slip out. Well, I won't interfere, though I was interested in reincarnating him as my servant. It was your brother who brought him here. Sona said, calmly pushing a rook to the center of the board. He could be useful. Maybe not just for your peerage, but also, to get you out of your engagement. The piece Rias was about to move slipped from her fingers. Her face soured instantly, as if she'd bitten a lemon laced with infernal paperwork. Ugh. Don't even remind me. That disgusting rooster. Sona, however, remained serious. Don't push too hard. She said, her tone neutral. The last thing we need is him getting offended and turning hostile without us knowing what he's capable of. Rias let out a tired sigh. I won't, don't worry. It's just a school project. Nothing magical. Sona narrowed her eyes but didn't say anything immediately. She just watched Rias like someone evaluating a risky move about to backfire. When she finally spoke, her voice was lower, almost intimate. You say that, but I know you. Since we were kids. You don't know how to fake disinterest. And you're getting more impulsive as the engagement date approaches. Rias opened her mouth to retort but stopped. She just closed her eyes for a second and nodded. I know. The table fell silent for a few moments, except for the faint sound of pieces being moved. Sona crossed her legs with elegance and spoke, almost as if sharing a secret. I considered lending you part of my peerage. Just for a while. To give you another card to play against the engagement. Rias's eyes widened, surprised. But my parents forbade it. Sona looked away, her expression hardening slightly. The Citri family also benefits if the alliance with the Phoenix is finalized. And if it looks like I'm interfering, the consequences would be severe. Rias didn't reply. She didn't need to. She understood. Maybe even expected it. Then I'll have to make do with what I have, she said, turning her eyes back to the board. Even if what I have is a good-looking boy with strangely unreal eyes and a history full of holes. Akino tilted her head with a gentle smile, rarer than her usual sarcasm. Well, at least he's good-looking. If it all goes wrong, you can still make him the club mascot. Why are you like this? Rias muttered, exasperated. Akino just smiled before saying, by the way, wasn't today when you arranged to go to his place for that literature project? Rias froze, as if the memory had been forcibly yanked from a forgotten drawer. Oh, crap. You're right. Akino raised an eyebrow, amused by the sudden, contained panic in her friend's voice. You said it for 5, right? That gives you. She glanced at the pocket watch clipped to her uniform with the same precision she'd used to calculate a destructive spell. 10 minutes, if you want to get there on time without teleporting in a crude way. Which, considering how nervous you get around him, might not be a good idea. Rias shot up, adjusting her tie in a hurry and grabbing her bag in one swift motion. Her eyes met Akino's for a moment. I don't get nervous around him. Of course not, Akino replied with an innocent smile that fooled no one. Meanwhile, Sona calmly placed her final piece. Checkmate. Rias stared at the board as if it had spat in her face. You won. In 11 moves. Sona stood with her usual composure, Tsubaki following. Good to see I can still beat you when you're distracted by academic curiosities. Don't start. Good luck with the boy, Rias, Sona said with a slight nod. Just don't forget he could be dangerous. Be careful. Underestimate me more, Sona. I promise I'll surprise you. I hope so. And with that, Sona and Tsubaki left the room with silent steps. Rias. No. Don't even start. I was just going to say. No. Use protection. The indignant shout was so loud it probably echoed through the entire Gothic wing of the building. Akino. The priestess laughed, reclining gracefully on the sofa as if she'd just landed a finishing blow on an opponent. Rias, meanwhile, was red to the roots of her hair. She grabbed her materials, huffing like a storm about to erupt, and stormed out of the room with hard, quick steps. She swiftly left the campus and headed toward Kazuya's place. The late afternoon sky was painted in shades of orange and purple, as if even the world couldn't decide between light and shadow, a perfect backdrop for a slice-of-life scene with romantic tension, which only made her angrier. She hated being aware of that kind of thing, grumbling to herself as she rounded the corner by the bookstore and followed the narrow street leading to the 3-story building where Kazuya lived. 10 minutes walk. 2 or 1, if she ignored mundane rules and used a bit of her natural speed. But she forced herself to walk. Partly to maintain composure. Partly because she didn't want to admit how anxious she was. She repeated to herself that she was just going to do a school project, like any student would. Wasn't that what she wanted when she chose to live in Japan? To study like a normal schoolgirl. She clung to that like a mantra, as if it could erase the fact that she'd fixed her hair at least 3 times since leaving the old school building. Passing the corner flower shop, a discreet store with hanging pots and the scent of jasmine, Rias had to resist checking her reflection in the window. And she definitely wasn't making sure her uniform was perfectly adjusted or checking for anything in her teeth. Of course not. It was only when she saw the grayish building with its external iron stairs that she let a sigh escape. This is it. The entrance was simple, almost sad, peeling bricks, faded paint worn by time. The kind of place an aristocratic demon would never choose to live in, and yet, it made sense for Kazuya to be there, like a normal human. She'd learned this in a casual conversation a week ago and had Kaneko quietly tail him afterward to confirm his normalcy. Rias climbed the metal steps to the 2nd floor, stopping in front of door 203. She raised her hand, hesitated for a second, just long enough to curse herself internally, and knocked 3 times. Inside, her heart was beating far too fast. Chapter 5, Pair Work, 3. The steam still lingered in the air as Kazuya pushed open the bathroom door. The soft late afternoon light streamed through the apartment's windows, gilding his damp skin. He wore only loose dark shorts, hanging low on his hips. No shirt. No worries. Water trickled slowly down his chiseled pecs, tracing the ridges of his abs as if paying homage to each line of that sculpted physique. His body was an absurd advantage his new self offered, as if Gojo Satoru had been retouched by an artist who took the concept of fan service to the extreme. First day, not bad. He muttered, drying his hair with a towel as he walked to the bedroom. It had been an hour since he'd returned from school, and he'd spent that time training with his sacred gear, which was more exhausting than he'd expected. He'd also reviewed spells, not from this world, but those of Ritsuka Fujimaru, acquired through the experience card from Fate Gacha. It was still surreal to think that his former otaku self was now this kind of protagonist. Asterisk knock. Knock. Knock, asterisk. 3 soft taps on the door. Kazuya raised an eyebrow. This late? He grabbed a shirt from the chair, hesitated, and left it there. Better to seem casual. After all, whoever it was, there was nothing wrong with being comfortable in his own home. When he opened the door, the world took on a reddish hue. Ryougi Kazuya stood there. Alone. Her hair gleamed under the setting sun, her school uniform somehow both elegantly refined and dangerously sensual, as only she could manage. "Good afternoon, Kazuya," she said with a smile designed for heart stress tests. "Not interrupting anything, am I?" Kazuya shrugged, opening the door wider. "Just post-shower vibes. But since you're here, come in." Ryougi stepped past him, and though she didn't look directly, her eyes caught every inch of the sight before her. The shirtless torso, the wet hair, the skin still warm. "Looks like our teacher takes paired projects very seriously," she commented, her tone light but her eyes subtly sharp. Kazuya locked the door with a soft click and replied while grabbing 2 water bottles from the kitchen, "Or maybe she just wanted you to have a plausible excuse to visit my place." Ryougi accepted the bottle with a smile playing on her lips. "Funny. I was thinking the exact same thing." She sat on the sofa with the grace of an aristocrat, crossing her legs with studied ease. Her blazer was draped over her bag, and her loosened tie offered glimpses that definitely weren't in the school handbook. Her eyes flicked, for a moment, to Kazuya's nape as he walked and sat across from her. To the defined muscles of his back, to his carefree posture. She bit the corner of her lip lightly. It wasn't normal. It wasn't fair. From the first day, there was something about him that stirred her instincts, not just those of a demon, a creature of sin, but of a young woman. It was more than attraction. It was obsession. Kazuya sat on the floor, facing the coffee table, as if this were just a casual scene of classmates doing homework. "You always do projects like this, shirtless?" Ryougi asked with that smile that said, "I'm teasing, but not really." Kazuya stretched out on the floor, propping his arms behind his head and looking at her with an air too calm, the kind of guy who knew exactly the effect he had and wasn't in a rush to exploit it. Only when the project partner is pretty enough to justify it. Ryougi raised an eyebrow but didn't hide her smile. She'd heard bolder lines from dumber guys, but what Kazuya had, above all, beyond a devilishly beautiful appearance that outshone any male demon, was a certain personality, a charm, that was dangerously effective. "Presumptuous," she said, pulling her notebook from her bag and crossing her legs again. "Confident," he corrected, grabbing a pen and the book for their topic. Kazuya jotted notes as he spoke. "So, we've got a guy from the 11th century who was basically the perfect seducer and another from the 18th century so emotionally intense he became synonymous with drama." "Genji and Werther," Ryougi murmured, resting her elbow on the table and her chin in her hand. "An imperial prince and a melancholic writer. Both handsome, both charismatic, but only one leaves a trail of broken hearts without dying in the process." Kazuya glanced sideways. "Which type do you prefer?" "Genji seems like the kind who'd drag a game out for months. Werther, at least, gets to the point." He raised an eyebrow. "To the point, and then straight to the grave." Ryougi let out a muffled giggle. "Dramatic, yes. But at least he was sincere. Genji was more appearance than essence." "But that's the point, isn't it?" Kazuya said, now more serious. "The charm of these guys isn't just in what they show. It's in the contrast. Genji, all idealized, is actually kind of a jerk. Werther seems like a pure romantic, but he's stuck in a cycle of obsession and escapism. They're both walking masks, one's gilded, the other's soaked in tears." Ryougi stared at him for a few seconds, surprised. He was still in shorts, still with wet hair, but suddenly, he was also intelligent in an irritatingly irresistible way. "You're weird, Kazuya," she said, almost in a whisper. It was maddening. He was maddening. And yet, every detail only made her want more. "Huh? How so?" "You actually understand literature," she commented casually, trying to hide the warmth in her voice. "I thought otakus only read light novels." Kazuya let out a short laugh. "Oh, that. Well, my old self probably was like that. But after, I don't know, some slaps from life, you end up reading everything. Even Werther whining over a taken girl." Ryougi leaned toward him, pretending to check what he was writing but deliberately invading his personal space. The scent of his shower lingered, and she had to fight to stay focused. "So, are you more Genji or Werther, then?" "I'm the type who doesn't throw himself in a river for anyone, if that's what you're asking." He turned his face to her. Ryougi smiled. "That's good. There are already too many people drowning for others." Her eyes danced between his and his mouth. Almost like a test. "And you, Ryougi?" he asked with a sly smile. Do you see yourself as a tragic heroine or one of those femme fatale from French novels? She laughed, a low sound, full of both rehearsed and genuine charm. Depends. The tragic heroine ends up alone or dead. The femme fatale usually gets what she wants. And what does she want? He knew the answer. Maybe. But he wanted to hear it from her. Rias held his gaze longer than she should have. That depends on the day. Kazuya smirked. So. He resumed, how do we split the text? I start with Genji, you take Werther. You really want to leave me with the romantic suicide? You're better equipped to handle intense emotions. I'm just the pretty guy who fakes depth. Rias stared at him again. You're starting to remind me of our project theme. Charm and essence. Exactly. Except you're worse. Because you might have both. For a second, Kazuya considered responding with a quip or provocation, but he realized the girl was serious. Since when had she been this interested in him? In his predecessor's memories, there weren't many interactions between them, given he'd only been in Kuo for a week. Though he was arguably the most handsome man in the world right now, he didn't think Rias would fall for looks alone. Right. She said, snapping him out of his reverie with a forced casual tone, grabbing the pen. You start with Genji, I'll take Werther. Then we combine the analyses and revise. Deal, Kazuya replied, already writing in that absurdly beautiful handwriting, as if even that had been stolen from some untouchable anime protagonist model. Rias tried to focus on her notebook. Right. Analyze. Focus. Focus, Rias, but the problem was that he was there, 2 meters away, with that body, that attitude, that aura, and now, that brain. He was a walking trap. And she was strolling right into it with a smile on her face. Did you know the tale of Genji isn't just about him sleeping around? Kazuya commented as if discussing the weather. There's a part where he falls for an older woman who rejects him, and it haunts him for years. Rias looked over her notebook. Are you trying to say he was deep? No, I'm saying even a guy who beds half the imperial court has trauma. And you relate to that. Kazuya stopped writing and propped his chin on his hand. Nah. I just find it interesting how the author used romance as a mirror for personal emptiness. Sometimes we get involved with others to fill something we don't even know we've lost. Rias stared at him, her playful expression fading. For a moment, the air between them grew heavy. Almost intimate. The kind of silence that felt on the verge of becoming something else, something deeper, more intense. But then Kazuya blinked, flashed a lopsided smile, and the mood returned to normal. Werther does that too, Rias said, resuming her pose. He falls in love because he can't handle the world around him. The conventions. The loneliness. Charlotte becomes a symbol, not a person. Do you think people do that with you? She was caught off guard by the direct question but didn't look away. Of course, she replied, lifting her chin slightly. I'm the heiress of a wealthy family. Most people only see the title. Or the body. Or the name. Kazuya leaned back on the sofa. And what do you want them to see? She looked at him for a moment, serious. I want them to see the girl. Rias. That's all. Kazuya nodded slowly, with something almost like respect in his eyes. Then we're even. How so? Everyone looks at me and sees a hopeless otaku or some guy who got lucky with genetics and looks. No one asks what's underneath. And what's underneath, she asked, half teasing, half genuinely curious. He smiled, that same crooked, heart-fluttering smile that seemed carved to make pulses race. You'll have to keep doing group projects to find out. Rias rolled her eyes with a low laugh but didn't say no. Then Kazuya tilted his head, casually as if talking about the weather, but with a sincerity that cut through. And this Rias you want people to see, does she also like to be heard? For a moment, time seemed to hold its breath. The question was simple. But there was something in his voice, an unexpected softness, a raw honesty, that made Rias's heart stumble in her chest. As if, for the first time in a long while, someone was asking not out of obligation or self-interest, but because they genuinely wanted to know. She felt her face warm, as if the blush had a life of its own. And it was there, in that suspended second, with the afternoon light gilding Kazuya's hair and his gaze locked on hers without expectation, that Rias Gremory realized she was in danger. Because this wasn't just charm. It was care. It was attention. It was him. Depends on who's listening, she said, her voice softer than intended, laced with something that sounded dangerously like hope. Kazuya just smiled. Not with vanity. With kindness. As if he understood everything. And still wanted to stay. They continued the project, and Rias tried to focus. Keyword, tried. The problem was that every time Kazuya ran a hand through his hair, it felt like the air in the room took on a faint scent of provocation. You always write like that, she asked, raising an eyebrow at his handwriting in the notebook. It looks like a visual novel font. I am a visual novel font, he replied without even looking up. And you, he asked, glancing her way. Always cross your legs like that during projects. Rias didn't answer. She just crossed them again, this time with deliberate slowness, a small challenge hidden in the gesture. She noticed when his eyes followed the movement. For less than a second. Enough. I'm testing your focus, she said casually. You know, as president of the Occult Research Club, I need to ensure your instincts aren't a problem. Kazuya tilted his head. And the verdict? Still under review, she replied with an almost cruel smile. The silence that followed was like stretching a rubber band. She stood. I think, for today, the analysis is solid, she said, trying to sound firm. He looked at her, still seated. Not surprised. Not disappointed. Just curious. Almost as if studying her decision with more interest than necessary. Project done. For now, she replied, grabbing her blazer and draping it over her arm. But we still have Werther to dive into. And I want to see if you're really good with tragic emotions. Kazuya smiled. Can't wait for the next session. She walked to the door but, before turning the knob, cast a glance over her shoulder. And, Kazuya. Be careful what you wish to discover about me. She left, and only then did she realize how fast her heart was beating. Chapter 6, Reasons. The sound of the door closing behind her echoed through the mansion's corridors like a muffled sigh. The magical aura of the estate recognized her presence instantly, parting the shadows to let her walk unhindered to the upper chambers. But tranquility was the last thing Rias felt. Her steps, so practiced, so noble, didn't falter. But inside, something simmered. Like a goblet of scarlet wine stirred too much, nearly spilling, staining the fingers of anyone daring to hold it too long. What am I doing? The question pierced her mind like a needle through layers of pride and tradition. Why was she acting this way? Why, even after the conversation ended, did her body still carry the soft tension of unresolved desire, her heart pounding as if she'd run through a war? The answer was simple. Kazuya. He was a mystery that refused to be unraveled by conventional means. From the moment he arrived at Kuo Academy, she felt, not thought, not analyzed, but felt, that something was off. Or perhaps too right. She threw herself onto the sofa in her room, eyes fixed on the ceiling, her crimson hair splayed like lazy flames across the cushion. The truth was, she liked him. But it was more than that. She liked how he disarmed her with simple words. How he didn't seem to try to impress her yet did so with every gesture, every phrase, every glance. But it wasn't just feelings driving her. She was a demon, a creature of sin. And Kazuya? Kazuya was someone handpicked by her brother to join her peerage. That revelation was why Sona didn't compete over who'd claim him as a servant. She, too, seemed somewhat interested in him. But that wasn't the point. He might be the only one capable of freeing her from this arranged marriage. If she could win him over. Not just as a woman, but as a king. If he became part of her peerage, her peace, her court. The problem. She didn't know if she wanted to win him for power, or because, deep down, she craved his touch with a certain urgency. His scent still clung to her clothes. A light, clean fragrance with a citrus hint, but there was more. There was him. A presence that seemed to linger on her skin. She stood abruptly, pacing to the window. Night was falling over Kuoh. Lights began to flicker, like the glowing eyes of serpents on the asphalt. Rias bit her lower lip, staring into the darkness outside. It had been an hour since Rias left Kazuya's apartment. The silence left behind was peaceful, if you ignored the fact that the room looked like an improvised shrine for floating screws and metallic objects defying all human, demonic, or celestial logic. Honestly, even old Satan would feel uneasy staying there for more than 5 minutes. Kazuya sat on the edge of the bed, staring at his palm with a curious, almost lazy expression. But what hovered above it was far from ordinary. A screw. Not just any screw, the kind that seemed to contain ideas. Concepts. Pure will, compressed into polished steel. He made it spin with a thought. A low hum vibrated in the air, as if the world were about to be reorganized by a cosmic screwdriver. And considering the kind of sacred gear Kazuya possessed, that might not be an exaggerated metaphor. Alpheka tyrant. Capable of rebuilding people from scratch, erasing emotions like chalk marks on a blackboard. And now. Kazuya had discovered something new. He could shape it. Sacred gears could adapt and evolve based on their wielder's thoughts, needs, and emotions, gaining new abilities or qualities over time. He wanted something more symbolic. More unsettling. And, by all the gods, he didn't want to follow the trend of throwing nails. A certain jockey named Joestar had already patented that idea in another universe. He wanted something his. And the Alpheka tyrant, in all its sarcastic glory, responded in the most fitting way possible. Screws. They appeared, floating. Emerging from the floor, the walls, even his own flesh if he wished. And as a sacred gear, these conceptual pins weren't just pretty to look at, they could kill. Demons, vampires, creatures of darkness. One screw through the chest, and poof, ashes. Kazuya hadn't tested it on a real demon yet, but a suspiciously shady mosquito met a spectacular end half an hour ago. And the versatility. He'd already discovered he could morph them into blades, from elegant daggers to long swords that looked forged by a homicidal watchmaker. In theory, he could even replicate Vlad Tepes' noble phantasm, sprouting screws from every surface around him. Carpet, walls, ceiling. Weapons emerging from the air as if the world were a giant toolbox waiting for a touch of madness. Kazuya blinked at the screw spinning above his hand. How many of these can I make at once, he asked, more to himself than anyone else. The answer came as a muffled hum and dozens of new screws materializing around him, like a swarm of steel moths. He smiled. Not a wide grin. The kind of smile of someone who knew they held something dangerous and was starting to enjoy it. The answer to his earlier question, how many can I make at once, came with the cruel clarity of an inconvenient fact. There was almost no limit. At least, not for him. The reason? Magic. Or rather, the third magic. His magical energy didn't run out. And it wasn't a case of, my power's bigger than yours. It was literally infinite. A constant, self-sustaining flow, like a closed cycle where he never needed to draw breath because he was submerged in a sea of pure possibility. Sacred gears, including the Alpheka tyrant, were artifacts created by the biblical god, capable of various effects like boosting the user's power, creating weapons, or manipulating elements. Using these abilities typically consumed the wielder's magical energy. For example, the boosted gear, when activating its balance breaker form known as scale mail, drastically enhances the user's capabilities but depends on their physical and mental condition. If the user overexerts, the armor automatically disengages as a safety measure. The duration and effectiveness of a balance breaker are directly tied to the user's stamina and magical energy. In Issei Haidu's case, he could initially only maintain balance breaker for half an hour, once a day, with each additional use reducing that time. Thus, a sacred gear's use primarily consumes the user's magical energy, and its sustained activation and effectiveness depend on the available energy and the wielder's endurance. In Kazuya's case, he could keep his sacred gear active as long as he wanted, though he judged it wouldn't be forever, as it mentally drained him. Fortunately, his mental fortitude had grown significantly due to the memories of his Ritsuka Fujimaru self, who'd lived a complicated life in one of the most chaotic universes out there. The mental energy he referred to came from willpower and mental resilience. But then, Kazuya let out a long sigh, like someone giving up on solving a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. Enough for today. With a snap of his fingers, more for flair than necessity, the screws dissolved into silver sparks, vanishing like enchanted dust. The room returned to its almost normal state, minus the holes in the walls and the carpet that now looked like it had survived an industrial sacrifice ritual. Though he said he wanted to stop, Kazuya's mind rarely agreed with his mouth. 5 seconds later, there he was, in the middle of the room, in a plank position, staring at the shredded carpet as if it held some ancient secret in its fibers. The truth? Kazuya was weak. Not the can't open a pickle jar kind, but the supernatural beings could turn me into puree with a flick kind, which, let's be honest, was considerably more concerning. He had absurd magical energy. But his body? Just a normal body. Slightly tougher from training, maybe. But nothing that put him on par with a demon who could crush cars with a slap. Time to fix that. He muttered, standing with a crack in his neck. Time for Human Body 2.0, Bug-Free Edition. During the events of Heaven's Feel, Ilias Veal von Einsborn performs an incomplete version of the third magic to prevent Shiro's soul from dissipating after his body's destruction. The magic acts as a reconnection tether, it anchors the soul to the physical world, preventing its dispersal. However, the temporary vessel Ilia creates is unstable, incomplete, and cheap, in her words. It's small enough to be scooped from a river by Ryder, highlighting its fragility. As a result, a new body is needed to properly house Shiro. The process reveals a core trait of the third magic: any vessel with human-like properties, such as an artificial body or a structure with a functional brain, can become a new anchor for the soul. Once anchored, the soul reshapes the new body based on the individual's physical and psychic memories. For all intents and purposes, the person is alive again. The new body acts as a genuine substitute, capable of bleeding, falling ill, aging, and eventually dying. It's essentially a biological replica rebuilt under the soul's command, as if the soul were piloting the body remotely, yet fully integrated. Angra Mainyu's existence also exemplifies the third magic's potential, albeit indirectly. As the root of all evil, Ungra transforms its soul into an eternal generator, an entity transcending conventional existence. However, this is more tied to the Grail's wish-granting function than the third magic itself. Beings like Luft Beowulf, whose materialized soul exists in a stable astral body without needing a physical vessel, reflect what the third magic can achieve directly. They are natural examples of a state the magic artificially replicates, the soul's perpetuation, independent of a physical shell. Thus, the third magic's true potential goes beyond preserving or transferring souls. It can fully recreate a body, alter its form, and even restructure its nature to suit the user's desires, needs, or ideals. This includes transforming into any creature, like a dragon, adapting the ideal form for combat, or even changing one's sex. In short, Heaven's Feel is the magic of soul transcendence, allowing a being's essence to shape physical reality according to its soul. To be considered a true magic, having infinite magical energy is the baseline requirement, as all other true magics grant access to vast magical energy in some form. Considering all this, Kazuya knew he was about to do one of the dumbest things of his life. The kind of thing that'd require life insurance, 2 wills, and maybe an exorcism seal on hand, just in case. But it was also the kind of thing no one else had the guts to try. Okay. If I'm going to mess with the source code of my existence, it better be to become something epic. Like, a dragon. He scratched his chin, thoughtful. Not just any dragon. I'm talking Fafnir. The Fate Fafnir, not this DxD weakling. The one that gives berserkers nightmares and would make any A++ ranked creature think twice before tossing a magical Hadouken. His soul, long materialized and stable like an anchor glued to the world with cosmic superglue, began to vibrate. Not metaphorically, literally. The light around him grew denser. The entire room shook as if about to turn into an Evangelion set piece. Deep down, Kazuya thought this was pretty damn cool. Okay, third magic. Time for the update. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let himself fall inward. Inside Kazuya's spiritual world, or as he liked to call it, the Chaos Control Room, everything was dark. A translucent void where only his soul shone, like a miniature sun. But at that moment, something gleamed. A colossal outline, black as the void between stars, emerged before him. Emerald green eyes, glowing like incandescent gems, stared at him with the intensity of an entity that had devoured kings, gods, and the sanity of heroes. Fafnir. The Black Dragon of Desire. Its body was a fortress of gleaming scales, with wings like veils of liquid darkness and claws that could tear through less logic-protected realities. A true colossus, the kind of creature that made even the Tarask think, I'm not messing with that guy. Kazuya smiled. Not out of arrogance, but childish excitement. It's you. It's always been you. The human and dragon became one. The change wasn't a ritual or a dramatic anime transition with background music. It was simple. Instinctive. As if his soul, already free from the weight of needing flesh, had simply decided. The third magic didn't argue, it obeyed. That's what made it so absurd, it did. No resistance. No doubt. If his soul said, I want to be a mountain-sized dragon with radioactive emerald eyes and a breath that could melt armies, then done. The world accepted his new form. Back in the room, his human body reconfigured silently, though human was already a generous term. What remained was an astral, malleable body that could assume its dragon form whenever he wished. His soul wasn't just him anymore. He was Fafnir. Or at least, a new kind of Fafnir, one that could turn human when it wanted, with consciousness, sarcastic humor, and a troubling fondness for pop culture references. He felt the power coursing through every layer of his essence. The raw strength of a dragon, the killer instinct of a legendary beast, and the clarity of a Tokyo nerd still wondering if the shower could handle his new body's heat. He opened his eyes. They glowed with draconic green, slitted, before returning to normal. He grinned. Okay. That was pretty damn awesome. Eager to dive into his epic arc of struggling to control his power, he pushed his thoughts aside and moved. He was expecting something more chaotic. Like his new body hurling him through the window from misjudging strength. Or accidentally breaking the doorknob. Or maybe tripping over his own feet and punching a hole in the floor with his face. But none of that happened. He stood. Stretched his arms. Rolled his shoulders. Took a deep breath. Everything flowed with the natural ease of someone born that way, which, technically, he wasn't. Huh. This is weird. He looked at his hands, giving a slight mental command and seeing a faint black energy with greenish glints, reminiscent of true Fafnir's scales. His nails looked like claws, but he knew they'd return to normal if he wished. In fact, everything obeyed his will, like he was the admin of a reality server. He threw a punch into the air. The sound sliced the room like a compressed explosion, but not a single hair on his head stirred from reflex. No imbalance. No stumble. No, oh no, my leg's a bazooka now. Seriously. Where's the power's too much to contain moment, he muttered, frustrated. Not even an identity crisis, like, I'm a monster. Nothing. He tried jumping. The leap was high. Absurd. Nearly touched the ceiling. But he landed softly, as if he had wings, and now that he thought about it, he did. They just hadn't appeared because he didn't call them. What? Not even a muscle ache. An existential collapse. Cellular adaptation with weird side effects. None of that. Oh, the power thrummed beneath his skin, quiet, contained, but so intense it was like watching a sleeping volcano with its eyes open. And yet, everything was under control. Kazuya blinked, incredulous. I was born for this. He snapped his fingers. Wings appeared, black as night, with membranes like living obsidian. He gestured, and they vanished. Simple. Natural. Organic. Okay. I officially hate how well this is working. Where's the drama? The overcoming arc? The epic background music? Deep down, he knew the answer. His soul wasn't just an anchor mimicking the physical world anymore. It was the core. The physical body wasn't a vessel, it was a manifestation. The third magic had made the impossible feel mundane. Kazuya crossed his arms, feigning irritation. If anyone tells me turning into an ancestral dragon was supposed to be hard, I'm gonna laugh. And maybe melt something just to live up to the title. Kazuya yawned. I'm done with this crap. He turned, dragging his feet to the bed, and flopped onto the sheets with the grace of a rice sack possessed by an exhausted entity. Because yes, he was now a colossal black dragon that could destroy continents with a fiery breath if he wanted. But he was also a third-year high school student. And tomorrow, he had class. If I don't wake up in time to roll my gacha, I swear I'll become this franchise's new final villain. He pulled the blanket over his head, ignoring the mana particles still dancing in the air around him. And then he slept. Like a dragon. But also like an exhausted teenager who just wanted 5 hours of peace and some rest before the next apocalypse. Chapter 7, Consequences. Kazuya awoke to sunlight blasting through the window like a celestial flashbang. He groaned, rolling onto his side, hair a mess and face half buried in the pillow, as if hoping the world would give up and let him sleep another 5 minutes. Or 5 hours. Ugh. School. He mumbled, voice dragging like a zombie too lazy to hunt brains. He sat up slowly, scratching his head and yawning, a sound more like a dragon's rumble in sleep mode. His half-closed eyes wandered the room as he tried to remember why the hell he had to get out of bed. Then something sparked in his mind. Fate Gacha. Oh, right. A grin spread across his lips before he even realized it. The 3 daily summons. It was like someone had jammed a magical battery into his chest. The laziness evaporated like a minor demon banished by a morning exorcism. Sure, he could gripe about school, the uniform, or the infernal alarm clock, but one thing got him up faster than any normal motivation, the chance to pull an absurd servant first thing in the morning. He stretched, tossing the blanket aside with energy that hadn't existed 30 seconds ago. Let's go, Golden Finger. Show me what you've got today. He immediately rolled his daily, Fate Gacha, heart racing. Plim. You received, Pioneer of the Stars, rank EX. Asterisk, description, a unique skill granted only to those who changed the course of human history. Grants the ability to turn impossible missions into achievable events. Where there is no path, you become the path. Asterisk. Kazuya read the description. Then read it again. Then let out a nervous chuckle, the kind you give when you see your credit card bill and realize you ordered delivery 30 times that month. Is this for real? I just got an EX rank skill. One even Gilgamesh doesn't have. But there was no time to process fully. It was as if every era of humanity collided in his head, renaissances, revolutions, breakthroughs. Every invention, every advance, every spark of human genius that once defied the impossible now buzzed in his soul like comets slicing through the veil of reason. He gasped. Not from pain. From expansion. His mind stretched beyond human limits, like a ribbon pulled between galaxies. And it didn't hurt, it was beautiful. A flash of ideas, of possibilities. The skill filtered his memories, and he recalled humanity's history. Kazuya saw the moment humans learned to fly and intuitively understood how to make wings work. He saw the first spark of fire kindled by human hands and knew why it never dies. He saw the moon stepped on. The zero invented. Writing born. Medicine rising. Steel forged. The internet emerging. Every instance where humanity stared into the abyss of impossibility and said, what if I try anyway? And now. That thought was etched into the core of Kazuya's existence. Not as hope. Not as faith. But as fact. If something was impossible, he was the exception that proved otherwise. After absorbing the skill, Kazuya stared at the translucent screen floating before him like a gateway to another universe. Which, technically, it was. After that insane skill, Pioneer of the Stars, rank EX, he was still dizzy, electric, as if he'd chugged 5 energy drinks and taken a full course on human history at once. Alright, second summon. He muttered, a glint in his eye that'd make even a pay-to-win gacha feel guilty for denying an SSR. He clicked the button. Plim. You received, Skathaka's ordinary panties. Asterisk, description, an intimate, literally, item from one of the most feared women in Celtic history. No magical effects. No stat boosts. But, it might raise questions. Asterisk. Kazuya blinked. Read it again. Closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and read it a third time. What? He stared at the screen as if it had just claimed the moon was made of cheese, Gilgamesh wore Crocs, or Ishtar was emotionally stable. None of it made sense. It was like the universe had hit the randomize button and decided to toss a piece of legendary underwear into his lap. Literally. And there it was. Panties. Simple. Purple. Folded with such menacing perfection it felt more like a trap than a gift. Floating before him with the solemnity of a holy grail. This is actually happening. I went from an EX skill to a questionable collector's fetish. He ran a hand over his face, laughing nervously. No, of course not. It was too good to be true. My E-rank luck was just setting up the drop. Now it's back with interest. He looked at the ceiling, pleading for answers from the multiverse. This is, like, gacha karma, right? With a dramatic sigh, he clicked the inventory icon, something he'd discovered he had. To hide the embarrassing item. And, of course, as if the system itself wanted to troll him, the description popped up again. In bold. With sparkles. Why does it have sparkles? It's not even a magical item. He stumbled out of bed, still reeling from the contrast between the cosmic grandeur of an EX skill and the near-criminal randomness of mythological underwear. Okay. Breathe, Kazuya. You've got one more roll. Maybe the universe just wanted balance. Like, you got something awesome, now take something awkward. Cosmic justice. Whatever. He snapped his fingers, like prepping for the final round of an epic card duel. Third summon. Let's see if I get a servant, or Tamamo's bra. And clicked. Plim. You received, dual summon. Servants, Ereshkigal and Ishtar. No way. His voice came out as a wisp of air. No way. No W. Crack. The sound wasn't quite thunder, nor ordinary magic. The room shook, sunlight swallowed by a golden glow, and suddenly, 2 magical circles formed on the floor. Not 1. 2. The first to materialize was her. She emerged from the light as if the heavens themselves had grown legs, absurdly well-shaped legs, mind you. Her body seemed sculpted with lust and divine pride. Her obsidian black hair, tied in twin tails with black ribbons, swayed like enchanted serpents. Her crimson eyes burned with the intensity of a falling comet, and her smile, oh, that smile. Mischievous, dangerous, utterly irresistible. Her white and gold top left little to the imagination, molding to her curves with near-criminal perfection. The fabric barely covered her ample chest and exposed her midriff as if saying, you're gonna stare, so why hide it? The black and gold tiara atop her head glimmered with the circle's magical light. A golden jewel at her waist swayed, shining over her perfect curves. A black thigh-high stocking adorned her right leg, etched with golden filigree, while her left ankle bore a bracelet fit for an empress dragging empires in her wake. Her left arm, wrapped in a black and gold glove, drew attention. Ishtar was there. The Mesopotamian goddess of war and love. She opened her eyes fully, staring at Kazuya, surprised, with a look hard to decipher. The second circle glowed with a colder light, as if the underworld itself had risen to join the show. Slowly, wrapped in a gothic, silent aura, she appeared. Unlike her radiant sister, Ereshkigal was shadow and elegance, power and melancholy. Her long golden hair, tied with butterfly-shaped ribbons, flowed like sacred silk. Her red and black cape billowed without wind, as if the air respected her station. Her short, gothic dress hugged her body perfectly, contrasting the black tiara on her head, more a hidden queen's crown than mere adornment. Her ruby eyes held serene sadness but also an inner fire only someone bearing the underworld's weight could possess. Ereshkigal looked at him, surprise and emotion dancing in her gaze. Kazuya felt information about their summoning flood his mind, a burning sensation flowing into his hand, command seals. As the name implied, command seals were a special form of contractual magic granting a master 3 claims of absolute obedience over their servants. They had other uses, like healing wounds, boosting attacks, enabling noble phantasms, or summoning a servant across vast distances instantly. But their most common use was forcing a servant to obey an order they might otherwise refuse. If a master was particularly malicious, they could even strip a servant's free will entirely. Though he'd read many doujins where rogue masters ordered their servants to become living dumps or onaholes, he quickly banished those thoughts, focusing on the information imprinted in his brain. The two servants before him, Ishtar and Ereshkigal, remembered everything. Or rather, they remembered the version of him from the experience card, who lived as Ritsuka Fujimaru. He recalled the mod he'd spent weeks refining before reincarnating here. Love and Death of the Seventh Singularity, Happy Ending, he called it. An alternate version of the Babylonia campaign, created out of pure otaku whim, tired of bittersweet endings and seeing the two goddesses end up alone, divided by mythological roles that forced them into solitude. In that mod, he'd programmed extra dialogues, nighttime scenes under the stars, moments of silence and tenderness. One in Uruk, where Ishtar dragged him to a rooftop just to stargaze and pretend she wasn't in love. Another underground, where Eresh revealed the true weight of ruling the dead and how her smile broke, bit by bit. He'd made both fall in love not just with the game's Fujimaru but with someone who listened. Who saw them beyond the archetypes of explosive tsundere goddess or timid tragic spirit. As if it were really him in that world. He wanted them to have something no one else gave, an ending where they were loved and whole. And now, in this world, he was that someone, stirring an indescribable emotion within him. He felt something beyond the awe or euphoria of a guy reincarnated with a gacha skill. It was more. So much more. Because these weren't just idealized versions. They were them. The same ones who stood by him until the end. And that end came with a bittersweet reminder, he, or the version of him as Ritsuka, had died. That was a sort of backstory created as his past life. Did his unique skill do this? Well, he supposed so. He died at the story's end, surrounded by the servants who'd helped him countless times, something he hadn't dwelt on much since arriving in this world, as he hadn't stopped to think about it. This was the backdrop for the two servants before his eyes. And now, here they were. Not dolls, not pixels, not characters on a screen. Ishtar and Ereshkigal. Goddesses. With expressions so vivid he almost expected the world to crash just so he could process. While he was processing, Ishtar and Ereshkigal were staring at him. Ishtar blinked. Then blinked again. Nothing. Not an illusion. Not a charm spell. And definitely not the same face she remembered from her dreams, those foolish, pathetic moments when she, a proud goddess, let herself miss a certain idiotic human with a smile too kind for his own good. But now he was here. Tall. Strong. With that same look, that same smile. But something was different. Very different. If she weren't certain from the information imprinted in her mind about his identity, she wouldn't know he was the Kazuya who'd been humanity's last hope. She choked on her words, her heart pounding like war drums in Uruk. Who gave you permission to get this gorgeous, you idiot, she complained inwardly. It was like the universe had taken everything already dangerous about him, the charm, the golden heart, that damned habit of sacrificing himself for others, and put it in a new body. A body handcrafted by Eden's artisans, with an extra dose of, this isn't fair. Ishtar crossed her arms, trying to seem indifferent. She failed. Her eyes couldn't stop following him. Meanwhile, Ereshkigal stood frozen. It wasn't just him. Not just his soul, the one she'd recognized through 1,000 reincarnations, even in the depths of the underworld. Kazuya's new body glowed like something sacred, something not of this world. It wasn't ordinary beauty. It was as if the heavens had gathered every detail that made her blush and placed it right before her. She wanted to look away. She couldn't. Oh, this is too cruel. Ereshkigal felt her face burn violently. The goddess of death trembled. Literally trembled. Her heart ached with longing, and now it ached more from proximity. From intensity. From the fact that he'd become something so beyond, yet remained the same. The silence stretched for a few moments. Kazuya took a deep breath. It was the only thing he could do. Breathe. Try to remember how to pull air into his lungs, hold it, release it. Think. Forget it. Speak. An abstract concept. Reason. Only if reasoning was, holy crap, they're real. They're here. He stood rooted where the magical circles had faded, the floor faintly smoking as if physics had been rewritten with a touch of genius and madness. He wanted to smile. Wanted to run to them. Say he missed them, as he would if he fully embraced his life as Ritsuka Fujimaru. That even in another world, another body, another name, it was still him. But the silence in the room was too heavy. And he wasn't the only one feeling it. Ishtar stood still, but her fingers drummed against her arm with divine impatience. You could see in her eyes she was holding back. Every second without exploding was a war waged within her. A war between pride and longing. Ereshkigal, oh, Eresh. She looked like a living painting from an ancient temple, a blend of pure vulnerability and restrained power. The kind of beauty that broke hearts with a glance. She seemed to have gone back in time, or maybe time had rewound for her. You idiot. Ishtar shouted, finally. Her voice sharp, but choked. She didn't know if she wanted to kick something, leap at his throat, or kiss him until the cosmos forgot logic's laws. Kazuya blinked. That was all he could manage against the storm that was Ishtar. Because, let's be honest, when a goddess of war and love calls you an idiot with a trembling voice, teary eyes, and looks like she wants to strangle and hug you at once, anyone with more than 3 neurons learns to stay quiet and let her talk. And that's exactly what he did. Stood there. Still, as Ishtar took a step forward. Then another. Her bare feet tapped the floor softly. You thought you could just vanish like that, she fired, eyes sparking. Think you could just die. And disappear. After everything we went through. You think that's fair? Kazuya opened his mouth, but Ishtar raised a hand. No. I'm not done. He closed it. Right. Self-preservation first. You left us, you know. Even if it wasn't by choice. Even if you saved the world, again. Even if it was all heroic and tragic in the way only you do it. You died. She clenched her fists, trembling. And it was because of your idiotic habit of throwing yourself in front of danger, you idiot. Silence. Then she lowered her head. And in that moment, that single second when Ishtar's pride gave way to pain, something shattered inside him. Like glass breaking in his chest. And now you're here. She murmured. And I should be kicking your face. But all I can do is feel relief. Kazuya said nothing. How could he? The goddess of war stood before him, shaking with emotion like a girl pretending not to crumble, yet still Ishtar, intense, impossible, beautiful in a way only someone who toppled walls with a smile could be. She bit her lower lip, such a simple thing. Then raised her head and looked straight into his eyes. That look. That damned look that made his heart race like an army marching in his chest. You're still the same, aren't you, she said, voice low, more to herself than him. Was she referring to his appearance or the person she knew? Kazuya opened his mouth. Closed it. Put his hands on his hips and took a deep breath. Yeah. More or less. Ishtar huffed, crossing her arms again, but the motion was more exhausted. Like someone who'd spent years pretending not to miss him and suddenly saw that longing take form with an idiotic smile and eyes that said, sorry, without words. Idiot. She repeated. Softer now. Almost a whisper. Meanwhile, Ereshkigal finally snapped out of her stupor. She wasn't like her sister. She didn't shout. Didn't explode. But she felt. And now, she felt so much it seemed her chest would tear. Ishtar stood firm, battling her pride, while Ereshkigal, well, she took a step forward, as if pulled by a gravitational force that made no sense. And her eyes, oh, those eyes, carried more than mere emotion. They carried eons of silence. Of stifled longing. Of prayers whispered in the depths of her soul. Master. Kazuya. She called. He turned, and as he met Ereshkigal's gaze, something inside him broke, or perhaps was rebuilt in that instant. Then she spoke. Softly. I waited for you. Those 3 words. That was all. And they carried more weight than any shout. Ishtar looked away. Her pride couldn't bear seeing this version of her sister, so vulnerable, so sincere. But she didn't dare interrupt. Because even she, with all her divine audacity, knew this moment wasn't hers. Ereshkigal stepped closer. Now, only 2 steps separated her from Kazuya. She swallowed hard. Even when the world started to fade. Even when the memories began to slip as I returned to the throne. I clung to what remained, because deep down, I knew. I knew I'd still be called to your side. And here I am. I was right. Kazuya stayed silent, unsure how to handle this exactly. Reflecting on the memories he'd received from Ritsuka Fujimaru, Kazuya version, the hours spent playing in his past life, all the time dedicated to coding mods for a happy ending with his servants, ending in his death and rebirth as a backstory, the emotions he felt were strange. A foolish impulse urged him to pull both into a hug, but he held back. He bit his lower lip, forcing himself not to look away. I didn't mean to. I know. Ereshkigal replied, with a smile that hurt. You never mean to. You just do. Because that's who you are. The hero who can't stop saving. Silence. For a moment, no one moved. Ereshkigal's breathing was uneven, as if each word had cost a piece of her soul. Ishtar looked aside, arms crossed tightly, shoulders rigid as if the slightest vulnerability would break her. And Kazuya, well, he felt like he'd been hit by 2 meteors to the chest. 2 meteors shaped like goddesses who, somehow, still loved him, thanks to a game he'd poured years of dedication into. He didn't say anything. Because sometimes, words are a waste when all someone needs is to be held tightly. So he stepped forward. First, Ereshkigal, hesitant, as if about to flee. Her fingers trembled as he gently took her hand. And before she could even try to pull away, he drew her into a tight, protective hug. She was soft as an ancient memory, light as a sigh held for eons. Her body trembled slightly against his, as if finally allowing herself to exist there, outside the void. Her scent was faint, like incense burning at a temple's end, and Kazuya realized he'd missed a fragrance he'd never truly forgotten. Her arms closed around his back with almost reverent delicacy. And in that second, just that second, he felt that maybe the hell he'd been through was worth it, just to hold Ereshkigal like this. But then, boom. Ishtar, jealous, launched herself at them like a shooting star. No way I'm staying out of this. Kazuya stumbled back, the world blurring until the bed swallowed him with a sudden creak, the mattress protesting under their combined weight. He fell on his back, Ereshkigal still clinging to his left side, and Ishtar. Her body molded against his with impatient confidence, her knee pressing his thigh, one hand gripping his shirt collar as if ensuring he wouldn't vanish again. Her heat was different from Eresha's, where the underworld goddess was calm and cool like morning mist. Ishtar burned. Her skin vibrated against his. And he felt it. Oh, he felt everything. Their racing hearts beating in sync with his. The contrast between Ereshkigal's silent sweetness pressed to his left and Ishtar's proud storm half draped over him, half entwined, her head on his shoulder as if hiding emotion with poorly disguised anger. Kazuya wrapped his arms around their backs, holding both in a single embrace. His fingers traced the soft curve of Ereshkigal's waist, then met Ishtar's firm back beneath her cascading hair. That was totally strategic. Ishtar declared, snapping out of her jealous reverie. I just tripped. Because you stood there like an idiot pole in the way. Not my fault if you've got the reflexes of an ancient turtle. Kazuya gasped. Ishtar, you literally shouted you were jumping. Details, she shot back, looking away but not moving off him. I just wanted to make sure you wouldn't run off again. Yes. That's it. I'm restraining you. That's what's happening here. A containment tactic. Ereshkigal, half pinned between the mattress and Kazuya's arm, gave her sister a look that said, asterisk, really, Ishtar. Asterisk. Ishtar crossed her arms and turned her face, her cheek burning. Don't look at me like that. It's not like I'm happy to be here, stuck to you or anything. This is purely tactical, logical, and convenient. Convenient, Kazuya repeated, blinking, feeling her knee slide between his legs and her elbow rest unceremoniously on his stomach. Yes. Convenient, she retorted, fully flushed. Besides. Ereshkigal started it. I just went with the flow. You can't blame me for maintaining the team's emotional balance. This is what you call convenient, he grumbled, trying not to lose his breath or composure as Ishtar adjusted herself like she owned the conquered territory. Obviously, she replied, nose in the air, even though she was practically sprawled over him. Convenient, strategic, and necessary. Sure, Kazuya muttered, swallowing hard as her hair brushed his neck and Eresha's slight trembling persisted against his other side. The quieter goddess said nothing, but her grip on his waist spoke volumes. A silence fell over the three. You're really here, aren't you? Kazuya finally whispered, as if still testing reality. Ereshkigal nodded slowly, her face still buried against his chest. I never left. She murmured. Of course we are, you idiot, but you better thank me with countless offerings, jewels especially, like the old days. Ishtar added. 2 goddesses. 2 versions of love. 2 stories he'd altered on a whim in a game, now here, alive, real. Sorry, he said at last. Simple. Raw. Honest. Ishtar didn't respond. Ereshkigal tightened her embrace, her hidden face nodding almost imperceptibly. You're ours, Ishtar murmured after long seconds. Even being an idiot, even doing everything wrong. You're ours. So don't you dare die again, got it? Kazuya forced a smile. Got it. I'll put it on my schedule, don't die for an indefinite period. Ereshkigal let out a soft laugh. A sound that warmed something inside him. Ishtar grumbled. Idiot. She repeated, for the 1000th time that morning. But unlike before, this time it was with a choked voice, as if idiot also meant mine. Chapter 8, Explanations. Fragile. That was the first word that came to Ereshkigal's mind when describing humans. As the goddess of death, the mistress of the underworld, if anyone had the authority to speak on human fragility, it was her. Maybe Nurgle too, but he was a lost cause. Personally, she always found human fragility a kind of irony. They died. Always died. But for each one that left life, 3 more burst into the world of the living, screaming, ready to repeat the same pathetic cycle: birth, life, death. An emotional recycling system, like an eternal planting cycle. Except, instead of corn, what grew was suffering. Overseeing this process was her job. For thousands, maybe tens of thousands of years. Souls arrived, wept, complained, begged, and she did what was necessary. No exceptions. No mortal escaped. Well, until he showed up. And, let's save Ryougi together. Seriously. He said that. With a smile on his face. In the middle of the underworld. Ereshkigal stared at that boy as if he'd suggested turning Kuoh into an amusement park. He had to be insane. Possibly the most unhinged mortal to step foot on that cursed ground, and she'd seen it all. Even poets. But he was alive. Alive. Heart beating, blood pulsing, and that inconvenient spark in his eyes. Over the millennia, yes, some living beings had invaded her domain. They all fell. Every single one. She welcomed them as she did any unwanted guest, with lethal hospitality. But this one had the audacity to ask for her light, the light of a death goddess, to save a city that, deep down, belonged to her. After all those humans would die eventually. They were hers by right. So she did what any sensible goddess would, she attacked. But Ryougi Kazuya didn't back down. There he was. A mortal surrounded by shadows, in the depths of the underworld, facing a millennial goddess like it was an RPG. And it wasn't just him. The servants by his side fought with fervor. They threw everything at her. Magic, lightning, inspiring shouts. They seemed to believe they could defeat her. Ereshkigal almost laughed. Weapons don't harm gods so easily. But words hurt. As if he were judging her for thousands of years of isolation. As if she'd chosen it. Your so-called first choice, what a joke. You stayed down here, forgotten, and now you take it out on others like it's their fault. His words exploded like grenades in her chest. She felt anger. Then shame. Then a strange emptiness. Like a flame slowly fading, even when you blow to rekindle it. Ereshkigal tried to convince herself she still hated that mortal. That she wanted to see him crawl. But, then came the final blow. He used a command seal. Not to win. Not to kill. But to protect her dignity. Who does that? Who looks at a death goddess and says, you deserve respect? Only a complete lunatic. Ereshkigal knew, in that moment, she'd lost. Not to an army, not to spells, not to time. But to that human smile. To that stubborn compassion. To that light that insisted on illuminating even the darkest corners of Kuoh. She never stood a chance. But, even defeated, she got to see him. Face to face. And deep down, though she'd never admit it, she hoped that wouldn't be their last meeting. Ereshkigal smiled at the memory, one of those small smiles that bloomed more in her eyes than her lips, as the silence still enveloped them in that improbable peace. That was the first time she truly saw him. Her first time, not the secret glimpses through Ishtar's body, when she watched from the windows of the living world, pretending she wasn't curious. No. That was the real first time. In that moment, she didn't understand. How could she? He was everything she feared and everything she never expected: life, light, stubbornness, warmth. She should have felt anger. But she felt something else. Something that grew quietly, like flowers in a forgotten field. Something she hid under layers of denial, masks, and divine reluctance. And now, here, in the middle of that ridiculously narrow bed for 3 racing hearts, she recalled that first look. She tried not to think about when their journey ended, when she thought she'd never see him again, but now she was by his side, summoned again, though she wished it hadn't come with her sister. Speaking of Ishtar, she was oddly quiet. Well, the Lady of Heaven had a lot on her mind. Ishtar had lost count of how many mortals she'd seen pass through the world. So many, more than she bothered to tally. Most were forgettable, fleeting, noisy creatures desperate for divine attention. But a few left a mark. A spark. A fire ignited in the midst of her tedious eternity. Kazuya was one of those. No, he was the one. He'd climbed to the top of her list with an ease that would have made countless dead heroes roll in their graves. Ishtar knew it. And she reveled in the thought. She, the Lady of Heaven, had seen it all. Lived among kings, warriors, priests, poets, and still, she'd never met anyone who had the same effect as that mortal with rebellious hair and determined eyes. Kazuya made her heart race, an insignificant detail for a god, except when it shouldn't happen. He kindled a fire within her. A fire that claimed her body like a living memory that she was still there, alive, present, and, though she'd never admit it aloud, enchanted. Likewise, she noticed something curious about him. His steps grew lighter when they were together, as if the world weighed less with her around. She was one of those people for him. And that genuinely made her happy. Of course, her sister was too. And just remembering that, Ishtar wrinkled her nose with unsubtle annoyance. But it was in that conversation, that night marked by desperation and tension before Tiamat's threat, that everything changed. That everything was sealed. So. Spill it. You agree with him, don't you? I'm a useless goddess, aren't I? She exploded, full of celestial drama. It was the kind of thing gods did when on the verge of an existential crisis. Justified, too. Without the bowl of heaven, their chances of victory were practically nil. She knew it. Ritsuka knew it. Everyone knew it. Yet he looked at her with a calm smile and placed a hand on her shoulder, a firm yet gentle touch that said, "Hey, don't fall apart now. As long as you're still willing to fight, I won't call you useless. Ishtar, you still want to fight with us, don't you?" She stared, stunned. No lies, no judgment. Just faith. It was absurd. Incredibly foolish. Maybe suicidal. But, also real. Stay here and fight? Against the mother goddess of Sumerian myth? You expect me to stay and fight? Well, he said, as if it were the most obvious thing, you're a war goddess, aren't you? The response should have infuriated her. But his smile, that serene confidence amid chaos, was enough to make her heart stumble. And then, as if that weren't enough, he added. Not to mention, you're gonna stand there while Gilgamesh tries to prove you're useless. Last I checked, you've got a bow that can fire Venus like an arrow. It might not defeat Tiamat, but it'll sure leave a mark. Ishtar remembered the exact feeling from that moment. An unexpected warmth. An absurd clarity. For the first time in ages, she felt strong. Present. Important. And she replied, voice wavering but resolute. If I have to. I'll do more than leave a mark. I'm a war goddess, so don't underestimate me, Ryougi Kazuya. She wanted to stop there. But she couldn't. I expect you to do your best too. But you better not die, okay? A lot of people are counting on you. His laugh echoed in her mind ever since. That light, radiant laugh. Like a sun piercing the black clouds shrouding her soul. From then on, she couldn't forget him. And maybe, just maybe, she didn't want to. While the two goddesses sat in silence, Kazuya let out a sigh. Not the dramatic, oh, what a cruel life, kind, but a short, resigned puff, like someone accepting the fate of sharing a bed with two goddesses whose egos outshone celestial dragons. He barely moved, wary of sparking another sisterly spat or, worse, being crushed between two divine presences in competitive mode. He mumbled, eyes half closed. I should have summoned Arash. He only explodes once. Ishtar, of course, didn't let it slide. What did you say, idiot? She lifted herself half an inch, just enough for her hair to slide down his back like a cloak of sunlight. Nothing, nothing. Kazuya replied quickly, raising a hand in a pacifying gesture. Just thinking out loud. Nothing a love goddess like you can't forgive, right? Her response was one of those crooked smiles that said, I forgive you, but only because I want to, not because you deserve it. Pure Ishtar, explosive, vain, and dangerously enchanting. Humph, lucky for you, that face of yours is cute. She lay back down, this time with purpose. Her head rested on his chest with the ease of someone who ruled Venus and now ruled a very confused mortal's heart. On the other side, Ereshkigal shot an accusatory glance, as if to say, again with this, but stayed silent. Her silence had more layers than underworld bureaucracy, yet Kazuya understood. Ishtar shifted, clearly uncomfortable, not physically, but the discomfort of a goddess used to knowing everything, suddenly grappling with questions even the heavens couldn't answer. In truth, she sensed her master's unease and wanted to shift to a topic less delicate. He'd died, she'd missed him, and all the rest. She felt it wasn't the time for that. Her master found it all a bit unnatural, she couldn't blame him. Being reborn and suddenly having people from his past life reappear in a world where he'd lived differently for 17 years was intense. So, though she ached to ease her longing, she decided to wait for him to process it all. She didn't need to say it aloud to her sister. Ereshkigal was always better at reading their master's emotions, though Ishtar would never admit it. With that in mind, she made a throat-clearing sound. But leaving that aside. This world. She murmured, with a rare serious, focused look. There's something wrong with it. Kazuya opened one eye, surprised by her tone. Wrong like. The coffee here's weak, or reality's collapsing. She ignored the jab. Ishtar propped herself up on her elbow, her black hair spilling like a nighttime waterfall. When you summoned me. She continued, something was off. I felt it. Eresh and I were pulled together, and it wasn't like a holy grail war or Chaldea. But the weirdest part. She frowned. Kazuya sat up, sensing this went beyond divine inconvenience. It was the knowledge. He raised an eyebrow. What? Ishtar looked at him, her playful gaze giving way to a sharper edge. She now seemed less a love goddess and more a war strategist. When we're summoned, we usually get an automatic download of the era's basics. A gift from the Grail, you know. She twirled her finger, as if drawing an invisible spiral. But here, it was distorted. I got fragmented data. Something about angels, demons, factions, schools. A world where the supernatural's secret but present. Where heaven and hell make treaties, and humans can wield strange powers. I also learned how you summoned us, a gift from your life as Chaldea's master. I don't fully get it, but it seems you have some access to the throne to call us and enough energy to sustain us without issue, like we're back in Chaldea. Kazuya kept a Saitama-level poker face. He didn't want to talk about his unique skill. As for sustaining them with his magical energy, he didn't even feel his reserves being tapped to keep the two servants in this world. Infinite magical energy for the win. Ereshkigal nodded, aware her sister was avoiding sensitive topics beyond what had already been touched, and she didn't want to trouble her beloved master further. She'd wait for him to return to normal on his own. With that in mind, she added, yes, I had the same experience during my summoning. Can you tell us what's going on, master? Kazuya let out a long sigh. Not the resigned kind from before, but one that said, okay, time for the truth. He sat up, running a hand through his messy hair. First, I want you to understand we're in a completely different world from yours. I'm sure you've noticed. Ishtar rolled her eyes, puffing out her chest with her usual, I already knew, air. Of course I noticed. The sky here's way more saturated. Something in the air's different. More magical, maybe. Ereshkigal, more thoughtful, touched her chin. I felt it too, like the energy here's alive. It's oddly comforting. Almost like Uruk in its golden age. Kazuya nodded. That's because this world's different at its core. Magical energy saturates everything, even the air. An amount of magic only seen in the Age of Gods, well, on a much smaller scale, since this world's infinitely inferior to your original one, but you could call it that, considering gods walk among men here. Ishtar's eyes widened, surprised. Wait, you're saying this world's still stuck in that era? Exactly. But let's take it step by step. First, you need to understand multiverse theory. Multiverse is a term for the hypothetical set of possible universes, including yours. In short, infinite worlds, each with its own systems, laws, and histories. Ereshkigal frowned slightly, worried. So, our world, the Age of Gods ended. But here, it continues. Yes, Kazuya replied. That's the biggest difference. In this world, the Age of Gods never ended. The two goddesses stared in silence. A silence heavy as a prophecy. Ishtar reacted first, pouting. TCH, that explains the massive energy everywhere. But I'm intrigued. Ereshkigal seemed more absorbed. A world where gods still rule, there must be much pain, but also much order. That's terrifying and beautiful. Kazuya nodded. Here's the rundown. First, all mythologies are real. Norse, Greek, Hindu, and especially biblical. Norse gods live in Asgard, Greeks on Olympus, and so on. He paused to let it sink in, then continued. The dominant mythology here is biblical. Demons arose from the underworld, created by the original Lucifer using his wife Lilith's body as a base. They formed the 72 demonic noble houses, extra demons, and armies under them. They live about 10,000 years. They were led by 4 original Satans. All human-like, except for black bat wings. Then come the angels, servants of the biblical god. They have white wings, halos, and wield holy light that burns demons and fallen angels. The goddesses stared as if he'd said the sky was made of cheese. Fallen angels. He continued casually. Angels who went rogue. Impure thoughts, bad choices, the usual. They were cast out and now form a faction called Grigori, led by a guy named Azazel. Now, what happened to these races? The mood grew heavy. Funeral level heavy. There was a war. An epic, world-ending kind. 3 sides, angels, fallen angels, demons. Demons were led by Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus. Angels had none other than God himself. Fallen angels. Azazel, obviously. Amid the chaos, 2 insanely powerful dragons appeared, Draig and Albion. The heavenly dragons. Strong enough to kill gods. Ishtar's ruby eyes gleamed like someone announced a gold jewelry sale. 2 god-killing dragons. I want to ride one, she shouted, leaning forward. Ereshkigal practically hid behind her dress sleeve. That sounds horrific. It was, Kazuya said, expression casual. The three factions had to unite to prevent a bigger catastrophe. In the end, God sacrificed his life to seal both dragons into sacred gears, artifacts that trap their souls. Now they're known as boosted gear and divine dividing. G-God died. Ereshkigal whispered, as if saying it aloud were a sin. Ishtar crossed her arms, puffed her cheeks, and gave her classic spoiled goddess scowl. What kind of god dies like that? In my day, he wouldn't last 2 minutes with a celestial bull chasing him. Weakling. Kazuya raised an eyebrow. Kinda expected that from you. Ereshkigal stayed quiet. Her red eyes lowered slowly, as if she'd heard the name of someone she once knew. Even from another mythology, she murmured, he guided many lives. Knowing he's gone, it's like feeling something we protected broke. Fragile. Ishtar huffed. A classic. Ugh, here comes the depressing talk again. Eresh, do you have to go, tragic poetry, mode all the time? Sorry if I have empathy, Ereshkigal replied with a cute pout, puffing her cheeks. But I'm curious, Ishtar continued. What kind of enemy could defeat this so-called god? Trihexa, Kazuya said, dropping the name like a bomb. The beast emperor of the apocalypse. It wanted one thing, total destruction. God fought it but had to use most of his power to seal it. He entered the war exhausted, and died. Even Ishtar fell silent for half a second. Half a second. Okay, this Trihexa's definitely on my avoid at all costs list. She said with a nervous chuckle. After that, Kazuya went on, the three factions pulled back. Today, they're in a cold war. No direct attacks, but no hugs either. Ereshkigal raised her hand, still with that look of someone who'd watched a tragic historical drama. And, the leaders. Demons have new mouths, Surzek's Gremory as Lucifer, Ajuka as Beelzebub, Seraphal Citri as Leviathan, Falbium as Asmodeus. Angels are led by Michael. Fallen angels stick with Azazel. Now, about those sacred gears I mentioned. They're artifacts created by God and given to humans. Some heal, some blow stuff up. The strongest are called Longinus, unique weapons that can kill gods. If you have one and lose, well, goodbye. Like a noble phantasm. Ishtar exclaimed, excited. Kinda, Kazuya said. Only humans or human hybrids can be born with one. Angels and demons can get one, if they resurrect a human with a gear. Fallen angels even developed a creepy ritual to steal gears from others. Ishtar rolled her eyes. Typical. When they can't create, they steal. These gears have an advanced mode called Balance Breaker, he explained. It's the final stage. Awakens when the wielder feels something intense. Strong emotions, sacrifice, they say it's a flaw in the divine system. Flaw. Ereshkigal tilted her head, curious. But, isn't that kind of beautiful? A system that responds to the human heart. Even a system made by God couldn't ignore our feelings. Ishtar huffed even louder. Beautiful. I call it lazy design. Hey. I just thought it was poetic. Ereshkigal shot back, sulking. And what are these Longinus? Ishtar asked, slipping back into collector of deadly artifacts mode. They're the elite gears. Each is unique, with multiple abilities and god-killing potential. Called tools that destroy God. There are 13. The first was true Longinus. The two fell silent. A rare occurrence. Weapons that kill gods, handed out randomly to humans. Ishtar whistled. Kazuya, give me one. Come on. Just a little one. Ereshkigal looked at him, blushing, almost tripping over her words. Do you have one? Not that I'm curious. Just worried, you know. Kazuya smiled. Enigmatic mode activated. I'll leave that to your imagination. Ishtar narrowed her eyes, suspicious. That was a yes disguised as, none of your business, wasn't it? Orin, I'm so cool I don't need to tell you, which is worse, she added, crossing her arms dramatically. Are you two praising me or trying to pry? Kazuya countered with a crooked smile that irritated and charmed at once. Depends, Ishtar replied with a mischievous grin. Will you give me a sacred gear if I say you're the most amazing human I've ever met? No, he answered instantly. Damn. Ereshkigal rolled her eyes. You really thought that'd work? It worked on half the Mesopotamian gods. Thought it was worth a shot, Ishtar shot back, shameless. Kazuya shook his head. Okay, back to the point. Not every sacred gear wielder knows they have one. Some never awaken. Others manifest in danger. And the stronger it is, the bigger a target you become. How does an ordinary human handle that? Ereshkigal asked, genuinely. Most don't, Kazuya shrugged. They live a normal life until a fallen angel shows up in the school sky and tries to rip out their soul. Nothing new. But back to it. Ishtar practically rolled over him until she was draped across his chest. You've got one of these sacred gears and won't let me play with it. Definitely not the kind of toy you borrow. Ereshkigal flushed. Ishtar let out a wicked laugh. The morning hadn't even properly started. But the clock didn't care. Kazuya glanced at the digital alarm blinking red, 6:47. Crap. He sighed, rubbing his face. Okay, time to face the world. The two stared as if he'd announced the apocalypse. You're leaving? Ereshkigal asked, sitting up slightly. I've got class. Kazuya explained, sitting on the bed and stretching. School. That human institution that slowly drains your soul over 12 years. Ishtar snorted. But you still bother pretending to be a normal student. I'd refuse on principle. You refuse to get up before noon, he retorted. Then he stood, casually stripping off his clothes. Silence. Ishtar raised an eyebrow, a grin spreading like a cat spotting fun. Oh. We didn't even have to ask for a striptease today. Ereshkigal froze, eyes wide, hands covering her face, but with fingers parted. Kazuya. He didn't seem to notice. He walked to the wardrobe and began dressing in his school uniform with the ease of someone who'd shared a room with two deities forever. Relax, guys. I'm pretty, not dangerous. I disagree, Ishtar whispered, still admiring. Definitely dangerous. There should be a divine law against this kind of morning provocation, Ereshkigal mumbled, voice muffled, ears bright red. Kazuya pulled on his pants calmly, then grabbed the white shirt, buttoning it leisurely. You two stay here, okay? I'll be back after class. Ishtar stretched on the bed like a bored goddess on her throne. And what are we supposed to do? Stare out the window like dogs waiting for their owner. You're goddesses. Figure something out. Just don't destroy the apartment. He grabbed his tie but decided against it. And no magic that turns the couch into a gold throne, Ishtar. Buzzkill, she grumbled. Ereshkigal finally lowered her hands and spoke softly, you'll really be back this afternoon. Kazuya looked at her with a gentle smile. Of course, Eresh. I won't abandon you, don't worry. The underworld goddess blushed again, looking away, hugging the pillow like it was a shield against the disarming sweetness. Kazuya was at the door, backpack over his shoulder, ready to face another day at Kuo Academy. Don't destroy the world till I'm back. Bring me some jewels or Swiss chocolate, and I'll consider your case. Ishtar shouted, huffing. The door closed, leaving two goddesses in a silent room. Chapter 9, Principles. The sky over Kuo was absurdly blue that morning, the kind of clear and serene blue that made you suspicious that something very wrong was going to happen by the end of the day. Kazuya walked through the residential streets toward Kuo Academy, his backpack slung over his shoulders and his mind racing a mile a minute. He should have been thinking about the history test, or the fact that he was a freaking dragon thanks to a stunt with the third magic, with eyes capable of seeing the lines of death and infinite magical energy, or the fact that he possessed a Longinus that didn't vanish just because he'd become a dragon. But no. He was thinking about two mythological goddesses, over 4,000 years old, who had, for some reason, decided to move into his house. Ishtar and Ereshkigal. He murmured to himself, his steps echoing calmly on the sidewalk. I literally have two Rin Toes AKAs in goddess form in my room. One wants to kill me with charm, and the other faints if I look at her shirtless. Life was truly an anime. An anime with a gacha script that he himself would have loved to program. If he were watching it, he'd have given it 5 stars on my anime list. But as the protagonist, it was too surreal, even for him, who had already reincarnated. Kazuya took a deep breath, the breeze slightly ruffling his hair. He recalled the exact moment when the two appeared before him, summoned by his personalized gacha, the result of code he himself had created in his past life. A guaranteed summon. Ishtar. And, as an absurd stroke of luck, Ereshkigal right after. Both remembered him as Ritsuka Fujimaru, thanks to the experience card, that rare item that gave him the complete history of a Fate protagonist. He paused for a second next to a vending machine, as if it could somehow help organize the chaos that was his brain at that moment. He was supposed to be happy, right? Any guy in his place would have lost it with joy. Waking up with two goddesses in bed, or rather, being hugged and tackled by both in bed. Check. Romantic comedy vibes. Check. One of them literally throwing herself on top of him. Mega check. But he hadn't done anything. Nothing beyond keeping a safe distance, too safe, considering he had zero resistance to 2D girls. Except they weren't 2D. And that was the difference. He wasn't just an otaku anymore. He was Kazuya, reincarnated, with real powers, and with two goddesses who trusted him because of a past that, technically, wasn't even his. I'm not a beta, he muttered, grabbing a can of iced coffee from the machine. But I'm also not a sleaze without principles. Yes, he wanted more than hugs. Who wouldn't? But he also felt weird, since technically they didn't love him but Ritsuka Fujimaru. So, it wasn't time to move forward like he was playing a dating sim. Besides, he added, opening the can with a snap, if I'm going to do something, it'll be the right way. The problem is, they might have noticed my discomfort and lack of reaction to their summoning and didn't want to talk about it because of that. It was definitely something weird. He took a sip of the coffee and looked toward the buildings of Kuoh, which were already visible ahead. Kazuya smirked. Well, putting all that aside, I summon two divinities and still go to school. And people still ask me why fate is better than any ice guy. With that thought, he kept walking. Kazuya took the last sip of his iced coffee and tossed the can into the trash with the precision of someone who'd re-rolled gacha for 3 hours straight just to get an SSR. A clean, fluid motion, as if his body was made for it. And, honestly, with that Toji Fushiguro-level physique, it probably was. He passed through the gates of Kuo Academy, instantly feeling the collective gaze from the students around him. It was like stepping into a school romance anime with dramatic background music and cherry blossom petals floating in the air, if the petals were size and the stairs could burn clothes. Here we go again. He muttered, already used to the intense looks. It wasn't just his absurd, anime god, level of beauty or the white hair that seemed to glow in the sunlight. It was the whole package. Kazuya Ryougi was the kind of character who'd make even a final villain feel insecure, or at least, he thought so. That's when the student council president appeared. Sona Citri. Elegant. Reserved. The kind of cold, calm aura that hid a brain capable of dismantling any debate with 3 well-chosen words. Beside her, as always, was Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president with a sharp gaze and impeccable posture. They were discussing some paperwork, or maybe reorganizing the schedule for the next demonic civil war, when they noticed Kazuya approaching through the entrance hallway. Good morning, President, Vice President. He greeted with a casual wave and a light smile. The kind of smile that should be outlawed, because it made even the school's gargoyles jealous. Sona adjusted her glasses, keeping her professional tone. Good morning, Ryugi-san. Are you adjusting well to the school? Better than I expected. He replied, stopping beside them. I haven't been hit by a cursed baseball yet, so I think I'm ahead. Tsubaki blinked, surprised. Does that happen often here? I hope not. Kazuya said with a cheeky chuckle. But with this school, you never know. Half the students look like they stepped straight out of a shonen anime. Sona smiled. Subtly, but she smiled. You fit that profile quite well. If that's a compliment, thank you. If it's a threat, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. Tsubaki looked away, and for a second, he noticed it. A faint, almost imperceptible glint, but definitely there, attraction. It wasn't surprising. Not with what he was. His eyes were so absurdly beautiful that they sometimes seemed more real than reality itself. Well. Sona said, slipping back into stoic president mode. We'll see you later, Ryugi-san. Remember to submit the extracurricular activities form by Friday. Oh, right. He had that to do. He'd almost forgotten he needed to find a club by the end of the week or at least give a reason why he wouldn't join one. If I'm not kidnapped by some cosmic entity by then, I'll get it done, he replied with a half-wave before heading down the hallway. That's when he heard it. 2 students whispering near the staircase, with the excitement of someone who just watched a new episode of Dragon Ball. Did you hear? The pervert trio. They became fans of Kiba. Like, actual fans. One of them even wrote poetry. I know. I saw Matsuda defending Kiba in the courtyard. Said Kiba-senpai's shine was like the light of justice. That was before he passed out. Kazuya stopped. A smile crept slowly across his lips, like the scythe of death. Zehahahaha. The laugh echoed in his mind, resounding like Blackbeard's in one piece, complete with a sinister echo and the sound of thunder in the background of his imagination. Of course it was him. They were saved from hormonal degeneracy. But the price? They became founding members of the Kiba Brilliant Justice Fan Club. Kazuya tried not to laugh out loud. Tried. Failed. Zihahaha. He let out softly as he climbed the stairs. The girls nearby nearly tripped. One of them even leaned against the wall, as if that sound had awakened a new masochistic part of her brain. He ignored it and kept walking to the 3rd floor, where the 3rd-year classroom was. On the way, more stairs. Guys pretending they weren't staring. Girls not pretending they were staring. Even teachers struggling to keep their composure. And all Kazuya could think was, man, How does anyone go back to being an otaku in peace after this? The answer? They didn't. But honestly, he didn't want to go back either. Putting that aside, Kazuya entered the third-year classroom with the calm of someone who'd just beaten a secret RPG boss with MP to spare. The room was practically empty, which wasn't exactly a surprise. There were 10 minutes until the bell, meaning most students were still in canteen side quest mode or training for the dramatic hallway staring tournament. He scanned the place with a lazy glance and confirmed what he suspected: neither Rias, Akino, Sona, nor Tsubaki were there yet. He'd just run into the latter too, so it'd be weird if they'd beaten him to the classroom. Which, honestly, was great. It gave him time to breathe. Literally. All four, in their own way, had the bad habit of causing heart palpitations in normal people. Kazuya walked to the back of the room, where his seat awaited. He sat down with a light sigh, pulling his backpack with one hand and leaning back as if sinking into the couch of a slice-of-life anime. Then he looked at his hand. More specifically, at the 3 command seals etched on it, which no one seemed to have noticed. Obviously, he'd hidden them by keeping his hand in his pocket or something to avoid anyone thinking he was a delinquent with a tattoo. 3 red marks in the shape of an arc. They were beautiful, perfect, heavy with history and a power that shouldn't exist in this world. For a moment, the classroom faded. In its place, flashes. A battle in Chaldea, shouts echoing through icy corridors. Ishtar laughing as she unleashed a blast of energy like a proper archer. Mashu, shield forward, blocking a blow that could shatter mountains. Musashi facing an enemy with that look torn between death and freedom. And him, at the center of it all, calling to them, guiding, protecting, choosing. That was his life. And he loved every second of it, or rather, his Ritsuka Fujimaru version loved it, and so did he, playing every day on his phone. Still, now he was here. In a Japanese high school full of demons, fallen angels, and dangerously beautiful girls. With weekly tests, literature classes, and Rias Gremory as his project partner. It was surreal. But the truth hit, soft and inevitable, like the end of a sad Clannad episode. I'm being an idiot. Kazuya closed his eyes. He felt the tingling of the command seals pulsing, as if the bonds with them vibrated beneath his skin. It wasn't just magic. It was intimacy. A kind of connection that made the idea of a normal life feel empty. I don't deserve this. The thought came instinctively. Almost automatically. But then, as if Ishtar had kicked down the door of his consciousness, which was entirely possible, another thought cut through the fog. You already earned it, idiot. That's why they followed you here. Kazuya let out a short laugh. It wasn't sarcastic. It was almost liberating. Yeah. I'm the guy who summoned 2 goddesses who are my wives from a game I dedicated my life to playing. And I'm still here pretending I can't accept this life because, technically, they're not in love with me. He leaned back further in his seat, looking at the sky through the window. The sun shone over Kuo as if everything were at peace. But inside him, a war was being won, a war between what he was, and what he was afraid to be. He wasn't just a gacha-obsessed gamer anymore. He was Ritsuka Fujimaru. He was the master of Chaldea. It didn't matter if he'd won this life through a lucky draw, that card brought Ritsuka Fujimaru's life, as if he were remembering a past life. And you know what? He finally accepted it. For real. He was still pretending he needed to fight for something when, for the first time in a long time, he'd been given the chance to live. To really live. To sleep 8 hours a night, eat rice balls slowly, and re-roll gacha every morning. It was like living as the character he'd created after years of dedication and pain. And accepting that. It lifted an enormous weight off his shoulders. Kazuya smiled. A sincere, calm smile. The kind Mashu used to say he only showed when he knew everything would turn out okay in the end. He ran his fingers over the command seals and spoke softly, to no one but himself. All right, universe. Let's see how far this goes. Putting that aside, he noticed the students arriving. The quiet silence of the classroom was slowly broken by the sound of hurried footsteps and lively chatter from people who had no idea what kind of identity crisis had just unfolded there. First came the normals, or as close to normal as you could expect at Kuo Academy. A group of boys entered, laughing loudly, probably discussing the new chapter of Bleach, while one of the girls swung a massive Rem keychain, as if it were the most natural thing in the world to carry a piece of waifu on her backpack zipper. Something he did in his past life. A couple came in next, debating whether the literature assignment could be submitted typed. Kazuya cast a brief, almost pitying glance. Ah, the innocence. He thought. Little do they know this school demands more survival skills than a Souls-like RPG. Then came the back row veterans, 3 guys with that, I didn't study, but I'll copy from the right guy vibe. They gave Kazuya a quick glance, hesitated, and moved on in silence. It was always like that. A mix of respect, suspicion, and slight existential dread. Next came the girls from Ryusu's fan club. Yes, there was a fan club. It wasn't official, but it was militantly active. Two of them passed by him and chirped a "Good morning, Ryugi-san," with that little smile that said, "If you want to steal my heart, I'll drop it on the floor to make it easier." Kazuya just responded with a subtle wave. He was starting to understand how Fate's Gilgamesh felt with that whole "ants and dust in the wind" thing. At that moment, the door opened with a soft click. He looked up. Ryusu Gremory walked in. Her red hair, vibrant like magical embers in the morning sun. Her gaze was calm but held that spark of curiosity she only showed when she wanted something. And right behind her, Akino, smiling in that way that made you wonder whether to run or surrender immediately. A little later, the door opened again. And that's when the atmosphere shifted. Sona walked in. Impeccable as always. Uniform perfectly aligned, posture of someone carrying more responsibilities than most adults in Japan. Beside her, Tsubaki, the vice president, with the same serene and focused expression, as if they were there for a high-stakes meeting, not a regular high school class. The two made their way to their seats with the elegance of queens on a chessboard. And then, the final piece entered the board. The teacher. A short woman with glasses and an perpetually exhausted expression, as if every day was both Friday and Monday at the same time. "Sit down, let's begin," she said, entirely unimpressed by Kazuya's cosmic charisma. To her, it was just another morning. The students settled in. The chatter stopped, and the class began. But for everyone, bad news. The dull thud of stacks of printer paper on the teacher's desk. "Pop quiz, not so pop anymore," she said with a bored sigh, starting to hand out the test sheets. "And before anyone complains, yes, I warned you last week. It's on the schedule. It's on the board. And it's in your souls, if you pay the bare minimum attention." In the back row, one of the "I didn't study, but I'll copy from the right guy" veterans whispered. "We're screwed." "Relax," said the second, already pulling out his pencil with the confidence of someone who'd guess everything. "Trust the statistical divination method. Cumulative stupidity method, more like," commented the third, staring at the test like it was an arcane text in a forbidden language. Kazuya froze. Quiz. There was a quiz today. The question echoed like a belated epiphany. He blinked, trying to recall. There was something vague, a distorted memory of an announcement at the end of the last class, the board full of red notes, and maybe someone in the class mentioning studying chemistry while he was distracted analyzing the flow of a leaf floating outside the window. Priorities, you know. He looked at the sheet being placed on his desk. Letters, formulas, questions, an entire science test, with questions on basic physics, chemical equations, and some theoretical biology questions. The kind of thing that made an average student break out in a cold sweat. Kazuya, however, took a deep breath. The first question was about kinematics. The second, covalent bonds. The third, photosynthesis. And all of it. All of it was too simple. As a nerd, how the hell would he struggle with this? Yes, he was being arrogant. But he had the backing to justify it, thanks to Ritsuka Fujiwara's memories. His mind had already processed formulas and phenomena far more complex than any school curriculum would dare teach. He'd memorized Avogadro's number to help Da Vinci recreate alchemical reactions. He'd solved temporal paradoxes and analyzed quantum reality explosions during singularities where time collapsed on itself, thanks to Da Vinci-chan and the route he'd taken with her. But beyond that, he'd literally discussed the fundamental laws of the universe with Nikola Tesla while deciphering a magical energy circuit from lost civilizations. Want more? Whether through general knowledge or cheating via Kazuya's version of Ritsuka Fujiwara's memories. Filling out that sheet was like playing with toothpicks. The answers came in sequence, flowing like water. He didn't even need to stop to think. He just wrote. The pen danced on the paper as if eager to show the world what it meant to be genius in human form. Around him, chaos ensued. "What's the formula for average speed again?" one whispered. "It's that mole thing, right?" "Like mole and sugar," said another, completely lost. Akino, a few rows ahead, seemed focused but occasionally threw curious glances over her shoulder. Ryusu, beside her, had the noble posture of someone who studied and wanted it noticed. But even she had noticed that Kazuya was writing without hesitation, as if he were just copying something he'd memorized years ago. Sona, further ahead, paused for a second, as if sensing something odd. She glanced back discreetly, only to see Kazuya's calm gaze, steady hand, and relaxed demeanor of someone who shouldn't be that calm. A nearly imperceptible spark of interest gleamed in the student council president's eyes. Tsubaki noticed it too. And finally, when time was up, the teacher collected the tests with the same bored expression. "Use the next few minutes to rest. We'll grade them tomorrow." In the back row trio looked like a devastated battlefield. I pick B for everything. One of them's gotta be right. Man, question 5 was in German. I swear, said the second, head down on his desk. I drew a Pikachu on the last question. Maybe I'll get points for creativity. Kazuya leaned back in his chair, letting out a subtle sigh. I need to pay more attention to dates. But at least it was easy. And it was true. Even without knowing there was a test, he'd aced it. Call him a Sigma nerd hottie. Chapter 10, Physical Education. The morning continued, and Kazuya tackled the rest of his classes like someone who'd already beaten the game and was now just watching the cutscene. Math came next, and honestly, it felt like an insult to his intelligence after what he'd just done on the science test. The teacher explained logarithm properties as if unraveling an ancient mystery, while he jotted notes out of politeness, with the same energy as someone signing a contract without reading it because they already know they'll win either way. During history, he amused himself watching one of the back row veterans try to sleep with his eyes open. Between classes, Kazuya spent some time on his phone, which, yes, he'd inherited from his predecessor but hadn't used much because he was too busy with the whole reincarnation deal. He downloaded a gacha game, spinning the gacha for a magical idle game he swore he only played for the story. 3 pulls. 3 duplicate characters. The frustration was so intense he had to take a deep breath to avoid cursing out loud. The universe had blessed him with intelligence, looks, and even magical powers in this new life, but still made him suffer with drop rates. Cosmic justice, perhaps. Finally, the lunch bell rang. And with it, an epiphany. Oh. He froze for a second. I forgot to make lunch yesterday. Hunger hit with the force of a big bang attack. Kazuya stood up with the calm of a warrior who'd already accepted his fate. He pocketed his phone, grabbed his wallet, and headed to the cafeteria, ignoring the chatter around him, like an anime protagonist marching to face the final boss, the curry rice line. Kuo Academy's cafeteria was as lively as ever. Groups formed at the tables, otakus, athletes, club members, random people. He grabbed the cheapest combo, rice, miso soup, and a somewhat sad croquette. He sat in a quieter corner near the window, where he could see the blue sky and pretend his life wasn't an ice guy where he had to deal with demons, gacha, and absurdly dangerous girls in love with him. Oh, Ryougi-san, alone again, came a sweet voice. He looked up. It was one of the girls from Rias's fan club. Gentle smile. Sparkling eyes. Stealing oxygen. Habit. He replied, polite but brief. She blushed, giggled, and scurried off as if she'd just heard a confession. Kazuya sighed. Real-life fan service. Dangerous. The food was decent. Nothing special, but enough to sate a reincarnated otaku's hunger. When he finished, he returned for the afternoon classes, philosophy and PE. Philosophy. Well. It was just a matter of not falling asleep and pretending existence made sense. But PE was where the chaos returned. It was athletics day. All the boys had that defeated air of knowing that running under the April sun wasn't anyone's definition of fun. Kazuya, on the other hand, showed up in the school shirt, track pants, and muscles. Not ordinary muscles. Muscles sculpted by Greek gods, the result of a reincarnated body with physical prowess at the level of, my abs have more definition than Evangelion's plot. When he took off his jacket and revealed a physique a la Toji Fushiguro in Jujutsu Kaisen assassin mode, there was silence. And then. For the love of God. Muttered one of the veterans. How does someone look like that? He's got AV in his muscles. AV. Man. I'm questioning my masculinity. Shut up and keep staring. The girls, meanwhile, didn't bother hiding it. There were squeals. There were sighs. There was even one who fainted, though maybe it was dehydration, but Kazuya suspected it was something more hormonal. Rias and Akino. He could feel the burning desire in their eyes, though the redhead had already seen him shirtless and, thinking about it, had impressive self-control. Sona blushed, on the other hand, but didn't look away. The activity was simple, endurance running. 100 meters, then 200. Kazuya. He completed both like he was strolling to grab the remote. No sweating. No panting. He even helped a classmate up after they tripped. The teacher looked at him like he'd just witnessed the birth of the next Olympic champion. Have you ever considered joining the track team? I've also considered summoning a dragon with a gacha ticket. But, you know, priorities. The teacher fell silent, pondering whether that was sarcasm, poetry, or pure insanity. With the class over, the sun began to set, and the air took on that golden hue of late afternoon that made everything look prettier, even the school bills. Kazuya grabbed his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and left the locker room with the same calm air of someone who'd survived another school day, even if, technically, he was an isekai protagonist with gacha powers, parallel memories, and a physique that made even the real world's NPCs glitch. And it was only Tuesday. Tough life, huh? He walked leisurely through Kuoh's streets, the sky painted in shades of orange and gold reflected in the buildings. A gentle breeze swayed the tree branches, and he savored that brief moment of calm like a proper anime protagonist would, with dramatic introspection and an imaginary emotional soundtrack. His conversation with Ryas during the break echoed in his mind. She'd approached with that noble, concerned air, the kind of presence that made even the school's fluorescent lights seem more sophisticated around her, saying she couldn't come to his place because she had some family matters to resolve. That was it. A restrained smile, a more serious look than usual, and done. The rest was left to his imagination, which, let's be honest, wasn't a great idea when you have an otaku mind fueled by years of fanfics and school romance anime. She seemed worried. He noticed the way her brow furrowed, as if something big was about to blow up, and, being the world of High School DxD, it probably was. Must be that engagement with risotto. Riser. Right. The talking roasted chicken. Kazuya sighed, kicking a pebble on the asphalt. The truth? He didn't care. Ryas was amazing, powerful, intelligent, and all that, but the original script was constantly at risk of being thrown out the window ever since he reincarnated. Maybe Issei wouldn't even become a demon this time. Unless, of course, Kiba invited him with that smile that defied all definitions of ambiguity. Zehahaha. He laughed. A deep, sinister laugh, worthy of Blackbeard himself in a moment of evil epiphany. A few passers-by subtly stepped away when they heard it. My fault, huh, he murmured, pretending to hit his head with a closed fist. Sorry, Issei. I didn't mean for you to fall for Kiba, but, let's be real, the guy's too pretty for this world. The mental image of Issei dramatically confessing to Kiba amid swirling sakura petals nearly made him trip from laughing so hard. Asterisk, for you, Kiba-kun, I'd abandon boobs. Asterisk that should become a catchphrase. He stopped in front of a vending machine, grabbing a can of iced coffee with a mechanical clack, and leaned against a nearby pole while taking a sip. He reflected, in silence, on how fragile the timeline was. His apartment wasn't far. A simple but functional building. He climbed the stairs as if ascending the steps of the Temple of Time, each one a reminder that he needed to pull something really good tomorrow or he'd lose it. The sound of the apartment door opened with a soft click, followed by the creak of wood as Kazuya pushed it inward. He stepped inside with the calm of someone expecting a quiet night, complete with a hot bath, backlog anime, and a few more failed gacha pulls. After all, hope was the last to die. Right before the wallet. But what he found made him freeze in the doorway like he'd just stepped into a rank EX magical trap. Welcome back, master. Came a melodious, dangerously provocative voice. There she was. Ishtar. She was wearing pajama shorts so short they had no right to be, a mix of a crime against sanity and a divine gift to mortal eyes. Her tight top revealed a smooth, defined midriff, and the gleam of her golden jewelry contrasted with the simplicity of the fabric. She still wore her usual accessories, dangling earrings with the Mesopotamian Venus symbol, bracelets, and that adorned tiara that seemed to say, I'm gorgeous, dangerous, and could probably blow up your apartment if you step wrong. Her black hair was tied up high, in the same style as Rin Tosaka, which only made everything worse. Or better. She was fiddling with the microwave as if it were an Enki golem from Uruk about to explode, though the dish inside was just frozen lasagna. You look surprised. Don't like seeing me. She spun on her heels, that half-smile playing on her lips as if she were enjoying his mental collapse. Or is it my outfit? He swallowed hard. Literally. Well, you. Kazuya tried to form a sentence but sounded more like a modem dialing up in 2002. Ishtar crossed her arms, the gesture accentuating her chest even more, which was utterly unfair. You're my master, right? So I thought I should adapt to the environment. Her tone was as innocent as a nuclear bomb with a sorry note attached. And before you complain, that lasagna was in the freezer. I didn't break into anywhere to get it. Kazuya took a deep breath. Closed the door behind him. You know this isn't fair, right? He muttered, tossing his backpack onto the couch. What? Me, wandering around the house in minimal clothing while I'm completely vulnerable, sweet, and at your mercy. She approached with calm steps, playing with a strand of her hair. You memorized that speech, didn't you? Maybe. She laughed. The kind of laugh that should come with a warning, risk of spontaneous cardiac combustion. She stopped in front of him. Her red eyes locked onto his, full of sparks and a hint of genuine affection. There was no doubt, no hesitation. To Ishtar, he wasn't just a master. He was her master. The one who'd won her heart in the battles of Uruk, the skies of Babylonia, the bad jokes, and the near-death moments. And now, here, in a modest Kuo apartment, she was looking at him like it had all been worth it. Kazuya, she said, her tone softer now. I know it must be strange for you, memories of a past life where you died to save everyone, and now you've managed to summon my sister and me again. It must all feel a bit weird, but you don't know how long I've waited to see that look again. And then he pulled her. He grabbed her waist with one hand, pulling her close in one swift motion. The other hand slid to the nape of her neck, tangling in her tied-up hair. She gasped, surprised, just for a moment, before smiling with that fiery gleam in her eyes. And then he kissed her. Not a timid or hesitant kiss. It was a hungry kiss. Intense. Laden with the weight of a passion that crossed worlds and reincarnations. His mouth met hers with firmness, and she yielded, their lips entwined in a hot, unrestrained dance. His tongue explored, demanding, and hers responded in kind, without shame, without restraint, as if they'd both waited lifetimes for this. Her hands gripped his shoulders, then slid down his back, lightly scratching, sending shivers down his spine. The heat building between their bodies was almost magical, not literally, though with a goddess involved, that was possible, but in the sense that it made the air around them vibrate, as if the world had paused to watch. When their lips parted, both were breathless. She smiled, a satisfied, warm, and slightly victorious smile. Finally. I thought I'd have to summon Gugalana to get you to act. Kazuya gave a half-smile, still dizzy. You don't play fair, Ishtar. I'm a goddess, Kazuya. We invented the concept of cheating. The lasagna beeped in the microwave. A sharp, almost annoying sound, like an moment over cue straight out of an anime script. But neither of them moved. They were still pressed together by the heat of a kiss that seemed to have melted half his logic and every master-servant relationship Protocol Chaldea had ever tried to enforce. Kazuya looked at Ishtar with a faint smile. After everything he'd been through, after so many losses, so many battles. After accepting that he was, indeed, a luckier, more functional version of Ritsuka Fujimaru, he'd decided to stop fighting the improbable. After all, how could he resist something that had crossed entire lifetimes to reach him? That's when he heard the sound of the bedroom door opening. And a delicate voice, soft as the breeze of a shadowy garden, echoed behind them. That's not fair, Ishtar. He turned. There she was. Ereshkigal. Wearing white pajama shorts that barely covered half her thighs and a light blue top slightly longer than her sister's, just enough to make it clear she'd chosen something more modest, but only slightly. Her ruby eyes were half-lidded, and her flushed face betrayed that it wasn't just jealousy. It was wounded pride, guilt, and that adorable kind of embarrassment that made any otaku's heart want to bash itself against a wall. Her blonde hair was loose, framing her shoulders like a mantle of golden light. I was summoned today too, you know, she murmured, looking at the two of them. It's not fair, you acting like that with her, and ignoring me. Ishtar rolled her eyes. Oh, please, are you going to make a scene just because he has good taste? Ishtar. Ereshkigal stammered, her fists clenching at her sides. That's not, you know I like him too. Kazuya watched the scene with a faint smile tugging at his lips. For a moment, just one, he felt like he might have pulled something rarer than SSRs that day. He'd gained something far more precious. Genuine affection. Love from two goddesses. No gacha could compete with that. Ereshkigal. She looked up, surprised. He walked toward her with slow but deliberate steps. And when he stopped in front of her, he didn't give her time to say anything else. His hand found her waist, pulling her close, and the other gently cupped her cheek. Her face turned scarlet, her eyes wide, her lips parted as if her system had crashed. He didn't hesitate. And he kissed her. Not as an apology. Not as a consolation prize. It was a real kiss. Full of feeling. A firm yet gentle touch, deep as the halls of the underworld Ereshkigal ruled. His mouth met hers in a soft but soon demanding fit, as if challenging every divine pact and rule. She gasped against his lips, her body trembling slightly in surprise, but she didn't pull away. On the contrary, her arms slowly rose, wrapping around his shoulders until they locked behind his neck. She pulled him closer, and then she responded, timidly at first, but with a sweet intensity that sent shivers down his spine. Her tongue met his, hesitant and warm, and when he deepened the kiss, she let out a soft moan, lost in the moment. Ishtar, across the room, raised an eyebrow so hard it nearly activated her noble phantasm. Okay, this is just personal provocation now. When Kazuya and Ereshkigal parted, her eyes were shining with emotion. Her cheeks flushed, her lips slightly wet. She smiled shyly, resting her forehead against his. Thank you, for not leaving me out. How could I leave you out? Kazuya murmured, his fingers brushing her cheek with a tenderness that completely contrasted with the fact that he was, technically, one of the most dangerous and destructive dragons in the multiverse. You're important to me, Eresh. I missed you. She blushed even more, her gaze sparkling with a mix of happiness and pure embarrassment. It was the kind of expression that reminded Kazuya why it was worth moving forward, even when life felt like a gacha event with a 0.0001% chance. Ishtar's voice shattered the moment like a bolt from Uruk. TCH, alright, I get it. Kissing in my face, live humiliation. She crossed her arms, huffing with a pout as adorable as it was dangerous. And here I am, spending my jewels to make lasagna for an idiot master who doesn't appreciate this goddess and worship me with the respect I deserve. Kazuya rolled his eyes hard enough to, for a moment, activate his passive skill, slice of life protagonist patience. Ishtar, he said, stepping to the side and facing her with that half-mocking, half-affectionate smile. I'll be honest. The gesture was cute, but you know that microwave lasagna has more chemistry than something Da Vinci would whip up on a Friday night, right? And honestly, one of these days, I'll treat you both to a proper dinner. Something worthy of goddesses. He paused for a moment. His brain, always in gacha gamer survival mode, processed the idea with a silent pang of terror. I'm gonna need money for that. Since he'd taken over the body of an orphan in this world, his bank account was broke. Ridiculous. He muttered, but this time to himself, sighing. One of the most powerful beings in the world, and I still have to budget for delivery. Luckily, only he heard that. He didn't want to make a bad impression on his two servants. Ishtar raised an eyebrow, softening just a bit. So you're saying you'll take us out to dinner like a good master? Like a good boyfriend? Kazuya said, half teasing, half testing the word. Ishtar's eyes widened for a second. Ereshkigal choked silently. Hey, he raised his hands. Calm down before you say anything. I just thought, well, maybe it's time to stop pretending this is just a servant-master bond. It's not. The two goddesses exchanged a look. The silence that fell wasn't uncomfortable, it was heavy with unspoken feelings. Though he'd been with both during the seventh singularity thanks to the mod he'd installed in the game, and had kind of been their lover through the rest of Fate/Grand Order's story, he hadn't removed the master-servant relationship status. And now that this was real life, he wanted to make it more real, hence his suggestion. Ishtar was the first to recover, puffing out her chest, unnecessarily, and pointing at him with that fiery, competitive gleam in her eyes. If you're taking me to dinner, it better be somewhere with decent wine. And dessert, got it? Sure, Kazuya grumbled, already mentally calculating how many times he'd have to risk his life by the end of the month to afford it. Ereshkigal gently tugged at his sleeve, smiling shyly. Can we go together, just the three of us? Of course, he replied softly. You're part of my life now. Whether we're in Uruk, Babylonia, Chaldea, or Kuoh, wherever we are, it's the three of us. Both smiled, one with pride and fire in her eyes, the other with tenderness and a touch of dreaminess on her lips. And the microwave, poor thing, kept beeping behind them. Ignored. Defeated. A victim of a divine love triangle with more emotional power than an anime finale. And in that small apartment, in a world where angels, demons, and dragons bickered like it was a collectible card game, Kazuya, diehard otaku, master of goddesses, legendary dragon, and former Fujimaru from a past life, simply smiled. After all, sometimes, the best reward from a gacha was what came after the SSR. Chapter 11, Change. It was a little before the battle against Tiamat, at the inn where Chaldea stayed to rest in Uruk. Huh. Ishtar yawned, eyeing her doppelganger with a mischievous glint. As expected, Ereshkigal looked utterly perplexed, eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, frozen like a statue. Frankly, even Ishtar herself admitted the plan was bold, but that was exactly why she believed in it. She loved these absurd, unpredictable, passionate ideas. The real question was, would Ereshkigal go along with it? Nearly 5 minutes passed in tense silence before Ereshkigal finally managed to process what had been said. When she spoke, it was almost an incredulous whisper, why you're serious? I swear on the tablets of destiny themselves, Ishtar replied with a faint smile. The Lancer's eyes widened even further. She just said what I think she said. The weight of the proposal crashed over Ereshkigal like the room itself had grown denser, as if gravity had chosen to bear down solely on her shoulders. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to process it. So, you're really talking about him? Ishtar hesitated for a moment, her eyes softening. I'd be a fool if I wasn't. I mean, when it comes to men, he's one in a million. It was rare to see the goddess of love with such tenderness on her face. Even though it was Ereshkigal's face, the Lancer could feel the emotions behind the mask. They were genuine. A goddess of love falling in love, ironic, don't you think? You don't fall in love easily. And the few who manage it, they usually meet tragic ends. I could even make a list. Ishtar's brief smile confirmed, she knew. Ereshkigal did too. That only made it all the more unbelievable. Both of us, in love with the same man. If someone had told me this a while ago, I'd have laughed. Especially at the idea of having to share him with you. Her tone was light, but there was a melancholic note in her voice. An implicit acknowledgement of the scenario's impossibility, or its madness. Ereshkigal raised an eyebrow. And why not settle it with a duel to the end? It'd be more traditional. She spoke with an almost cynical tone, but the image of hundreds of fools who'd ended up in the underworld for similar reasons flashed through her mind. What irony it would be if the goddess herself now played that role. Ishtar sighed, crossing her arms. First, I don't think that's feasible in our situation. Second, we don't have much time, since we'll soon face the last enemies of this singularity, and Kazuya will return to Chaldea. And third. She fixed her with a serious look. Do you really think Kazuya would want to see us fighting over him? Ereshkigal's gaze faltered. She knew the answer even before Ishtar finished. If they fought, everyone would lose. Kazuya most of all, he'd suffer, blame himself, pull away. And that would be unforgivable. Gilgamesh would love to watch from the sidelines, but it wasn't something she wanted to see happen. I know he's mortal, that his time in this world is short. The Lancer murmured, her fingers interlaced on the table. But that doesn't make the feelings any less. In fact, it makes everything even more precious, Ishtar said softly. That's why I want to cherish every second by his side. Every little moment. For a moment, the goddess of war and love wasn't a divine entity or a force of nature. She was just a woman, in love, vulnerable. And across the table, Ereshkigal was a mirror of that same emotion. What if we end up overwhelming him? The question came as a whisper, but the fear was real. We won't. Or at least, we'll try not to. Ishtar shrugged. That's what love is, right? Taking a risk. Even without guarantees. Ereshkigal took a deep breath. She sat up straight, her expression resolute. I won't ask for your word, you've already given it. In return, I offer mine. She nodded firmly. All right. I'm in, Ishtar. Now there's just one thing left, will Kazuya accept this too? Honestly. I hope so. Ishtar yawned, as if all the tension of the conversation had evaporated. How about we leave the details for tomorrow? This day's been way too long. I need a nap, you. Deal. Kazuya stared at the steaming lasagna on his plate like it was a final boss in carbohydrate form, resting his elbows on the table with the resigned expression of someone who'd already lost to RNG multiple times that week alone. This looks radioactively honest, he commented, poking a piece with his fork. But considering it was made by a goddess, any food made with care is already worth more than any jewel. Before Ishtar, seated at the other end of the table, could respond, he took a bite. He chewed. Swallowed. Looked at Ishtar with a serious expression. So, good news, I'm still alive. Ishtar made a face, crossing her arms, offended with an intensity that would probably make any lesser deity evaporate from shame. Hey. That was made with care, okay. This lasagna was a symbolic gesture of gratitude. A divine favor. A culinary offering. The repayment of a magnanimous and infinitely marvelous goddess. Who used a microwave, Kazuya muttered, chewing cautiously, and forgot to remove the plastic under the tray. This tastes like melted polymer with a slight hint of frustration. You're complaining about the food of a goddess of war and love, you ungrateful master. I'm not complaining. But made with care. You're not even eating it, it was made for someone else to eat, right? Kazuya shot back, raising an eyebrow. Ishtar turned her face away, nose in the air. Of course not. Eating that would be beneath my dignity. I'm a high-class goddess, literally. This food was made for a mortal, adorably useless man like you to feel loved. Ereshkigal, beside him, nearly choked on the laugh she tried to hide behind her hands. She was kneeling by the table, materialized in a completely natural way, with an expression so delicate it could have come straight out of a shoujo romance, yet her spiritual core hummed with an aura that could turn a continent into an underworld with a snap of her fingers. Can I feed you? Ereshkigal asked softly, her cheeks flushed with that charmingly devastating shyness. Just to make up for the bad food. I should have made it myself instead of leaving it to Ishtar. The dragon nearly choked on the piece of burnt cheese. Ishtar immediately spun around, eyes sparking. What? Just a little. If it's not a problem. Ereshkigal already had a spoon in hand. Kazuya glanced sideways, then at the lasagna, then at Ishtar, who was trembling with jealousy and indignation 2 meters away. The equation was simple. Sure, Eresh. I'm fine with it. Ereshkigal smiled as if she'd won the celestial lottery, carefully picking up the fork and blowing on a piece before bringing it to his mouth. Surprisingly better than when I eat it myself, he thought, accepting the food as if it were the most normal thing in the world, which, honestly, it was starting to be. While Ereshkigal fed him a bite of lasagna with the care of someone offering divine ambrosia, Ishtar huffed beside them. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Fine, two can play this game. She grabbed another spoon, leaned in from the other side, and practically shoved it into his mouth. Here. Take it. Top-quality magical energy. This one's burnt, he said with his mouth full. Silence. For a while, it went back and forth, one goddess feeding him with sweetness, the other with passionate anger. Kazuya, like a true Isekai protagonist, accepted his fate and the melted cheese with serenity. Between bites, he asked casually, "So, what did you two do today?" Ereshkigal answered first, her voice soft, "We walked around the city a bit. Ishtar wanted to take a look, and I went along to keep her out of trouble. Don't worry, we wore normal clothes and didn't do anything magical to draw attention. We stopped at a nearby park full of kids and normal people. And there was this old lady who offered us pastries," Ishtar added, ignoring her sister's words because she couldn't stay quiet, now clearly fishing for extra points. "She called me her granddaughter and said I should get married soon. Can you believe that? Married. Me. And you took the pastries anyway," Ereshkigal murmured, amused. "Details," Ishtar shot back, waving a dismissive hand. "Point is, we took a stroll, saw the human world. And maybe I grabbed some jewels from an abandoned shop. And before you say anything, it was abandoned, okay? Well, I mean, it was a gift. Sitting in the display, nobody took it, I considered it a divine sign. Besides, nobody saw." Ereshkigal sighed. "I saw. And now you just told him." Ishtar blinked, processing. "Oh. Small detail," Kazuya said, raising an eyebrow. "Like the plastic in the lasagna. You're not letting that go, are you?" He laughed, swallowing another bite. The feeling of being cared for, literally fed by two goddesses who loved him, was strangely comforting. The minutes passed quickly. Kazuya finished chewing the last piece of lasagna with a sigh, satisfied or resigned, it was hard to tell. Okay, that was a culinary experience. He pushed the plate aside, wiping his fingers on a napkin like a warrior who'd just cleared a dungeon with poison, burn, and continuous damage debuffs. "I'm gonna take a shower." He stood, stretching his arms. The defined muscles of his shoulders and arms shifted under his loose shirt, instantly drawing the attention of the two deities watching him as if he'd activated a passive seduction noble phantasm. Ishtar flashed a wicked smile. Her eyes gleamed with that hot, signature mischief, an explosive mix of love goddess and S-class tsundere. She watched him stand with the predatory gaze of a bored hunter about to have some fun. "Shower, huh?" Ishtar repeated, her smile slow, malicious, and dangerous enough to make any mortal rethink their life choices. "Need divine help scrubbing your back, master." "Ishtar." Ereshkigal grumbled, though the faint blush creeping onto her rosy cheeks said far more than her voice let on. She bit her lower lip discreetly, looking away like an innocent maiden in a drama, which was hilarious, considering she was literally a goddess of death who ruled Mesopotamia's underworld. Kazuya shrugged, completely oblivious, or pretending to be, to the emotional meltdown he was causing with a simple movement. "Just gonna relax a bit." Ereshkigal averted her eyes, but her gaze lingered a little too long on his broad back as he headed toward the hallway. The image from that morning still burned in her mind, the casual way Kazuya had stripped off his clothes in front of them to put on his uniform, revealing a body sculpted like a celestial warrior, with defined lines, pale skin, and a calm air that clashed with the physical intensity he now carried, so different from the leaner, more youthful Fujimaru of before. The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of the bathroom door closing and the faint rush of water starting. Ishtar still stared down the hallway, resting her chin in one hand with a thoughtful expression, a mix of admiration and pure, shameless lust. "Not that I'm complaining, but, when did he get that hot?" she murmured, more to herself. Ereshkigal, still flushed, jumped slightly. "Irrelevant." "That's irrelevant. Our duty is to love him for who he is, not objectify him." "Liar," Ishtar shot back with a smirk. "You're blushing down to your soul, little sister." Ereshkigal clutched her hands in her lap, looking away as if the floor had suddenly become fascinating. But the truth was, she could still see, with the clarity of a freshly carved memory, the moment he'd taken off his shirt that morning. But what really broke her heart was the contrast. That young man from Chaldea was kind, brave, a little clumsy, and always ready to throw himself into the impossible for everyone around him. Even when he was exhausted, even when he knew the battle was lost. She loved him for that. For all of it. But he was mortal. Fragile. Now, he seemed to have been reborn with everything that was good in him. Ereshkigal took a deep breath, trying to push away the memories overlapping with the present. It was a second chance. Both of them had seen him die. Not just die, disappear. After the end of the Lost Belts, Ryougi Kazuya, their master, their adorable fool, their savior, had ceased to exist. And they had cried. Screamed. And, eventually, returned to the eternity of the throne of heroes, or rather, the throne of gods, specifically. Never again, they thought. They'd never see that crooked smile, that way of trusting them even without the faintest idea what he was doing. And yet, there he was. Kazuya. Reincarnated. With a new name, a new body, much more muscular, mind you, a bonus neither of them expected, and that same spark in his eyes. But when he summoned them, he seemed strange. As if he were struggling to understand why his heart raced so fast seeing them there. They wanted to run, hug him, smother him with kisses and tears. But they held back. Because he furrowed his brow. Because his eyes took a moment to truly recognize them. As if he knew, deep down, who they were, but his soul was still connecting the dots. So they waited. Ishtar masked it with arrogance, of course. Ereshkigal, with sweetness. Neither dared to break the delicate line between "you're alive" and "you're the same as before." They just let him hug them, both without pushing, and had a calm, quiet morning. But when he came back from school later, something changed. Maybe it was the way he looked at them, as if he'd finally accepted that the impossible was truly happening. And in that moment, once again, everything was right. Ereshkigal looked at Ishtar, her eyes brimming with restrained emotion. He's alive, sister, and he's still him. He might not even know how much we missed him. But I felt it. So many things I wanted to say. Things I held onto for so long. And now that I can speak, I'm at a loss for words. After hearing her sister's admission and seeing that her earlier teasing hadn't worked, Ishtar turned her face away, her ruby eyes gleaming with a warmth she pretended not to feel. Honestly, I was gonna punch him. Swear. I was gonna throw him against the wall, yell at him for dying. For leaving me alone. She paused, biting her lower lip. But when I saw his face, which, despite being different, so different, as information about his identity flooded in like a grail, all I could think was, he's back. He's here. The two fell silent for a moment, listening only to the distant sound of water running in the bathroom. Then Ishtar stood, her expression a mix of defiance and resolve. And you know what? I'm not letting this slip. Not this time. If he's back for us, if this world gave us a second chance, then I'm taking mine too. Ereshkigal's eyes widened. Ishtar, you're not going to. Oh, I am, the goddess replied with a bold, dangerous smile. I don't need permission to show I still love that idiot. And he shouldn't doubt it for a second. She took a determined step toward the hallway, her form shimmering slightly as she began shedding each piece of clothing with the arrogant, celestial confidence of someone who knew the impact she caused. Convenient that servants could change their attire with a thought. Ereshkigal hid her face in her hands but peeked through her fingers, her heart pounding. Ishtar, that's not fair. Everything's fair in love and war, she replied with a wink, vanishing down the hallway. Chapter 12, Desire. Kazuya sighed as the hot water cascaded over his shoulders. Finally. Peace. As much as possible, of course, considering he now shared the house with two lovesick goddesses who had already caused more random events in a single day than any filler arc in a shounen anime. At least here, no one's going to shove semi-radioactive food down my throat, he muttered, lazily lathering his hair. He closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax. The steam filled the bathroom, turning everything into a warm, comfortable haze, almost like a temporal isolation capsule. But even there, his mind didn't fully rest. Because no matter how much he pretended everything was normal, it wasn't. Two goddesses had called him master with an emotion that tore through the air. Two goddesses who, even reincarnated in this world, had eyes that carried millennia and longing. And in those eyes, there was pain. He cursed himself for not accepting this situation sooner and for finding it all so strange. Well, he was human, after all, it was hard to react to this kind of situation. Or was it his sigma male nature? He simply wanted to understand everything before diving in and accepting the reality that he had gained two goddesses in love with him. It was unnatural. Obviously, he could say it was due to luck or something like that, but after accepting his life as Ritsuka Fujimaru, he could clearly see it as something more natural, though it was strange to consider the point that, in his past life, he controlled and played with one of his reincarnations. It gave him a headache just thinking about it. He had played God through mods for his life as Ritsuka Fujimaru, and now he was reaping the benefits. But before he could dive deeper into that line of thought, the bathroom door opened with an almost ceremonial creak. Kazuya spun around, eyes wide, and felt his brain freeze for 2.3 seconds. Ishtar entered with the confidence of someone who had just declared war and already knew she would win. His eyes struggled to process the sight before him. Ishtar stood there, completely naked, devoid of any clothing, adorned only with jewelry. Her flawless white skin glowed softly under the bathroom's dim light. Her breasts were perfect for her figure, smooth and soft skin stretched over their rounded shape, culminating in pink nipples, now darker and slightly pebbled from the heat and excitement. The gentle line between them descended to her flat, toned abdomen. Her waist was narrow and elegantly curved, a graceful transition to her wide, sensual hips, the soft, inviting flesh promising a voluptuous touch. Her thighs were long and muscular, leading to delicate, well-defined knees. His gaze caught her perfectly shaped lips when he looked toward her femininity. Her pubic hair was neatly trimmed. It was a mouth-watering sight. Ishtar paused at the threshold, the steam dancing around her body as if even the mystic knowledged that she was, without a doubt, a goddess. Her gaze, red as rubies polished by blood, locked onto Kazuya, and for a second, just one, she froze. Literally. Her eyes scanned his body with almost scientific precision, broad shoulders, arms sculpted as if handcrafted by some drooling sculptor, a chiseled chest like the heroes of Uruk, an abdomen with the symmetry of a divine artifact, and, well, she stopped before looking lower, not out of decency, but because her mind started to blue screen. She had seen it that morning when he changed in front of her, and it was disproportionate, far larger than she remembered from when he was a master of Chaldea. What, you, by Namu? She murmured, then cleared her throat, reverting to her, proud goddess unfazed by anything, mode. On the other hand, Kazuya stared at Ishtar with a mix of shock, exhaustion, and existential resignation. His brain stalled briefly, not because of her nudity, which, let's be honest, was like trying to process a supernova's beauty with a flashlight app, but because he knew this was bound to happen sooner or later. He just didn't think it would be this soon. Or in the middle of his shower. Is this a robbery, he asked, raising an eyebrow as the suds slid down his shoulders. Because if it is, I think I'm about to be stripped of my dignity. Ishtar flashed a smile that should have come with a biohazard warning. Pride, lust, and barely contained amusement all swirled in a single look. Well, well. So our master still has a sense of humor even when he's about to be conquered again by this goddess. She walked forward with slow steps, the sound of water echoing alongside the faint jingle of her jewelry. Conquered again. Kazuya muttered, recalling certain memories of Ritsuka Fujimaru with a touch of resignation. As he was about to say something, Ishtar was already standing before him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. He looked at her perfect body and felt his blood rushing to his member, swallowing hard. You think too much. That's one of your problems, you know. Before he could make a comment, Ishtar slid her arms around his neck and pulled his face closer. Her eyes were so close he could see every nuance of her ruby pupils, as if they held the heavens themselves. If you're going to stare at me like that, at least enjoy it. She whispered. And then the kiss happened. The kiss began softly, a brush of wet, hesitant lips. But Ishtar's hesitation didn't last long. She deepened the contact, her mouth opening under his with surprising possessiveness. Her tongue slipped inside, exploring the warm, wet cavity, meeting his in a lascivious duel. Kazuya, caught off guard by her sudden boldness, took a few seconds to respond. But the heat of her naked body pressed against his, the soft touch of her breast brushing his soapy chest, the intoxicating scent emanating from her skin, a mix of floral soap and the unique, wild aroma of a goddess, ignited a visceral response in him. He let out a low groan, the sound lost amid the clash of their tongues. His arms, still covered in suds, found her narrow waist, his fingers sliding over the smooth curves of her hips. He pulled her closer, eliminating any trace of space between them. The kiss intensified, becoming urgent and hungry. Ishtar's hands tangled in Kazuya's wet hair, lightly tugging at the strands at his nape, heightening the sensation. The hot water from the shower continued to pour over them, mingling with the saliva trickling from the corners of their joined mouths. They parted for a moment, breathless, their eyes locked on each other. Ishtar's lips were red and swollen, his likely the same. A lascivious smile curved her lips. Enjoyed it, master, she whispered, her voice husky and laden with desire. Before Kazuya could respond, she kissed him again, this time nibbling his lower lip gently before deepening the kiss once more. Her hands slid from his hair to his shoulders, then down his arms, feeling the taut muscles under his wet skin. Kazuya felt his body react undeniably. The erection he was trying to ignore grew stronger and more insistent against Ishtar's flat belly. He groaned again, this time a more animalistic sound, as his hands gripped her hips, pulling her even closer. The kiss continued, a sensual dance of tongues and lips, a silent prelude to what both knew could happen. But then, click. The door creaked again. Ishtar pulled away from his lips, letting out a dramatic sigh without even looking. I swear by the heavens and the underworld. Sorry, came a soft, nervous, and absurdly sweet voice. But if sister is going to shower with master, I want to too. I was summoned by him too. I'm not going to stay behind, no matter how much this kills me with embarrassment. Kazuya looked toward the door, his heart racing as he saw Ereshkigal. She was as naked as Ishtar, her skin pale as moonlight on a cloudless night, contrasting with the warmer glow of Ishtar's body. Her breasts, though firm and well-shaped, had a more delicate form, the small, pink nipples seemingly retracted from shyness and perhaps the chill of the air invading the bathroom. Her abdomen was smooth and soft, with a gentle feminine curve leading to a narrow waist. Her hips were gracefully rounded, the skin soft and inviting. Her thighs were long and slender, with softly defined muscles, her pubic hair also neatly trimmed, a light veil barely concealing the entrance to her femininity. Her vulvar lips seemed shy, almost hidden. Ereshkigal's reddish-brown eyes were wide and nervous, fixed on Kazuya for a moment before darting to some random point in the bathroom. Her cheeks were lightly flushed, a soft blush intensifying her pale skin's pallor. She clasped her hands against her chest, as if trying to shield herself from her own nudity or the awkward situation. Her shoulders were slightly hunched, a gesture of insecurity that sharply contrasted with Ishtar's upright, confident posture. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to say something, but the words seemed stuck in her throat. She nervously bit her lower lip, her eyes wavering between Kazuya and her sister, perhaps seeking some form of support or validation. "It's unfair if it's just you two," Ereshkigal said, mustering courage, blushing to her ears but with a determination that would make even the dead rise and applaud. I love Master too." Ishtar brought her hand to her forehead, as if about to have a divine migraine. Kazuya raised both eyebrows, completely relaxed, his hand still on Ishtar's waist. Ereshkigal stepped forward, each step hesitant but determined. When she finally stopped beside her sister, her face was red as a polished ruby. She looked at Kazuya, her reddish-brown eyes shimmering with restrained emotion. Ishtar shot her sister a sidelong glance, something between exasperation, second-hand embarrassment, and an "I can't believe this is happening again." "Eresh," she began, crossing her arms with an irritated sigh. "This is my romantic domination moment in the shower, not your suicidal shyness attack." "I'm not attacking anyone." Ereshkigal shot back, still covering her chest with her arms, even though her triumphant entrance had already made it clear that modesty was no longer an option. I just want to be by his side too, okay? I'm a goddess too. And you know very well how long I've waited for this." "Oh, so now it's fine to invade someone's shower, is that it? Since when did the goddess of the underworld become the goddess of home invasion?" "Since my sister started licking Master like he's a caramel lollipop." "Caramel lollipop? You really want to pull that thread, little sister?" Ishtar grinned, the kind of smile that had made ancient monsters retreat in Uruk. "Want me to tell you how he moaned in my ear just now, or are you just going to stand there playing the shy, cute trinket, waiting to be noticed?" Ereshkigal, already red, reached a shade so intense she seemed about to burst into spontaneous mystical flames. "Ishtar." "What?" she replied with mock innocence, already leaning languidly against Kazuya, her glistening body pressing against his as if she wanted to melt into his skin. "Just checking, you know. Transparency between sisters is important." Kazuya, still caught between the surreal vision and the Babylonian Olympus dynamic duo, was seriously starting to question whether he was in a premium gacha isekai or trapped in a fanfic written by his 13-year-old self. But Ereshkigal didn't let him recover. She took a deep breath and, summoning courage as if preparing to face her own post-mortem judgment, dropped her arms and took 2 resolute steps. Her hands grabbed Kazuya's left arm, pressing herself against him with determination, while her face buried in his shoulder like a scared cat pretending to be brave. I'm staying here too." "Great," Ishtar said, rolling her eyes before positioning herself on the other side and doing the same, hugging his right arm with the ease of someone who had done it 1,000 times in past lives. "Now you've got a goddess of the heavens and one of the underworld by your side." "Literally." Kazuya blinked, feeling like a generic anime protagonist who accidentally unlocked the harem route in the first episode. "Is this my EX luck finally showing up?" he muttered, his mind still trying to catalog the situation with the logic of a gacha addict. 2 gorgeous, naked goddesses vying for his attention. It was every otaku's wet dream, elevated to the 10th power with Babylonian divinities involved. Ishtar rolled her eyes, but a playful smile danced on her red lips. "Yes, Master. The grand prize is right here." She pressed his arm against her breasts, a mischievous glint in her ruby eyes. Ereshkigal, still clinging to his other arm, blushed even more but held her ground. "We're not prizes." She protested timidly, her voice almost a whisper, but there was a stubborn firmness behind her words. "We're servants. Lovers, girlfriends. Girlfriends, lovers, whatever the label, as long as Master understands the exclusivity of the offer," Ishtar sang, tilting her head and brushing her lips against Kazuya's neck. He felt a shiver run down his spine, ignoring the part of his brain screaming for sanity and trying to calculate the odds of something this bizarre happening. Before Kazuya could formulate any coherent response, perhaps something about urgently needing to check his charisma stat, Ishtar leaned in again. This time, Ereshkigal moved too, spurred by a sudden wave of boldness. Ishtar's lips met Kazuya's with the same possessiveness as before, but now there was a new element, Ereshkigal's hesitant sweetness joining the kiss on the other side. It was a symphony of conflicting and incredibly arousing sensations. Ishtar's voracious heat contrasted with Ereshkigal's adorable shyness, creating an electricity that coursed through Kazuya's body. Their tongues danced together, a lascivious trio amid the bathroom's steam. Ishtar's was adventurous and dominant, exploring every corner of his mouth with overwhelming confidence. Ereshkigal's was shyer at first but soon gained confidence, following her sister's rhythm with a repressed passion finally finding release. As the kiss deepened, both goddesses' hands found their way downward. Ishtar's slid over Kazuya's defined abs, her curious fingers stopping at the erection he was futilely trying to hide. She let out a low, husky chuckle against his lips. Ereshkigal's was more hesitant, brushing the side of his thigh before finally wrapping around his erection with surprising gentleness. Kazuya groaned into the kiss, the sound muffled by their joined mouths. It was overwhelming, having two breathtakingly beautiful, naked goddesses touching him so intimately. He wasn't a virgin, memories of Ritsuka Fujimaru with mods. But not just that, in his past life, he'd gone out with a few girls, which was why he didn't have the typical reaction of Issei, one of the reasons he hated DxD so much. Well, he didn't have the typical reaction of most generic harem protagonists who lack the courage to go all the way with women. In fact, he could swear he was diving deeper into a sea of lust, as if he'd swallowed an aphrodisiac, a cliched incident in a cultivation cave. No, Onagai. He snapped out of his thoughts, refocusing on this growing desire. Ishtar's fingers gripped his member firmly, while Ereshkigal's caressed it gently, exploring its length and girth with innocent but no less effective curiosity. Shivers ran through Kazuya's body, each touch sending waves of heat and desire to his core. He felt his legs wobble slightly. Master. Ishtar whispered between kisses, her voice dripping with lust. Looks like you're enjoying our company. Ereshkigal murmured something inaudible against his shoulder, but the firm grip of her hand said it all. She, too, was feeling the effects of that kiss and bold touch. Kazuya tried to say something, but his mind was a whirlwind of sensations. It was surreal, thrilling, and, to be honest, a little terrifying. He kept his hands on their waists, his eyes briefly lost between Ereshkigal's golden locks and Ishtar's ruby eyes. That closeness, the heat of their bodies against his, the two hands gripping his member, the dense steam filling the air, it was unreal yet profoundly vivid. Realizing he'd been silent too long, or, being honest with himself, unable to stay quiet, he smirked, his voice husky but confident. Enjoyed it. Ishtar, this is the best thing that's ever happened to me since I was reborn. Ishtar let out a short, sexy laugh, her eyes narrowing with that ever-present mischievous glint. So, you've finally learned to appreciate me. Took you long enough. Appreciate is an understatement, Kazuya replied, leaning toward her with an intense look. You're like a storm, beautiful, wild, and utterly impossible to ignore. He then turned to Ereshkigal, his touch on her skin softer, as if respecting the delicacy she hid. And you're like the sky before dawn. Calm, but full of emotion beneath the surface. Ereshkigal's eyes widened slightly, surprised by his words, but she didn't look away. Her heart raced, visible in the deep blush overtaking her face. Kazuya. After his words, the goddesses exchanged a brief glance, a silent exchange between sisters and rivals, and a tacit harmony emerged between them. Kazuya smiled and, in a bold move, brought their faces closer, guiding them with firm hands on their napes. Their lips met simultaneously, a triple, hot, and enveloping kiss, where there was no room for hesitation. This time, it was Ereshkigal who was bolder, her tongue finding his, emboldened by his words, but Ishtar didn't let her win so easily. Ishtar's lips parted from Kazuya's for a moment, a mischievous smile dancing on her divine features. Her ruby eyes gleamed with a mix of lasciviousness and amusement as she glanced downward, at the pulsing erection resting above her navel. Oh, heavens! She murmured, her voice laced with mock surprise but undeniably aroused. Looks like our master was really happy to see us. She looked back at Kazuya, a hungry glint in her eyes. Were you hiding this from us, master? How naughty. Kazuya felt a surge of pride and narcissism. I don't usually show off, but I'm glad you like it. Ereshkigal, ignoring her sister's comment, continued her timid exploration, her fingers tracing the length with an almost reverent delicacy. It's quite different from this morning, so hard, she murmured, more to herself than to them. A slight shiver ran through her pale body. Ishtar grinned wider, pleased with her sister's reaction. Firm and, quite large, as I said. Our master really prepared a pleasant surprise for us, didn't he, Eresh? She leaned toward Kazuya again, brushing her lips against his ear. I think we're going to have a lot of fun finding out everything he can do with this. Ereshkigal blushed violently at the implication but didn't pull her hand away. Instead, her fingers tightened slightly, as if gaining confidence. She looked at Kazuya with a mix of shyness and growing desire. Why yes. She managed to murmur, her eyes lingering on his member for a moment before returning to his face, filled with a new intensity. Very fun. Kazuya swallowed hard again, a deeper heat coursing through his body. The goddess's direct, shameless comments about his anatomy were stirring him in ways he never imagined possible. It grew even more intense when Ishtar, with the feline grace of a satisfied predator, let out a hot sigh against Kazuya's skin. Her ruby eyes gleamed with a lustful intensity that made him feel his blood rushing to his member, almost imagining it had magically grown larger. Without warning, she stepped back slightly, her knees touching the wet shower floor. Kazuya held his breath, his brain processing her new position with anticipation. The goddess of the heavens tilted her head back, her long black hair cascading down her back like a wet obsidian waterfall. Her red lips parted slightly, the tip of her pink tongue peeking out for a moment. Then, with determination, she enveloped Kazuya's erection with her mouth. A hoarse groan escaped Kazuya's throat, a primal sound echoing through the muffled bathroom. The sensation was overwhelming, the combination of wet heat and firm pressure sending shockwaves through his body. He gripped Ishtar's shoulders involuntarily, his fingers sinking into her soft skin. Ereshkigal watched the scene with wide eyes, a growing desire dancing in her reddish-brown pupils. She bit her lower lip, the blush on her cheeks intensifying. The possessiveness that had driven her to join the shower now battled her reserved nature, the sound of Ishtar's lascivious sighs and the undeniable way Kazuya's body reacted seeming to break the last barriers of her shyness. She didn't want to be left behind, watching her sister enjoy intimacy with their beloved master. With a small, determined sigh, Ereshkigal released Kazuya's arm and knelt beside Ishtar. Her eyes met his for a brief moment, filled with a silent plea and undeniable desire. Then, with a more hesitant but equally intentional movement, she brought her mouth to Kazuya's erection, licking the other side while her sister seemed amused by it. The sensation multiplied, pushing Kazuya to a new level of ecstasy. Having the hot, wet mouths of two goddesses enveloping his member simultaneously was something not even his wildest fanfics could have predicted. He groaned louder, the sound mingling with the soft, wet noises echoing in the bathroom. Both goddesses' tongues danced over his sensitive skin, exploring every inch with different but equally pleasurable tastes. Ishtar's experienced boldness contrasted with Ereshkigal's hesitant but dedicated sweetness, creating a symphony of sensations that drove him to the edge of insanity. Ishtar's hands climbed Kazuya's thighs, possessively gripping the wet skin, while Ereshkigal's clutched his hips, pulling him closer, as if wanting to absorb every sensation. "Master." Ishtar murmured between kisses, her voice husky and laden with desire. "You taste divine." Ereshkigal said nothing, but her small moans and the way she clung to him were a silent declaration of her devotion and pleasure. Kazuya closed his eyes, his mind completely blank, overwhelmed by the intense sensations. Ishtar pulled her mouth away for a moment, a wild smile lighting up her face. She extended her slender arm beside Kazuya's erection, her delicate fingers nearly reaching the base. Her ruby eyes widened slightly, assessing the length and girth with genuine admiration. With boldness that was purely Ishtar, she opened her mouth again. Kazuya held his breath, feeling anticipation course through his body. Slowly, deliberately, she began to swallow his member, inch by inch. Her eyes never left Kazuya's, a silent challenge and a promise of intense pleasure gleaming in them, his member sliding down her throat, making him let out a hoarse groan. The sensation of Ishtar deep-throating was overwhelming. The firm pressure and wet heat deepened the ecstasy already consuming him. She swallowed him deeper and deeper, until nearly the entire length disappeared into her mouth. Her fingers gripped his hips tightly, guiding the relentless rhythm of swallowing and pulling back to breathe, using her tongue to tease the underside of his member. Beside her, Ereshkigal watched the scene with an expression of pure conflict. Her reddish-brown eyes, fixed on how Ishtar enveloped him completely. A wave of jealousy and undeniable desire hit her hard. It's unfair," she exclaimed, her voice louder than intended. The blush on her cheeks deepened, and her fists clenched slightly. "Why does only sister get to?" Ishtar, with one last hoarse moan, pulled back slightly. Her lips were red and swollen, her ruby eyes half-lidded in satisfaction. She let out a hot sigh against his skin, observing his irregular breathing and the tremor running through his body. "Go ahead, little sister," she said, licking her lips, savoring his taste. In that instant, before Kazuya could even process the brief interruption, Ereshkigal seized the opportunity. Her reddish-brown eyes, once hesitant, now shone with surprising determination. Without a word, and with a movement that caught Kazuya off guard, she leaned forward. Ereshkigal's delicate mouth enveloped Kazuya's pulsing erection, only halfway down, as she wasn't as experienced as the goddess of love beside her. The sensation was different, softer at first, but no less intense in depth. She began to swallow him, though with a shyer approach at first, as if still learning the art of boldness. A surprised groan escaped Kazuya's lips. The sudden switch from one goddess to another, without losing rhythm, left him even more disoriented and aroused. He felt Ereshkigal's throat contract gently around him, a new and intriguing sensation. Ishtar watched her sister with an amused smile, a glint of approval in her eyes. "That's it, Eresh. Show master what the goddess of the underworld can do." She propped her elbow on her knee, chin resting on her hand, as if watching a particularly interesting show. Ereshkigal's initial shyness began to fade, replaced by growing passion. She deepened her throat, mimicking her sister's movements with surprising speed. Kazuya felt his body tense again, the wave of pleasure returning with full force. Ereshkigal's hands, once hesitant, now gripped his hips with more firmness, guiding him with silent determination. Her hot sighs brushed his skin, and the soft sound of her lips working around him filled the bathroom. Kazuya placed his hand on Ereshkigal's head, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction and determination, her rhythm becoming more frantic, as if trying to please him even more. He felt every fiber of his body vibrate, the pleasure pushing him closer to the edge. Beside her, Ishtar watched with a predatory smile, excitement dancing in her ruby eyes. She reached out and caressed Kazuya's thigh. When Ereshkigal paused for a moment, breathless, Ishtar took over, sucking him complimentarily. They sucked him with passion and lust. The combination of their two mouths, each with its own texture and pressure, pushed Kazuya to his breaking point. Grabbing Ishtar's hair and pulling hard, to her surprise, he shouted, a hoarse, animalistic sound escaping his throat as waves of ecstasy coursed through him. His body contracted involuntarily, and he came deep inside Ishtar's throat, who gagged at the volume and pulled back slightly, using her tongue to lick his cock as if begging him to come more inside her mouth, causing an electric pleasure. Ishtar swallowed everything eagerly, her eyes locked on Kazuya's with wild satisfaction. A lascivious smile curved her lips as she pulled back slightly, the glint in her eyes even more intense. Without a word, and with boldness that left Kazuya even more stunned, Ishtar leaned in and kissed Ereshkigal on the mouth. It was a hot, wet kiss, charged with shared intimacy, a silent acknowledgement of the pleasure they had enjoyed together. Ereshkigal's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but she didn't hesitate to return the kiss. She could taste Kazuya on her sister's lips, a physical proof of the intimacy they had shared. An even deeper blush overtook her cheeks, but there was a glint of satisfaction in her reddish-brown eyes. When the kiss parted, Ishtar smiled at her sister, an undeniable bond visible between them. We share master, Eresh, she said, her voice husky and laden with desire. It's only fair we share his gift too. Ereshkigal nodded timidly, but her eyes didn't leave Kazuya's. The steam still filled the bathroom, enveloping the three like a warm, ethereal veil. Kazuya, with one last sigh through his teeth, reached out and turned off the shower. The sound of the water stopping echoed softly, giving way to a silence charged with tension and desire. He turned to face the two goddesses, their hair clinging to their naked bodies, their skin glistening from the heat of the recent shower. His eyes took in every detail, Ishtar's provocative expression, her half-lidded eyes and parted lips, and on the other side, Ereshkigal, trying to seem composed but failing miserably at hiding the intense blush tinting her entire face. Without a word, Kazuya slipped an arm around each of their waists, surprising them both by lifting them at once. Their bodies fit perfectly against his, and even wet, he held them firmly, as if they weighed nothing. Ishtar arched an eyebrow, clearly amused. Well, looks like Master's body isn't just for show, she purred, snuggling into his neck, her fingers tracing lazy circles on his shoulder. I like that. Ereshkigal's eyes widened, completely flushed, trying to cover her face with one hand. Kazuya. This is embarrassing. And I'm still naked. So am I, no problem, and you just sucked me off, so why are you shy like this? He replied with a mischievous smile, his eyes gleaming with amusement. You two are goddesses, aren't you? So let this mortal here take good care of the treasure he's won. Ishtar laughed loudly, clearly loving every second. Already talking like you've completely conquered us. Haven't I? Ereshkigal murmured something inaudible, burying her face in his chest, but didn't try to escape his arms. With calm, steady steps, Kazuya left the bathroom, still carefully holding both. Water droplets dripped from their bodies, leaving a trail on the floor as he carried them to the bedroom. His smile remained firm, confident, affectionate, and above all, real. The bedroom door opened with a soft creak, and Kazuya entered with determined steps, still carrying the two naked goddesses in his arms as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The massive mattress was covered with soft, dark-toned sheets, already inviting sin. He smiled as he looked at the bed, then at the two in his arms. Hold on tight. Before they could protest, Kazuya flexed his arms and, with an agile, carefree motion, tossed both goddesses onto the mattress. Ishtar landed on her back with a crystalline laugh, her hair spreading like silk around her head, her breasts bouncing slightly with the impact. She propped herself on her elbows, looking at him with a daring glint in her eyes. You're really enjoying this, aren't you, Master? And you're not. Kazuya replied, raising an eyebrow as he walked to the edge of the bed. Ereshkigal landed on her side with a small, surprised yelp, her eyes wide as she pulled the sheet to cover her body reflexively. Master. Warn me before doing things like that. But then it loses the fun, he said with a teasing smile, climbing onto the bed with the confidence of someone who knew exactly where he wanted to be. Ishtar pulled Ereshkigal closer, embracing her sister as if she'd known her for centuries, which wasn't a lie. Relax, Eresh. Enjoy it. He's all ours, remember. The blonde bit her lower lip but didn't resist when Kazuya leaned over them, his eyes moving from one to the other with sincere admiration and desire. He quickly silenced Ishtar with a kiss. wild, sweet, and full of promises. Kazuya pulled away from Ishtar's lips, leaving behind a glistening trail of saliva and a breathless sigh. His eyes roamed the goddess's sculpted body, lingering on every curve and dip like an explorer discovering a new world. He kissed the base of her neck, feeling her racing pulse under his lips, before slowly descending her smooth, white sternum. His lips found the soft valley between her breasts, sucking and nibbling the tender skin before doing the same to her smooth, rounded peaks, making Ishtar moan and arch her back. He continued downward, kissing the plane of her toned abdomen. His fingers traced the curves of her wide hips, paving the way for the delight to come. Upon reaching the base of her belly, Kazuya softly kissed the tender skin around her femininity before diving in. His lips opened over her delicate vulvar lips, his tongue exploring the hot, wet entrance. Ishtar cried out, her fingers tangling in Kazuya's hair, guiding his mouth with growing urgency. Ah! He sucked and licked eagerly, savoring every nuance of Ishtar's unique flavor, while his fingers wove through her neatly trimmed pubic hair, finding the small, hard bud that made her writhe in pleasure. Her hips moved frantically against his mouth, begging for more. Feeling Ishtar's urgency, Kazuya helped her turn onto all fours, flipping her with almost disconcerting ease, his hands firm on her hips as she propped herself on her elbows. The sight of her rounded buttocks and the pink entrance of her anus and pussy aroused him further. Without hesitation, he licked the wet slit between her buttocks before focusing on the tight little hole, which, as a servant, had no physiological needs and was completely clean. Ishtar moaned and whimpered, her hips moving in response to his hungry mouth. While Kazuya devoted himself to Ishtar's rear pleasures, he positioned himself in a half-kneel, holding her firmly by the hips. At the same time, Ereshkigal moved, lazily lying across Kazuya's lap. Her reddish-brown eyes met his, filled with silent desire. Without a word, she wrapped her lips around Kazuya's pulsing erection. Kazuya groaned, his hands tightening on Ishtar's hips as he felt Ereshkigal's delicate, hot, and wet touch on his member, but he didn't let it affect his current mission. He quickly returned to sucking Ishtar's pussy, his tongue dancing over her swollen clit, sucking and nibbling with an intensity that made her scream. His fingers gripped the goddess's firm buttocks tightly, feeling the soft skin yield under his pressure. With his other hand, he slid a finger between Ishtar's buttocks, finding the tight, hot entrance of her anus. She moaned loudly, a hoarse, animalistic sound, as he pressed the tip of his finger inside. Ishtar writhed slightly, adjusting to the new sensation, while Kazuya continued his oral exploration with fervor. His tongue dove deep into her vulva, savoring her divine nectar, while his finger deepened inside her, stretching her tight muscles. Ah! Master, more! Ishtar begged between gasps, her hips rising from the bed in search of more contact. Her fingers tangled in the sheets, crumpling the fabric as pleasure consumed her. Meanwhile, in Kazuya's lap, Ereshkigal struggled to envelop his entire length with her mouth. Her reddish-brown eyes were wide, teary with a mix of excitement and slight discomfort. She did her best to take more, her throat contracting as her lips pressed firmly around him. Kazuya could feel the wet heat and gentle pressure of her mouth. He caressed Ereshkigal's soft hair with his other hand while continuing to torment the goddess of the heavens with his mouth and fingers. Ishtar's body began to tremble violently. Her screams grew sharper and more staccato, her muscles contracting in intense spasms. Kazuya felt the hot, abundant gush of her orgasm bathe his mouth, the sticky liquid trickling down his lips. She arched her back, her breathing rapid, as waves of pleasure coursed through her. Her eyes were glassy, fixed on a distant point, as her body slowly calmed after the storm. Kazuya pulled back slightly, his lips coated with Ishtar's nectar. Still savoring the sweet and salty taste of Ishtar's orgasm, he removed his hand from Ereshkigal's hair, who seemed happy about his earlier caresses and more enthusiastic in her task, and shifted slightly, keeping a finger inside Ishtar's still tight anus. With his other hand, he gently parted the goddess's buttocks. The sight that revealed itself sent a heat through his body, reigniting the flame of arousal that had nearly faded. The small, pink hole, now slightly lubricated by his finger, contrasted with the white, soft skin of Ishtar's buttocks. It was an intimate glimpse, a forbidden sight that seemed to pulse with sensual energy. The inner walls appeared to contract gently around his finger, inviting deeper exploration. Kazuya felt his member in Ereshkigal's lap throb hard. It was almost as if the sight of Ishtar's intimacy had injected a new wave of blood into his veins. He stared for a moment, hypnotized by the raw, uninhibited beauty of that part of her divine body. A sigh escaped his lips, laden with desire. He tilted his head, his lips softly brushing the tender skin around Ishtar's anus. She moaned quietly, a shiver running through her body. She wasn't fully recovered from her orgasm, but his touch and attention were already reigniting the fire within her. So tight. Kazuya murmured, his voice hoarse and charged with excitement. He moved his finger gently inside her, feeling the firm muscles contract around it. The sensation was incredibly stimulating, opening a new dimension of pleasure for him. Meanwhile, Ereshkigal felt the increased rigidity of Kazuya in her mouth. She looked up at him, curiosity and a touch of possessiveness shining in her reddish-brown pupils. She intensified her suction, her tongue caressing the sensitive glands, as if wanting to reclaim his attention too. Kazuya turned his eyes to Ereshkigal, pausing his play with Ishtar's raised buttocks for a moment. Ishtar moaned, her hips shifting slightly in response to the lack of Kazuya's touch. She turned slightly, her black hair disheveled around her flushed face. Her ruby eyes were fixed on Kazuya's, filled with wild intensity and insatiable desire. Her breathing still came in quick, irregular gasps. "Master," she whispered, her voice hoarse and thick with the recent torrent of pleasure. Her red, swollen lips parted slightly as she watched him. "Please. I need you," she continued, her voice now a thread of supplication. Her eyes shone with undeniable urgency. "Fuck me, Kazuya. Now." There was a raw, primal need in her words, a demand that went beyond mere desire. It was the plea of a goddess, accustomed to having her wishes fulfilled, now completely surrendered to a mere man. Kazuya felt a shiver run down his spine at the intensity of Ishtar's request. Even more so as she braced her hands on the mattress, arching her back, offering herself to him completely and uninhibitedly. He felt his own desire intensify at the sight of her vulnerable, aroused body. His fingers slid over the curves of her ample buttocks, parting them with growing possessiveness. The sight that revealed itself made his blood boil. Ishtar's small, pink anus glistened slightly, wet, and below, her vulva pulsed, dripping with the clear, sticky fluid of her arousal. On the other hand, hearing her sister's plea, Ereshkigal stopped sucking Kazuya, lifting her head with a resentful look. "It's not fair," she exclaimed, her reddish-brown eyes fixed on Kazuya. "I want it too. I love him too." At the end of her words, she shot Kazuya a look filled with intense desire and a hint of jealousy. The intensity in her pale eyes made Kazuya's member throb even harder. Without a word, Kazuya leaned in and kissed Ereshkigal on the mouth. It was an urgent, passionate kiss, their tongues meeting and battling in a lascivious duel, visible outside their joined mouths. He cupped her delicate face with the hands he'd removed from Ishtar's buttocks, who whimpered, deepening the kiss before finally pulling away, breathless. "Wait, my sweet Eresh," he murmured, his voice hoarse and full of promises. "I haven't forgotten you. I'll reward you later, trust me." He gave her one last peck before turning his attention back to Ishtar, whose hungry gaze never wavered from him. Ereshkigal stepped back with a flushed face, she couldn't deny a request from her beloved master. Kazuya returned his focus to Ishtar, whose body trembled with anticipation. With a firm hand, he parted her ample buttocks further, revealing the tantalizing sight of her wet entrances. The small, pink anus glistened invitingly, while her vulva pulsed, its swollen edges gleaming with the fluid of her arousal. With his other hand, he gripped his massive member, the skin hot and taut in his palm. The purple tip brushed gently against the entrance of Ishtar's vulva, sliding up toward the tight, pink entrance of her anus, teasing both openings with a light, provocative touch before sliding upward, Ishtar's buttocks framing his member like a sandwich of soft flesh, the white skin contrasting with the sensitive tip. Due to the impressive size of his erection, most of its length rested along her back, a visual testament to its magnitude that made Ishtar let out a trembling sigh of excitement. With his eyes locked on Ishtar's hungry rubies, Kazuya pressed the tip of his member against the swollen lips of her vulva. The slippery heat enveloped his cock immediately, the abundant moisture easing his entry. With a low, desire-laden groan, he began to insert himself slowly. The sensation of his colossal member sliding into Ishtar's tight, hot body was overwhelming. She screamed, a sound blending pleasure and a slight, delicious discomfort as she felt his length fill her. So big. Seeing her relax, Kazuya began to move inside Ishtar slowly at first, each thrust deep. The sound of their bodies colliding echoed through the room, mingling with the goddess's loud moans and cries of pleasure. With each thrust, he felt her tight body envelop him completely, the enormity of his member stretching her with every movement. "Ah. Master, don't stop," Ishtar begged, her ruby eyes glassy, fixed on a distant point as she delirious with pleasure. "It's so good, fill me, destroy me." Ishtar's body began to tremble violently, and she screamed as the first wave of orgasm hit her. Her muscles contracted around Kazuya's member, gripping him tightly as she unraveled in gasps and moans. But Kazuya didn't stop, his sexual fury only growing with the goddess's response. He gripped Ishtar's ample buttocks firmly, parting them further for a clear view of her intimacy. The sight of his member spreading her swollen, wet vulva was spectacular, the pink inner walls stretching to accommodate his girth, making his heart race. He could feel the intense heat and slippery moisture with each thrust, a testament to the overwhelming pleasure he was giving her. Ishtar came again, and then again, her screams becoming wild and uncontrollable. She begged for more, calling his name amid spasms of pleasure. While Kazuya filled Ishtar with the impressive length of his member and fucked her hard, Ereshkigal stepped back slightly, lying on her side at the edge of the mattress. Her reddish-brown eyes were fixed on the scene before her, watching every movement, every moan, every contortion of her sister's body. A ragged breath escaped her pale lips as arousal began to overtake her. The sight of Kazuya possessing Ishtar with such intensity, the way her sister's body reacted to his touch, it all ignited a flame within her. Slowly, hesitantly at first, Ereshkigal brought her hand to her own intimacy. Her fingers brushed softly against her vulvar lips, feeling the warm moisture beginning to pool there. Her eyes remained fixed on Kazuya and Ishtar, absorbing every detail of that raw act of passion. With each deep thrust from Kazuya, Ishtar screamed, and each scream seemed to echo within Ereshkigal's body, intensifying her own desire. She began to move her fingers with more confidence, mimicking Kazuya's wild rhythm in her sister. Her sighs mingled with Ishtar's moans, creating a melody of arousal that filled the room. She could feel her own body heating up, the need growing with every second she spent watching Kazuya and her sister unite. The sight of Kazuya's massive member penetrating Ishtar so deeply, the way their bodies collided, the way Ishtar clung to the sheets, it was all incredibly stimulating. Ereshkigal squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, imagining how it would feel to experience that same intensity, that same fullness. Her fingers moved faster and faster, the friction creating waves of heat in her belly. She bit her lower lip, fighting against a louder moan. The initial shame of masturbating in front of them was fading, swallowed by the overwhelming need to touch herself. It's not like she hadn't done this before, though she'd never gotten used to sharing Kazuya with her sister or other servants. When Ishtar reached climax again with a wild scream, Ereshkigal's body shuddered. The intensity of her sister's orgasm served as a catalyst for her own growing pleasure. Her fingers moved with urgency, seeking the relief she so desperately craved. Her body began to contract in small spasms, and a low, hoarse moan escaped her lips. On the other hand, Kazuya thrust hard now, each movement deep and relentless, filling Ishtar completely. Waves of orgasm coursed through Ishtar's body, making her scream and writhe. Kazuya held her buttocks firmly, squeezing and parting them for a clear view of her pussy and anus. With a free finger, he gently brushed the tight, pink entrance of Ishtar's anus, further intensifying her pleasure. Out of the corner of his eye, Kazuya saw Ereshkigal lying on her side near the edge of the bed. Her eyes were fixed on them, teary with arousal, as her quick fingers moved between her legs. The sight of her masturbating while he possessed Ishtar drove him even crazier, his sexual fury reaching a new peak. His thrusts became wilder and deeper, causing visible ripples in Ishtar's large, white buttocks with each impact. "Ah, Kazuya. More, harder, please," she begged, her voice hoarse and choked, as if each word was torn from her very soul. Her fingers dug into the sheets, crumpling the fabric as if trying to cling to some sanity, slipping away with each overwhelming thrust. Ishtar's body writhed and arched under Kazuya's impact, her breasts bouncing violently with each movement. Her hips rose from the bed, desperately seeking more contact, more of that sensation consuming her entirely. Each time Kazuya plunged deeper, an even louder scream tore through the air, a testament to the intensity of the pleasure he was inflicting. "My master. Gods, Anu, fuck me, fill me, destroy me with your love." Choosing not to respond and simply enjoy the pleasure as he had been, Kazuya gripped Ishtar's slender waist firmly, his fingers marking her hot, sweat-slicked skin. He continued his thrusts with force. Ishtar's screams grew sharper and more staccato, her moans transforming into a wild chorus of ecstasy. "Ah. Kazuya. I'm going to. She screamed, her body trembling violently as a powerful orgasm hit her full force. Her muscles contracted around Kazuya's member, gripping him with almost painful intensity. At the same moment, Kazuya felt his own climax approaching, the wave of pleasure overtaking him completely. He shouted, his body tensing as hot, spasmodic jets filled Ishtar's interior. The goddess let out a long, trembling sigh, her eyes wide in ecstasy, feeling Kazuya's hot liquid fill her, an overwhelming sensation that carried her to nirvana. With a wet sound and a slight pop, Kazuya withdrew his member from Ishtar's pussy. Both panted, their bodies covered in sweat and gleaming in the room's dim light. Kazuya watched Ishtar's swollen vulva slowly open, his thick, white cum trickling down her thighs as she collapsed to the side, recovering from the orgasm. As Kazuya took deep breaths, trying to catch his breath, Ereshkigal's soft, hesitant voice echoed through the room. "Kazuya," she said, her reddish-brown eyes fixed on him with a mix of desire and impatience. "Now, it's my turn." The mere sight of Ereshkigal, her eyes locked on him and the silent promise in her gaze, reignited Kazuya's desire in an instant. His member, still wet from his encounter with Ishtar, returned to full hardness with an eager pulse. Without wasting time, Kazuya moved quickly, climbing over Ereshkigal's pale, delicate body. He kissed her hard, an urgent, passionate kiss that expressed both his renewed arousal and a silent apology for the wait. His tongue invaded her soft mouth, meeting hers in a lascivious duel. Parting their lips briefly, Kazuya descended Ereshkigal's body, his lips and hands hungry for her touch. He sucked her breasts, gently nibbling the pink nipples that stiffened under his lips. Ereshkigal moaned softly, a sound blending shyness and pleasure. Moving lower, his mouth then found Ereshkigal's intimacy. He licked her delicate lips softly, savoring her sweet, subtle taste, before deepening the contact. His fingers found the small mound above her shy lips, caressing it tenderly before venturing lower. He teased gently there, acclimating her to the sensation, while continuing to worship her vulva with his mouth. Ereshkigal let out trembling sighs, her pale fingers tangling in Kazuya's wet hair. She gripped the strands tightly, her head swaying gently as she lost herself in the overwhelming sensations. Her body arched slightly under Kazuya's touch, each caress bringing her closer to the abyss of pleasure. She murmured his name repeatedly, a mantra of desire and surrender. But her patience finally ran out. With a small, impatient moan, she grabbed Kazuya's wet hair and pulled him up, interrupting his worship. Her reddish-brown eyes shone with undeniable urgency, the earlier shyness completely swept away by desire. "Kazuya," she whispered, her voice hoarse and trembling. "I can't take it anymore, please, fuck me." Without waiting for a response, she wrapped her pale arms around his neck, gripping him tightly. In a quick, decisive move, she hooked her slender legs behind Kazuya's waist, pinning him against her body. Now, she faced him closely, their bodies pressed together, urgency pulsing between them. The heat of her body against his, the way her legs wrapped around him with possessiveness, the hungry look in her eyes, it all further ignited Kazuya's desire. He could feel the rapid pulse of her heart against his chest, her hot, irregular breath brushing his face. Pulling back slightly with Ereshkigal's permission, Kazuya took his still-pulsing member, guiding it carefully to her wet, tight entrance. She held her breath, her eyes widening for a moment, a slight apprehension dancing in her reddish-brown pupils at the magnitude of his size. Yet, the arousal consuming her was equally intense, visible in the blush overtaking her pale cheeks. "I'm going to put it in, Eresh," Kazuya said softly and began to insert himself gently. Ereshkigal let out a trembling sigh, her arms tightening around his neck, and her legs closing around his waist, pinning him firmly against her. The sensation of her hot pussy embracing him with a delicious grip was overwhelming, eliciting a groan from Kazuya's throat. As he deepened, filling her slowly, Ereshkigal arched her back, her head thrown back. Her lips parted slightly, a small ah of surprise escaping as her eyes remained fixed on the ceiling, as if glimpsing something beyond that room. Her body trembled again, spasms coursing through her pale limbs. "Master," she whispered, her voice choked and almost inaudible, as if speaking in a dream. A wave of heat seemed to emanate from her, and her arms tightened even more around his neck, involuntarily. "Ah, this," she managed to articulate, her breathing now rapid and shallow. Her fingers clung to Kazuya's back, the tips pressing into his skin and scratching. "It's so hot." A small moan of pure pleasure escaped her lips as he fully entered her, feeling him hit her depths. "Oh, heavens," she murmured, her voice now slightly louder, charged with growing intensity. Her eyes closed briefly, her brow furrowing in an expression of almost painful ecstasy. "It's so good." Then, a longer, higher-pitched sound escaped her throat, a soft, abandon-laden cry. "Aya." Her head tilted slightly to the side, and her muscles relaxed for a moment before contracting again in waves of pleasure. She stopped gripping his neck as she fully relaxed. Kazuya smiled at Ereshkigal, his eyes filled with tenderness and desire. He held her pale thighs and lifted them, opening her body further to him. Ereshkigal moaned softly as she felt his member pulsing inside her. With his gaze fixed on her reddish-brown eyes that looked at him with desire despite the orgasm, Kazuya began to move inside her. Each thrust was deep and intentional, filling her completely and making her sigh with pleasure. He kissed her passionately between thrusts, their tongues meeting in an intimate, wild dance. "Ah. Kazuya," Ereshkigal murmured between kisses. Her body moved in sync with Kazuya's, her hips rising to meet each thrust. The sensation of being filled by him, combined with his ardent kisses, enveloped her in overwhelming pleasure. Kazuya increased the pace, his thrusts becoming faster and stronger. Ereshkigal screamed his name, her moans growing louder and more urgent. Meanwhile, Ishtar, lying on her side on the soft mattress, breathed deeply, her body still vibrating softly from the waves of pleasure that had assailed her. Her ruby eyes, once glassy with ecstasy, now regained focus, turning to the scene before her. Kazuya was now fully immersed in Ereshkigal, their bodies joined in a passionate rhythm. The underworld goddess's pale legs were raised as he filled her with deep, fervent thrusts. Their lips were locked in lascivious kisses, their tongues dancing in a silent frenzy. A fierce lasciviousness shone in Ishtar's eyes as she watched the scene. There was no jealousy, only a warm, possessive satisfaction in seeing her master dominate her sister with such passion. She recalled her own overwhelming sensations, the pleasure that had consumed her minutes earlier, and a slow, sensual smile curved her lips. She observed Kazuya's movements, the way his muscles contracted with each thrust, the way he held Ereshkigal's thighs firmly. Her eyes roamed her sister's body, noting the blush on her pale cheeks, the trembling sighs escaping her lips, and the way she scratched Kazuya's back. A spark of arousal reignited within Ishtar as she witnessed Ereshkigal's total surrender to pleasure. She licked her lips, tasting the residual flavor of Kazuya's semen from when she drank it earlier in the bathroom, and a wave of desire coursed through her body again. On the other hand, with a final, gentle kiss on Ereshkigal's lips, Kazuya turned her gently onto her stomach, withdrawing his cock with a groan of protest from her, who hated the empty sensation. Her breasts flattened against the soft mattress as her hips rose slightly. Kazuya gripped her pale, firm buttocks, parting them for a clear view of her intimacy. Ereshkigal's wet entrance invited him, and without hesitation, Kazuya aligned his pulsing member with the opening again. With a low, desire-laden groan, he inserted himself deeply inside her with a single thrust. The sensation of Ereshkigal's tight, hot body enveloping him completely was addictive. He held her narrow waist firmly as he began to move, his thrusts deep and rhythmic. With each thrust, his member disappeared entirely inside Ereshkigal, stretching her and making her moan loudly. "Ah. Kazuya," she whispered, her voice choked with pleasure. Her arms clutched the sheets, and her back arched involuntarily with each deep thrust. The sensation of being filled by him in that way, with his massive member penetrating her deeply, drove her to the edge of madness. Kazuya squeezed Ereshkigal's buttocks with his hands, feeling the soft skin yield under his fingers. He could feel every tremor in her body, every hot sigh escaping her lips. The sight of his member disappearing inside her was incredibly arousing, further intensifying his lust. Ereshkigal's moans grew louder and more urgent, mingling with the sounds of their bodies colliding. She threw her head back, her golden hair spilling over the mattress as she surrendered completely to the pleasure, completely ignoring her sister watching with a smile. Kazuya intensified his thrusts, feeling Ereshkigal's body tighten around his member with each deep thrust. Her moans grew sharper and more staccato, her hot sighs brushing his ears. He could feel the wave of pleasure coursing through her body, her muscles contracting in delicious spasms. "Ah. Master. I'm going to." Ereshkigal gasped, her fingers digging into the sheets as her body arched further. A series of small cries escaped her lips, and he knew she was on the verge of climax. At the same moment, Kazuya's own body tensed. The sensation of being deep inside her, the tight, wet heat enveloping his member, the way she clung to him, it all pushed him to the edge. A hoarse groan escaped his throat as waves of pleasure coursed through him. He thrust deeply one last time and felt his body contract, hot, abundant jets filling Ereshkigal's interior. She screamed, her own orgasm perfectly coinciding with his, their bodies trembling in unison. Kazuya collapsed over her, supporting himself with his hands on either side of her body, allowing his member to remain deeply lodged inside her, pulsing as it continued to release his semen. Ereshkigal breathed deeply, her eyes fixed on his due to her head being thrown back, a wet, ecstatic glint in them. He tilted his head and kissed her softly on the lips. It was a tender, intimate kiss, and Ereshkigal returned it with a small smile, her eyes still teary with ecstasy. In that moment, a shadow loomed over them. Ishtar, with a hungry glint in her ruby eyes, approached the bed. She leaned in and kissed Kazuya, her lips meeting his with ardent possessiveness. "Master." She whispered against his lips, her voice husky and laden with desire. "I want more too." Kazuya parted from Ereshkigal with one last gentle kiss, his body still pulsing from the recent release. His member, gloriously erect, slid out of the underworld goddess's wet entrance, leaving a glistening trail of his semen trickling down her pale thighs. Ereshkigal sighed deeply, a serene smile dancing on her lips as her half-lidded eyes fixed on the ceiling, absorbed in the wave of pleasure still coursing through her. Without missing a beat, Kazuya's attention turned to Ishtar, whose ruby eyes gleamed with voracious intensity, hungry for more of his touch. He kissed her with overwhelming passion, wrapping her in his strong arms and lifting her from the mattress as if she were made of feathers. The kiss continued, their bodies pressed together, the promise of more pleasure lingering in the dense, hormone-charged air, an intoxicating aroma of desire and satisfaction. Positioning Ishtar facing him, her legs wrapping around his waist, Kazuya penetrated her with a low, eager groan. The goddess of the heavens screamed as she felt his member's length fill her again, the tip of his cock finding the hot, tight depths of her pussy, reigniting the flame of lust in her eyes. Gripping her firm, rounded buttocks tightly, Kazuya began to fuck her standing on the bed. His movements were fast and relentless, making Ishtar's sculpted body writhe in ecstasy. She panted and moaned with each deep thrust, her orgasms cascading in overwhelming waves, each more intense than the last, culminating in wild screams echoing through the room. Finally, his own wave of pleasure hit Kazuya, and he came deep inside her, his hot, abundant semen mixing with Ishtar's divine nectar, sealing that moment with a shared sigh of satisfaction. With Ishtar still panting and satisfied, Kazuya turned to Ereshkigal, who watched the scene with a mix of silent adoration and a hint of impatience, her reddish-brown eyes filled with expectation. He gently took her in his arms and laid her on her side on the bed, her golden hair spilling over the dark sheet like a celestial halo. Lifting one of her slender legs, he kissed her soft thigh gently before positioning himself behind her and inserting his member again into her wet, tight entrance. He fucked her with a steady, passionate rhythm, his lips meeting hers in tender, lascivious kisses, whispering words of affection between moans. Once again, pleasure overwhelmed Kazuya, and he came deep inside Ereshkigal, sealing that intimate moment with a hot, pulsing release that made her sigh with contentment. As Ereshkigal recovered in his arms, Kazuya turned his attention to Ishtar, whose hungry gaze never wavered from him, her arousal still palpable in the air. He took her and carried her to the edge of the bed, laying her on her stomach with her face buried in the soft mattress, her long black hair cascading like a dark waterfall. She stretched her arms to the sides, spreading her legs in complete, uninhibited surrender, offering herself to him without reservation. Kneeling between her parted thighs, Kazuya spread them further, bending her legs back and pressing her heels against her ample, white buttocks, exposing her intimacy invitingly. The sight aroused him again, and with a low, desire-laden groan, he penetrated her hard, feeling his massive member fill her completely once more. He fucked her with wild intensity, each thrust deep and relentless, driving Ishtar to scream with pleasure, her cries echoing through the room like a chant of divine lust. Finally, climax hit him again, and he came deep inside the goddess of the heavens' tight vulva. And so the night continued, with the three savoring each other's bodies, quenching the longing in their hearts. Chapter 13, Seduction. Kazuya woke up with two problems. The first, he couldn't feel his legs. Ishtar was sprawled over him like a luxury comforter that refused to get out of bed. Ereshkigal, on the other hand, had turned his right arm into her personal pillow, hugging it with the determination of someone who would lose a war but wouldn't let go of that arm. The second problem, he was grinning like a complete idiot. The kind of grin anyone would have after spending the night between two enamored goddesses. Not just any goddesses, of course, we're talking about Ishtar and Ereshkigal. The former was pure fire, boldness, and provocation with a classic tsundere touch. The latter, an irresistible mix of sweetness and intensity. And somehow, both had decided that Kazuya was worthy of all that devotion. He stretched slowly, careful not to move too much and wake them, and stared at the bedroom ceiling with a recurring thought. I was absolutely insatiable last night. The weirdest part? He wasn't exaggerating. It was as if a source of energy had activated inside him and refused to shut off. Every touch, every kiss, every sigh from the two only fueled something within him, not just desire, but something more primal, instinctive. Could this be because I'm a dragon, he wondered, furrowing his brows. Or was it due to having unlimited magical energy? It wasn't absurd to consider, given that mana transfer between mages, or masters and servants, often happened through sex. Or was it due to some reason he didn't know? Maybe he was just like that. And as strange as it was, he didn't think it was a bad thing. Ishtar's breathing deepened, and she snuggled into his neck with a satisfied sound. Ereshkigal mumbled something that sounded like, I want to stay like this forever, her eyes still closed. Kazuya sighed and smiled again. Maybe he was indeed changing. With the delicacy of an archaeologist trying to remove a millennial relic without triggering deadly traps, he began to move. First, the arm. Ereshkigal mumbled something incoherent and hugged tighter, making Kazuya hold his breath as if he'd just entered stealth mode in a stealth game. With some finesse, he pulled his arm free from the underworld goddess's embrace. She grumbled but didn't wake up. Now, the legs. Ishtar was practically melted over him, one leg thrown between his and her face buried in his shoulder. Kazuya swore that if he tried to get out too quickly, she'd activate her noble phantasm on reflex. With movements calculated to the millimeter, worthy of a hardcore gamer trying to pull an SSR from a banner with a 0.7% chance, he slid out of bed like a ninja. Feet on the floor. Body still sleeping. Mission accomplished. He stretched fully, completely naked, letting out a long, victorious sigh, as if he'd just won a legendary battle. All right, new survival record. He walked around the room. Picked up a pair of light pants from the floor and put them on, his gaze scanning the details. Clothes scattered, pillowcases tossed on the floor, a handprint on the wall, don't ask, and a strong scent of, well, sex. He wrinkled his nose. This place is more saturated than Merlin's banner on my credit card. He mentally noted, clean the room before nightfall. He headed to the kitchen, hair still messy, feeling his muscles slightly tired, which, let's be honest, wasn't a complaint. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he let out a grumble. Half an hour until school. Why do Isekai authors never show this? He opened the fridge, grabbed eggs, yesterday's rice, and some sliced ham. The classic quick fried rice. The pan sizzled on the stove as he stirred the ingredients with one hand and held a water bottle with the other. His mind wandered. Not to what happened between him, Ishtar, and Ereshkigal, that was still too fresh, like a game you finish and sit through the credits trying to process. But to what was coming. He still had classes. He still had to pretend to be a normal student. He still had to hide the fact that he'd summoned two goddesses from the Mesopotamian world and that they'd decided the status of girlfriend was insufficient for what they felt for him. And, of course, he still had Gacha to roll. I need coffee for this, he muttered, tossing the fried rice onto a plate and grabbing a mug. In the living room, he could still hear the soft sound of Ishtar and Ereshkigal's breathing. A reminder that his life was no longer normal, and that, as chaotic as it was, he wouldn't trade it for anything. Time to face the day. And, if possible, without anyone finding out I'm the protagonist of a 5-star eki anime, he grumbled, carrying the plate to the table. And he started eating, because, as any gacha player knows, an empty stomach only brings bad luck. Kazuya sat at the table with the calm of someone who knew they'd survived a divine storm, literally. With the fried rice steaming on the plate and the coffee mug strategically placed to the right, priorities, right, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a second. This is the pinnacle of Isekai. He wasn't just talking about the two mythological goddesses still sprawled in bed like fans in a post-K-pop concert coma. He meant the fact that he had hot fried rice, decent coffee, a secret double life, and a daily chance to pull SSRs through his unique ability. His gaze fell on the floating panel only he could see, one of the side effects of his unique skill, Fate Gacha. Plim. St. Quartz, 9 out of 100, daily recharge. Would you like to perform a summon? Yes/no, ***. Kazuya gave a smile that could only be described as a cross between otaku on a Black Friday figure sale and gacha addict about to defy the odds. He took a bite of rice, chewed slowly, and murmured with reverence. Great RNG-sama. I know I complained when I got 3 gilista rice in a row, but today I beg, bless me. With a mental tap on the yes button, the panel glowed. The lights spun like an idol show in Las Vegas. Magic circles danced, golden particles rose. Kazuya's heart raced. You received, Golden Rule, Rank EX, Gilgamesh. Clink. The fork fell onto the plate. Kazuya blinked. Hold on. He blinked again. Hold on. The panel didn't change. He rubbed his eyes. Still there. I got. Gil's passive. Gilgamesh. The king of heroes. The most ostentatious, extravagant, filthy rich, and egocentric king in human history. The one who'd look at the central bank's vault and say, what a cute little piggy bank, I'll give it to my dog. And now, Kazuya had, Golden Rule, Rank EX. He stood up from the chair, still shirtless, and raised his arms to the ceiling as if thanking the heavens. Thank you, Gilgamesh. May your vault never fail, and may your taxes always be paid by others. A golden glow briefly enveloped his body. The skill activated passively. He could already feel the difference. A piece of wood in the house suddenly fell, revealing a collection of ancient coins worth a fortune. A gold pendant, the only thing his predecessor's parents had left, reappeared in the sink, and an automatic email arrived on his phone with a notification. Congratulations, you've just inherited a forgotten fortune from a wealthy uncle. The skill made the universe literally conspire to make him rich, everything would work out, and he'd never be poor again. This is what I call a blessed SSR. He murmured, returning to the table with a smile that made Ishtar look humble. He sat back down. Picked up the coffee. Took a sip. A satisfied grin spread across his face. Now we're talking, now my life as an Isekai protagonist has truly begun. The panel still glowed softly. 2 rolls left. He glanced at it. Should I risk another? Maybe I'll get Gate of Babylon. And there, between a bite of rice and a sip of coffee, Kazuya realized, he was no longer just an orphan lost in a supernatural world. He was a rich orphan, with 2 enamored goddesses, a powerful dragon, with mystic eyes capable of erasing concepts and infinite magical energy. And, of course, he still had math class in 20 minutes. But that was a problem for future him. Time for the next roll. After clicking yes, Kazuya was about to take another bite of rice when the floating panel flashed again, a golden light igniting for a second. He swallowed a bit more quickly, feeling a slight tingle at his fingertips. Something was about to happen. Plim. You received, Karna, Santa, Fighting Style Package, Rank EX. You received, Class Skill, Strong Puncher, Rank EX. You received, Personal Skill, Foot Santa, Rank EX. You received, Shining Fist, Rank A. The coffee nearly slipped from his hand. Kazuya froze, eyes locked on the panel, unable to believe what he was seeing. He blinked several times, as if trying to force the image to become clearer, but no, the text was there, glowing in an unmistakable golden hue. He had really gotten Karna's skills. Karna. One of his favorite servants. The Indian hero, the demigod with the power to destroy entire armies. The guy who was so insane that even Vishnu himself worried about his power. And now Kazuya was receiving not just one, but multiple aspects of this guy in his life. He stood up from the chair, the rice plate forgotten, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I got. Karna. The Karna? The guy who fought Arjuna and was practically unbeatable. And with this punching skill. No, this is everything I wanted. And, As if reality itself were trying to mess with him, Kazuya's body seemed to adjust somehow. He couldn't see it physically, but he felt it. His fists felt heavier yet faster, as if a new strength were being channeled into them, while memories of the fighting style were imprinted in his mind. He threw a punch into the air without realizing, but the movement was so smooth, so precise, it felt like he was dancing in the air. Damn, this is surreal. I'm basically Karna with a touch of Santa. Kazuya laughed at the irony. I don't even know where to start. This foot Santa. It's gotta be something amazing, right? Or maybe it's just me trying to hand out presents in the middle of a fight. He looked at his fists, still in disbelief. Shining fist. Okay, this is gonna be great for anyone I hit, isn't it? At the speed of light. I feel like I'm about to become a blur of punches and destruction. And then, as if his skill had a mind of its own, a wave of energy enveloped him. He could almost see the golden trails of Karna's punches in his mind, the speed and strength of each blow so powerful he almost believed he could destroy the world with a single punch. With a mischievous grin, he paused, imagining where he could test this. Of course, he knew he wasn't going to go around beating people up. That's not how things worked, but the idea of having such power within him was enough to make anyone ecstatic. Kazuya sat back down, the smile on his face growing wider by the second. He looked at the panel again, his last roll was still available. Let's see what else RNG-sama has for me. Maybe some magic. Or perhaps a new skill to rule the world. He chuckled softly and gave the next mental tap, the golden glow spreading again. Kazuya's finger barely touched the panel when the golden glow erupted again, more intense this time, almost as if the gacha itself knew something extraordinary was about to happen. The screen trembled, displaying a new message in elegant letters, embroidered with ethereal threads of purple magic. You received, Servant Summon, Shutendoji, Assassin. For a second, time seemed to stop. Kazuya froze, his wide eyes locked on the text as if it had just shown the alternate ending he'd programmed into the mods of Fate/Grand Order in his past life, that forbidden Rashomon ending where he and Shuten ended in a drunken climax of desire one night of pleasure, followed by a tragic and passionate reunion in Shimosa. His breath caught in his chest. And then, the room's atmosphere changed. The air grew heavy, sweet, and intoxicating. The scent of poisonous flowers and sake filled the space like an ethereal breeze from another world. A soft sound, almost like a whispered laugh, echoed from the corners, seductive, treacherous, addictive. A crack of purple energy opened in the floor, leaking a spectral glow. And from it emerged a small, slender silhouette, a glassy blue glint on the blade resting in her right hand, a red lantern in the other, with the kanji for drunk glowing like an omen. Her steps were slow, graceful, not out of shyness, but out of pleasure. Pleasure in being watched. Her purple eyes sparkled when they saw him. Those same eyes that had once fixed on him under Kyoto's moonlight, after hours of sharing drinks, promises, and secrets. Those eyes still carried the same hunger, the same crimson memory of what they'd done under Reshomon's veil. Yufufu, ah, what nostalgia, Anata. Her voice was sweet poison, dripping with lust and malice as her lips curved into a languid smile. You called me, again. You're teasing me, aren't you? She was exactly as he remembered in her third ascension, the purple kimono shortened to the waist, generously displaying her pale, shimmering lilac skin, the horns flowing smoothly from her forehead like macabre wine branches, the golden ornament gleaming on her brow. The gourds at her waist swayed with her movements, and the fangs. Kazuya swallowed hard. His fingers trembled, and it wasn't from fear. She approached. The ribbons on her ankles danced with her silent steps as she raised her free hand and brushed two cold fingers against his chin. How could I forget, that warmth, that night, that taste? She licked her lips. The flavor of your blood mixed with wine. The way you moaned my name as the world collapsed. Kazuya blushed violently, nearly stumbling backward. Hey, hold on. There's people in the house. He glanced at the bedroom door as if it might explode at any moment. Shuten just laughed, amused by his embarrassment. That laugh, like infernal bells on a summer night, beautiful and terrifying at once. Ufufu, how cute. Even now, you're the same. But. She slid her finger down his shirt, stopping over his chest. Don't fool me. I can feel it. You still want me. Right here. Heat exploded down Kazuya's spine. Part of him wanted to argue. Another part, just wanted to pull her closer. It was her. That insane creature he'd saved and loved, even when everyone said there was nothing human in her. Shuten sighed, as if holding herself back too. You called me again, so, this time, Anata. Can I have you all to myself? Just a little. Kazuya took a deep breath, trying to contain the avalanche of emotions and memories. If it's just a little. She smiled. A smile that mixed tenderness and threat, desire and madness. The kind of smile only an enamored Oni could give. Then she sat on his lap with the ease of someone who'd done it before, wrapping one arm around his neck like a lazy snake, resting her head on his shoulder. "Anata." The whisper escaped like a prayer. Her purple eyes flickered, hesitated, then widened in prolonged silence, as if the sight before her were a miracle, or a ghost. "You died." Her voice, once laced with drunken malice, now sounded stripped of masks. It was raw. Fragile. Pure. And soon after, a trembling laugh escaped her lips. "Ha ha ha, what a cruel trick of the gods, isn't it?" She looked at him again, her eyes tracing every detail of his new appearance, the snow-white hair, the eyes glowing with an unreal blue, the physique sculpted like a demigod among monsters. She licked her lips, not with vulgar desire, but with instinctive reverence, like a priestess before a forbidden altar. "You are different. More beautiful than ever. More dangerous." She touched his chest, her fingers light, almost in prayer. "But it's still you. I feel it. Here." Shun's cold fingers slid from Kazuya's chin to his lips, the tip brushing softly against the curve of his lower lip. Her breath, laden with the sweet and lethal scent of night flowers and a subtle hint of sake, grazed his face. "Anata." She whispered again, her voice heavy with palpable emotion. Her purple eyes, once filled with playful malice, now shimmered with a nostalgic, almost painful intensity. Kazuya felt his body react instinctively. The heat radiating from her was undeniable. He raised his hand, hesitant, and touched her pale cheek. Her skin was cold as marble, but the electricity it emitted was incandescent. Shun closed her eyes for a brief moment, inhaling his scent deeply. A small moan escaped her parted lips. "Your smell, it's still the same. But, stronger. More addictive." Then, without warning, she leaned in and pressed her lips against his. The initial touch was hesitant, almost a test. But soon, the Oni's possessiveness took over. Her mouth opened over his, her tongue slipping inside with surprising familiarity, as if years hadn't passed. Kazuya let out a soft moan, the initial shock giving way to a wave of heat and overwhelming memories. Her taste was exactly as he remembered, an intoxicating mix of floral sweetness and a wild, almost metallic edge. It was a flavor that had bewitched him once and seemed ready to do so again. He responded to the kiss with restrained intensity. His own tongue met hers, dancing in a rhythm they both seemed to recall on a cellular level. Longing, lust, and a hint of desperation mingled in that contact. Shun let out a throaty sound, tightening her arms around his neck. The kiss deepened, becoming more urgent, hungrier. She seemed to want to absorb every particle of him, as if afraid he'd vanish again. Her small, slender body pressed against his, every curve fitting as if they were made for each other. Kazuya could feel the tremor running through her, the ragged breath escaping between her lips. Her kiss tasted even more intense than she remembered. It was like tasting forbidden nectar that had once bewitched her. Every touch of his tongue awakened vivid memories of wild nights of passion, hoarse whispers, and bodies entwined under the moonlight. A louder moan escaped Shun's lips as Kazuya's tongue explored the depths of her mouth, finding sensitive spots she barely remembered existed. It was a taste that reignited an ancient fire within her, a piercing longing for that warmth, that intimacy she thought she'd lost forever. She pressed her lips harder against his, as if trying to trap him in that moment. The world around them seemed to fade, leaving only the wet heat of their joined mouths, their panting breaths, and the silent echo of a shared past and a desire that stubbornly refused to die. Kazuya pulled her closer, deepening the kiss even further, matching her hunger with his own. It was as if time had bent, bringing back the intensity of that first encounter in the Rashomon event. He could feel her racing pulse against his chest, the tremor in her lips, the way she clung to him as if he were her only anchor in the world. The kiss intensified, their breathing growing faster and shallower. Shun felt his body tense beneath her, the heat radiating through the thin layer of his pants. And then, she noticed the unmistakable hardness pressing against her groin. A firm, pulsing bulge that reminded her, undeniably, of the raw, visceral intimacy they'd shared. His erection, large and insistent, brushed softly against her with every subtle movement of their bodies joined in the kiss. Shun's purple eyes widened slightly, a mischievous and lascivious glint beginning to replace the melancholic nostalgia. A small smile curved her lips as she pulled back just enough to break the seal of their mouths, but kept their bodies pressed together. A hot sigh brushed Kazuya's lips. Ufufu seemed someone's, excited about the reunion. Her voice was a whisper laced with double entendre, her eyes fixed on his with playful intensity. She shifted her hips slightly, just enough to intensify the contact and feel his firmness even more clearly. Kazuya swallowed hard, his face flushing even more. He could feel the heat rising through his body, electricity coursing through every nerve. Her proximity, the taste of her lips, the undeniable awareness of his desire, it all combined into a wave of almost painful arousal. He tried to speak, but all that came out was an unintelligible murmur. Shun laughed softly, a sound that vibrated against his lips. She tilted her head, her horns brushing gently against his face. No need to say anything, Anata. Your body's already speaking for you. She pressed her hips again, a bit more lingeringly this time, feeling his immediate response. A small moan escaped her lips, not from pain, but from perverse pleasure and the tactile memory of passionate nights. I remember well, this excitement of yours. She licked her lips, her eyes locked on his with a silent promise. It was always so insistent. Though it seems much bigger now than before. I'm afraid it might break me. She moved her hips again, the friction soft but undeniable, sending even hotter waves through Kazuya's body. He clenched his fists, fighting to maintain control as the mischievous Oni played with his senses, then she kissed him again, trying to capture his tongue with her playful one. The kiss seemed to last an eternity. And honestly, Kazuya wasn't complaining. If that were his last breath in the mortal world, drowning in the lips of the most dangerous and absurdly beautiful Oni in Japanese history didn't seem like a bad way to go. But then, TRIIIIIMMMM. His phone buzzed and blared with the most annoying alarm tone in the world, straight from the school app. Kazuya froze. No. Shouldn't pulled back slightly, confused, licking her lips in a lascivious and lazy manner. What's wrong, Anata? Finally ran out of breath. Kazuya looked at the phone. Then at the door. Then back at the phone, as if he could curse it into exploding. I have class in 15 minutes. His tone was that of a man who just remembered he left ramen on the stove and the apartment was on fire. Shouldn't blinked. Class, she repeated, the word sounding more like an insult than anything else. Information about this world had been imprinted in fragments in her mind, with emphasis on the era, so she knew what her beloved master was referring to. Yes, class. School. Human education system. He ran his hands over his face and muttered, why the hell did I pick Cosmochemistry Survey as an elective? But. Shouldn't purred, pressing her hips lightly against him again, I just came back to you, Anata. You died. I returned to the throne. And you're going to leave me, for a class. Her voice was a seductive pout, laced with dangerous promises. Kazuya grabbed her by the shoulders and pushed her back a bit, which, by the way, was harder than facing a Gawain fight with a sun buff. Shouldn't, I swear by Gabriel's shriveled breasts or Odin's saggy balls, we'll pick this up later. Slowly. And maybe with sake. But right now, I need to be at school in 14 minutes. The Oni crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks like a spoiled child. A jealous glint sparkled in her eyes. You summoned them first, didn't you? Kazuya froze mid-motion as he stood, deliberately avoiding looking at the bed behind him. I don't know what you're talking about. Anata. Shouldn't leaned in, her eyes gleaming like knives dipped in venomous nectar. Those two Mesopotamian goddesses are lying in that bed. Sleeping. Like two satisfied brides. I can smell them. Kazuya glanced over his shoulder and, indeed, there were the two Mesopotamian goddesses, asleep among the sheets, with angelic expressions, a miracle, considering who they were. He turned back to Shuten, who looked quite jealous. Kazuya took a deep breath. A very deep breath. The kind of breath an anime protagonist takes before jumping off a cliff, trusting in the power of friendship or, in his case, the power of an improvised excuse. Look. Shuten, he began, his voice carrying the tone of someone who'd already lost before even trying. I don't have full control over my summoning ability, okay? They just came. Shuten stared at him. Not like she was listening, but like she was deciding whether to sink her teeth or claws in first. The venom in her words wasn't even necessary, her gaze already promised a slow, probably extremely sensual death. Came, first. She repeated, with a smile as sweet as a freshly sharpened knife dipped in honey. Yes. But that doesn't mean anything. I'll still make it up to you, okay? Like, a lot. Really a lot. I can reserve a whole weekend just for us. A trip. Or maybe I'll cook something. You like takoyaki, right? I can buy octopus. Live. Just to put on a show. She narrowed her eyes. You think food will buy me? No, but maybe if I grab you like this. Kazuya, gripping her firmly by the thighs and lifting her into the air with surprising ease. Shouldn't let out a surprised and clearly pleased giggle before being spun and gently set down where he'd been sitting, like an exotic work of art being put on display. She let out a small sigh, a mix of surprise and pleasure, crossing one leg over the other as if trying to hide the victorious smile forming. You're good with your hands, Anata, she murmured, eyes half closed. But I'm still deciding if I'll let you go. I'll be back after 3, he said, already backing away carefully, like someone retreating from a lion's cage with a stake strapped to their back. I promise. And after that, you'll see what a date worthy of a legendary Oni looks like. Shuten followed him with her eyes as he walked to the bedroom, grabbing his pants and the Kuo uniform shirt. As he dressed with the agility of a late ninja, she sat there, a perfect vision of beauty, danger, and pure possessiveness, something he noticed when he returned and passed through the kitchen toward the exit. He just swallowed hard, buttoned his shirt, and mentally cursed himself for every time he'd said, "I want all the waifus," in his gacha life. Now he had access to all of them. And he was about to die for it. Or worse, become their butler. Bidding Shutten farewell, he quickly left the house. Chapter 14, Objective. There, in addition to accessing advanced chapters and exclusive content, you will be helping me in a very important way. I am currently raising funds to purchase a hearing aid, something essential for my health and quality of life. Every support makes a real difference. Whether it is to continue writing with even more motivation or to improve my day-to-day life, your help is very welcome. I sincerely thank everyone who follows and believes in my work. Let's go together until the end of this journey. Despite everything that happened at home, Kazuya walked through the streets of Kuo with the expression of someone who had just pulled a limited SSR with a 0.0001% chance. Lost gaze, goofy smile, light steps, as if he were floating. If someone passed by him at that moment, they'd say, "This guy is definitely in love." And well, they weren't entirely wrong. But the saddest or funniest part was that it wasn't even that. I really want to throw a jab at someone at the speed of light like Karna. Maybe I could invade the underworld and punch Rias's brother in the face, or perhaps I could head to Olympus and beat the crap out of Zeus for defeating Adam, our father, because of plot. That son of a bitch would see what real boxing is. He muttered, ignoring the sound of birds, the curious stares from people on the street, and the red light that nearly got him run over by an old lady on a bicycle. It was only when he passed by a convenience store and saw his reflection in the glass, disheveled hair, impeccable uniform, and that damned satisfied idiot smile, that his brain clicked. A dramatic anime-style click. His eyes widened. Reality hit with the force of an ice-sky truck. Wait. I forgot something really important. The memory came back like a flashback scene full of visual effects, sweaty bodies, breathless whispers, ancient gods moaning his name as if he were the final protagonist of the universe. And then, it hit him. I lost my virginity in this world. The internal scream was so loud it almost echoed in the physical world. He stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, eyes wide, while an elderly couple looked at him with a "kids these days" expression. In his past life, he'd had experience. As Fujimaru? He'd had his moments, with mods and all. But here, in this divine body of offensive beauty, an indecent mix of Goju and Toji, the kind that made girls trip just by looking at him, he hadn't crossed that line yet. Well, until last night. With two goddesses. At the same time. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath. And then let out a laugh. Not a normal laugh. An evil laugh. The kind that would make Aizen think, this guy's going too far. Something between Blackbeard finding the One Piece and Dio preparing to yell, "Zawarudo." Fwahaha. Passers-by stepped back in fear. A dog barked. A pigeon fell from the sky in shock. But Kazuya quickly composed himself, bringing a hand to his mouth, clearing his throat, and assuming a calm, cool, Sigma-worthy posture. With firm steps and a neutral expression, he resumed walking as if nothing had happened. Nothing, that is, except the fact that he, a gacha-obsessed otaku, had surpassed Issei Hayato in less than a week of his new life. But something started to bother him a little as he continued on his way. Walking leisurely down the sidewalk, hands in his pockets, mind wandering between SSRs and what he'd have for lunch, he passed by a pawn shop. No big deal. Until the shop's alarm went off, the door flew open, and the owner ran up to him, holding a velvet box in his hands as if it were the Holy Grail. "Sir. Please, take this. It's a pink diamond the size of a quail egg. I don't know why, but I feel morally obligated to give it to you." Kazuya blinked, confused. Looked to the side. Looked up. Looked at himself. Not again. Thanks. No. Thank you for existing. The man knelt down and started crying tears of gratitude. Kazuya just accepted the box, turned around, and kept walking as if it were normal. And, well, it was. Because that was the damned, golden rule, rank EX, in action. The universe literally paid him to live. A few steps later, an old lady tripped and dropped her wallet. Kazuya picked it up and tried to return it, but she refused with a radiant smile. "Young man. I was cured of my arthritis just by looking at you. Keep it. Consider it a gift from the heavens." He opened the wallet out of reflex. 500,000 yen in cash. Of course, why not? Right after, a tree in the nearby park shook without wind, and a sack of gold coins fell from a branch. Literally. Like in a cartoon. "Okay, now you guys are overdoing it," he grumbled, picking up the sack and shaking it. Clink clink. It was genuine gold. And probably Roman. But the peak was when a van screeched to a halt, and a businessman in a suit shouted from the window. "Hey! You! I just won the lottery just by looking at your aura. Want 10%? No, thanks." Kazuya replied politely. Then. 30%. Kazuya sighed. "I just want to go to school. In peace." He stored everything in his dimensional inventory and continued on his way to Kuoh with the calmness of someone who could buy half the city and still have change to spend on gacha. And for a second, he thought. If this were a game, my lucky stat would be considered cheating. Wait, ever since I got the gacha, my luck's been weird. Now that I think about it, could it be because I got another past life where I was Ritsuka Fujimaru, and my luck somehow improved in the process? When he reached the gates of Kuo Academy, the stairs were already following him. Girls whispered, guys glared with anger and envy, and the infamous Kuo Desperate Virgins Club sighed in unison. But Kazuya just walked past, hands in pockets, calm demeanor. On the inside, I really need to tone down my charisma. If this keeps up, the whole school will turn into a romance route. But on the outside, just a Sigma, as always. After entering the school building, Kazuya climbed the stairs with the grace of a protagonist who knew the anime opening was playing just for him. The glass panels reflected his flawless silhouette, the uniform perfectly fitted over a body that looked like it had been sculpted with 3D modeling hacks. His hair was messy in just the right way, as if a stylist had spent the night accidentally making him look perfect. On the second floor, he spotted the legendary trio of idiots. Issei, Matsuda, and Motohama. Before, the Triforce of Perversion. Now. They were all in a trance, drooling over Kiba, the school's blonde prince. But here's the funny detail, their jealousy wasn't about the girls surrounding Kiba. It was about the girls being in their way. Matsuda was muttering something about broad shoulders and a noble soul. Motohama, with his glasses crooked from so much emotion, whispered that the blonde deserved more than this rotten world. And Issei had hearts in his eyes, full-on anime style. He was probably seeing cherry blossom petals around Kiba. Kazuya paused for a second. Observed the scene. And smirked. Not out of mockery. Not out of pity. But the kind of smile that says, I caused this. And it was hilarious. He ignored the three completely and continued on his way, calm steps, hands in pockets. With every step, something strange happened, the girls around Kiba started shifting their gazes. One by one, as if pulled by a magnet. And that magnet was Kazuya. They stared at him with sparkling eyes, hearts practically leaping, as if they'd found the fusion of Arjuna Alter and Levi Ackerman. But Kazuya didn't even blink. Still need to figure out what build to use in this world. Can't get distracted with NPC side romance. The truth was, he'd forgotten something important. Again. Nothing new under the sun. Throughout the entire reality transition, his focus had been on rebirth, power, Longinus, school, and everything else, Ishtar trying to attack him with love, and Ereshkigal acting like they'd been engaged since Eden. He hadn't even stopped to think. What the hell do I want to do here? His enrollment in Kuoh was a direct result of the machinations of the red-haired man. A redhead who, honestly, deserved a clean cut through his death lines. Because if anyone could do that, it was him. And his eyes. Reaching the third-year classroom, he opened the door without ceremony. Some students were already there, chatting quietly or fiddling with their phones. No one noticed his entrance. Wrong. No one had time to notice. Because the moment he stepped into the room, the air changed. The girls turned, the guys frowned. The universe seemed to hold its breath. But Kazuya simply walked to his desk, sat down, and let out a sigh. Slow. Deep. The kind that carries the weight of 2 lives, a gacha system, and a horde of girls and enemies closing in. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, gaze lost. Build a harem. He mentally rolled his eyes. With the fate gacha, that practically happened by osmosis. Summoning servants who remembered him as Ritsuka Fujimaru. Check. Having emotionally complicated relationships with them. Check. It was almost automatic. But world domination. What am I, Dio? Ains ul gown. Madara. A Lelouch wannabe. Nah. Being the final boss of the world was never his style. It was fun in games, but too much work in real life. Besides, the DxD world was already full of megalomaniacs with domination plans. It didn't need another one. And protecting humanity. Kazuya furrowed his brow. Humans are treated like cattle in this world. Let's be honest, Rias, the supposed heroine, the idealized redhead, only wasn't wearing a "you're my precious pawn" collar because she was too proud. She wants a pawn to get her out of that arranged marriage. And she thinks she has the right to choose for me. And then, he thought of Gilgamesh. The king of heroes. The most arrogant. The most powerful. The most honest. What would Gilgamesh do in this situation? He'd probably look at the world, say, pathetic, cross his arms, open the gate of Babylon, and launch swords at the problems until everyone bowed before him. Because to Gil, everything was his, including the world. And you know what? Kazuya could respect that. But he wasn't Gilgamesh. He was Kazuya. With memories of Fujimaru. With a Gojitoji body. With a gacha that defied logic and world balance. With eyes capable of erasing anything alive, being a dragon that could make Drake and Albion into puppies, with infinite magical energy, a supreme boxer capable of throwing a hook at any Baki-style character, Shiva, take the champion's right hook, and pow, he dropped like a sack of potatoes. But he had time. Time to decide. For now. He just wanted to survive the first period without falling asleep. The classroom gradually filled with the typical school noise, laughter, hurried footsteps, phones buzzing with useless notifications, Sona and Tsubaki entering, and everyone behaving a little better. Kazuya stayed silent in his corner, eyes closed, reflecting on existence, or at least on where he could find a property with decent soundproofing. Because, let's be real, if a 2,000-year-old drunk Oni starts singing Enka at 3 in the morning because she dreamed of a Heian period festival, you need walls thicker than Gilgamesh's ego. I need a bigger place too. It's already getting cramped with 3 additions. Urgent. Meanwhile, the classroom's atmosphere began to shift. As if the temperature had risen 2 degrees. As if the oxygen had been replaced with French perfume and hidden intentions. Aquino and Rias Gremery entered. The classic occult research club duo. The crew that pulled off school domination cosplay without even trying. Aquino came with her usual smile, kind and cruel at the same time, as if saying, "Hi, darling, I'm thinking about romantically electrocuting you later." And Rias? Well. Rias was the kind of redhead who made others literally kneel. The hair, the eyes, the presence. Everything about her screamed demonic nobility, but with that touch of rebel princess who needs a new pawn to defy the world. And Kazuya? He just wanted to buy a house. Rias walked to his desk with determined steps, silencing several students. It was as if the main route's protagonist had just made her romance choice, live, in front of everyone. Kazuya-kun. She said in that calm but firm tone, "I'll be free after class today. I thought we could continue the literature project." Kazuya blinked slowly. A pause. Dramatic silence. He gave a polite smile. The kind that masked deeply anticlimactic thoughts. "Sorry, Rias. I can't today," he replied, with a gentle, almost innocent voice. Rias raised an eyebrow, surprised. This was rare. Like, solar eclipse level rare. Oh. Plans. Something like that. He scratched the back of his neck. Personal stuff. Like using my infinite, unjustified money to buy a house with enough space to store all the servants that'll show up out of nowhere because of the gacha. Rias hesitated for a moment but smiled afterward. I see. We can reschedule for tomorrow, what do you think? Sure. He replied naturally. But on the inside. I should schedule this with my lawyer. Or an exorcist. Rias walked to her seat with the lightness of someone unaccustomed to hearing no. Aquino, who had been watching the scene with interest, let out a low giggle, as if thoroughly entertained by it. Era, Kazuya-kun, rejecting a lady so directly. Playing hard to get, she murmured, leaning toward him with that feline gaze. Kazuya looked at her with a smirk that said, I've seen servants with EX rank NPs try the same, darling, and replied. Let's just say I'm a specialist in alternative routes. Aquino laughed, satisfied, and followed Rias to the other side of the room. Kazuya let out a sigh. But before he could get lost in his own daydreams, someone peeked through the door. A messenger of fate, with an air of, important things are about to happen. It was the teacher. All right, everyone seated. Class is starting. Kazuya settled into his desk, arm propped on his chin, indifferent expression. The Sigma protagonist in energy-saving mode. But on the inside. Buy a house. Buy a bigger fridge. See if I can get a top-tier insurance contract. Priorities. And as the teacher began writing on the board, he thought silently. I wonder what'll happen when Ishtar and Iresh find out Shuden's at home. Putting that aside, he focused on studying for now. The day continued in Kuo with the surprising normalcy of an anime episode before the cosmic conflict arc's opening. Classes passed one after another, as if the universe had decided to give Kazuya a break. No supernatural attacks, no unexpected summons, no hysterical, dragon BOOSTAAAAH, screams from a nearby locker room. Just the sound of pages turning, boards scribbled with formulas that would be utterly useless in a world where magic existed, and the classic bored murmur of students pretending to care. Kazuya, for his part, he was chilling. As much as possible, anyway. While the teacher talked about Japanese literature and the symbolism of haikus, Kazuya was mentally humming "Carry On My Wayward Son" by Kansas, as if narrating his own life as a protagonist with a grand destiny. It wasn't his fault that song made anyone feel like they were driving back from an exorcism in a classic car with a shotgun in the trunk. There'll be peace when you are done. At some point between classes, he found 10,000 yen on the floor. Then, he discovered he'd won a school raffle for a free lunch voucher, something he didn't even remember entering. And finally, his wallet, mysteriously, had more money than it did at the start of the day. Golden rule, rank EX. It was like playing The Sims with all the cheats enabled but trying to act like a normal citizen to avoid being deleted by the system. When the lunch bell rang, students poured out of the classrooms like refugees from the war called first period. Shouts, laughter, people running to the cafeteria like it was a Black Friday yakisoba sale. Kazuya. He got up calmly. As always. Hands in pockets, perfectly messy hair, indifferent gaze. In the cafeteria, the line was long, except that the moment he arrived, the lunch lady grinned ear to ear and waved him to the front. You're the special coupon winner, right? Pick whatever you want, Kazuya-kun. My name's not even on my badge, and it's already a VIP pass. He thought, accepting the tray with ease. He chose a bento worthy of an Isekai hero, perfectly molded rice, grilled meat cooked to perfection, vegetables arranged with the aesthetic of a morning show chef. If someone made a culinary anime now, they'd use this dish as a reference. With food in hand, Kazuya sat at a more secluded table by the window. The classic main character spot. View of the courtyard, light filtering through the tree leaves, the perfect setting to philosophize about life or plan the next gacha pull. He picked up his chopsticks calmly, took the first bite, and nearly cried with silent emotion. This is better than any 5-star CE. Eating leisurely, he maintained his cool Sigma pose while around him, groups of students exchanged glances, whispered, and some girls threw shy looks his way. But Kazuya just chewed, savoring each bite as if it were his last meal before a war. With his head slightly propped on his hand, eyes half closed, he thought silently. I wasn't thrown into this world just to collect waifus like it's a limited summer event. He closed his eyes for a moment. In his mind, visions emerged, of floating castles, ruined kingdoms, holy wars, and magical apocalypses. Of iconic figures, both heroes and villains, who shaped stories. He wanted to be like them. Or surpass them. I want the charisma of a Lelouch, the 1,000-step plan of an Aizen, the presence of a Gilgamesh, the glorious obsession of a light Yagami. But also the courage of a Kamina, the determination of a Deku, the functional insanity of an Okabe Rintora, and the idiotic, yet unbreakable, heart of a Luffy. Kazuya gave a faint smile, remembering his life as Ritsuka Fujimaru. Someone who saved the world countless times, not because he was strong, or clever, or destined. But because no one else could. Because if he didn't do it, no one would. He remembered looking into the eyes of desperate servants, touching hands that belonged to legends and myths. Facing gods, beasts, and collapsing realities. And deep down, even after surviving all that, there was loneliness. Because, in the end, Ritsuka was just a human trying to fix everything. Kazuya let out a soft sigh, watching his classmates laugh and chat. Normal people. Normal lives. And then came the contrast. His past life. The life before Ritsuka. Before DxD, before everything. A failure. A spectator of his own existence. The kind of guy who went unnoticed, who gave up before trying, who only dreamed of doing something great but never took the first step. Until the chance appeared, his rebirth. Kazuya gripped his chopsticks tighter. I have power now. Knowledge. Servants. Direct contact with entities that shaped eras of history with a sigh. And if I'm just another waifu collector, a standard route protagonist, all of this will have been for nothing. No. He didn't want to be like Chow Chow. The kind of hero who smiled while manipulating lives like chess pieces. Who claimed to fight for humanity while sacrificing it for a twisted ideal. Chow Chow was a hypocrite. I'm not. He murmured. The music in his mind shifted. It left the classic rock of a supernatural opening and became something more epic. Something for a shonen arc finale. A Latin choir, maybe. Violins in crescendo. The kind of track that plays when the protagonist declares their purpose in front of a sunset. Kazuya finished his meal with a final sip of water and wiped his mouth calmly. Inside, a decision was etched. I'll protect the people who deserve to be protected. Like Ritsuka would. Like I never could before. But at the same time, I'll be free and do what I want. I won't let humans be cattle, irrelevant to the point of having no control over their own life or death in the eyes of other supernatural creatures. He would do it. That was the decision he made at that moment. Well, that could wait. He still had a few minutes of lunch break to enjoy. But unfortunately, lunch ended faster than a limited banner disappearing when you finally scraped together 30 St. Quartz. Kazuya wiped his lips with a napkin and stared at his empty tray as if it had revealed a dark secret of existence. Goodbye, today's meal, you'll be remembered. He murmured with reverence before standing and heading to the trash with almost ceremonial steps. The Kuo Academy cafeteria was filled with voices and energy, and, of course, curious, and veiledly jealous, glances directed at him. Back in the classroom, he sank into his desk with the sigh of a post-war hero. The afternoon classes passed in a slow sequence of slides, explanations, and words floating in the air like summons with no results. Math. Literature. History. Who invented history? Someone who clearly never had to talk to a Roman general and a samurai on the same day. During science, he nearly fell asleep, daydreaming about Ishtar trying to fit inside a fridge because it was a modern summoning artifact. The class ended at 3 p.m. sharp, the bell sounded more like an RPG's continue. Kazuya stretched, extending his arms with a yawn worthy of a bear transitioning to winter. Most students started moving, and he did the same, grabbing his backpack as if it were his personal school survival grimoire. Another day conquered, no explosions, demonic possessions, or God hand. Victory. He murmured, leaving the classroom. The afternoon sun bathed the school corridors in that golden glow typical of an anime about to transition to an emotionally significant moment. Kazuya walked toward the school gates, discreetly ignoring waves and curious looks. His destination. A real estate agency. It was time to find a new home. One with reinforced walls. Chapter 15, New Address. Dear readers and supporters. Writing has always been my way of speaking to the universe, and knowing that you're out there, reading and supporting me, touches me deeply. Truly, thank you, from the bottom of my heart. You make my days brighter, my dreams closer, and my world more beautiful. Thank you so much for everything. The real estate agency was located in the heart of Kuoh, squeezed between a convenience store and a Nekomimi-themed cafe. The storefront was clean, with large glass windows displaying miniature models of homes in frames, captioned with phrases like, perfect for families, great school location, and soundproofing at underground bunker level, the last one definitely catching Kazuya's attention. Above the entrance, a simple kanji sign gleamed in the late afternoon light, Harmonic Homes, Trusted Properties. Ironic name, considering my situation, Kazuya remarked to no one in particular, pushing the door open. The interior was like one of those corporate cafes from doramas, minimalist, clean, with light wood accents and the faint aroma of green tea in the air. There was a simple reception, several tables with tablets displaying property photos, and at the back, a counter where a smiling woman in a cream-colored suit and a house-shaped brooch stood. She rose with a perfect bow, as if trained by both a Shinto priestess and an Amazon salesperson. Good afternoon. Welcome to Harmonic Homes. I'm Sayuri, your agent today. How can I assist you? Kazuya returned the smile with his usual carefree vibe, hands in the pockets of the suit pants he'd bought for the occasion at a shop earlier, though he still carried his backpack, adding to his style. Hi, Sayuri-san. I'm looking for something spacious. Like, really spacious. And insulated. Heavily insulated. Sayuri assessed him for a second, her smile never wavering. I see. So something away from the city, more private. Perhaps with reinforced structure. If it comes with explosion-proof ceiling runes, even better, he said, deadpan. Sayuri let out a light chuckle, thinking it was a joke. Little did she know. With a few quick taps on the tablet, she turned the screen toward Kazuya. And what about style? We have some traditional Japanese homes, some neoclassical mansions, or, if you're looking for something more exclusive, we have this. She swiped to an image that made Kazuya's gacha-loving heart race faster than a rainbow spark in a summon. It was an American-style mansion, classic, with columns at the entrance, a wide porch, a massive garage, and a backyard garden that seemed tailor-made for lunar summons. Located on the outskirts of Kuoh, surrounded by a row of cherry blossom trees and no visible neighbors. Isolated. Beautiful. Spacious. And best of all, walls thick enough to withstand at least one grumpy Ishtar firing off magical energy blasts. That one, Kazuya pointed, decided. That's the house. Sayuri smiled, pleased. A bold choice, Kazuya-san. We can schedule a visit today. Do you have time? Kazuya raised an eyebrow. Considering the alternative is going home and finding out who's hogging the couch this time. I have all the time in the world. After sorting out a few more details, they set off. No one at the agency, not even Sayuri, with her sharp eye honed from selling properties to politicians, businessmen, and a reformed Yakuza who wanted a peaceful corner, questioned Kazuya's age. After all, with that physique, he could pass for a college athlete, or a bodyguard on sabbatical. Courtesy of the body he got upon rebirth. Not to mention the strange aura, half intimidating, half comforting, that made people think twice before asking anything personal. Sayuri simply assumed he was one of those eccentric young heirs, the type who buys mansions on a whim and has hobbies like cultivating bonsai or bidding on historical relics at secret auctions. Which, honestly, wasn't that far from the truth. This way, Kazuya-san, she said, opening the door to the agency's car, an immaculate black sedan. The house is about 15 minutes by car. You'll love it. He nodded, getting in with ease. As the car pulled away from downtown Kuoh, Kazuya leaned back and let out a sigh. The car wound along a narrow road lined with cherry blossoms and bamboo groves, the kind of place that could make a monk enter a trance just by looking. It was as if the GPS had decided to trigger a seasonal spring event as they climbed the hills around Kuoh. And then, in the middle of that melancholic anime ending-worthy scenery, the mansion appeared. Kazuya blinked. Then blinked again. Before him stood an American-style mansion, the kind you only see in movies or as a Sims background when you activate all the cheats. It had 3 stories, a sloped roof with arched windows, wide porches with white pillars, and wrought iron balconies. It was surrounded by low walls covered in flowering vines and an automatic carved wooden gate that looked as secure as it was symbolic. But what really stood out was the space around it, fields of well-kept grass stretching to the edge of a pine forest. In the background, mountains embraced the horizon like ancient guardians. A small lake glimmered to the right of the property, reflecting the golden afternoon sky. You didn't mention you were bringing me to Narnia, Sayuri-san. Sayuri laughed delicately. Impressed? The property spans nearly 3 square kilometers. It includes the main house, a refurbished dojo, a garage for 10 vehicles, 2 guest houses, and, well, absurdly high-quality spiritual energy, according to the monks who sold the land years ago. Kazuya.exe crashed for a moment. When he rebooted, he was already following her through the main entrance, a double dark wood door with blue stained glass panels that seemed to glow on their own. The house was, in one word, luxurious. Polished hardwood floors, thick rugs that felt like they hugged your feet, spiral staircases with golden, okay, maybe bronze, but it looked like gold, railings, and massive windows that let light flood the rooms as if Apollo himself had designed them. Here's the main living room, Sayuri said, guiding him through a hall with sofas large enough to fit a full roster of servants, with extra space for Gilgamesh to stretch his legs. There was a stone fireplace, an 80-inch TV on the wall, and a built-in bookshelf with more shelves than he'd have time to fill, challenge accepted. The kitchen is open, American style. She continued, moving to the next room. Marble countertops, noble wood cabinets, a fridge the size of a dimensional gate, and a central island that seemed made for events like shouldn't experiments with every fermented drink in the world. On the second floor, more surprises, 8 bedrooms, all furnished, each with a different style, modern, classic, rustic, even one themed with traditional Japanese art, with the largest being a king-sized suite, absurdly spacious and luxurious. On the top floor, a double-height library with a skylight. And on the other side, a wide balcony with a direct view of the lake. This. Kazuya took a deep breath. This isn't just a house. It's a headquarters. A true luxury home. Sayuri smiled. So, interested? Kazuya turned slowly, crossed his arms, and with the most serious look he'd ever used outside of a fight against a furious deity, replied. Tell me where to sign. He could already see himself there, training in the dojo, reading in the library while Ishtar floated upside down, watching Shutten try to decorate the kitchen with sake barrels, and Eresh planting flowers in the garden. But that was for the future. Smiling at his response, Sayuri led him back to the main living room, where the documents were already laid out on an elegant coffee table next to a flower arrangement that probably cost more than the average lunch of Kazuya's predecessor for a month. She picked up a sleek silver pen, twirling it between her fingers with the precision of someone who clearly did this every day. Everything's ready here. Just sign at the bottom, she said with that kind professional smile that knew the sale was sealed. Kazuya took the pen, gave one last glance around, just out of reflex, and signed with ease. Then, with all the casualness in the world, he reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a pink diamond. Not just any gem. It was large. Radiant. Cut with almost mystical precision in a faceted shape. It had the soft hue of a summer sunset and sparkled with an intensity that seemed to emit its own light. Sayuri froze. The air stilled. The universe glitched slightly. Here, Kazuya said, as if handing over a meal voucher. This should cover the house, twice. Use what you need to stock the pantry with food, lots of food, okay. Like, medieval castle stockpile levels. Also, get Wi-Fi installed, strong signal. The rest, keep for yourself. Sayuri opened her mouth. Then closed it. Then opened it again. WWW wait. Is this a real pink diamond? Of course, Kazuya said, recalling how he'd gotten it earlier from the men who felt morally compelled to give it to him due to his passive ability. She choked, coughed lightly, nearly dropped the pen, then gripped it tighter as if it were a gold bar. Oh, of course. Of course, I'll arrange everything immediately. Fully stocked pantry. Fiber Wi-Fi. Can I call a professional chef? Maybe two. A florist to theme the garden. A security company for anti-intrusion. Her eyes were already gleaming like Nami's when she sees a treasure map covered in dollar signs. She was pulling out her phone and making calls before Kazuya even finished adjusting his suit. Arigato gozaimasu, Kazuya-sama, she practically sang, bowing at nearly a 90-degree angle. Kazuya just shrugged, adjusting his backpack as if he'd just bought bread and not an elite sanctuary with top-tier security. He turned to take in the view once more. The lake reflected the colors of the late afternoon as if the world were saying, "Good job, protagonist." The breeze gently swayed the trees, and in that exact moment, Kazuya smiled genuinely. A new house. Space for everyone. And, for the first time in a long while, peace. For now, at least. Sayuri was about to turn and check the pantry measurements in the kitchen when Kazuya called out. Sayuri-san. She stopped instantly, her delicate heels echoing on the noble hardwood floor of the American-style mansion that looked straight out of a Hollywood film. She turned, still with that glint in her eyes that only appears when the payment is worth more than a year's salary. Yes, Kazuya-sama. He scratched the back of his neck, somewhat nonchalantly, as if about to ask for a trivial favor. Like, oh, can you water the plants? Except it wasn't. I need you to pick up 3 colleagues of mine. They're at my old apartment. Sayuri blinked, a bit confused. Colleagues? Yeah. They'll be living with me. They're kind of eccentric. But good people. The agent took 2 seconds to process, then nodded. It wasn't the strangest thing she'd heard. She'd once sold a house to a guy who wanted soundproof walls because he heard aliens when it rained. Kazuya pulled a piece of paper from his backpack and scribbled the address in surprisingly neat handwriting. Then, he handed over the paper and his phone. Here's the address. And this is my number. Call me if there's any issue, like, if they take too long to answer or think you're a vacuum cleaner salesperson. They're a bit paranoid. But harmless, I promise. Sayuri took the paper and stored it with the care of someone who knows, this client's a bit eccentric, but he pays with gemstones, so let's go all in. Got it. No problem. Any special instructions? Just don't be startled by their personalities. Sayuri let out a nervous chuckle and replied. I've sold a house to a collector of life-sized dolls. Nothing scares me anymore. That's reassuring, Kazuya said with a half-smile. Oh, and tell them I've already moved. So they feel comfortable coming with you. Understood, Kazuya-sama. I'll have everything ready before the end of the day. She turned with the lively stride of someone who just received a massive tip bonus and was off to complete the most curious side quest of the week. And off she went, heels clicking, crossing the vast garden with the mansion's keys and a gleam in her eyes, ready to deal with 3 mysterious women, hopping into the car and driving like a race car driver. Kazuya, meanwhile, watched the door close, let out a long, satisfied sigh, and flopped back onto the massive living room sofa, feeling the cool leather against his shirt. He stayed there for a few minutes, sinking into the sofa like a warrior who'd survived the final dungeon and could finally rest his HP. The silence was so profound he almost wondered if Sayuri had taken the house's sounds with her. With a sigh, he reached for the remote and pressed the TV button. The screen lit up with a soft glow, and the logo of a local streaming service appeared with that satisfying jingle that only served to mask the fear of stumbling into another generic isekai. He scrolled through the channels for a while. Doramas. Japanese variety shows with contestants screaming every 2 seconds. Ramen commercials. Until finally. Oh, an anime, he murmured. The title flashed in bright letters, * Supreme Hero of Eternal Blade Academy. *. The protagonist on the screen looked like a mix of Kirito and Kirito with a blue wig. Flowing hair, perpetually half-closed eyes as if everything was profound, and, of course, a sword the size of a lamppost. Kazuya hit play. 5 minutes later, his expression was that of someone betrayed by a boosted rate banner. Seriously. He summons the sword by shouting, Celestial Supreme Justice Limit Break. He threw his head back on the sofa. This feels like a fanfic written by a slime with internet access. The soundtrack was generic. The female characters had personalities ranging from kitchen to walking explosion, and the fights were more filled with sound effects than actual impact. The worst part? It was popular. My god, what happened to well-written anime? Aside from Bleach, Pokemon, and Re-Zero, I haven't seen anything like my old world. Where are the scenes that make you cry silently at 3 a.m. and question your existence? He crossed his arms, sinking deeper into the sofa. In my previous world, even idol anime had a script. This here feels so reliant on clichés it's likely to sprain its ankles tripping over the protagonist. He watched a few more minutes out of sheer stubbornness and maybe a faint hope for improvement, until the heroine tripped and fell onto the protagonist with a gelatin sound effect. Kazuya turned off the TV without a word. He just sat there for a moment, staring into space like someone who'd had a bad epiphany. Okay. I definitely need to import culture from my world. This won't do. He got up, heading to the kitchen in search of something to eat, still with the bitter taste of TV disappointment. But deep down, he laughed. Because, of course, in a world with demons, angels, and mythological gods dueling, the weirdest thing was the local anime being bad. Maybe I'll write a decent anime here. He muttered. The Chronicles of the Gacha Master, the otaku who faced the gods. It'd be a hit. With that absurd but dangerously tempting thought, he opened the fridge, hoping to find something to suit the mental damage. But he was disappointed to see it was empty. Right, he forgot the house was new. He cursed his idiocy, thankful at least that the lights worked and everything else was fine. Back on the sofa, he tried putting on a movie to see if it was as bad as the anime in this world, waiting for his servants to arrive, hoping there'd be no issues with Sayuri. Chapter 16, A Dinner. Kazuya was still lounging on the couch, processing the recent trauma caused by a generic anime with a headache-inducing soundtrack, when the sound of the door opening echoed through the house. It wasn't something ordinary, like the doorbell rang. It was more like a triumphant entrance, complete with a gust of wind and the feeling that some deity had just blessed the home. Master. We're here, came the unmistakable voice of Ishtar, sing-song and brimming with energy, just before she burst into the living room. Casual, she said. Her outfit tried to be casual, a tight blouse, an open jacket, and denim shorts that seemed to conspire with the universe to highlight everything she had going for her, which, let's be honest, was a lot. High heels, sunglasses dangling from her neckline, and the confidence of someone who knew exactly what she was doing with every step she took. Behind her, Shutendoji practically floated, a feline smile on her face as if she were plotting something highly amusing and possibly illegal. A loose t-shirt falling off one shoulder, short shorts, elegant sandals, and a subtle hint of cherry blossom and danger in her perfume. She looked at Kazuya with that, "You're my favorite toy," gaze that only she could pull off without getting arrested. And then, bringing up the rear, Ireshkigal. More reserved, as always. She wore a beige long-sleeve blouse, a modest skirt, and simple leather boots, but everything was impeccably clean and aligned, as if she'd planned even the angle of her collar. Her reddish-brown eyes sparkled when she saw Kazuya, and the small smile that curled at the corner of her lips was the kind that could melt the heart of any underworld god. "Master," she said, shyly. "We're here." Kazuya blinked a few times, slowly rising from the couch as he watched the three cross the room like a carefully balanced trinity of chaos. "You guys took your time," he commented with a crooked smile. The house was starting to get too quiet. "Say that now." "Give it 5 minutes," Ishtar replied, placing a hand on her hip. "Because this place, master." She spun on her heels and gestured to the mansion. "Is officially the best place you've ever brought us to." "Agreed." Shuten purred, gliding over to the couch and flopping down beside him. "It smells like freedom. And expensive sake. You really know how to spoil your girls, Ireshkigal observed everything with a more restrained air, but her eyes shone. "It's beautiful. The light comes in nicely. And it feels safe. I like it here." She turned to Kazuya, her smile soft and sincere. "You thought of everything." "I tried," he replied with a faint smile. And that's when the technicians barged in, literally, carrying grocery bags and boxes as if they were setting up a market right there. Others were already in the corners of the room installing routers, while one swapped out the TV antenna for a modern receiver. "Wi-Fi in 10 minutes, boss," shouted one of the men. "Premium channels already activated," another added. Kazuya watched it all unfold with the air of a man who finally felt his life was falling into place, until he saw Ishtar nudging one of the technicians with an HDMI cable. "Hey, mister, add this channel too," she requested, pointing to a streaming app no one recognized. "It's the one with the romance dramas. Kazuya loves them, apparently, but he's too shy to admit it. I saw it in his old apartment." That's not true," he shot back. Shutendoji laughed, hiding her mouth behind her sleeve. Ireshkigal looked at her master with a glance that said, "So, you like that too?" Meanwhile, Ishtar kept walking. "You know, you brought us here, bought a whole house, set everything up. And even with that tired hero act, we see it all. We see how much you care. And that's why." She placed a hand on her chest, as if making a vow. I'm going to compete even harder with them to win you over for good. Ishtar. Ereshkigal's eyes widened, her cheeks flushing. Oh, don't be shy, Eresh, Shouldn't teased, leaning closer and resting her chin on Kazuya's shoulder with a dangerous little smile. We all love you already. And he knows it. He just needs to give in. Kazuya sighed, eyes closed, trying to maintain his composure. Inside. Controlled panic at SSR Gacha level. But on the outside. He smiled. All right. But does anyone here know how to cook? The three exchanged glances. Delivery, they suggested in unison. Kazuya let out a sigh. It was truly handy that his Fate Gacha skill imprinted modern-era knowledge onto the servants. They knew about the legendary food delivery service. Well, he'd think about cooking later. The technicians finished setting everything up with the efficiency of an elite squad specializing in otaku comfort. The TV now had more apps than sense, the Wi-Fi was faster than a magic teleport, and the fridge was stuffed with so many bags it looked like SSR event loot. Lord Kazuya-sama, said the team leader, a man in a sharp suit who looked more like an anime butler than a regular technician. He gave an impeccable bow. Anything you need, just call. We're at your service. And with that, they left as they came, quick, discreet, and with the internal soundtrack of a mission successfully completed. The comfortable silence that followed lasted exactly 4 seconds. Shutendoji was the first to move. With the grace of a panther and the audacity of a drunken kitsune, she sat on his lap as if it were a rightful throne. Her perfume filled the air, sweet and provocative. That was cruel, you know, she purred, tracing circles with her finger on his chest. You summon me in the morning, say you'll see me after class, and then vanish. Left me alone. Needy. Bored. She tilted her head, her half-closed eyes gleaming. Do you really want me to behave after that, Anada? Kazuya opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Eresh. Wait, she stepped closer, her cheeks flushed. That's not fair. He just got back from school. Let him breathe, shouldn't. The Oni servant laughed softly, resting her chin on Kazuya's shoulder. With dissent. No way. TCH. You two are so noisy. Came a third voice, closer than he expected. Kazuya barely had time to turn his head before he felt 2 hands slide around his back and a sudden, bold, warm kiss on his lips. Ishtar. She had snuck up behind the couch like a heart-stealing thief and was now leaning over him, her head resting on his shoulder, eyes closed with a satisfied smile on her lips, on the other side. I missed you. She murmured. And I'm not losing to these two. Ever. Kazuya froze for a few seconds. Inside. Emergency alarm at all routes unlocked at once, level. Outside. He took control. Slowly, he placed one hand on Shuten's hip and rested the other on Ishtar's arm, like someone calming wild beasts, or in this case, passionate beauties, and then smiled. Easy. You'll all get your turn, but first, how was your day? Shuten seemed surprised for a second but soon laughed, leaning a bit more against him as if she were right at home. Which, technically, she was. Oh, mine. Boring. Drank a little, explored the house, played with a slime-shaped pillow for 30 minutes. Until I woke up your 2 favorite goddesses. Ereshkigal cleared her throat, blushing. Woke up is an understatement. She was drinking on top of the kitchen table with a glass of wine, singing a song about the perfect master who forgot me. Ishtar rolled her eyes. And she broke the flower vase I put in the living room. It was a welcome offering. It was tacky, Shutendoji shot back, grinning ear to ear. Kazuya let out a soft laugh. It was strange, but also comforting. The 3 of them together made the house feel alive. The kind of chaos he'd never had, but now, kind of missed when it wasn't around. And, of course, it was 100% his fault. If he hadn't installed that harem is life mod while playing Fate/Grand Order, maybe they wouldn't be this close. But that was a secret he'd take to the grave. Kazuya sighed with a smile, gently stroking Eresh's hair as she now sat beside him, her hands delicately clasped in her lap. So, you guys liking it here? The 3 answered at once. With you here. Shuten said, her voice syrupy. Of course. Ishtar said, enthusiastic. Yes, a lot, Ereshkigal whispered, shy but sincere. Kazuya let out a sigh, with that tired smile of someone who had already accepted chaos as part of the furniture. But this time, instead of sinking further into the couch, he took a deep breath and started to get up. All right, let's get moving, he muttered, gently sliding Shuten off his lap. She let out a loud humph but allowed it, settling onto the couch like it was an imperial throne. Ishtar was also caught off guard when he lightly touched her hand and moved the arm she had draped around his neck. She narrowed her eyes, half challenging, half curious. Gonna run from us, master, she teased, raising an eyebrow. Kazuya stretched his arms, cracking his back, and replied. I'm making dinner, he said simply, rolling his shoulders. Unless one of you suddenly discovered a culinary talent. The three servants watched him in silence for a moment. Nothing, he pressed. Does delivery still count as talent? Shouldn't asked with a mischievous smile. Kazuya just laughed and headed to the kitchen. The newly purchased and furnished mansion had an elegant, modern air. The architecture blended glass and dark wood, large windows let light pour in at perfect angles, highlighting the clean, sophisticated decor, gray leather sofas, oak flooring, and soft lighting that looked straight out of a design catalog. Everything smelled new, even the silence felt fresh. No posters, no figurines. The only flashy thing there was the three divinities trailing behind Kazuya like a celestial procession. The kitchen opened into the living room in an open-concept layout, with a central white marble island and built-in cabinets. The utensils were arranged with near-military precision. Look at that, he actually knows how to use all this. Ishtar murmured, leaning against the counter with her arms crossed, watching as he sorted the ingredients. Ereshkigal stayed farther back, observing silently with attentive, curious eyes. It's nice seeing him like this, she whispered, more to herself. Up close, he almost looks like a real husband, Shuten said, twirling a water bottle between her fingers. You guys are just gonna stand there staring. I get nervous with a divine and Oni audience, Kazuya joked, turning on the stove. Get used to it, Ishtar replied, smiling. You're our master. We're watching everything. The ingredients soon came to life under Kazuya's hands. Precise cuts, pans heated at the right time, a touch of special sauce on the chicken, and vegetables sautéed with butter and garlic. The aroma that filled the kitchen was warm, inviting, the kind that made any place feel like home. He plated the food carefully, serving balanced portions, fried rice with eggs, grilled chicken with teriyaki sauce, and vegetables cooked to perfection. Nothing extravagant, but made with care. In the dining room, the table was fit for feasts, long, made of polished dark wood, with cushioned chairs and generous space. A modern chandelier hung above, bathing the room in soft amber light. The windows in the background showed a sky already tinged with twilight orange. Kazuya set the plates in front of each servant and sat down, letting out a small sigh of mission accomplished. Dig in, he said, like a weary king at the end of the day. Ishtar was the first to try it, bringing the chopsticks to her mouth with theatrical suspicion. In seconds, her eyes lit up. You're trying to win me over with food now. What a cheap and effective move. Shuten was already chewing, her eyes half closed, savoring each bite like a professional taster. Reminds me of imperial taverns, but with less shouting and more flavor. Ereshkigal tasted it delicately, her lips curving into a calm, sincere smile. It's delicious, she said softly. Really, thank you for making this. Kazuya watched the three of them, all seated at the table, enjoying his food, illuminated by the warm light of the new house. None of them had to be there. They were divine. Powerful. Incredible. And yet, they were at his table, sharing dinner. Inside. Pure SSR-level emotion. Outside. He just smiled, took a spoonful of rice to his mouth, and said casually. Welcome to the new house. After dinner, the table looked like a battlefield freshly won. Empty plates, nearly dry glasses, and a light atmosphere in the air. Ishtar stretched her arms above her head like a satisfied Olympic champion. I say with pride, the master is officially a great cook, she announced. Almost makes me want to see him in just an apron. Era, that sounds like an excellent idea, Shutendoji commented with a feline smile, lazily twirling a spoon between her fingers. I can already picture him in the kitchen with just that white apron. Shuten. Ereshkigal protested, her cheeks red as if someone had activated a shame buff on her. Kazuya just laughed, leaning back in his chair. You guys are impossible. We're your favorite impossibilities, Ishtar said, winking. I'll admit, today was good, he said, standing and gathering the plates. The house, you guys, everything feels right. As he carried the dishes to the sink, Shutendoji followed, helping with the utensils, or pretending to, since she spilled more water than she washed anything. Ishtar slung an arm around Ereshkigal's shoulders, who was still watching Kazuya with soft eyes. Reminds me of the old days. I miss this, though I hate admitting it. Remember how much the master worked for all of us, she murmured. Yes. Even in another life. He's still kind, and always trying, Ereshkigal replied, shyly. Later, after everything was cleaned, Kazuya decided to spend some time in the living room with them. The TV was turned on this time, with a random documentary about ancient Temonages, thanks to a mysterious suggestion from Ereshkigal. Ishtar, however, grabbed the remote and quickly switched to a talent show. This is way more fun. Look at that guy dancing dressed as a carrot. Doji burst out laughing, throwing her legs over the arm of the couch while sipping something mysterious from a glass. This modern world has its charm. Kazuya found himself laughing along with them. The kind of laugh that didn't come from obligation, but from spontaneity. He wasn't alone anymore. But soon, exhaustion hit. He stretched and stood up. I'm heading upstairs. Need to sleep a bit. I've got class tomorrow, remember. The three waved casually. Good night, master, Ereshkigal said with a warm smile. Dream of us, Ishtar teased. Or, better yet, dream about us, Shuden whispered with a mischievous smile. Kazuya shook his head, laughing, and climbed the wooden stairs to the second floor. The upper floor of the mansion was as elegant as the rest of the house. Wide hallways, plush carpet underfoot, dark wooden doors with gold handles. He entered his bedroom, spacious, with a large, comfortable bed, windows overlooking the backyard garden, and curtains swaying in the night breeze. He flopped onto the bed, letting out a long sigh. It was good to have peace. As he closed his eyes, downstairs. The three servants remained in the living room. Ishtar leaned closer to the other two and whispered. Little good-night plan. Doji chuckled softly. If we're sharing the master, how about making the night more interesting? Ereshkigal hesitated, her face flushed, but slowly nodded. 3 pairs of eyes gleamed. And on the second floor, Kazuya rolled onto his side, completely unaware of what was coming. Chapter 17, Bet. Kazuya woke up with that feeling of being watched. Not that something sinister is lurking, but more like, there's a beautiful woman sitting on top of me with dubious intentions. And, well, that's exactly what it was. Doji was straddling his hips, her hands resting on his chest, her face just inches from his. The sly smile on her lips gleamed in the faint pre-dawn light, and her purple eyes sparkled with the look of someone who had just won something. Good morning, Anata, she purred, her voice smooth as venom in a crystal goblet. Or rather, good pre-dawn. I figured it was about time to claim my prize. Kazuya was still groggy but not surprised. He merely raised an eyebrow, his hand calmly resting on her waist. How did you convince 2 goddesses to let you come here alone? Doji tilted her head, chuckling softly with that playful charm that made any attempt at resistance seem futile. Simple. I proposed a little card game. Nothing magical, nothing cheated. Just me, the 2 of them, and a deck. You bet with them? Kazuya asked, already sensing where this was going. Blackjack. 5 rounds. Whoever lost would let the winner have a moment alone with you. And guess what? Kazuya let out a soft huff, but the smile betrayed that he wasn't annoyed. In fact, he was almost impressed. You bluffed, didn't you? Shuden's smile widened even more. Eresh fell for the classic, double or nothing, bluff. As for Ishtar, well, let's just say she got distracted arguing with the 6 of diamonds about why it wasn't the most valuable card. Of course she did, Kazuya grumbled, now awake enough to process the situation. So you won fair and square. Fairest of the fair. I used only my beauty, sharp logic, and a cute little face. Nothing but my natural charm, she said, tilting her head slightly with an air of mock innocence. Kazuya ran a hand over his face, chuckling softly. Deep down, he had already accepted that his life was basically an RPG with limited time events popping up every hour of the day. And right now. This was the special event of the strategic Oni. You really took this seriously, huh? Of course, she said, her eyes locked on his, now more intense. If it's for you. I'd bet everything. And Kazuya knew, in that moment, that no deck or gacha in the world could compare to the delicious chaos of having a servant like Doji in love with him. Doji smiled even wider, her purple eyes sparkling with palpable intensity. She leaned down, her face now brushing against his, her warm breath laced with promises. Enough talk, Anata, she whispered, her voice husky and dripping with desire. Now it's time for you to give me what I won. Before Kazuya could respond, her lips crashed into his in a kiss that swept away any lingering trace of sleep. It wasn't a sweet or shy kiss, but a ravenous and possessive one, her tongue invading his mouth with delicious audacity. It was a battle of hungry tongues, a carnal acknowledgement that ignited a searing fire in Kazuya's core. As the kiss deepened, Doji shifted her hips, her soft, curvy backside rubbing provocatively against Kazuya's erection, still hidden beneath the blanket and clothes. The friction was deliberate, each movement a silent promise of the pleasure to come. Kazuya let out a low groan against her lips, his body instinctively responding to the lascivious touch. The sensation was intoxicating, a mix of arousal and a hint of disbelief at the Oni's boldness. The kiss grew fiercer, Doji's possessiveness becoming more evident with every second. Her tongue danced with Kazuya's in a wild rhythm, exploring every corner of his mouth with a boldness that left him breathless. Kazuya, feeling the heat rise and her teasing hips intensify, flung the blanket partially covering him aside with a sharp motion, never breaking the kiss. His fingers found the soft curve of Shutendoji's backside over the thin fabric of her clothes, squeezing firmly. The sensation was maddeningly tempting, the softness contrasting with the taut muscle beneath his fingers. Their height difference became more pronounced in that moment. Shutendoji, with her meager 145 centimeters, had to stretch to the max to keep her lips locked with Kazuya's, who towered over her at 187 centimeters. Her slender arms wrapped around his neck with surprising strength, her fingers gripping the short hair at his nape as she pushed herself upward, seeking more contact. Her petite body was now almost entirely taut, from the tips of her toes barely touching the mattress to the top of her head tilted back. This total surrender, this need to stretch to reach him, only heightened Kazuya's arousal. He could feel every curve of her body pressed against his, her warm, panting breath on his face. The battle of tongues raged on, a silent testament to the mutual desire growing between them. Their swollen lips parted for brief moments only for a hoarse gasp to escape, before crashing together again with renewed intensity. Kazuya's hands roamed her backside, massaging and squeezing with bolder intent, feeling the immediate response in Shutendoji's trembling body. Shutendoji pulled back slightly, her red, swollen lips glistening, her purple eyes gleaming even brighter in the dim room's light. Her pale, almost silvery skin contrasted with the flush now coloring her cheeks. The small burgundy horns protruding from her skin seemed to quiver faintly with her excitement. The subtle scent of cherry blossoms and danger surrounding her intensified, filling the air. With a mischievous smile dancing on her lips, she reached for Kazuya's loose t-shirt. Her delicate fingers, with slightly elongated nails, grabbed the hem and, with a swift, surprisingly strong tug, tore the fabric apart. The sound of ripping cotton echoed in the pre-dawn silence, revealing Kazuya's chiseled torso. His defined muscles, worthy of a Greek statue, gleamed in the faint light. Shutendoji's purple eyes roamed every inch of his exposed body, lingering on the curves and shadows with lascivious admiration. She let out a low sigh, almost a purr, before leaning in and placing a soft kiss on his sculpted pecs. Her cool lips traced a slow, sensual path, descending over his smooth abs to his waist. With each kiss, Kazuya's breathing grew heavier. He could feel the light touch of her lips warming his skin, setting the stage for something more intense. Shutendoji continued her descent, her mouth brushing the line of his hips, her proximity to her ultimate goal making the air even thicker with desire. In a swift, decisive move, she grabbed the waistband of Kazuya's shorts, sliding them down along with his underwear. Kazuya's erection, until then partially concealed, sprang free with undeniable urgency. His large, throbbing member stood exposed, swaying slightly. Shutendoji froze for a moment, her eyes widening with genuine surprise. The pre-dawn light bathed the impressive length of Kazuya's penis. It was truly massive, perhaps over 10 inches, erect and imposing. The purplish tip pulsed faintly. A jolt ran through Shutendoji's petite body. She raised her gaze to Kazuya, a mix of astonishment and excitement etched on her face. Her sharp fangs gleamed faintly as a slow, predatory smile spread across her lips. "Era, Anata," she whispered, her voice now laced with almost reverent admiration. "You were hiding quite a treasure, weren't you?" Kazuya let out a low chuckle, a blend of amusement and arousal. He ran a hand through Shutendoji's short, purple hair, feeling the unusual softness of the strands. "Let's just say I had an ace up my sleeve, since I even surprised Eresh and Ishtar with this," he replied, his eyes locked on hers, a mischievous glint dancing in his pupils. "And it seems you're pretty interested in exploring it." Before another word could be exchanged, Shutendoji lowered her head, her expression shifting from surprise to lascivious determination. Her pink, agile tongue slipped out, the tip touching the base of Kazuya's penis before slowly gliding up its length. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming. The warm, wet touch of her tongue sent shockwaves through Kazuya's body. He held his breath, every nerve in his groin igniting. It was a brazen, deliciously profane caress. Shutendoji licked as if savoring an expensive ice cream, each stroke slow and methodical, exploring the texture and shape of Kazuya's member. Her tongue swirled around the sensitive glands, circling and sucking with surprising mastery. Her small, firm hands gripped his thighs, keeping him still as she devoted herself to his pleasure. Kazuya let out a low moan, his head falling back. His fingers dug into Shutendoji's soft hair, the need to hold onto something solid becoming almost unbearable. The heat of her mouth, the gentle pressure of her lips, and the friction of her tongue were driving him to the edge. The sweet, faintly spicy scent of Shutendoji's mouth filled his nostrils, mingling with his own growing desire. He could feel the rapid pulse of his blood, the intense tingling concentrating in his groin. It was a delicious torture, a promise of imminent ecstasy. Shutendoji was in no rush. She seemed to savor every reaction from Kazuya, the tremor in his legs, the involuntary sighs escaping his lips. Her purple eyes watched him through her lashes as her mouth worked wonders, a subtle smile curving her lips with every sound of pleasure he made. Shutendoji murmured between licks, her voice muffled and laced with satisfaction. "It's really Big, Anata. She let out a low sigh, her tongue gliding along the length of his penis. Kazuya moaned, his head thrown back. You, enjoying yourself, little Oni? His voice came out hoarse and broken. Shundoji briefly raised her eyes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as her hands continued their relentless work. Enjoying? Anata, I'm loving it. She nibbled the sensitive tip, making Kazuya let out a guttural sound. It's quite a prize. You're unbelievable, Kazuya managed to say, his breathing quickening. I never thought that a short Oni like me could leave you like this. Shundoji finished his sentence with an amused tone, before returning to her fervent licking. Don't underestimate the power of charm, and a talented tongue. She moved her hands in a faster rhythm, while her mouth continued to delight the glands. Get ready, Anata, she whispered against his heated skin. I think this special event is about to get a lot more interesting. With renewed determination, Shundoji adjusted her position, tilting her head at a different angle. She opened her mouth as wide as she could, her eyes fixed on Kazuya's face, seeking his reaction. Slowly, with care, she tried again to envelop the glands. This time, with a small effort and a satisfied sigh from the Oni, the tip of Kazuya's penis slipped into her mouth. Kazuya held his breath, a new wave of sensations hitting him. Shundoji's hot, tight mouth was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. It was incredibly intimate, every movement of her tongue now directly in contact with the most sensitive part of his body. He felt a slight gag from her as she tried to take more, but she persisted, her hands firm on his thighs, keeping him in place. For Shundoji, the sensation was surprising. The heat and texture of Kazuya's member filling her mouth were intense. But the taste, oh, the taste. It was warm, slightly salty, with a subtly sweet undertone, far better, infinitely more complex and intoxicating than any fine sake she'd ever sipped. It was a forbidden nectar, a flavor that ignited an even fiercer fire in her core. She moved her head slightly, savoring the sensation and taste, her tongue dancing around the glands filling her mouth. Her purple eyes widened slightly, marveling at the intensity of the pleasure radiating from that contact. She could feel Kazuya's strong pulse in her mouth, a rhythm that echoed in her own body. Kazuya let out a hoarse moan, his hands finding Shundoji's short, soft hair again. The sensation of her engulfing his glands, even partially, was incredibly arousing. He could feel her warm breath on his skin, the slight friction of her tongue as she explored every curve. It was a raw, visceral intimacy that pushed him closer to the edge. The pre-dawn light danced over Kazuya's member, now generously coated in a glistening layer of saliva. Every curve and crease shimmered, the moisture accentuating its imposing form. Droplets sparkled at the purplish tip, ready to fall. The air around them carried the heady scent of arousal and desire. When Shundoji briefly pulled back to breathe or adjust her position, thin, silvery strands of saliva stretched from her lips to Kazuya's glands, like delicate, glistening spider webs. These translucent threads broke slowly, leaving a wet trail on her pale chin and red, swollen lips. Her purple eyes gleamed intensely, reflecting the light and the lust consuming her. She licked her lips with delight, savoring Kazuya's intoxicating taste, before returning to envelop him with her hungry mouth. Shundoji tilted her head back, opening her mouth even wider. She swallowed hard, focused on her goal. Slowly, centimeter by centimeter, she managed to take more of Kazuya's member into her mouth. It was tight, the sensation of fullness almost suffocating, but the excitement coursing through her body outweighed any discomfort. She felt the tip of his penis touch the back of her throat, triggering a momentary reflex she controlled with effort. Kazuya felt the hot, deep tightness of Shundoji's mouth and lost control. His fingers tangled in her short, soft hair, gripping her head firmly. Without warning, he began pulling her head down, thrusting his penis deeper into her mouth. It was an overwhelming possession, a primal instinct taking over. Shundoji let out a muffled moan, her eyes wide and teary. The sensation was too intense, almost painful, but strangely pleasurable. Kazuya's strong, intoxicating taste filled her mouth, while the firm pressure made her gasp. Tears of pure excitement began to pool in her purple eyes, glistening in the pre-dawn light. She tried to keep up, her throat contracting with each thrust, her petite body trembling with effort and pleasure. Her arms clung to his thighs, her fingers digging into his warm skin as she held onto that moment of wild ecstasy. Their breathing became irregular and loud. Kazuya could feel the wet heat of Shundoji's mouth enveloping him deeply, each movement pushing him closer to the edge. He could feel the tension building in his body, every fiber pulsing with the nearing climax. His fingers gripped her hair tighter, guiding her head faster. A searing wave of heat surged through Kazuya's body, culminating in uncontrollable spasms as his semen shot hot and abundant into her mouth, straight down her throat. The sensation was overwhelming, a peak of pleasure that left him dizzy and breathless. Shundoji gagged slightly at the sudden volume but didn't pull away. Her eyes, still teary with excitement, widened at the sensation of the hot, thick liquid filling her mouth. She tasted its strong, intoxicating flavor, that addictive taste she craved, exploding on her taste buds. It was more than just a bodily fluid. To Shutenduji, it was Kazuya's essence, tangible proof of her conquest. She swallowed with difficulty but determination every drop of that potent nectar. The warmth spread down her throat, coursing through her body, igniting an even fiercer fire in her core. When Kazuya's release finally slowed, Shutenduji pulled back slowly, her lips and chin coated in a milky sheen. She licked her lips with satisfaction, her gaze fixed on Kazuya's, a wild, triumphant smile adorning her face. "Ah, Anata," she whispered, her voice hoarse and laced with ecstasy. This was even better than I remembered." She swallowed the rest, savoring every trace of that divine nectar. Definitely the best drink in the world. Her eyes gleamed with intense possessiveness, the proof of her prize now residing within her. Not responding to Shutenduji, Kazuya took a few deep breaths, looking at her, her face adorned with a wet sheen and a lascivious smile that reignited his desire. "I think it's my turn now, isn't it?" he said, his voice still hoarse and heavy with desire. Without waiting for a reply, he rolled over, flipping their positions in a swift motion. Shutenduji let out a low, excited laugh, her purple eyes fixed on him as he took control. With a predatory look, Kazuya grabbed the loose t-shirt Shutenduji was wearing. The thin fabric gave way easily under his stronger fingers, tearing from top to bottom in a sharp, satisfying sound. Her short shorts met the same fate, ripped at the sides with a firm tug. In seconds, Shutenduji's petite, curvy body was fully exposed to the pre-dawn light. Her pale skin, with that faint purplish, almost silvery hue, glowed softly. Small but firm, perky breasts with pink, sensitive nipples stood invitingly. The delicate curve of her waist accentuated, leading to rounded hips and the dark, wet slit between her slender thighs. Her pubic hair was sparse and dark, framing her pink, swollen vulva. Kazuya took in every detail, his arousal swelling again in his chest. Shutenduji's body was a delicate work of art, an irresistible temptation. He could feel the heat radiating from her, the sweet, wild scent drawing him like a magnet. Shutenduji didn't move, simply lying there, watching Kazuya's reaction with a lascivious smile. Her purple eyes gleamed with anticipation, her lips parted, inviting him to explore every inch of her bare skin. "So, Anata," she whispered, her voice laden with promise. "What are you going to do on your turn?" "I'm going to show you exactly what I'm going to do," Kazuya whispered, his voice hoarse and charged with a wild promise. His eyes roamed Shutenduji's naked body once more before locking onto her face, where excitement shone brightly. He leaned in, placing a soft kiss on the delicate curve of her neck. Her skin was soft and warm under his lips, exuding that intoxicating scent of cherry blossoms and danger that drove him wild. He moved downward slowly, his mouth leaving a wet trail of kisses along her delicate collarbone until he reached one of her small, firm breasts. The pink tip of her nipple was perked, and Kazuya took it into his mouth with tenderness, sucking gently. Shutenduji let out a sharp sigh, her body writhing slightly beneath him. Her small hands found Kazuya's short hair, gripping it with surprising strength, her head thrown back in abandon. He switched to the other breast, giving it the same ravenous attention, feeling her petite body vibrate with each suck. Shutenduji's low, broken moans echoed through the room, a melody of pure pleasure that fueled Kazuya's desire even more. He could feel her racing pulse under his fingers as his hands explored the curves of her waist. The trail of kisses continued downward, from the base of her breasts to her smooth, soft belly. Kazuya lingered there, kissing and licking the sensitive skin, feeling Shutenduji's abdominal muscles contract under his touch. He could sense her breathing becoming faster and shallower, the anticipation growing with every inch he neared his final goal. Finally, he reached the base of her abdomen, where sparse, soft dark hair framed her intimacy. The scent there was stronger, an earthy, sweet mix that aroused his senses in a primal way. Without hesitation, Kazuya dove into Shutenduji's vulva with relish. A loud moan, almost a scream, escaped her lips. Her body arched on the bed, her hands gripping Kazuya's hair even tighter, pulling him closer. He could feel the hot, abundant wetness in his mouth, the sweet, slightly salty taste that was unique and intoxicating. It was a delicious nectar, the essence of her femininity, and Kazuya savored it with greed. He sucked and licked with fervor, his tongue exploring every fold and crease of her sensitive vulva. His lips opened and closed around her swollen clit, sucking gently before intensifying the pressure. Shutenduji writhed beneath him, her legs spreading even wider in total surrender. Her moans grew louder and wilder, mixed with small cries of pure pleasure. Shutenduji's small, delicate hands danced in Kazuya's hair, sometimes gripping tightly, other times softly caressing his nape. He could feel her hot, panting breath, her entire body trembling under his touches. With each suck, each lick, he felt her arousal intensify, her body growing wetter and more receptive. The minutes stretched into a whirlwind of intense sensations. Kazuya continued to worship Shutenduji's intimacy, savoring every drop of her sweet nectar. He could feel her body nearing climax, her muscles tensing, her breathing ragged. Her moans became more urgent, almost pleas. Finally, Shutenduji's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She screamed, her body arching violently as waves of pleasure coursed through her. Kazuya felt the grip of her hands and his hair tighten, and the wetness in his mouth grew even more abundant, pulsing with her release. He continued to suck with fervor, drinking every drop of the sweet, hot liquid that flowed from her. It was an intoxicating taste, the ultimate reward for his devotion. He felt Shutenduji's body gradually relax beneath him, her moans fading into soft, satisfied sighs. When the last spasm of pleasure passed through her, Kazuya pulled back slowly, his lips and face coated in the wet sheen of Shutenduji's ecstasy. He looked into her eyes, seeing the wild, satisfied gleam that filled them. "You taste delicious," he murmured. Shutenduji smiled, a slow, lascivious smile that spread across her face. "And you, Anata, you know exactly how to please me. I think we both won this game, don't you?" Kazuya smiled back, the desire still pulsing strongly in his body. "We definitely did." After a few moments of exchanged glances, Shutenduji's purple eyes gleamed with an almost feverish intensity, her breathing ragged and her lips parted in a plea. "But enough foreplay, Anata," she whispered, her voice hoarse and thick with lust. "Please, fuck me. Break this little pussy with that huge cock of yours. I'm begging you." Her words ignited the desire already consuming Kazuya even further. He felt his member pulse harder, throbbing with the urgency to possess her completely. The image of that small, vulnerable body begging for his virility was irresistible. He knelt between Shutenduji's spread legs, which formed an inviting M, as she saw he'd granted her request. The sight of her wet, pink intimacy contrasting with her pale skin was mesmerizing. With slightly trembling hands, Kazuya guided the tip of his erect, throbbing member to the entrance of her vulva. Shutenduji's mouth opened in an eager sigh. She was drunk with desire, to the point that pain was merely an exciting spice to the pleasure she craved so desperately. She didn't care how uncomfortable it might be at first, she wanted to feel him inside, filling her completely. Kazuya began to insert his member slowly. Shutenduji's pussy seemed to mold somewhat disproportionately to the size of his penis. He felt the hot, tight wetness enveloping the glands, but also an initial resistance, a slight narrowing that hinted at their size disparity. For him, the sensation was an intense mix of arousal and a touch of apprehension. Her soft, warm skin gripped his member, but he could feel her unaccustomed to such a large volume. It was tight, incredibly tight, and he needed to be careful not to hurt her. Shutenduji let out a moan that blended pain and pleasure. Her muscles contracted involuntarily with the initial penetration, but she kept her eyes locked on Kazuya's, a gleam of ecstasy mixed with the tears beginning to pool in the corners of her eyes. The sensation of being filled, even with difficulty, was already igniting a fire within her. Kazuya continued to insert himself slowly and carefully. He could feel every fold and crease of her intimacy adjusting to his size. The resistance lessened gradually as his member advanced, but it was still incredibly tight, each centimeter gained with slight effort. Finally, he felt he could go no further. More than half of his penis was inside her, filling her completely to the end of her pussy. Even without being fully inserted, he could feel the limit, the certainty of having reached the end of that tight channel. In that moment, Kazuya could swear he saw Shutenduji's abdominal muscles contract obscenely with his insertion. It was as if his member might protrude through the thin skin of her belly, such was the depth he'd reached in that tight space. The wet heat enveloping him was intense, and the pulsing of her body around his member prepared him for the storm of pleasure to come. Kazuya waited a few seconds, allowing Shutenduji's body to adjust to his invasive presence. Her low, broken moans were his tacit permission. He began to move slowly, a gentle back and forth that made their bodies brush against each other. The sensation of being so tightly inside her was incredibly intense, each movement a forbidden delight. With each slow thrust, Shutenduji let out longer sighs, her head swaying slightly on the pillow. Her eyes remained fixed on Kazuya's, a mix of lingering pain and growing pleasure shining in her purple pupils. He could feel her hot wetness enveloping him, each contraction an incentive to deepen the rhythm. Gradually, Kazuya increased the speed of his movements. The friction became more intense, the wet sound of their bodies joining filling the room. He held Shutenduji's slender thighs, which remained open in a vulnerable M, gripping them firmly as he fucked her. Her response was immediate, louder, higher-pitched moans, her body rising slightly with each thrust. Pleasure began to overtake Shutenduji. Her petite body trembled, and her screams grew more strident, laden with ecstasy. Waves of orgasm hit her in rapid succession, her muscles contracting convulsively around Kazuya's member. He could feel the intensity of her spasms, the pulsing heat gripping him even tighter. "Ah, Nada, keep going. Faster." Amid her cries of pleasure, Shutenduji extended her arms, a silent gesture inviting an embrace. Kazuya leaned in, letting her wrap her slender, delicate arms around his neck. She held him tightly, her face buried in his shoulder as he continued to penetrate her deeply. Their lips met in a passionate, wild kiss. Their tongues danced together, mingling the flavors of arousal and desire. Shutenduji's hot, panting breath brushed Kazuya's face as he felt her tighten around him with each movement. It was a carnal and emotional union, a moment of pure mutual surrender. The sensation for Kazuya was overwhelming. Being so deep inside her, feeling her body shudder through multiple orgasms as she held and kissed him, was an experience that transcended the physical. His own body began to near its limit, each thrust bringing the tension higher. So delicious. Shunduji clung to him with all her strength, as if afraid he might vanish. Her moans turned to hoarse whispers in his ear, words of pure pleasure and abandon. She moved her hips in sync with Kazuya's, seeking an even deeper connection. Then, in one final, determined motion, Kazuya prepared for the last thrust. He pulled back slightly, took a deep breath, and with a powerful thrust, drove his entire member into Shunduji. The sensation was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. He felt the tip of his penis meet an unexpected resistance, a barrier he realized was the end of her vaginal canal, possibly touching her uterus. Shunduji's mind seemed to shatter in that instant. A guttural sound escaped her throat, a mix of extreme pleasure and searing pain. Her eyes widened, fixed on a point beyond Kazuya, reality seeming to warp around her. It was too much. The size, the depth, the intensity of it all hit her with overwhelming force. Her entire body shuddered, and she tightened her arms around Kazuya's neck with surprising strength. In an instinctive, wild act, her teeth sank into the skin of Kazuya's neck. He felt the sharp pain and the warmth of blood trickling down. It wasn't an act of anger, but a visceral reaction to a pleasure that had become almost unbearable, a way to anchor herself in reality amid the avalanche of sensations. Kazuya groaned at the sudden pain but didn't pull away. At the exact moment he felt the tip of his member meet that final resistance inside Shunduji, a scorching wave of heat surged through him, and he came deep inside her, his semen shooting with overwhelming force into her tight, convulsing body. He could feel her body tremble even more intensely around his member, the bite on his neck tightening with the same uncontrollable force of the climax overwhelming her. Shunduji's mind seemed to have shattered completely. The overwhelming pleasure, mixed with the searing pain of the deep penetration and now the hot, pulsing sensation of semen filling her to the brim, was too much for her small body to handle. She let out a high-pitched, strangled scream, a broken sound that echoed through the room. Her eyes were wide and glassy, fixed on an invisible point, her sanity momentarily lost in the whirlwind of sensations. Warm blood trickled down Kazuya's neck, mingling with the cold sweat covering his forehead. The pain of the bite was intense but overshadowed by the magnitude of the pleasure consuming him and Shunduji's visceral reaction. They were locked in a wild embrace, bound by an act of passion that had crossed all boundaries. Kazuya continued to ejaculate, the waves of pleasure gradually subsiding but still intense. He felt Shunduji's body tighten around him in final spasms, the bite on his neck loosening slightly. The silence that followed was thick and heavy, broken only by their panting breaths and the soft sound of dripping blood. Slowly, the intensity of the climax began to fade. He remained still inside Shunduji, feeling her still trembling body in his arms, the mark of her teeth on his neck an indelible reminder of the savagery of that moment. They had given themselves completely to each other, in an act of passion that had bordered on madness, forever sealing the intensity of their connection. Kazuya felt Shunduji's arms loosen their grip on his neck, and the bite, though still tender, no longer hurt with the same intensity. Carefully, he began to withdraw his penis from Shunduji's small, tight body. The sound of his member sliding out echoed through the room with a wet, audible pop, a testament to the deep intimacy they had shared. Shunduji's pussy was visibly stretched, its edges red and swollen, and a generous amount of semen slowly trickled down her pale thighs, glistening in the pre-dawn light. Kazuya lay on his side, his body exhausted but his mind strangely calm. He watched Shunduji, who remained lying on her back, her eyes closed and a soft smile on her lips. With a tender gesture, he pulled her by the hips, bringing her small, warm body close to his. She let out a soft moan, snuggling into his embrace, her head finding a comfortable spot on his chest. Silence filled the room, broken only by their slow, steady breaths. The scent of sex, sweat, and blood lingered in the air, an intoxicating fragrance that spoke of the intensity of their passion. Kazuya felt Shunduji's soft body pressed against his, the small mark of her teeth on his neck pulsing faintly. He wrapped an arm around her, squeezing gently. That moment of savagery had transformed into a comforting calm, a silent acknowledgement of the deep connection between them. Shunduji was chaotic, unpredictable, and incredibly intense, but in that moment, in his arms, she seemed fragile and vulnerable. But instead of sinking fully into sleep, Shunduji, true to her mischievous and provocative nature, began to stir gently in Kazuya's arms. She turned, her face inches from his, a wicked smile dancing on her red, swollen lips. Her purple eyes gleamed with renewed energy, despite the visible exhaustion. "Era, Anata," she whispered, her voice hoarse and laced with delicious double entendre as she grabbed his still rock-hard penis. "I thought we were done. But it seems my prize still has some energy left, doesn't it?" She brushed her lips against his, a light touch that quickly deepened into an erotic, possessive kiss. Her tongue invaded Kazuya's mouth with the same boldness as before, exploring every corner, reigniting the flame of desire that hadn't fully extinguished. Kazuya felt his penis, which had begun to soften slightly, pulse again, hardening with the vivid memory of the intense sensations they'd shared. The kiss intensified, charged with an implicit promise of more pleasure. Shunduji's small hand slid over Kazuya's chest, lightly scratching the skin before descending to his waist. He moaned against her lips, feeling the heat spread through his body again. With an agile move, Shunduji broke the kiss but didn't fully pull away. She crawled across the bed, positioning herself on all fours before Kazuya. The stance was a brazen offer, exposing her pale back and the tempting curve of her backside. The way she presented herself was a provocation in itself. Her hands were splayed on the mattress, her arms slightly bent, while her spine formed a gentle arch that accentuated the projection of her small breasts. Her round, firm backside was raised toward Kazuya, swaying slightly with her movements, like a silent invitation. It was a tantalizing sight, the embodiment of lust and desire. Kazuya took in every detail, feeling his member grow even harder. He could clearly see her pussy, still pink and swollen, with semen slowly trickling out, mingling with her own fluids. Above, the small opening of her anus remained stretched, its edges red and sensitive, pulsing faintly with each involuntary muscle contraction. He approached, parting Shunduji's butt cheeks with his fingers again. The view was even more explicit now, revealing her body's intimacy in a raw, tempting way. The contrast between her already sated pussy and the still dilated small anal opening was incredibly arousing. Shunduji let out a low giggle, turning her head slightly to meet Kazuya's gaze. Her purple eyes sparkled with playful mischief. "Well, Anata," she whispered, her voice heavy with anticipation. "Still got the stamina for another round of my special event?" A predatory smile curved Kazuya's lips at Shunduji's provocation. His eyes roamed the small, offered body of the Oni, arousal pulsing through his veins. "You asked for it, little Oni," he whispered, his voice hoarse and thick with desire. "And I'm going to fuck you all night." With those words, he guided his hardened member to the entrance of Shunduji's pussy. To his surprise, it slid in with surprising ease, bathed in her abundant wetness and aided by the semen still filling her. He felt the tip of his penis touch the end of Shunduji's uterus again, eliciting a loud, involuntary moan from her lips. Without wasting time, Kazuya began to fuck Shunduji hard. His thrusts were deep and fast, filling her completely with each motion. Shunduji screamed, her voice high and shrill, pleading for calm amid the overwhelming pleasure. "Anata. Wait, it's too fast." But Kazuya was consumed by lust, the sound of her screams only fueling his arousal. He continued to fuck with intensity, the rhythm relentless. Soon, however, Shunduji's plea turned into lascivious moans. "No, keep going, it's so good." She gasped, her nails digging into the sheets. While fucking her vigorously, Kazuya used one hand to part Shunduji's butt cheeks, exposing her small, stretched anus. With his thumb, he began to play with the sensitive entrance, massaging and pressing gently. Shunduji let out an even shriller scream, her head thrown back in ecstasy. The sound of wet slaps echoed through the room with each of Kazuya's thrusts, his hips slamming against Shunduji's backside. Her flesh rippled and trembled with the force of their fucking, a spectacle of pure lust. In a moment of possession, Kazuya delivered a few hard slaps to the Oni's pale buttocks, leaving red marks that contrasted with her skin. Shunduji moaned even louder, her voice thick with passion and submission. After a few more minutes of intense, wild fucking, Kazuya felt his body nearing climax again. He came deep inside her pussy once more, the heat of his semen pulsing within her. At the same moment, Shunduji's body convulsed violently, her screams growing shriller and more piercing as she, too, was consumed by an overwhelming orgasm. Immediately after their simultaneous climax, Kazuya moved Shunduji, positioning her to ride him. She sat on his hips, legs spread, looking down with a wild smile. Kazuya gripped her waist, guiding her movements while his free hand slapped and squeezed her soft, rounded backside. With each slap, her flesh trembled, and a moan of pleasure escaped her lips. Shunduji's small breasts bounced rhythmically with her movements, her pink nipples perked, and the expression on her face was one of pure ecstasy. Her body was drenched in sweat, glistening in the room's faint light. The sensation of having her ride him was incredibly arousing for Kazuya. He felt her tight pussy gripping him, each of her movements pushing him closer to the edge. He squeezed her backside, feeling the softness and firmness under his fingers, and watched the wild dance of her breasts. Soon, the tension built in his body again, and he came deep inside her for the third time that night, his contractions mingling with Shunduji's loud, passionate moans. With a final sigh of pleasure, Kazuya lifted Shunduji into his arms. She wrapped her legs around his waist, her face buried in his neck, as he continued to penetrate her, walking slowly across the room. He squeezed her soft, delicious backside, feeling her tighten around him with each step. Shunduji curled her toes in the air, completely at his mercy, her moans softening into whispers heavy with total surrender. "Anata." Kazuya felt the climax nearing again, each step with Shunduji in his arms, the intense friction and her tightness pushing him closer to the edge. He shouted her name, his voice hoarse and laden with pleasure, as his semen shot hot and abundant into her pussy for the 4th time that night. At the same moment, Shunduji, in a wild reflex of ecstasy, sank her teeth into his shoulder, the bite less intense than the previous one but still charged with passion. Carefully, Kazuya carried her to the edge of the bed, positioning her on all fours. Shunduji's small body was exhausted, trembling slightly with the accumulated effort and pleasure. Yet, true to her nature, she parted her butt cheeks, exposing her purplish, softly pulsing anus and her red, abused pussy, from which Kazuya's semen trickled in a steady stream. Without hesitation, Kazuya positioned himself behind her and thrust his hardened member into her pussy again. He grabbed her small arms and pulled them toward him, intensifying the penetration as he fucked her with overwhelming possessiveness. Shunduji moaned and screamed, her body rocking with each deep thrust. Soon, Kazuya felt the precursor to another climax. His body tensed, and he shouted as he came for the 5th time inside Shunduji, filling her with his hot, pulsing semen. At the same moment, the Oni's exhausted body gave way. She collapsed forward, her forehead touching the floor, while her backside remained raised in the air, a vision of surrender and exhaustion. Kazuya withdrew his member with a wet pop, watching Shunduji's pussy drip with his semen, a testament to the wild night they had shared. After observing the scene with the pride he'd feel if he were Madara defeating the entire Shinobi Alliance, he lay on the bed, his body exhausted but a deep sense of satisfaction washing over him. He pulled Shunduji's small, exhausted body close, cradling her in his arms. She panted softly, her breathing still irregular, her mind too overwhelmed to process what had happened. Her limbs were limp, and her body trembled slightly with the extreme effort. Shunduji's head fell heavily onto his chest, her tangled purple hair brushing his skin. He felt the gentle warmth of her breath on his neck and the light weight of her body against his. She was completely surrendered to sleep, exhausted beyond words. Kazuya held her gently in his arms, feeling the fragility of her small body. He kissed the top of her head, inhaling the sweet, peculiar scent that enveloped her. He quickly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Hey, everyone. Just stopping by quickly to comment on the second sex scene you just read. First, I wanted to apologize if it seemed a little too soon again. I totally get that some people might find it rushed or unexpected, but I swear it had an important narrative purpose. To keep the emotional coherence and the pace of the relationship between the characters, this step needed to happen now. It was something planned to reflect the intensity and vulnerability of that specific moment in the story. But don't worry, this isn't going to turn into a festival of explicit scenes every chapter. In fact, it'll be quite a while before something like that happens again explicitly. From here on, the focus goes back to the plot, the conflicts, and the emotional development of the characters, just like it's always been. Thank you for continuing to follow along and trusting the story. Chapter 18, A Normal Day. Kazuya woke up with what could only be described as the cozy weight of a mythological disaster sleeping on his chest. Shunduji, naked as a forbidden work of art, rested tranquil and satisfied, wrapped in a blanket that barely concealed the mess of the previous night. Torn clothes were scattered like confetti at a forgotten party. The faint dawnlight filtered through the enormous bedroom windows, illuminating the luxurious interior of the new mansion, expensive furniture, velvet curtains, and a ridiculously oversized bed that now looked more like a battlefield after a romantic conflict. A nearby marble statue, imported from Italy, seemed to be judging him sternly. Kazuya, however, didn't seem the least bit regretful. He let out a sigh, carefully sliding out from under the Oni. Shun mumbled sleepily and snuggled deeper into the blanket, a satisfied little smile on her face. If servants had a satisfaction ranking, she would have shot straight to S+. With a lazy gesture, Kazuya accessed his inventory, the only power he truly valued since getting tangled up in the supernatural world. A set of new clothes floated out with a golden glow, fitted dark pants, a black t-shirt with a print from an anime only he watched, and a modern blazer that matched his suit. Reformed otaku millionaire casual style. As he dressed, he ran his fingers through his messy hair and glanced around with the typical look of someone thinking, this is gonna cause trouble later, but he was too hungry to care right now. Heading downstairs, still yawning and with suspicious purple marks on his neck, he crossed the mansion's main hall. It was all very fancy. Ishtar had chosen the chandeliers. Ereshkigal had insisted on the gold details. Kazuya just wanted a functioning fridge and a decent connection to roll gacha. But now he had a 3-story mansion and an Oni sleeping in his bed. Life sometimes threw unexpected SSRs. In the kitchen, everything was silent, which was odd. Normally, Ishtar would already be yelling at Ereshkigal about who stole the celestial shampoo. But maybe they were still sleeping or plotting something after losing their bet with Shuden. He didn't want to think too much about it. He opened the fridge, grabbed a strawberry yogurt and a slice of apple pie, a questionable combination, but he wasn't in a position to judge anyone, and sat at the central island, eating slowly, trying to regain his energy. He chewed as if reflecting on major life decisions. Mental note, he muttered to himself, never underestimate an Oni at blackjack. Especially when she plays with a smile like she's going to devour you with or without good cards. He took another sip of juice and looked out the window. The sun still hadn't fully risen. Kazuya didn't know exactly how the day would go, but he had important things to do now. With his stomach more or less full, more or less because yogurt with apple pie wasn't exactly a champion's breakfast, Kazuya leaned his elbow on the counter and snapped his fingers in the air, like a chef calling his invisible sous chef. Time for a morning gift. He grinned, his eyes sparkling like a kid who just found a new pack of trading cards. In front of him, mana particles danced in the air and coalesced into a blue-purple magical circle with runes that only Fate fans would understand, or pretend to. It was the Fate Gacha, his special ability and probably the only reason he could still smile on bad days. Come on, Pajama Gil. Apron Artoria, even a decent CE with Scat Hack would do. He rubbed his hands, full of hope. Today's the day. I can feel it. Plim. The holographic notification appeared with a golden glow. Kazuya held his breath. You received, Kirii Kotamine spicy food, 10 times. Description, a culinary experience that combines soul-crushing suffering with spontaneous combustion of the palate. Prepared by Kirii himself in a moment of malevolent enlightenment, this dish is ideal for those who want to cry inside and out. Secret ingredients include, EX-level chili, pure malice, and an inexplicable urge to laugh while the world burns. May cause hallucinations, existential crises, and the suspicion that the universe is laughing at you. Not recommended for human consumption. Or non-human. Or any living being. Kazuya blinked. Another blink. This time with pain. 10, he said out loud, as if the number itself was a curse word. 10 packs of Kirii's spicy food. He ran a hand over his face, slowly, like a warrior who just lost an important battle. The hologram still glowed mockingly. I could have gotten a Medea Lily. Or even that new CE with Tamamo cooking, that would have been useful. But no. He pointed theatrically. I got 10 portions of the magical equivalent of instant gastritis. He threw his head back and let his arms flop. This is persecution. I must have cursed some timeline by accident. He looked up at the mansion's decorated ceiling. Universe, we need to talk about your definition of humor. At that moment, the hologram vanished, leaving only emptiness and an inventory slot now occupied by spicy bombs of evil. Kazuya huffed, took another sip of juice, and muttered. At least it wasn't CU Lancer's dog food. Okay, universe. He grumbled, clearing his throat. Let's try again. Just one more time. For old time's sake. With a dramatic sigh, he mentally clicked yes on the daily summon. Please, anything that doesn't need a biohazard warning, he whispered, eyes fixed on the center of the floating screen. You received, double summon, Scat Hack Scotty, Caster, and Scat Hack, Lancer. A summoning circle manifested in front of him. The first to form was tall and ethereal, her long, dark purple hair cascading like a nocturnal waterfall down to her waist. Her red eyes, piercing as rubies, fixed on Kazuya with a cold intensity, but there was something more there, a depth of sadness and shock. A small silver ornament rested on her forehead, and she wore a flowing dress in shades of purple and white, with fur details on the shoulders and bust. The long, wide sleeves flared at her wrists, adorned with tight gloves that extended up her arms. The lower part of the dress revealed slender legs through strategic slits. It was Scotty, the queen of ice and snow. Internally, she felt a myriad of emotions in her chest upon seeing the boy who summoned her. Was he the reincarnation of that adorable idiot who became her consort in the confines of her world? The one she initially saw as a mere instrument of fate, someone who, like so many others, would eventually fade away. But his resilience, his ability to smile even in the face of despair, and the way he reached out to her without hesitation began to touch something deep within her. She, who had always believed herself incapable of human emotions, now found herself yearning for a future alongside a mortal. Over time, Scotty realized that her affection for Kazuya wasn't just fleeting curiosity but a genuine love that defied her divine nature. He had become her warmth in the eternal cold, her bond to lost humanity. Meanwhile, Kazuya, upon seeing her, instead of thinking of her as a game character altered by mods to end up happy by his side, remembered her as a real person from his past life. Was this a consequence of accepting Ritsuka Fujiwara's life as his past life? Well, there he goes getting distracted again. His focus returned to the goddess manifested as Scat Hack, due to Odin's interference in the Lost Belt. She was the formidable queen. The goddess of ice and snow. The one who ruled over a forgotten world with firmness and dignity. Her gaze carried the authority of a goddess, but behind it, there was a weight. A silence that didn't come solely from winter, but from a profound loneliness. During the time she ruled the Lost Belt and he met her, he had sensed that sadness, restrained but present. Like someone who fulfilled their duty perfectly but, deep down, didn't feel complete. Like someone who carried on, even when everything they knew was gone. She was loved by the gods. Respected. desired. But in the end, when Ragnarok fell upon her world, she remained alone. The last goddess of Scandinavia. The last one still bearing a title, even though the world she belonged to had already vanished. And yet, there was something surprisingly human about her. Strong, yes. Proud. But also pure. Not in a childish way, but something more sincere. Something that revealed itself in small gestures, in the moments when she let her guard down. When she smiled, even briefly. When she reached out without ceremony. When she looked into his eyes with truth. If someone got close enough, they'd start to see that beneath the goddess, the queen, there was another side. She wasn't made solely of ice. She wasn't just a symbol of power. She was a woman. And, even more, a girl. Someone who, even after losing everything, still held something within her, a guarded warmth, a silent hope. He remembered all the moments he spent with her, and it warmed his heart with a tender feeling. His eyes landed on the figure beside the goddess, equally imposing, her wild and captivating beauty. Long purple hair flowed down her back, framing a face with sharp features and red eyes that gleamed with martial intensity. Her skin was pale as snow under moonlight, and the tight, dark outfit she wore accentuated every curve of her sculpted body, adorned with metallic shoulder plates and leather details. It was Skathak, the Queen of Shadows, the mentor who saw potential in Kazuya during the turbulent fifth singularity, offering her guidance and, unexpectedly, her heart. They shared a night of passion before the final battle of that singularity, a moment of vulnerability and deep connection. Afterward, she accompanied him in Chaldea, witnessing his growth and sacrifices until the bitter end in the Lost Belts. Seeing him there, alive, was an unexpected blow to her warrior's soul. On the other hand, Kazuya felt shivers looking at Skathak, partly recalling the times he trained with her in his past life as Ritsuka. Though he wasn't as strong as her other students, he was well trained and made her proud by defeating Goetia. The reward was her dressing up as a bunny for him. Well, let's not go into details. Where did it all begin? In the fifth singularity. Now that he realized it, the servants in his memory summoned in Chaldea were the same ones from the singularities he had resolved. He never summoned Akarna early on, for example, his life would have been much easier. As he tried to maintain his composure in front of the two, both goddesses looked at Kazuya, their eyes widening slightly. That familiar glint in his eyes, but the rest, was different. He was taller, stronger, with more defined facial features, almost sculpted in marble. If it weren't for the information imprinted in their minds at the moment of summoning, the undeniable truth that this was their master, the one they cherished so much, they would never have recognized him. The transformation was so drastic it made them question reality itself. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, and not just because of the glacial presence of the Ice Queen. The kitchen air was filled with an ethereal tension, as if the universe had held its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Kazuya blinked, staring at the two figures before him like someone who just summoned two continent-sized emotional problems. Skathak Scotty was the first to react. She stood still, her red eyes analyzing Kazuya with both scientific and emotional intensity. It was as if she were trying to reconcile two contradictory realities, the past she had buried under eternal ice and the men before her who now seemed more real than anything. You. Her voice came out low, soft, but laden with the force of a blizzard about to engulf an entire city. Is it really you? Her expression, usually so serene and distant, trembled for a fraction of a second. A crack. An emotion. Scotty wasn't the type to let control slip, but there she was, the Ice Queen, completely thawed by a single familiar glance. She didn't run to him, of course. Scotty didn't make that kind of scene. Queens didn't run, they let the world come to them. But her fingers trembled slightly, and the magical glow around the summoning circle flickered, betraying the intensity of what she felt. Even if the entire Lost Belt froze at that moment, she would have felt more warmth in that glance than in all possible suns, despite his eye color being even more beautiful than she remembered. Skathak, on the other hand, unlike her more divine counterpart, was raw, direct, an immortal with a warrior's soul and the temperament of a teacher who thinks her students are late for training. Master. She said, crossing her arms and staring at Kazuya with that look that said, if you think you're getting out of this without explanations, you're sorely mistaken. She approached slowly, each step sounding more like a challenge than a reunion. Her sharp gaze scanned Kazuya's body from head to toe, as if judging every inch of his new version. You've grown, huh, she said finally, with a half-smile on her lips, but her eyes said so much more. A mix of relief, longing, and complex emotions. Scotty took a step forward. Just one. But it was enough to make the ground seem to tremble. The air around her shimmered with tiny ice crystals, as if winter itself were holding its breath to not disrupt the moment. The goddess who had ruled an entire world, who had frozen fate to protect what remained of her land, was there, looking at him as if she had rediscovered something she thought was lost forever. You came back to me. She murmured. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. As if, deep in her divine core, she knew this wasn't a trick or a coincidence. It was fate. The same fate she had so often tried to deny. Kazuya swallowed hard. The last time someone looked at him like that, he ended up making bad promises that led to him running naked across a university campus in his past life. Spoiler, it wasn't fun. I'm back. He replied, scratching the back of his neck, nervous, trying to seem calmer than he actually was. Though, technically, I never left. Scat snorted, crossing her arms. That won't get you out of extra training, she said, her voice carrying that firm authority that already made his muscles ache just remembering. But there was a smile at the corner of her lips, and her eyes, oh, those eyes, said something entirely different. An almost palpable relief. As if she had been holding her breath for ages and only now was letting it out. She got close. Very close. Close enough for him to smell allure, Chanel, wildflowers, and Celtic herbs. Scat reached out and placed her fingers on his chest, just above his heart. You're still my student, she said firmly. And my man. Don't think I'll let you escape again. Kazuya would have said something witty, maybe a joke to lighten the mood, but then Scotty approached too. She stood beside her warrior counterpart, like a silent storm about to unleash, her gaze still fixed on him. I don't want to lose you again, she confessed. The words came out softly, but there was a firmness that made the air around her vibrate. Not even the gods can stop me from protecting you this time. Kazuya fell silent for a moment. Part of him wanted to run. Another part wanted to cry. The third part, well, that one was too busy trying not to faint. So he did what any normal guy, summoner of legendary servants and reincarnation of a humanities hero, would do, he smiled. It's good to see you both again, Scotty and Shirsho. He pulled 2 chairs with a casual motion, trying to maintain the everything's under control aura he could barely sustain internally, and gestured with his hand as if inviting 2 friends for afternoon coffee, saying, have a seat, let's talk a bit. Though he didn't say it out loud, he knew the 2 women in front of him very well. Scat was already accustomed to death, having half-transformed into a divine spirit at the end of a long time, becoming an immortal existence. She could no longer die as a person. Not a beautiful death. Not even a gruesome one. She simply had to keep existing, until the moment the world and its exterior finally vanished. When summoned as a servant, that desire remained, but in Chaldea, after the events of the 5th singularity, her desire shifted to seeing Kazuya reach his full potential and spending time with him. Well, she wasn't the emotional type like Ishtar, though she'd deny it, or Ereshkigal, who had nearly cried upon seeing him, nor like Shutenduji, who showed her longing with provocation and a bit of lust. She was the atypical proud teacher of his achievements, but also the wife who kept up appearances, yet was dying to catch up with him in a more private setting. Though she wouldn't mind if her counterpart joined in, it had happened before. As for Scotty, she was simply a goddess who had experienced the loss of the gods during Ragnarok. She deeply understood the pain of separation. Her tendency to hide emotions and maintain a cold facade caused her to internalize her feelings, avoiding showing weakness in front of others. So, the 2 sat close to him. On one side, Scat Scotty, the queen of ice and silence. On the other, Scat the godslayer and private tutor of super soldiers. Both seated, both staring at him. And him in the middle, feeling like he was about to be judged for crimes he didn't even know he'd committed. All right. So, let's take it step by step. He began, scratching the back of his neck again. It was becoming a nervous tic whenever he was in emotionally mined territory. He explained everything. The world they were in now, a place where angels, demons, and dragons traded punches as often as you'd go to the bakery. The city was called Kuoh, and though it seemed normal on the outside, inside it was a boiling cauldron of supernatural entities. The previous night, during dinner, he found out that Shutenduji had learned everything about the world from Ereshkigal and Ishtar, at least what they knew. One less task for him. He told them how he summoned them using his ability inherited from his former position as Chaldea's master, which, of course, was a complete creative guess he decided to keep to himself. The most curious part? Both had been summoned together. Not one after the other. At the same time. A rare event even in Chaldea, where the impossible was basically just another Tuesday. Their interest peaked at that. Scat of course, furrowed her brow in a calculated manner, while Scotty clasped her hands in her lap, jealousy flickering in her ruby eyes as soon as Kazuya mentioned that Shutenduji, Ishtar, and Ereshkigal were also there. Kazuya cleared his throat, trying to dispel the tension that seemed to turn the air around them into glass about to crack, while internally wondering what was more dangerous, performing a summoning ritual early in the morning or being caught by Ishtar and Ereshkigal after doing so. Yes, he sensed the 2 waking up. A funny fact was that his senses had been much sharper since he became a dragon, but he usually focused on other things. And the answer to his internal question came a few seconds later. The hallway door creaked softly, and Ishtar appeared, yawning, barefoot, and wearing a black silk pajama that made even the gods of lust avert their gaze out of respect. Or fear. Her hair was messy, but her presence still exuded power and arrogance. She blinked slowly at the lit room, her golden eyes still heavy with sleep. Kazuya. She murmured, her voice sluggish, isn't shouldn't enough. You summoned more people, didn't you? Before anyone could respond, a second presence appeared behind her. Ereshkigal. She wore a cute pajama with a pattern of smiling ghosts, her blonde hair mussed and her eyes still half closed. She rubbed her face with clenched fists and yawned discreetly, like a child woken up too early. Ugh, why's it so noisy? She asked, before looking at the center of the room. Servants didn't necessarily need to sleep, but doing so helped replenish magical energy, and well, the two had had plenty of issues due to the noises from Kazuya and the damned Oni who won the bet with them and had a night with their beloved master. That's when she saw Scathach, in her warrior outfit, imposing and deadly as always. And Scotty, elegant and cold as a snowstorm about to engulf an entire army. Both were there, calmly observing the new visitors in the room. For a second, the world stopped. Ishtar's eyes widened. You. Her voice shot out like lightning, Scathach. Scotty. What? No. No. Why did you come now when I wanted to monopolize the master for myself? I mean, I knew this idiot would find a way to summon more rivals. Ereshkigal froze in place, her eyes wide open. Is this real? She murmured, her hands clutching the sleeve of her pajama. Scathach raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms with a slightly provocative smile. Well, if it isn't the arrogant goddess of love and her shy little sister of death. I'm not shy. Ereshkigal retorted, instantly red. Scotty, on the other hand, seemed less provocative and more contemplative. Her eyes landed on Ereshkigal, and a trace of softness appeared for a moment. It's good to see you again, Ereshkigal. Even in another world. Ereshkigal lowered her gaze, a small smile on her lips. I'm happy to see you too, Scotty. As two lonely goddesses, they had much in common and were somewhat friends. The moment was almost touching, until Ishtar huffed, crossed the room, and pointed at Kazuya as if he were the real criminal in the story. You. Are you building a Celtic harem now? Are you going to tell me Meb's in the basement too? Scathach laughed softly. If Meb's around, let me know. I need to teach her a certain lesson. Kazuya raised his hands in surrender, sweating coldly. He was already in enough trouble with two goddesses and two fairy queens looking at him like they had to decide between hugging him or tying him to an interrogation chair. The tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a zanpakuto. That's when she appeared. What a delicious little noise to wake up to, huh, Anata? The slurred, melodic, and intoxicated voice echoed from the top of the stairs, drawing all eyes upward. There was Shutenduji. With a lazy smile on her lips, wearing nothing but a long shirt, clearly Kazuya's, that barely covered what it should, the Oni descended the steps with the charm of someone who knew exactly the effect she caused. Her purple hair was messy, and her half-closed eyes gleamed with dangerous, satisfied humor. Leaving me alone in bed after such an intense night. She said, stretching the words as if savoring each syllable, that's no way to treat a lady, my beloved master. Kazuya had to look at the ceiling. Or the floor. Anywhere but at her. Shouldn't, for the love of the gods. Scathach narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms. Still collecting dangerous mythological creatures with hedonistic tendencies, I see. Ishtar furrowed her brow, staring at the Oni with a mix of disdain and discomfort. You got lucky winning yesterday. Ereshkigal, meanwhile, turned completely red, covering part of her face with her hands. I didn't want to know that. And anyway, she stammered, more flustered than ever. Scotty merely looked at Shuten with a neutral expression, but her tone was sharp as fresh ice. You seem overly familiar for someone who arrived later. Shuten laughed softly, leaning against a doorframe with all the feline grace an Oni could muster. Her gaze lazily dragged over each of them. Oh, my, all so serious. Don't worry. Kazuya-sama has plenty of love to give. And I, of course, don't mind sharing, as long as everyone knows how to play nicely. Play. Ishtar repeated, incredulous. She wants to die. Scathach muttered. Shuten sighed theatrically, bringing a finger to her lips. Wow, so aggressive, so intense, it's giving me ideas. Oh, Anata-sama, did you happen to summon a sadistic version of your sensei? Kazuya covered his face with his hand. And there he was, once again at the center of a hurricane of divinities, mythological entities, and a partially dressed Oni, all vying for his attention. Hey everyone, I just wanted to take a moment to speak from the heart. And while we're here, I want to hear your ideas for which fate servants should be summoned next in the story. It can be anyone, from fan favorites like Artoria and Gilgamesh to the underdogs like Charles-Henri Sanson or Kiyohime. Drop your suggestions, and let's make this next summon something unforgettable. Once again, thank you all so much. You're amazing. Chapter 19, Master and Disciple. The dojo in the mansion was tucked away among blooming cherry trees, like a well-kept secret from a past that refused to fade. It was spacious, crafted from polished ancient wooden planks, with translucent paper walls that let sunlight filter through softly and the sound of birds chirping outside. The floor was smooth, clean, and smelled of pine and sweat, the good kind of sweat, the kind that came with discipline, effort, and maybe some epic muscle aches the next day. Kazuya stepped into the center of the tatami with slow but resolute steps. He wore simple training clothes, and the silence of the place seemed to amplify every sound, the beat of his heart, the crack of his joints as he stretched his arms, the breathing that began to slow as his mind focused. He took a deep breath and then moved. His feet glided in a smooth, firm pattern, his body assuming a curious, elegant, yet aggressive stance. It was a stylized boxing, something reminiscent of Karna, or rather, Karna Santa, because yes, apparently even Indian demigods had Christmas spirit in the gacha. TCH. Scat Hack raised an eyebrow with that typical, this is going to be interesting, look. She stood facing him, arms crossed, without her iconic gi balg. It wasn't out of kindness, it was just training, after all, but there was a glint in her eyes that said, I'll finish you in 3 moves, max. But there was something strange. Scat Hack was a legendary warrior. Queen of the land of shadows. Mentor to heroes and gods. She could sense a person's magical aura before they even knew they had magic. But Kazuya. Nothing. And yet, he could sustain all those servants with magical energy like a walking nuclear reactor. That doesn't make sense, she thought. But that was Kazuya. He never did. In his past life, he wasn't the strongest. Nor the smartest. He was average as a mage and only decent as a fighter. Compared to her other disciples, he'd barely stand out. But even so, she chose him. Scat Hack remembered the first time she saw him. She had lived so long, seen so much, that she began to crave death like someone who'd memorized every line of a play performed too many times. Until he appeared, an ordinary boy with eyes too determined for someone so fragile. A human who wanted to save the world, even knowing he might not succeed. And that piqued her curiosity. He wasn't special, but he did everything to become so. Over time, every gesture of his captivated her more. He smiled even when all was lost. Offered help even without strength. Tried again even after failing 10 times. And she began to see him differently. She grew curious. How far could he go? That's why she accepted him as a disciple. And, over time, she fell in love. With every gesture. Every word. Every mistake. She lied to him. Said the training was over just to keep him. As she had done with some disciples before. But with Kazuya, it was different. The relationship evolved. He became more than a student. More than a lover. He became the husband she never thought she'd have. And then, he died, saving humanity once again, bringing pride to her as both his teacher and wife, watching her husband achieve everything he wanted. And now he was back, standing before her eyes, with a supernaturally beautiful body she wanted to test in more ways than one. A small smile crept onto her face, the kind you give before shattering someone's expectations, or their bones. Ready, Kazuya. He took another deep breath, and his eyes gleamed. Always have been. When Kazuya said, always have been, what he really meant was, please don't wreck me right off the bat. But, well, too late. Scat Hack advanced like a shadow drawn by a blade. Fast, precise, with a glint in her eyes that said, you'll regret being reborn, my love. Kazuya's brain screamed to run, but his body was already moving. His feet slid with precision across the polished tatami, the air vibrating around him. Time seemed to slow, a direct effect of a certain skill acquired from his fate gacha. Foot Saint, courtesy of Karna Santa, because of course, even Indian demigods had Christmas spirit when it came to gacha. His movements were fluid, almost a dance. Each step adjusted the perfect distance to dodge a blow or launch a counterattack, as if he'd rehearsed it for years. But there was another secret behind it. Something that made all the difference. He was using reinforcement, one of the most basic forms of magecraft a mage learns, but with enough practice and control, it became a powerful weapon. In his past life, Kazuya had mastered this art with absurd stubbornness, the kind you only see in players who swear they'll clear fate without spending a single Saint Quartz. Though, in his past life as Ritsuka Fujimaru, he only knew how to do it efficiently. Now, he reinforced the muscles in his legs, the structure of his bones, the tendons in his arms. Every fiber of his body was amplified with almost surgical efficiency, thanks to his Pioneer of the Stars, EX skill, which turned him into a genius like Da Vinci-chan. He should thank the gacha for his current strength. And as if that weren't enough, his current body wasn't exactly ordinary. Reinforcement technique. Check. Basic magecraft. Check. Physical attributes on the level of Fafnir, the dragon that nearly destroyed Orleans with a sneeze. Check, with emphasis. In practice, Kazuya was moving like a divine-level hero with the brain of an otaku and the heart of an isekai protagonist. Scat-hack threw a palm strike that could have split an oak trunk. Kazuya spun his body to the side, the blow missing by millimeters. He countered with a direct punch, fast as lightning. She blocked with her forearm, her eyes widening slightly. And then, she smiled. So you've learned some new tricks, and your muscles aren't just for show, it seems. It's easier to get stronger in this world. Kazuya said humbly, reacting quickly. Right before nearly being sent into orbit by a sweep kick. He used the spin of the fall to regain balance, his feet automatically repositioning. Foot Saint, A glowed within him, and Kazuya knew, this was his chance. He went on the attack. A jab, a hook, a cross. All blocked or dodged by Scat-hack, but barely. Just barely. She was surprised. Amused. And maybe, proud. Outside the dojo, the other servants had gathered. Ereshkigal's mouth was agape. Ishtar crossed her arms, her gaze fixed and expression hard to read. Shuten watched with a dangerous smile on her lips. Scotty. Scotty seemed frozen inside. Her eyes were locked on Kazuya as if seeing a ghost. Since when can he fight like that? Ereshkigal whispered. He's keeping up with Scat-hack. Ishtar murmured, incredulous. My. Shuten said, her eyes narrowed with amusement. Our master is getting tastier. Scotty said nothing, but watching her master and husband, she felt a certain pride. Scat-hack stepped back, her eyes locked on Kazuya, analyzing. He stopped too, breathing heavily, his body on full alert. She took a step forward and smiled. You're better than I expected, Kazuya. Trained, between one re-roll and another. He replied with a tired smile, repositioning himself. And then she advanced. And he met her. Blows clashed. The sound of impacts echoed through the dojo like muffled thunder. Dodges, blocks, counterattacks. High speed. Movements so fast the eyes could barely follow. Kazuya felt like he was dancing with her. Not as a student. Not as an amateur. But as someone who, even for a brief moment, could keep up with her. And in Scat-hack's eyes, the glint from centuries ago, the one that appeared when she found someone truly worthy, returned with full force. Kazuya felt his body pulse. Not just with adrenaline, but with something more. Something only those who'd spent too much time drowning in limited banners would understand. He knew that feeling. It was when you finally pulled the desired SSR after months of saving St. Quartz and realized, yes, life has meaning. The universe doesn't hate you that much. The power of the gacha can, on rare and mysterious occasions, smile upon you. He was just being dramatic because he wanted to activate another skill he'd received from Karna Santa. Shining Fist, A skill that reflected the result of Karna's grueling training under Parshurama, the ultimate martial arts master, combined with the spirit of sacrifice and kindness of a hero who delivered gifts in winter with a serene smile. Because, of course, Karna was so absurdly overpowered that even dressed as Santa, he could fight like a divine warrior. And now, that skill flowed through Kazuya like a comet. His body felt light. Lighter than ever before. It was as if every weight, every physical limitation, every natural resistance to speed simply evaporated. The dojo around him seemed to fade for an instant. There was only him, Scat-hack, and the sharp hum of magic vibrating in the air. Then he moved. And the light followed. It was too fast for any ordinary eye. For an ordinary warrior, it would have been invisible. Even for servants, the attack would have been a blur of light cutting through the space between them. But Scat-hack wasn't ordinary. She saw. Not the punch, that would be asking too much. But the trail of light he left in the air, a golden flash that seemed to slice time like a divine sword. It was like a blade strike. No hesitation. No wasted movement. With surgical precision and brutal force. Kazuya hit Scat-hack's stomach, who almost managed to react. The impact echoed like the muffled roar of thunder on the silent tatami. Scat-hack's eyes widened slightly. Her body slid back with a dry hiss, her soles touching the dojo floor firmly until she stopped, knees bent, body in a defensive stance. She took a deep breath. The blow hurt. And that was rare. Extremely rare. But Kazuya didn't seem worried. He just adjusted his stance, his fist still vibrating with the energy of the attack, his eyes fixed on her with seriousness. There was something almost reverent there. But only almost. As for hitting a woman. Please. First, she was his Shirsho. His master. The woman who had kicked him, broken his bones, forced him to fight monsters just to warm up. This was practically therapy in the form of a beatdown. Second, his fists were gender neutral. They hit whoever was in front of him. Total equality. Learned from Kazuma-sama. Scat Hack touched her abdomen, feeling the point of impact. She looked at him with intensity. Not angry. Not disappointed. But excited. You've really gotten stronger, Kazuya. She murmured, her voice low and filled with restrained emotion. Had a good teacher. He replied, sweat dripping down his temple, eyes steady. Scat Hack smiled. Slow. Dangerous. When Scat Hack smiled like that, with that murderous glint in her eyes, Kazuya knew he was screwed. Not the, oh, I forgot to feed my Tamagotchi and it died, kind of screwed. The, my immortal death master is about to shove a magical spear through my spleen just because I showed a bit of talent, kind. And then she said. Time to see how much you've really grown. And the dojo shook. Literally. The air vibrated around her. A red-hot rune glowed on the floor, expanding like a living mandala, charged with ancient, pure, merciless mana. The tatami floor smoked, and for a moment, the world seemed to pause to watch what was coming. Gibalg, she murmured. The blood-colored spear materialized in her hand like a living memory of the underworld. Kazuya swallowed hard. Outside, silence turned to unease. Ishtar uncrossed her arms. Wait, wait, wait. She summoned the spear. Ereshkigal was nearly biting her nails. This isn't just a training game anymore. Shuten Duji raised her eyebrows. Who, she really wants to see how much he can handle. Husband. Scotty murmured, the air around her growing icy. Subtle. Almost imperceptible. Except for the snowflake floating slowly in the air. She was ready to intervene the moment things got out of control. Inside, Kazuya faced his master. Logic said to run. Experience said to throw himself on the ground and pray to Merlin. But stubbornness. Stubbornness said it was time to shine. Foot Saint, he murmured. And he moved. Scat Hack advanced with Gibalg in hand. The spear cut through the air like a shooting star, each thrust carrying the intent to kill or at least send someone to the magical ICU. Kazuya dodged, spun, retreated, advanced. His hands blocked the spear's shaft, deflected the tip, countered with jabs, uppercuts, and spinning strikes. But range was the issue. She could keep her distance, toy with him like a cat with an armed mouse. He needed to close in. He needed an opening. Scat Hack spun the spear and aimed a lateral strike. Kazuya leaped over it, the air buzzing around him. A kick descended toward her shoulder, but she blocked with one hand and countered with a thrust that nearly pierced the tatami behind him when he dodged at the last second. More exchanges. Direct, fast, brutal blows. Kazuya used reinforcement on every fiber of his body. Fists cloaked in energy, eyes focused, mind calculating her every possible move. His fists moved like Arjuna's arrows, swift and almost sacred. And Scat Hack matched him with the grace of a predator. Then, he felt it. The chance. She had shifted to adjust her balance, just for an instant, and he charged with everything. Energy surged through his arm like a turbocharged aurora borealis. His feet glowed with Karnasanta's power, and he crossed the distance like a divine bolt, faster than ever. The light concentrated in his fist. The blow was launched. Scat Hack, with widened eyes, raised Gibalg in an instinctive reflex. Clang. The spear blocked, but the impact was brutal. The energy spread in a golden arc that lit up the dojo. A boom echoed like bottled thunder being unleashed. Scat Hack was thrown back. Yes, you heard right. Thrown. She slid across the tatami like a leaf in a gale, her feet dragging, wood splinters flying where her heels scraped the floor. She only stopped when she hit the dojo wall and stabbed the spear into the ground to stabilize herself. For a second, there was silence. Kazuya held his stance. His fist still trembled with the reverberation of the blow. But there was pride in his eyes. Scat Hack rose slowly. Her face was serious. But a smile was forming on her lips. You made me retreat, my student. First time, huh, he replied, panting. She spun Gibalg once and aimed it again. First of many, I hope. Kazuya didn't smile. But something in his gaze said. Bring it, Shursho. And so, the duel resumed. The metallic sound of impacts echoed like smaller thunderclaps. The dojo felt less like a training space and more like a sacred battlefield. Kazuya was sweating, panting, every inch of his body begging for rest. But he knew resting was asking to become spear sashimi. Scat Hack advanced with the precision and lethality of a homicidal AI algorithm. Each Gibalg strike was a dance between life and death. It wasn't just strength. It was technique. It was fate bent to the will of a warrior goddess. Kazuya moved in response, foot saint, a nearly burning under his feet, guiding him like a rhythmic dance of dodges and counterattacks. He blocked with his forearms, spun, retreated, threw small strikes to keep rhythm, all to maintain distance and split her attention. A flurry of rapid thrusts came, 7 in less than a second. He dodged 5. Blocked the 6th. Prepared a counter for the 7th. But she smiled. And that's when everything went wrong. Suddenly, a second spear appeared in her free hand, as if the very concept of fair had been tossed in the trash. She spun the first, and with the second, delivered a lateral strike, bottom to top, aiming straight for his ribs. Kazuya was caught off guard. Time slowed. His mind, drowned in instinct and adrenaline, forced a decision. He couldn't retreat. He couldn't block with normal fists. No time to use a defensive skill. So, he did the unthinkable. His left arm moved on its own, instinctively. And transformed. Black, glossy, heavy scales like liquid obsidian formed in seconds, replacing flesh and bone with something ancient. Something draconic. Claws sprouted from his fingers, sharp as elven swords. When Gi-Balg hit the arm, the sound was different. A muffled, dense clang. The spear slid across the scales as if trying to pierce a wall made of pure ancestral malice. Kazuya slid back, his feet dragging across the tatami, leaving sparks on the floor. The impact reverberated through his entire body. He knelt for a second, panting. On the other side, Scat-Hack had stopped. Her eyes were wide, and the second spear was slowly dissipating like dream smoke. Outside, reactions were immediate. Ishtar's eyes gleamed at Kazuya's dragon arm. What was that? Ereshkigal's eyes sparkled with various emotions. He turned into a dragon. Shunduji smiled as if she'd found the finest poison. Interesting, very interesting. Scotty, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow, part of her wanting to see her beloved husband defeat her arrogant counterpart. Kazuya stood, his arm still transformed. The pain was real, but the sensation was familiar. Like donning armor custom-made by a blacksmith who'd watched every episode of Shingeki no Bahamut. Scat-Hack approached slowly, looking at the arm. "What is that?" she asked, her voice a mix of surprise and admiration. Kazuya rolled his shoulder, feeling the weight of the scales. "This? Long story." She raised an eyebrow. "Summarize." He took a deep breath. "It's the third magic." Silence fell like a thunderbolt. "When I died, I reached the root. That root. And somehow, it granted me the third magic, the one that lets you alter the soul." He flexed his scaled fingers. "I found that by modifying my soul, I could shape my body. And I chose to make my soul that of a dragon. More specifically, he thought, Fafnir, the dragon cursed by gold, whom not even Siegfried killed on the first try. But that detail he saved for later." The servants exchanged glances. "That's why you can sustain us here," Scotty said finally. "That's why you could summon me and keep so many of us active." Kazuya gave a half-smile. "Bingo. The third magic gave me access to infinite magical energy." Scat-Hack looked at him as if seeing him for the first time. The spear trembled in her hand, but not from hesitation. It was excitement. "You're no longer my ordinary student." "I'm not," Kazuya said, returning to a fighting stance. "But I'm still the guy who wants to beat you with his own hands." The glint in Scat-Hack's eyes returned with full force. She spun Gi-Balg, and the floor trembled again. The two quickly clashed. The sound of spinning spears sliced the air like war propellers. If the dojo had seemed like a sacred battlefield before, it was now dangerously close to becoming a magical exclusion zone, the kind of place veteran mages enter with a will in hand. Scat-Hack had summoned 3 spears now. 3. As if physics had decided to take a nap and let the warrior goddess play with hacks enabled. She leaped with feline precision, the original Gi-Balg in one hand, the alternative in the other, and a third, made of pure runic energy, orbiting like a satellite of destruction. Ancient runes glowed around her feet and fists, altering space, boosting her speed, cushioning impacts against the dojo walls, which, frankly, had long passed their structural expiration date. Kazuya knew he was at his limit. Not the limit of physical exhaustion, but the shonen limit. The point where the protagonist starts hearing ending theme voices in the background and knows it's time to activate the transformation that spent all the skill points in the build. "All right, no more tests," he murmured, his arm still covered in black scales. "Time to go full Saitama." He inhaled deeply, and both arms erupted in transformation. The scales spread like waves of living ink up to his elbows. His veins pulsed with pure mana. This wasn't just a draconic soul anymore. It was pure power fan service. The floor cracked under his feet as he advanced, activating Foot Saint, at the maximum level he could sustain. It wasn't Karna's level, of course. The solar hero was still a tier above, but now he was dangerously close to becoming a walking, anime power scaling meme. The exchanged blows were too fast for human eyes. Scat Hack spun, leaped, cast dimensional locking runes, and delivered spear strikes that seemed to teleport. But Kazuya was dancing with her, every dodge precise, every counterattack a life or death gamble. The dojo shook. The universe seemed to tilt. And then, he felt it. The moment. The opening. Now. He used Shining Fist. The blow flew, faster, precise, with the brilliance of a star in combustion. Scat Hack blocked with one spear. But the impact sent the god's layer sliding back across the tatami, her runes dissipating like dust. She smiled. That was good. I haven't even started, Kazuya replied. And he played his final card. Strong Puncher, EX. It wasn't a refined skill. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't style. It was raw power wrapped in pure instinct, honed by hours of martial arts anime, One Punch Man memes, and a lifetime of frustration with SSRs that never came, or, more specifically, Karna's skill that turned him into a Saitama in Fate. The world stopped. The fist glowed with pure power, not a glow of light, but a weight, a pressure that crushed the air around it as if reality were trying to avoid what was coming. Scat Hack prepared her spears. All of them. But it was too late. The punch came like a comet. It crossed the space with a dry, muffled thumb and hit the center of her stomach. The impact reverberated like a contained sonic boom. The walls trembled. The ceiling groaned. Scat Hack was thrown back, landing on the tatami with a dull thud. Silence. For 3 seconds, no one breathed. Then, Scat Hack coughed. She rose, one hand on her stomach, panting, sweating. The spears vanished. The dojo seemed to relax like an animal that had survived winter. She looked up. And smiled. You've truly grown, Kazuya. I admit defeat for now, but I still want to face you at your full power in a larger space. She gestured to the dojo with its slightly cracked wood. I'm proud of you as your teacher. Scat Hack was still smiling. She stood slowly, her body still feeling the impact of Strong Puncher, EX. The kind of blow that would make even Gilgamesh close his arrogance tab for a second. Kazuya, meanwhile, stood in the middle of the tatami, his arms finally returning to normal. The scales receded like black waves fading into the sea of normalcy. He exhaled mana, sweat, and that unmistakable scent of someone who'd nearly been blown up by a warrior goddess who probably trained Hades himself in hand-to-hand combat. He didn't even have time to think of a witty remark, like, this fight had more phases than a Souls-like boss, because Scat Hack was already coming. Firm steps. Fixed gaze. Slight tension in her shoulders, as if every muscle were still ready to dodge a counterattack, or something more intense. Kazuya felt the air shift. The pressure of the fight was gone, but there was something else now. Something that couldn't be measured in runes or combat stats. Something not even Eye of the Mind, true, could predict. She stopped in front of him. Looked into his eyes as if reading every page of the novel that was his soul. As if she saw not just the warrior, but the stubborn otaku, the improbable master, the survivor of summer banners. Suddenly, with a swift and unexpected move, Scat Hack's hand shot forward, grabbing the collar of Kazuya's tunic firmly. The thin fabric crumpled under her fingers as she pulled him closer, their faces now mere centimeters apart. Kazuya held his breath, the initial shock giving way to a rising wave of anticipation. He could feel the heat radiating from her body, the faint intoxicating scent that always surrounded her. Scat Hack's lips parted slightly, and he saw the glossy sheen of her mouth. Her eyes never left his, the intensity pinning him as if he couldn't look away even if he wanted to. The silence between them stretched, heavy with an unspoken promise, a mutual acknowledgement of the powerful attraction binding them. Then, without warning, she kissed him. It wasn't a gentle or hesitant touch, but an urgent, possessive collision of lips. Her mouth opened against his, inviting and demanding a response. Kazuya let out a soft moan, the sound lost in the meeting. He brought his hands to her waist, gripping her with the same intensity she held him. Scat Hack's tongue slipped into his mouth, exploring with a boldness that made him shudder. It was a wild, unapologetic kiss, a silent declaration of desire they'd both kept under control for too long. Her tongue brushed against his, an intimate, teasing contact that ignited a fire in his veins. Kazuya returned the kiss with equal fervor, his own tongue meeting hers in a passionate dance. He could taste her, an intoxicating mix of spices and something wilder, untamed, like Scat Hack herself. The kiss deepened, growing more urgent and needy, their breaths mingling as they clung to each other as if afraid to let go. When she finally pulled back, her eyes still half-lidded, a smile curled her lips. That was the prize for your victory. She whispered, her voice low, almost a satisfied predator's purr. Kazuya blinked. Tried to speak. But his brain was processing the event like a special CG cutscene. And he was just the player, trying to figure out how the protagonist had just unlocked the immortal Godslayer One-Isan route. But he still hadn't let go of Scathacker's waist. In the background, a dull thud sounded. Ishtar had dropped a juice bottle. Ereshkigal was frozen, her face red as a magical lava lamp. Shutenduji laughed. I knew this would happen. Just thought it'd be after the next training session. Scotty crossed her arms, serious. But the glint in her eyes said otherwise. My counterpart got ahead again. The voices of the other servants made Kazuya freeze. He'd forgotten about them. His habit of forgetting important things had become dangerous. Okay, Kazuya. Breathe. You've survived impossible raids, the Russian Lost Belt, and even SSR-less banners. You can handle this, right? Wrong. Because now he stood in the middle of a partially destroyed dojo, still holding Scathacker's waist, his lips freshly christened by a kiss that would rewrite the lore of any visual novel. And all the other servants were watching. Watching intensely. The kind of look that could lead to hugs, or noble phantasms. Ishtar was the first to move, crossing her arms so tightly her bracelets nearly activated Second Babylon. The vein on her forehead pulsed like an Elden Ring hidden boss about to be unleashed by a glitch. Prize. Since when are kisses battle rewards? Because if that's the case, I have a huge list of achievements you should acknowledge, Kazuya. She was flushed to the tips of her hair. But her eyes were steady. Glowing. Like when an enemy archer activates their NP despite your 300k defense mash ready. A look that said, try ignoring me, and you'll find out what it's like to be hit by every archer NP at once. Ereshkigal was still frozen but now with her hands clasped over her chest. Hearing her sister, she quickly spoke up, I want a moment like that too. Not that I'm comparing or jealous or, ugh, forget it. Shutenduji, meanwhile, gave the boy a mischievous look. Scathach Scotty walked forward with calm steps, an icy aura enveloping her like a storm about to break. The frost in her eyes melted just enough for Kazuya to feel the sting of jealousy hidden beneath her serenity. I'm glad my other version expressed her feelings so clearly. She stopped beside him, arms still crossed, her cloak fluttering lightly. But I won't fall behind either. Without a word, Scotty raised her hand, her cold fingers lightly brushing Kazuya's face. The icy touch sent a pleasant shiver down his spine, a stark contrast to the heat of Scathacker's earlier kiss. He felt her piercing gaze, as if she were searching for something deep within him, beyond the surface. Then, she leaned in, and her lips met his. Scotty's kiss was different from her counterparts. It wasn't wild or possessive but deep and steady, like the winter she embodied. Her lips were firm yet gentle, pressing against his with surprising tenderness. There was no immediate rush of tongue, just a soft sealing, a silent, meaningful acknowledgement. Slowly, Scotty's mouth opened slightly, inviting Kazuya to join her. He hesitated for a moment, still processing the avalanche of events, but the firmness of her lips and the intense glint in her eyes urged him on. He returned the kiss, parting his own lips and letting the connection deepen. Scotty's tongue slipped inside, meeting his with surprising softness. It was a cool touch, yet strangely comforting, like the first snow blanketing the earth. The kiss wasn't urgent but exploratory, as if she were mapping new territory, learning every curve and contour. Kazuya felt a lump in his throat. There was a purity in this kiss, a disarming sincerity that hit him differently from Scathacker's overwhelming passion. It was like being enveloped in an icy calm, a silent promise of protection and care. He brought his hands to her arms, feeling the cold fabric of her robes under his fingers. The kiss continued, slow and steady, a silent exchange of feelings words couldn't express. There was an unexpected sweetness in her tongue's touch, a contrast to the coldness surrounding her. When Scotty finally pulled back, her lips were slightly red, and her eyes remained fixed on Kazuya's. A faint blush colored her pale cheeks, a subtle sign of the moment's intensity. I, too, have my own ways of expressing the feelings you taught me, my husband, she said, her voice low and soft as the whisper of wind over ice. There was an underlying firmness in her words, a quiet determination not to be left behind. Meanwhile, Kazuya just wanted to lie down, stare at the ceiling, and rethink every life decision that led to this moment. But, of course, the chaos wasn't over. Ishtar was already opening her mouth to protest again, Ereshkigal looked ready to faint from nerves, Shutenduji laughed like she was watching the most anticipated episode of the season, and Scathach, well, she just raised an eyebrow and shot a provocative look at her counterpart. At least the taste is still the same, goddess. Scotty smiled back, cold and dignified. Refined as always. Kazuya had only one coherent thought as he clung to his sanity on hard mode. I just wanted a normal morning. But no, of course not. He was the protagonist. The master. The survivor of summer banners. And now, the recipient of 2 kisses from 2 versions of Scathach. What could go wrong, right? The answer, of course, was absolutely everything. Chapter 20, Break. At Kuo Academy, the morning began like any other. Regular human students, or at least those who thought they were, strolled through the courtyard, chatting about exams, club drama, and what on earth the new cafeteria was putting in the soup. The sun shone brightly enough to fool even the most vigilant fallen angel, and a light breeze rustled the trees as if the school itself were breathing. In the third-year classroom, Ryougi Kazuya was already seated at her desk. Impeccable as always, her long crimson hair cascaded like a fiery waterfall over her shoulders. But if anyone paid close attention, and Akino certainly did, they'd notice Ryougi wasn't exactly focused on the notes in front of her. Her eyes were fixed on a specific chair. The one by the window, in the last row behind her. Empty. Staring at his chair again. Akino appeared beside her friend, resting her chin in her hands as if watching a romantic comedy. Keep this up, and you'll build a shrine to him, Ryougi. Ryougi crossed her arms, trying to maintain her composure. Trying. Don't be ridiculous. I need to review his part of the literature project. The deadline's tomorrow, and if he's late. Right. It's all about deadlines. Absolutely nothing to do with the fact that Kazuya is criminally handsome, with those intense eyes and, well, everything else. Ryougi huffed, but her attempt at indignation was betrayed by a slight blush on her cheeks. From a certain perspective that came later, it was wild to think she and Kazuya had only known each other for a little over a week. But in 7 days, he'd managed what countless demon suitors, nobles, and underworld warriors hadn't, making her heart race with a single glance. If that weren't enough, he was essentially someone her brother had prepared to join her peerage and save her from that dreadful arranged marriage. In her mind, after some thought, wasn't he like a knight in shining armor? In her arrogance, she hadn't even considered that he might refuse her offer to become a demon later, something she planned to propose this weekend. To Kazuya, blissfully unaware, Ryougi was just a classmate, someone he worked on a literature project with after school. They'd spent an entire afternoon together at his house, where she'd nearly given in to her desires. I'll admit he has a dangerous charm, Akino said, a playful smirk on her lips. But you're acting like a lovesick schoolgirl. Oh, wait. Akino, Ryougi warned, narrowing her eyes. I'm a gremmery. I don't get lovesick. Of course not. You just reread the same paragraph of his essay 3 times a night because you love literature, and his handwriting. The bell rang, and students began filing into the classroom. Voices, footsteps, desk scraping. But Kazuya's seat remained empty. Ryougi sighed and closed her notebook, trying to act like she wasn't waiting. Like his absence hadn't inexplicably thrown her entire morning off balance. She turned to the chalkboard, determined to focus on the lesson. But deep down, her thoughts betrayed her, lingering on a persistent image, Kazuya, smiling with that distracted air, running his fingers through his hair while talking about how modern literature underestimated the power of metaphors. The classroom door opened softly, as if pushed by the wind itself, but the effect was almost like a thunderclap. Sona entered with her usual student council president poise, impeccable, sharp, and perfectly boring. Tsubaki followed behind like an elegant shadow, always one step back, as if the universe had decided even vice presidents needed dramatic presence. Some students straightened up. Others just pretended not to care, a respectable feat considering Sona could deliver glares sharper than a holy blade. You think she noticed the empty chair too? Akino whispered to Ryougi, her eyes dancing with amusement. Ryougi didn't respond but followed the student council president's gaze, which briefly swept over the back row without pausing, without showing anything. Or at least nothing a normal person would catch. Ryougi, however, wasn't exactly normal. And she knew Sona well enough to spot the slight tightening of her lips. Interest. Curiosity. Or just her usual need to control every situation. After all, Kazuya had skipped class, and Sona wasn't a fan of that. Before Ryougi could draw any conclusions, the teacher entered. She was the typical figure who tried to seem authoritative but whose posture screamed, I gave up fighting this class years ago. She dropped a stack of notebooks on the desk and began scribbling characters on the board with the energy of someone who'd rather be sipping coffee at home. Good morning, class. Open your books to page 112. Today we'll continue studying the poems of Teacher. A female voice interrupted. It came from the third row, where one of the girls from Kazuya's infamous and increasingly noisy fan club raised her hand with enthusiasm. She was the same one who handed out flyers with his face and phrases like, the third-year prince smiles at everyone, but does he smile for you? Find out. Ryougi narrowed her eyes. This was going to be something. The teacher stopped writing and turned slowly, as if bracing for someone to announce they'd summoned a dragon in the classroom, which, at this school, wasn't such an absurd possibility. Yes, Sakamoto. Do you know where Kazuya is? The girl asked with a sincerity bordering on soap opera drama. He's never late. Did something happen? The room fell silent. Some students, mostly girls, turned, as if only then noticing his absence. The teacher scratched her head, torn between explaining the situation and wondering why this was relevant to literature class. Oh, right, he called the office this morning. Said he had a personal issue and needed to miss today. The response hit like an emotional bombshell. A collective murmur followed, then sighs, worried glances, and, in the case of the fan club, notes in their notebooks with titles like Kazuya, Mystery and Suffering. Ryougi remained still, her face impassive, but inside, something tightened. Personal issues. He hadn't mentioned anything like that during their last afternoon at his house. Sure, he wasn't obligated to share personal details with her, but, well, she kind of hoped one day he would. Akino, ever attuned to her friend's mood, leaned in again. Gonna make a worried face now, or keep pretending you're not dying of curiosity? I'm just surprised, Ryougi said, turning a page in her book with carefully constructed calm. That's all. If you say so. The teacher resumed the lesson, trying to regain control of the class, but the atmosphere had shifted. Kazuya's absence was like a missing puzzle piece in the day, and for some, including Ryougi, it was anything but insignificant. She glanced at the empty chair again. Just for a moment. Then, she sighed softly. I hope you're okay, Kazuya. She murmured to herself before finally turning her eyes back to the board. But the thought of him, as always, lingered, circling, smiling, and being stupidly charming inside her head. The rest of the classes passed in a blur or, in Ryougi's case, a frustrating sequence of attempts to focus on math formulas and historical dates while her mind kept repeating, personal issues. What could have happened to him, ? She only realized she was staring into space when Akino poked her with a pencil or when the teacher called her name. 3 times. By the end of the day, with the sun beginning to set, bathing Kuo Academy's corridors in golden and orange hues, Ryougi and Akino headed to the old building housing the Occult Research Club, one of the quietest and, ironically, most secretive places in the school. Akino walked with her usual lightness, a serene smile on her face as if each step were part of a dance. Ryougi, on the other hand, was unusually quiet. Going to focus today or spend the whole club sighing at the door? Akino asked, twirling the club building's key around her fingers. I'm not sighing, Ryougi replied, annoyed and, yes, maybe a bit defensive. Of course not. It was just the wind. The Occult Research Club room was as it always was, curtains drawn, a faint smell of tea in the air, and the calm, almost always stoic presence of Kaneko, already seated on the couch with a pack of cookies in her lap. Ryougi-bucho, Akino-senpai, the Nikomata murmured, briefly looking up before grabbing another cookie with her small, determined hands. Kaneko-chan, Ryougi greeted, sitting in the armchair beside her. Anything happened while we were in class? Kaneko chewed in silence for a few seconds. Then, as if delivering information out of pure moral obligation, she said. Saw a fallen angel near the school gates. Ryougi straightened in her chair. When? Lunchtime. She was talking to a human. Akino, who was preparing tea, turned slowly, her smile gently menacing. A fallen angel approaching a student. That's not common. Who was she? Don't know her name. Pretty. Black hair, curvy. Kaneko said, as if reading a spec sheet. Dressed provocatively. Seemed more interested in causing trouble than anything else. And the human? Ryougi asked, her brows furrowed. Issei Hayadu. 2nd year. Not involved with any underworld groups. As far as I know, he's just a random guy with a pervert reputation and a weird obsession with Kiba that showed up recently. With Kiba? Akino blinked, surprised. That's unexpected. Kaneko shrugged. She tried flirting with him. But he refused. Said something about not betraying Kiba-senpai's shine and walked off. The silence in the room lasted exactly 5 seconds before Akino burst into an elegant laugh, hiding her mouth behind her sleeve. Ryougi, however, didn't laugh. Her eyes were fixed on nothing, but her mind was already connecting dots. A fallen angel approaching a random human wasn't cause for alarm, unless that human had something special. Something that drew supernatural attention. You said she seemed malicious? Ryougi asked. Kaneko nodded. Like she had a plan. Didn't seem like just curiosity. Akino stopped laughing, her expression growing more serious. Any sacred gear? Too early to tell, Ryougi murmured. But if fallen angels are moving near the school, it could point to something bigger coming. She crossed her legs, her eyes finally drifting from the thought of Kazuya, just a bit, as her duty as a grimoire took over. His absence still bothered her, yes, but now there was another strange piece on the board. Keep an eye on this Issei. Discreetly. And if the girl shows up again. We follow her, Kaneko finished, standing with the last cookie in hand. Ryougi nodded. This could be the start of something. And we can't be caught off guard. Akino looked out the window, where the sky was slowly darkening. The room's comfortable silence was broken once more by Kaneko, now standing, looking at the door with that impassive, direct demeanor only she could pull off. One more thing. Rias and Akino turned to her immediately. When Kaneko spoke in that tone, it was usually something serious. When Issei passed by me today, I smelled something strange coming from him. Akino raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Strange how? Cheap cologne. Teenage hormones. Kaneko shook her head, serious. Dragon. Rias leaned forward slightly. You're sure? Kaneko nodded. It wasn't strong, but it was there. Like it was dormant. Hidden. But it was definitely a dragon's scent. The room fell into a tense silence for a few seconds. Rias rested her elbows on her knees, interlacing her fingers under her chin, thoughtful. She hadn't sensed anything from Issei, but she'd been a bit too focused on someone else lately. Akino. Rias began, her voice low and sharp as a freshly honed blade, we need to confirm this as soon as possible. If it's true. If he's really carrying something draconic. Then we might have a potential peer with a sacred gear, as I mentioned. Akino finished with a smile, though her eyes were more serious than usual. At that moment, the door creaked softly and opened, cutting through the room's heavy silence like a fresh breeze. Kiba Yuto entered with his usual impeccable posture, uniform pristine and a polite smile, but there was an unusual gravity in his gaze. Kiba, Rias called, raising her eyes with a restrained nod. You're late. Fulfilling a contract. He approached, his steps light but firm. A client near the old church. The moment he mentioned the location, everyone's eyes narrowed, as his tone dropped a few degrees. The tension in the air thickened. And? Akino asked, her gentle smile not hiding her concern. Kiba crossed his arms. Felt movement. Fallen angel energy. His gaze met Rias's. They're active. It wasn't just surveillance, they were gathered. And it seemed recent. Kaneko, who had been silent until then, looked up, her ears almost imperceptibly twitching. At the church. Yes. Something's about to happen, or, it's already started. Rias brought a hand to her chin, pensive but maintaining her calm composure. For now, the matter ended there, with a silence heavier than before. First of all, I want to sincerely thank all of you who left suggestions for servants in the previous chapter. Truly, you are amazing. And this story only exists because you're here, reading, commenting, and joining me in this wonderful chaos. See you in the next chapter. If we reach 1000 power stones in the rankings, I'll release an extra chapter every day. That's right, if you reach 1k power stones, you'll have an extra chapter the next day. So if you want more action, summonings, and fake chaos in the middle of DxD, you know what to do. I'm counting on your support to make this goal a reality. Let's go. Chapter 21, The Hard Life. If one day you're walking through Kuoh on a spring afternoon and spot an absurdly handsome guy with rebellious white hair, bright blue eyes like an A++ rank spell, and the casual aura of someone who just shouted Itadikamasu before summoning a goddess, congratulations, you probably just crossed paths with Ryougi Kazuya. In reality, he looked like a blasphemous fusion between a blindfold-less Satoru Gojo and Toji Fushigiro's physique after 3 cycles of training with Baki. In other words, a gigachad so stunning he could charm any woman. The city of Kuoh, on the other hand, seemed anything but chaotic at that moment. The streets were calm, the breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming cherry blossoms, and the sky had that pastel orange hue that made you think the episode's ending credits were about to roll. Pigeons flew in formation, old men swept the storefronts, and students in uniforms walked home from school, chatting about exams, clubs, and, occasionally, whether the student council president was really a demon. Spoiler, she was. Kazuya strolled down the main street, hands in the pockets of his open jacket, swaying lazily. The sun reflected in his eyes as if the universe was trying to pull off a dramatic lens flare. It didn't work, he already shone on his own. His destination. His old apartment. Not out of nostalgia. But because the beautiful and seemingly perfect Rias Gremory, demonic heiress with shampoo commercial red hair and a senpai will help you with everything vibe, had invited him to finish a literature project. She had literally called him earlier. And it was due tomorrow. Of course, he hadn't written a thing yet. But that didn't worry him. Why? Because he had survived something far worse that morning, a fight against Scathach. Yes, the Scathach. The Queen of Dun Scaith, the hero trainer, the warrior goddess who probably gave anatomy lessons to Hades using her students' bones. The fight. Intense. Powerful. With so many phases he almost screamed, "You died," in frustration mid-dojo. But he won. Somehow. Probably because the script was on his side at that moment. And after that, he deserved a break. So, naturally, he spent the morning with his servants. Yes, his servants. Plural. And yes, he knew it sounded like the start of a questionable doujin, but the reality was, well, not all that different. First was Ishtar, who dragged him to a local mini-festival because a victorious warrior deserves fun. They played at stalls, ate takoyaki, and nearly caused an explosion when she tried to use mana as a prize for a ring toss game. Kazuya had to use EX charisma and a lot of smooth talking to prevent half the neighborhood from turning into cosmic dust. Then came Ereshkigal, who took him to an abandoned temple where she sensed a strange spiritual presence. It was just a cat. But the cat now had an altar. And a name. And maybe a cult. Eresh was happy. Kazuya still had fur on his clothes. With Shutendoji, he went to a bar, at 10 in the morning. Not that it mattered. Shuten had a special talent for turning any hour into a party and any drink into something between nectar and poison. They played cards, she won everything, even when he cheated with presence detection, and talked about poetry. Or something that rhymed, at least. Scat Hack, after recovering from their mutual morning beatdown, dragged him for a light training session. Which, in Scat Hack speak, meant, let's see if you survive 147 assassination techniques blindfolded with a weight tied to your back. Spoiler, he survived. And even got compliments. And a kiss. Which was still being processed like a Final Fantasy cutscene. Finally, Scotty took him for a walk through Kuoh's gardens, where they talked about Lost Belt memories and feelings. They also had ice cream, which she loved. Scotty didn't talk much, but when she did, it was like a special CG cutscene. And in the end, she kissed him too. Cold and sweet. Like winter bidding a tender farewell. Kazuya also learned more about Asgard's battles than any mythology manual could teach, and that green tea ice cream should be illegal for being that good. And the best, or worst, part. Kazuya had given attention to all of them. With perfect balance. Like Thanos with a romantic schedule. No favorites. No preferences. Just chaos with fair distribution. Now, back to the present, he finally reached the old building. He stopped on the sidewalk, looked up at the third-floor apartment window, and sighed. Okay. A quiet afternoon with Rias. Literature project. That's it. Simple. Normal. Human. Climbing to the third floor of that old building was almost a mini-event in itself. The stairs creaked in a way that felt straight out of a 90s horror anime, where the protagonist clearly should have turned back and avoided the cursed place. But Kazuya, being the enlightened being he was, according to himself, wasn't fazed by creaks or the feeling that he might trip and become a meme at any moment. He reached the hallway and looked at his old lair. He turned the key, pushed the door, and entered. The smell of old wood and cheap incense still lingered in the air. The curtains were half closed, letting the orange sunset light paint warm streaks across the place. Kazuya dropped his backpack on the floor and flopped onto the big cushion in the middle of the room, fishing his phone from his pocket like he was drawing a noble phantasm. As he passed the time, switching between anime memes and spoilers for novels he'd sworn not to read because they were far inferior to those from his first life, he heard 3 knocks on the door. He didn't need to ask who it was. Only one person in Kuoh knocked in that specific way, rhythmic, almost delicate, like someone who knows they're too beautiful to be ignored. He got up slowly, pocketing his phone, and opened the door. And there she was. Rias Gremory. Vivid red hair cascading like a supernatural shampoo commercial. Kuoh's uniform perfectly aligned, though the top buttons of her blouse were casually undone, as if daring to cause heart attacks. Her breasts, and yes, it was impossible not to notice, seemed to compete with her demonic powers for the title of Weapon of Mass Destruction. Kazuya, being a heterosexual human and honestly terrible at hiding certain things, let his gaze linger 2 seconds longer than socially acceptable. Living among servants who flaunted their stunning bodies had him thinking with his lower head for a moment, don't judge him. Rias noticed. She smiled that mischievous, half-senpai, half-predator smile. Are you going to keep staring, or are you going to invite me in, Kazuya-kun, she teased, tilting her head slightly. He gave a half-smile. Of course, of course. Welcome to my humble castle, he said, stepping aside to let her in. Rias entered with the grace of a dating sim heroine at the end of a good route, leaving her shoes by the entrance. She sat on the couch with the ease of someone who already owned the place, while Kazuya settled on the cushion on the floor, crossing his legs. The comfortable silence lasted about 2.5 seconds. Why didn't you go to school today? Sauna's going to be on your case for a while because of that, she asked, resting her chin on her hand, her gaze curious and almost playful. Kazuya shrugged, leaning his arms on his knees. Personal issues. I'm ready to face the consequences. He gave the answer in that lazy tone he used whenever he wanted to seem mysterious. In truth, he just didn't have the energy to explain that he'd spent the morning fighting a warrior goddess and rescuing a cat that became a spiritual idol. Rias raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of issues? He smirked, that character smile that clearly knows more than it lets on. Like Lelouch before launching into a philosophical speech about the world. But all he did was reply casually. Personal matters. No big deal. Rhea stared at him for 2 seconds longer than usual. Fixed gaze, soft smile, and the glint of someone hopelessly in love but too afraid to admit it. You're full of secrets, Kazuya-kun, she said, almost in a whisper. He shrugged again. It's more fun that way. Rhea crossed her legs slowly, with all the grace of someone who knew exactly the effect she caused, and leaned forward, elbows resting on her knees. Was this personal issue also why you didn't reply to my messages for hours and only texted back 15 minutes ago saying you were free to continue the project, which is why I'm here? Rhea asked, her voice soft but laced with a hint of hurt. Maybe just concern. Maybe something more. From her perspective, it was understandable. Rhea had spent the last few hours stuck in a meeting with her peerage, discussing far less romantic and far more apocalyptic matters. The rumor that fallen angels, the Grigori, to be technical, were moving abnormally in Kuo had left things tense. She wanted to seem professional, the impeccable heiress her family expected, but her phone buzzed 3 times during the meeting. Each time, it was a notification of Kazuya gloriously ignoring her existence. She nearly snapped the device in half out of pure demonic frustration. She wanted to see him. Be with him. She wanted other things too. But she was holding back with the dignity of a Gremari. Now, looking at him sprawled there so casually, she couldn't decide if she wanted to punch him, hug him, or rip his clothes off with her teeth and claws. Kazuya scratched the back of his neck, looking away like he'd been caught cheating at a gacha pull again. Of course, he knew ignoring her could be taken as a grave offense, almost Grail War level. But in truth, he was too busy with his servants, lovers from his second life, meticulously programmed to be that way in his first life. He let out a theatrical sigh, the kind novel protagonists use before explaining they saved the world while no one was looking. Well, you could say that, he replied, still lazily, resting his cheek on his hand. I was dealing with things that couldn't wait. Rhea raised an eyebrow, amused and curious. She clearly wanted more details, but part of her also knew this mystery was part of his charm. She let out a low chuckle, almost like a soft bell ringing at dusk. I see. As long as you're free now, to make it up to me. The emphasis on make it up carried intentions that would make any anime censor snap their pen in despair. Kazuya smiled, that, oh god, this is going to be a mess, but it'll be worth it, smile he mastered with finesse. Of course. I'll do my best, dear Gremari. He even gave a mock little bow, like an RPG knight in irony mode. Rhea laughed for real this time, and adjusted herself on the couch, grabbing her bag from the side and pulling out a pile of papers that looked like chaotic character sheets. So let's get started, before I forget the real reason I came here, she said, but her eyes made it clear the literature project was only 10% of the mission. Kazuya grabbed a random pen from the floor, probably dropped the last time he studied there, meaning never, and flopped back onto the cushion. As Rhea began organizing the papers, talking about literary themes and character analysis, Kazuya was just thinking about how his life had basically turned into a wild fusion of High School DxD, Fate/Grand Order, Grand Blue, and Konosuba, all at once. And he wasn't complaining. I mean, surviving a beatdown with Scathack in the morning, getting kissed by her and her goddess version, being pampered by an underworld princess, going drinking with a killer Oni, and now having the demonic, in the best way, Rhea's Gremari trying to hide that she wanted to pounce on him at any moment. If this was an ice guy, the author was clearly using hacks. Kazuya leaned back on the cushion again, looking at Rhea with a smile that said, I'm definitely planning to be an exemplary student now, which was such a blatant lie it would probably break a lie detector on the first beep. Rhea was still staring at him with that half-amused, I'm trying to be professional, but you're too handsome for this, expression. She crossed her legs, slowly and casually, like someone who knows they're playing with fire and still pours gasoline just to see the spark. Kazuya tried to ignore the black panties he glimpsed and focused on their project. He started, alright, where did we leave off last time? Genji and Werther. Okay, let's do this, he continued, switching to anime cool professor mode. If we take Genji, from the tale of Genji. He said, he's handsome, skilled, full of romantic conquests, but deep down. The guy was a pit of insecurities, trapped by social expectations, and completely incapable of being truly happy. Rhea laughed softly. Interesting analogy. So his charm was more, an armor. Kazuya pointed at her like he was handing out Genshin Impact EXP points. Exactly. A +10 armor against emotional frustration. His appearance was what everyone saw, the shining prince, but his essence was a lonely guy, screwed over by his own choices. He paused dramatically, because it was impossible not to dramatize when the sun was lighting the room like that. Now Werther, from the sorrows of young Werther, well, that's basically a depression ice guy without the fun part. Kazuya shrugged. He was pure raw emotion. Didn't try to mask anything. He was handsome, charming, but behind the charm. An emotional abyss worthy of a philosophical seinen anime protagonist. Rias leaned back on the couch, crossing her arms in a way that highlighted her curves completely by accident, not. Her gaze was fixed on Kazuya, but now it was different. More proud. Like she was seeing something beyond the hot classmate. So, she said, lightly biting the tip of her pen, which made Kazuya's soul practically leave his body for 3 seconds, we can put this in our project, that appearance is used as both a shield and a trap. Both Genji and Werther enchant, but what they hide is the real drama. Kazuya smirked, grabbing his own notebook. Finally, he was feeling like he was in a decent school slice of life anime, the kind that ends with a fireworks festival and love confessions in the final scene. Perfect. You right, I provide moral support. He winked at her, in a tone so casual that if this were a game, it would have leveled up charisma to EX++. Rias laughed, shaking her head. You're impossible. I prefer the term irresistible. Rias let out a light laugh, still playing with the pen's tip between her teeth, which, frankly, should be considered a war crime against male sanity. She leaned forward again, her eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and something reminiscent of an elegant predator preparing to pounce. You should say more things like that, she said, half joking, half serious. Those sarcastic, half-genius comments of yours, they make everything more interesting. Kazuya shrugged, as if being simultaneously handsome, smart, and a walking source of internal memes was the most natural thing in the world. I do my best to keep the audience awake, he replied, scribbling in his notebook with the energy of someone who had clearly given up on writing anything legible. His notebook probably looked more like a cursed scroll from Made in Abyss than academic notes. Rias was watching him. Not just listening to his words, but studying. Like a chess player about to make the decisive move. Every smile of his, every carefree glance, was like gasoline poured on a fire she could barely control. And the worst part? Kazuya didn't even seem to notice the effect he had on her. Or, worse, maybe he did and was having fun with it. Well. Rias began, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear in a dangerously seductive way, since you're so good at analyzing hidden feelings, how about a little practical analysis? Kazuya raised an eyebrow, amused, like he'd just received an interesting side quest in an RPG. Like a case study, he asked, tossing the pen up and catching it without looking. Kakashi Cool Mode style, obviously. Exactly, she replied, leaning a bit closer, shrinking the distance between them even more. Analyze, for example, what do you think a girl would think of a classmate who's smart, funny, and absurdly handsome? The question was so blatantly obvious that even the narrator of Kaguya-sama, Love is War would have blushed. Kazuya, of course, didn't lose his composure. He smirked, that lazy smile that said, I see your plan, but I'll pretend I don't to see where this goes. Depends, he replied, resting his chin on his hand, casual. If it's an anime, she'd probably fall in love at first sight. If it's a manga, she'd deny it for 100 chapters. If it's a visual novel, well, depends on the route. Rias bit her lower lip for a second, almost unconsciously, and laughed softly. You're insufferable. She said, but her tone was so full of affection it sounded more like, keep making me fall for you, please. Kazuya just winked. I prefer the term adaptable. Meanwhile, in the back of her mind, the plan, the secret plan, was moving forward, conquer Kazuya. Make him her servant. And, if possible, something far beyond that. Suddenly, Rias reached out and grabbed his notebook, or tried to. With the reflexes of someone who's played enough FPS to have Danganronpa ninja skills, Kazuya quickly pulled the notebook out of her reach, holding it high. Hey, academic plagiarism isn't allowed, Miss Gremory. He teased. Rias stood up from the couch in a fluid motion and sat next to him on the cushion, so close that her sleeve brushed against his. Her perfume, something floral and dangerously addictive, invaded his senses like a noble phantasm activating a charm buff. She leaned even closer, her voice dropping on purpose, in full seduction mode. Then teach me. She whispered. Show me what you wrote. Kazuya-kun. The use of kun in that tone was almost a low blow. Kazuya closed the notebook, set it on the floor, and looked straight into her eyes, which were gleaming as if invoking a fate passive skill like seduction A+++. I think you're trying to seduce me to get answers, he said, his voice as low as hers. Rias smiled, a smile of pure provocation. Maybe, she said, lightly resting her chin on his shoulder. Is it working? Kazuya let out a husky laugh, the kind that would make even shoujo heroines melt. Wrong question. He murmured. The real question is, can you handle the consequences? The silence between them grew heavy, charged with electricity. Rias blinked, surprised, not by what he said, but by the audacity behind it. She kept her smile, but inside, a small civil war broke out. Part of her wanted to laugh, part wanted to kiss him until he forgot his own name. Before she could decide which faction would win, Kazuya stood up, grabbed the notebook, and walked calmly to the coffee table. He tossed the notebook there like he was throwing down a challenging flag. "If you want to see my notes so badly, Rias," he said, fixing his hair in a casually charming way that seemed trained by every shoujo anime protagonist in history, "you'll have to work for it." Rias raised an eyebrow. "Work," she repeated, a dangerous smile on her lips. "Yup." Kazuya crossed his arms, pretending to be serious. "For every correct answer about what I wrote, you get access to 1 page. Rias let out a light laugh, the kind that could convince anyone to sign a Faustian pact without reading the fine print. "That's absolutely ridiculous," she said, standing up too, her red hair gleaming in the soft afternoon light. "Yup." Kazuya agreed with all the naturalness in the world. "But it's fun, and deep down, you know you'll win. Don't you, Miss Gremory?" Rias narrowed her eyes at him, her smile growing sharper. Her blue eyes sparkled with a promise of mischief and something more. "Then let's play, Kazuya-kun," she said, her voice caressing the words like silk. "But know one thing." She leaned in, so close their noses almost touched. "I don't enter games I don't intend to win." Kazuya smiled, feeling his blood rush faster than was probably healthy. "Great," he murmured. "I love unpredictable endings." For a moment, they stood there, trapped in that bubble of heat, provocation, and something so tense that any shikigami at school would have fled just to avoid being a romantic altar candle. Then, in a sudden and graceful move, Rias stepped back, grabbed one of the loose sheets from her pile, and started speaking with the calm of someone pretending nothing had just happened. "First question," she announced, crossing her legs on the couch again, like the queen she clearly was. "What was Werther's relationship with nature in his emotional downfall?" Kazuya smirked. Oh, so it was war, he thought. He sat down too, grabbing another sheet at random, just to pretend he was as studious as he was handsome. "Simple," he said, as if it were obvious. Nature, for Werther, was a mirror. In happy moments, he saw beauty in everything. In painful moments, he saw nature as a kind of open-air funeral. Everything around him amplified what he felt inside. Ria stared at him in silence for a second, then raised the sheet like a talent show judge. "Correct answer," she said, feigning a formal tone. "You've earned access to 1 page." Kazuya struck a dramatic pose, clutching his chest as if he'd received a medal of honor. "It's a great honor, Miss Gremory," he said with an exaggerated bow. Rias laughed, a genuine laugh that warmed Kazuya's chest in a way no battle against gods or crazy servants could replicate. As they continued, the questions and answers became mere background. The real game was something else, made of lingering glances, disguised smiles, and a growing tension that not even the most epic anime battles could dispel. It's in moments like these that Rias remembers she's also an otaku. After nearly 2 hours of studying, which felt more like emotional torture for Rias, she finally closed the notebook with a decisive snap. "Done," she announced, her voice too sweet to hide the anxiety pulsing behind her intense blue eyes. "We're finished for today." Kazuya, completely oblivious to the hurricane of desires she hid beneath that polite smile, just nodded, half distracted, thinking he'd survived the afternoon without major issues. "Kazuya-kun, if you only knew what I'm thinking," Rias thought, discreetly licking her dry lips. With slow, calculated movements, she stood up from the chair. Her uniform skirt, already short by design, rode up even higher as she bent to pick up her bag from the floor. In a cruelly perfect moment, she accidentally revealed white panties adorned with a blue bow, exactly as she'd planned when getting dressed that morning. Kazuya froze. "Got you." Ria smiled inwardly. She slung the bag over her shoulder, still facing away from him, lingering on purpose, feeling the heat rise through her body. "I'm heading out, Kazuya. I'm looking forward to our presentation tomorrow," she said, her voice coming out huskier than intended. "Thanks for today." When she turned, her eyes gleamed for a brief second, a hungry, carnal glint that only didn't give everything away because Kazuya was too busy fighting to breathe. "See you soon, okay," she added, winking subtly before leaving behind not just the scent of her sweet perfume, but a sexual tension dense enough to suffocate an archangel. Kazuya stood still, feeling he might urgently need a cold shower. Hello, readers. First of all, thank you so much to everyone who has been following the story so far. I know the last 20 chapters had a more introductory pace, focusing on the characters, their relationships, and the world around them, but I can assure you, everything was planned with purpose. Starting from the next chapters, the supernatural side will begin to emerge strongly. The main plot will finally take shape, and the story will enter a new phase, more intense, filled with twists and surprising revelations. Everything that seemed subtle or just a detail will start to fall into place. Get ready for some jaw-dropping plot twists. Nothing is as it seems, and you'll realize that everything has been carefully built up to this point. The game is about to change, and the true heart of the story will be revealed. Oh, and if you're eager and want to get ahead. In addition, your support makes a huge difference in my life. I'm dealing with some personal difficulties, such as partial hearing loss and other challenges, so every contribution helps me keep writing with dedication and keep this dream alive. If you'd like to help and dive even deeper into this universe, here's the link. Thank you for being with me on this journey. Now, at last, the real story begins. Chapter 22, Wonderful Morning. Kazuya woke up with the strange, and by strange, read wonderful, sensation of something soft pressed against his face. And it wasn't just any pillow. No. If it were, he wouldn't be hearing the satisfying sound of soft breathing and the intoxicating fragrance of cherries. His eyes opened slowly, the brightness of the enormous living room in his mansion nearly blinding him. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could overshadow the sight he focused on in front of him. It was a butt. But not just any butt. A work of art worthy of being displayed in an interstellar mystical museum. A pair of round, perfectly sculpted buttocks, so criminally perky they probably broke at least 5 laws of physics and a couple of divine rules. Covered by a sexy black lace thong, Ishtar was lying with her arms used as a pillow on the back of the sofa, her legs lazily draped to the side. She was wearing one of his shirts, with the thong clearly visible, as he could plainly see. Kazuya blinked slowly, his expression that of someone trying to process whether this was real or just another limited-time summer event he'd missed. If this is a dream, don't wake me up. And if it's reality, thank you, author of my world. Forcing himself to look down, with great effort, because tearing his eyes away from that sight was almost against the laws of physics, he came face to face with Ereshkigal, the shy and tsundere version of Ishtar. The underworld goddess was nestled against his chest, breathing so softly and adorably, her golden hair splayed over him, her arms clutching his crumpled shirt like a security blanket. There was a dreamy smile on the corner of her lips, the kind of smile of someone having a cute dream, or an absurdly perverted one. With Eresh, it was always an emotional roulette. Further down, Kazuya felt something tighten around his waist. He looked and there she was, Shutenduji. The Oni was curled up like a drunken tavern cat, with that mischievous smile and closed eyes. Her lilac hair was a mess, and her breath carried a faint scent of divine alcohol. Her strong arms gripped Kazuya's waist as if he were a luxury human pillow. But the final blow came when Kazuya realized there was a massive weight on his groin. He didn't need to look. Just feeling the colossal softness and the delicious chill coming from there, he already knew. Scotty. The queen of the frozen lands was sleeping on him, her enormous breasts pressed against his groin, one arm possessively wrapped around him. Her bluish-purple hair cascaded over the other bodies, and her expression was that of satisfied royalty. He could tell by slightly lifting his head to avoid Ishtar's butt. And speaking of which, Kazuya swallowed hard and returned his gaze upward. It was almost a religious experience. There, at the exact height of his face, so close that a slight tilt of his nose would confirm if the cherry scent was really hers, spoiler, it was. This breaks the game. No way. Someone give me a skip button or an autosave, please. What even happened last night? After coming back from the afternoon and short night with Rias, I had to deal with making dinner and having fun with Eresh, Ishtar, Scotty, Shuten, and even Shersha with drinks, games, and lots of teasing, memorable moments, and then I ended up falling asleep on the sofa with all of them hugging me. Ishtar was breathing softly, her hair spilling off the sofa like a waterfall of seduction, one foot lazily swaying in the air. The position wasn't just provocative, it was an assault on world peace. He had to slink out with a level of focus not even Toji in combat could match. The first step was to slightly turn his head, with slow movements as if under the effect of Zawardo. He managed to escape the range of Ishtar's but without losing his sanity, mostly. Next, he gently held the love goddess's legs while sliding out from under her, lifting her off him and placing her on the sofa, twisting into a position that required inhuman flexibility, but he was a dragon, so it wasn't hard. Only then, after defeating the initial boss, could he move on to the next stages. First, he needed to move his arms with the delicacy of a ninja heart surgeon. Eresh was hugging him so tenderly he almost felt like a monster for trying to escape, as if he were a child's favorite bunny dreaming of cotton candy and underworld archaeological expeditions. He slid his fingers slowly, freeing the shirt's fabric like he was disarming a magical trap. Eresh mumbled something cute and incomprehensible, maybe baka, maybe don't touch my bones. Classic. Second step, loosen Shuten's grip. And that was practically like disarming a drunken Oni with S-rank strength and cat-like attack mode reflexes. Kazuya held his breath and, with the bodily control of a Buddhist monk who'd watched every episode of Dragon Ball Super meditating on a rock, slid to the side like a magical fish. The Oni's arm slipped, still trying to grab him unconsciously, but he used the old, substitute pillow, technique. He placed a cushion where his body had been and hoped it was soft enough. It worked. Shuten purred, still with a drunken little smile. Noted, satin pillows, 10 out of 10 for hug substitution. The trickiest part came now. Scotty. The Nordic queen was literally using his abdomen as a bed for her massive breasts. If he moved too fast, she'd wake up. Too slow, well, something would happen. He slid like he was channeling the spirit of a ninja squirrel. Scotty stirred slightly, murmuring something, but only snuggled closer to the sofa. One last glance and, mission accomplished. And when he finally stood up, the sun streaming through the room as if the gods approved of his feat, he stretched on his way to the kitchen, his body stiff as if he'd just emerged from an epic-level dungeon, and opened the fridge. Time to cook. Because if there was one thing Kazuya knew, it was this. Hungry goddess women, end of the world. The fridge glowed like a legendary treasure chest when opened, revealing carefully organized frozen treasures, fresh eggs, bacon with that divine fat aura, and that meltable cheese that turned any dish into a shonen cooking anime happy ending. Kazuya snapped his fingers, ignoring the slight ache in his muscles from last night. His body complained, but his soul was at peace. Because now was the time for the sacred ritual, cooking for the hungry goddesses. With a black apron featuring a flame pattern, he began preparing breakfast. Precise movements, agile hands, as if the ingredients were in turn-based combat and he was the protagonist with action priority. Pan heated. Bacon sizzling. Eggs beaten with the grace of someone who'd watched every French chef video and pretended to learn something. Kazuya was in the flow. Then he felt it. A soft shiver on the back of his neck. And before he could react, two arms wrapped around his waist, and something, or rather, two very specific and absolutely memorable things, pressed against his back, along with a scent of Celtic flowers. "Good morning, husband." Came the husky, velvety voice, hot like a challenge and soft like the touch of a spear against the jugular. "Already training your culinary skills before facing me on the battlefield?" Kazuya smirked. Without needing to look, he already knew. That voice, that tone, that warmth. "Good morning, Shursho," he replied, keeping his voice steady, even as every fiber of his body screamed maximum focus. "You're stealing my concentration." She pressed her body even closer, and he glanced at the window's reflection, seeing his shirt on her, a black dress shirt, slightly loose on her shoulder but too short to hide the detail, the edge of a lacy purple thong peeking out among the strands of dark red hair falling over her thighs. "Oh, sorry," she whispered, like someone who regretted nothing. "It's just cold. And my husband is the best heat source, I found it comfortable." "You couldn't wear pants," he muttered, flipping the bacon as if his life depended on it. Spoiler, it did. "And hide this from you," she countered, slightly pulling up the shirt's hem, revealing more of the provocative piece. "That would be a waste of a morning view." Kazuya didn't respond immediately. He was strong. Disciplined. A true veteran of emotional gacha. But even a limited banner warrior needed to breathe. "You woke up early," he commented, changing the subject like a master of escape. "Couldn't sleep well without your arm around me." She replied, sincere and slightly pouty. "And also, I wanted to invite you for a training session later. You've been slacking too much. You're turning into a spoiled husband." He laughed. "I have class today. Can't skip. Gotta keep up the model student appearance." Scat Hack tightened her arms around him, causing more friction than any man should be forced to endure at 6 in the morning. "And tonight?" she asked, like someone offering a demonic contract with added benefits. Kazuya turned off the stove with a masterful motion and finally turned, meeting her eyes. The kind of gaze that made gods stumble over their own convictions. "Then, maybe. If I survive math class." She smiled, proud, as if he'd won a war just by saying that. "That's why I love you, my favorite student," she said, lightly biting her lower lip, a promise and a provocation in one action. Kazuya sighed, offering a plate of scrambled eggs and golden bacon as a morning offering. "Eat this before the others wake up and start fighting over the first piece. Yesterday I almost lost a chair." Scat Hack took the plate, but before stepping away, she stood on her tiptoes and gave a soft kiss to the corner of his mouth. "I know how to behave, husband. But if you take too long today." She turned slowly, the shirt riding up again, as if guided by a fan service entity, showing off her marvelous but covered only by the thong. "I'll have to punish you for the delay." And with that, she vanished through the kitchen, leaving a scent of coffee, seduction, and provocation lingering in the air. Kazuya let out a tired sigh as Scat Hack's lethally seductive aura disappeared through the kitchen door, taking with her the smell of freshly raided bacon and the threat of death by private training. He knew she was probably heading to the dojo to train against wooden dummies and imaginary demons, or maybe to take a shower with the same nonchalance as someone invading his kitchen in a lace thong. He looked at the counter. The table was full. Plates covered with clean cloths protected eggs, extra bacon, grilled tomatoes, and waffles with whipped cream and strawberries, because Ishtar had the kind of ego that demanded a decorated breakfast. Kazuya shook his head, resigned, and grabbed a large glass. He tapped the iced coffee dispenser, the precious black nectar pouring with the sound of liquid redemption. Sitting on the high stool, he set the mug aside and swiped his finger through the air. Plim. The holographic interface appeared in front of him, translucent as always. Saint Quartz, 12 out of 100, daily recharge. Would you like to perform a summon? Yes/no, asterisk asterisk. Kazuya took a deep breath. Alright, time for the ritual. May Okita's hands bless me. May Ishtar's but inspire me. And may the author not screw me over. He clicked the summon button. Plim. A golden glow cut through the kitchen. The digital sound echoed. You received, Meb's panties. Silence. A moment of pure, absolute disbelief. Kazuya stared at the screen. Then blinked. Then looked again. You've gotta be kidding me. The description appeared below, as if the system insisted on trolling him. Description: Queen Meb's favorite panties. A max affection item. Can be used to provoke civil wars in unstable harems. He rested his forehead on the counter, letting out a desperate groan. I should have known. The gacha never forgives. The RNG is a cruel god, thirsty for others' suffering. If Meb were summoned and found out about this, she'd probably demand he help her put them on personally. And that was the kind of side event that cost sanity points. Bad luck's back, confirmed. It's official. The cursed gacha era has begun. He took a deep breath. Shook his hands. I'm not giving up now. Next. He clicked again. Plim. This time, the light wasn't golden. It was white. Dense. It sliced through the kitchen like the sound of a katana being unsheathed in a shonen anime during a boss fight. Kazuya's eyes widened as the notification popped up. You received, Senju Muramasa Model, Saber. Description: a modified class card containing all of Senju Muramasa's powers. Using it will result in the user inheriting everything from him, including technique execution, weapon knowledge, forging experience, and tendencies for heroic self-sacrifice. Permanent. Kazuya sat in silence for a few seconds. Then, he set the coffee down, raised his hands to the ceiling, and shouted. I am the king of gacha. The kitchen fell silent. If anyone had woken up at that moment, they'd probably think he was possessed. But no. It was just the primal scream of a gacha-addicted otaku who'd just pulled an insane SSR after months of bad luck. Fortunately, most of the servants were heavy sleepers, and the living room was a safe distance away, so no one woke up. He grinned, that secondary shonen villain smile before heading into a fight. Muramasa. My man. Welcome to the party. The realization hit. With this drop, he could literally add Senju Muramasa's techniques to his arsenal, cut through concepts, ignore regeneration, and, most importantly, craft the most beautiful swords in otaku history. Okay, thank you, RNG-sama. I've forgiven you for Meb's panties. The notification blinked, offering the option, use now. Kazuya clicked without hesitation. Plim. A golden magical circle appeared at his feet, ancient runes activated, and a wave of warmth coursed through Kazuya's body. He felt his muscles harden, his nerves sharpen, and the knowledge of forging and sword techniques flood his mind. He didn't become a servant, only inherited the powers of one. When the glow faded, he looked the same. But inside, he was on another level. He spun the mug, took a sip of coffee, and muttered. Unlimited blade works for the win. This world's about to know the terror of a legendary blacksmith. His gaze returned to where the screen still showed 2 summons remaining. He smiled. Because, of course, no one in their right mind stops rolling after pulling a Muramasa. Plim. The light of the 3rd summon exploded with a blue and white glow, as if the sky itself had given Kazuya a thumbs up. He blinked hard as a wave of heat ran down his spine, making the hairs on his arms stand on end, like he'd been hit by an anime school curse that grants superpowers after tripping over a magical girl. You received personal skill, Magecraft, rank EX, all Fate Mages. Description: denotes the user's knowledge of modern thaumaturgy or Age of Gods thaumaturgy in all matters at the level of the King of Magecraft, Solomon. At this level, it can be said that no one can compare in knowledge and practice in the modern era, as this skill also represents all spells, enchantments, and rituals the user can employ for combat or casual use. It does not grant true magic, so don't dream of that, ***. Silence. Kazuya raised one eyebrow. Then both. Then let out an incredulous laugh. Wait. Magecraft rank EX. He rubbed his eyes, as if that would erase the screen. It didn't. I just got the full package of Fate Mages. Solomon, Zelrich, Medea, Paracelsus, Rin with PMS, High Merlin. Everything. I've become the damn Nasuverse encyclopedia. Congrats to me. The option, Fuse Now, appeared below. He didn't even hesitate. Go ahead, give me that Supreme Mage Matrix before the Gacha decides it was a bug. In an instant, he felt like someone had dumped the Library of Alexandria straight into his brain. In a moment, he became a version of Solomon fused with all mages of the modern era and the Age of Gods, able to use even magecraft from famous mage families, even magical traits were possible, and more. The only exception was that he didn't possess the 5 true magics beyond the third, which he'd received long before. Kazuya opened his eyes slowly. A purple glint flickered in his irises for a second. He felt everything. Every forgotten ritual, every line of enchantment, every manipulation of magical energy since the dawn of human history. He sat in silence. Only the hum of the fridge and the occasional beep of the microwave filled the space. Even the coffee seemed intimidated. Okay. Calm down. Breathe. It's just, all known magecraft in human history concentrated in me. No big deal. Just waiting for Zelrich to show up asking for interdimensional teleportation spell tips. And then, the system blinked one last time. One summon remaining. Kazuya didn't hesitate. A hero might doubt. A protagonist hesitates. A gacha-addicted otaku. Never. Plim. And then, the notification popped up. You received Noble Phantasm, Enkidu, Chains of Heaven. Description, sacred chains used to bind gods, created to reign over the divine. Strength and durability increase proportionally to the target's divinity level. Kazuya didn't say anything. He didn't need to, only chose to fuse with the absurd Noble Phantasm of Gilgamesh. The kitchen fell silent as he stared at the screen with wide eyes. He raised his right arm, and one of the chains slowly spun in the air like a mystical serpent, summoned by a mere thought. Chains that bind gods. He said in an almost reverent tone. This is the mystical equivalent of slapping an admin logged in notice on the server of reality. Kazuya slowly closed his fingers, the chains vanishing like golden mist. The coffee was still there. Cold. He grabbed the mug, stared at the liquid with a vague smile, and muttered. This is gonna be a hell of a lot to explain when someone wakes up and finds me casting Solomon's magic, forging swords, and binding divinities in the bathroom. He took a sip. Then looked at the floating screen, which now only said. Thank you for playing. You're welcome, RNG-sama. Now go rest. You earned it. Kazuya finished his coffee like he was savoring absolute victory. It was funny to think that, in a universe where demons existed, divinities roamed in short skirts, and breakfast could be interrupted by attacks from angry lancers, the most sacred moment of the day was still a sip of iced coffee in silence. He glanced at the wall clock. It was 7:30 a.m. Better start getting ready for school. Kazuya slowly pushed the stool back, grabbed his mug, and gave one last look at the table piled with food. He covered the plates more carefully, sealing them with a quick spell, something simple, just to keep the temperature and prevent any servant from eating someone else's bacon and accidentally starting the Third Morning War. He walked to the mansion's main hallway, opened his bedroom door with a lazy gesture, and headed straight to his closet. In the closet, clothes perfectly aligned with the aesthetic of an unlikely anime school protagonist, he grabbed the Kuo Academy uniform and dressed calmly. His backpack was waiting on the desk. He grabbed it with a wrist spin and slung it over his shoulder, leaving the room and heading toward the mansion's exit. In the hallway, he passed the marble staircase leading to the lower floors. The main entrance loomed as imposing as ever, flanked by columns and windows reflecting the clear morning sky. He opened the door, glancing toward the living room where his servants slept sprawled in every direction. A faint smile crossed his lips before he turned and stepped outside. The world outside was calm. The morning breeze danced among the leaves of the trees surrounding the property. He vanished into golden particles, using Media's Tiro Omicron Psi Alpha, Tropha, spell, a spatial transportation magic that mimics the true magic governing teleportation. It's described as being pulled out of the third dimension, dragged through multiple dimensions, and finally thrown back into the original dimension, but in a different location. In his case, that location was a lonely alley near Kuo Academy. He stepped out whistling, walking casually toward another day of school. Hey everyone. I know it might seem like the protagonist has gained a lot really quickly, maybe even feels like one of those OP without effort types, but hold on. There's a reason behind everything, and the development is being carefully built up. Thanks for reading and supporting. Chapter 23, Chaotic Luck. Kuo Academy stood imposingly amidst an idyllic setting, with its elegant and traditional buildings that seemed straight out of a Japanese dating sim. The trees surrounding the campus swayed lazily, and the iron gates were open, welcoming students in impeccable uniforms, carrying expressions ranging from boredom to obligation. Kazuya, who had appeared in the alley and made his way with his hands in his pockets, was whistling an anime opening theme that only he would recognize. He walked as if he had no hurry at all, despite being a few minutes late, if one considered the entrance bell. But who cares? Heroes never arrive on time. Nearing the main gate of Kuoh, he spotted two familiar figures. Sona Shitori, the student council president, impeccable as always, glasses adjusted, serious expression, and that aura of someone carrying the weight of a couple of infernal clans on her shoulders, and her loyal vice president, Tsubaki Shinra, who seemed less rigid but no less sharp. The two were always there, as if they could prevent disasters just with their presence. Kazuya raised a hand in a casual wave. Yo, esteemed president, vice president. Nice day, huh? Sona adjusted her glasses, her clinical gaze assessing him from head to toe. If she suspected anything, she never let it show. But then again, who would suspect the new, good-looking student who seemed more concerned with hunting rare gacha figurines than anything else? Kazuya-san. You're arriving a bit late today. He shrugged, smirking slightly. Technical issues with excessive coffee and bacon. You get it. Tsubaki smiled faintly, and even Sona let out a brief sigh that might have been the demonic equivalent of a suppressed laugh. Don't forget that exams are coming up soon. I'm counting on your good performance, Sona added, in that professional tone that tried to sound intimidating but came off more like the beautiful anime teacher who secretly likes the protagonist. Got it, Prez. I'll make it look good, promise. He winked at both and continued down the main path of the school, ignoring curious glances and whispers. It was funny how, even 2 weeks after his transfer, people still didn't know whether to consider him a cool guy or a glitched character who fell into the wrong anime by mistake. He walked to the main building, entering the familiar corridors. Students passed by, talking about the latest episodes of series, exams, and that strange incident in the neighboring district, probably another low-tier vampire or a fallen angel in disguise. Kazuya stopped in front of the third-year classroom. He let out a sigh and ran a hand through his hair, mentally preparing for another day of pretending to be just a normal student. He pushed the door open with his shoulder, only to find, miraculously, that the teacher hadn't arrived yet. The students were already scattered in their seats, some chatting, others secretly playing on their phones, and a handful pretending to study. Honestly, that deserved an award for dedication to the art of deception. Right in front, two figures were impossible to ignore. Ryougi Kazuya, with that red hair that looked like it came straight out of an ultra-saturated anime filter, and Akino Himejima, who... Well, if the concept of dangerous one-isan were a person, it would be her. Both were in their seats, but the curious detail was that Ryusu's eyes immediately lifted and met his the moment the door opened. Akino smiled in that sweet way, with a hint of poison behind it, as always. Good morning, Kazuya-kun, she said, her voice smooth as silk and dangerous as a hidden blade. Yo, Himejima-san, Gremory-san, Kazuya greeted with the same ease as someone commenting on the weather. You got here early today, huh? Ryusu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and offered a smile that she must have rehearsed in the mirror for at least 3 days. We always arrive early. You're the one who seems to have flexible hours. Oh, that's because I follow Tokyo 3's time zone. He winked, making Akino let out a soft chuckle. For a moment, Ryusu seemed to want to extend the conversation, but he was already turning, raising a hand in a lazy wave as he crossed the classroom to his usual seat. He tossed his backpack on the floor and slumped into the chair with the lightness of someone who had already accepted that the morning would be just another session of carefully managed boredom. He leaned back, propped his chin on his hand, and shifted his gaze to the window. The courtyard was calm. The morning light reflected off the leaves, shadows danced slowly, and at the main gate, there they were. Sona and Tsubaki. Still. Kazuya furrowed his brow slightly. They should have been in their own classroom by now, and it was odd, even by the supernatural standards of this place, that they were still there, standing guard. He muttered to himself, observing how the two were discreetly talking to someone beyond his field of vision, outside the school walls. Curious. But before he could consider getting up to take a closer look, the classroom door swung open forcefully, and the teacher entered with that aura of someone who didn't care whether the students were alive or dead as long as they didn't cause too much chaos. Good morning, class. Kazuya let out a sigh, slumping back in his chair, his eyes still half turned toward the window. And so, the class began the way every good morning class should, with a tedious sequence of roll calls, announcements about exams no one wanted to take, and the faint murmur of the boldest students trying to nap discreetly behind open books. Kazuya stayed in auto-present mode, his gaze half vague out the window, half aware of the movement around him. It continued like a lazy rhythm typical of Japanese schools, that sacred cycle of students pretending to pay attention, teachers pretending to believe them, and the inevitable pause for furtive glances at the clock. The math teacher, whose name Kazuya never bothered to memorize, spent the period dumping formulas that, honestly, would only be useful if someone were solving summoning equations to seal 8th circle demons. Kazuya, meanwhile, was taking notes. Not of math, of course. He was sketching ideas for fan art of a potential fusion between Nero Claudius and Ryougi Kazuya, a brilliant idea, if he did say so himself. There was a good chance no one but him would ever see it, but it was comforting to have a side project to keep his sanity while the world pretended to be normal around him. After 2 classes that felt more like filler episodes of a low-budget anime season, came the break, where Kazuya only bothered to get up to buy a can of iced coffee and a honey bread at the kiosk. Unfortunately, the bell rang, calling everyone back to the dungeon disguised as a classroom. And then, she walked in. Mizuno-sensei. She adjusted the stack of papers on the desk, looking at the class. Good morning, class. I hope you're rested because today. Assignment submission. That combination of 3 words was enough to crush the room's morale faster than the death of the protagonist in the pilot episode. Kazuya just clicked his tongue, pulled his backpack closer with his foot, and leaned back in his chair. Rias, who had their assignment in hand since the start of class and who he suspected had reviewed it at least 5 times just to impress him, stood up and went to the teacher's desk to submit it. Rias shot a discreet smile at Kazuya when she returned to her seat. He just gave her a casual thumbs up. The teacher then continued. While I grade the assignments, you'll do self-study. Use the time wisely. Of course, self-study in practice was just institutional code for, do whatever you want as long as you don't bother me, which the class immediately understood. Phones appeared, notebooks became shields for sneaky naps, and the sound of hushed conversation spread through the room. Kazuya promptly leaned back in his chair, resting his head on his arm and closing his eyes. He had learned from Musashi, mentally, because the saber wasn't there to comment yet, that strategic naps were essential for warriors and gacha players. The stack of papers dwindled as Mizuno-sensei called pairs to collect their graded assignments. As expected, most of the class did well or at least well enough to avoid summer remedial classes. The teacher, with that tone mixing disdain and functional obligation, announced. Congratulations to most of you. The results were satisfactory. Some pairs stood out, others, well, there's always the summer exam. She chuckled at her own lame joke and continued distributing the papers. When she reached Rias's desk, she placed the assignment on the redhead's table, who maintained her affable smile, as if it weren't the equivalent of a territorial battle to show who was in charge. Mizuno-sensei gave Kazuya a brief glance, as if trying to figure out if he even remembered the subject's content. You 2 got a perfect score. Well done. Thank you, sensei, Rias said with that rehearsed sweetness. Kazuya just nodded, slouched in his chair, with no interest in seeming more engaged than necessary. The teacher then cleared her throat and announced. Now, new content. Start copying, because this will be on the exam in 2 weeks. A collective wave of groans and resigned sighs swept through the room. Kazuya, on the other hand, just grabbed his notebook, twirled his pen between his fingers, and started writing. The class dragged on in its usual sluggish pace. It was only in the last 2 periods that the door opened again. This time, without the usual bang of grumpy teachers. Just the soft click and the muffled sound of feminine footsteps. Kazuya glanced up reflexively, already expecting it to be one of the monitors calling someone to the principal's office for getting caught cheating or watching waifus during class. But no. It was Sona, closely followed by Tsubaki. They looked exhausted. Especially Sona. Even maintaining her usual cold demeanor and impeccable posture, there was a visible tiredness in her eyes, and the way she kept adjusting her glasses betrayed that it wasn't an ordinary day. Kazuya noticed immediately. He recognized that look of someone who had spent too much time dealing with problems they didn't want to admit to the rest of the world. And considering the peculiar universe he'd stumbled into since setting foot in Kuoh, he had a good idea of where it came from. Must have to do with her sister, he concluded mentally. It explained that person Sona was talking to earlier that he caught a glimpse of. If he reinforced his vision through magecraft or amplified his draconic senses, he'd probably see a beautiful woman dressed as a magical girl. Rias shot a discreet glance at the 2, and Akino raised an eyebrow with a faint smile, as if she already knew. Kazuya just lowered his gaze back to his notebook, feigning disinterest but keeping his ears sharp. The 2 went straight to their seats, and Mizuno-sensei didn't even comment on their absence or tardiness. Probably because no one in their right mind would demand anything from the student council president without a good excuse. Kazuya leaned back further in his chair, arms crossed behind his head, while the teacher dumped more content that would only make sense in an EX rank caster summoning ritual. He grabbed a coffee candy from his backpack and popped it in his mouth, letting the sweetness mask the bitter taste of boredom. On the other hand, since Sona arrived, Rias seemed restless. Maybe because of the heavy atmosphere Sona's arrival brought or the way Kazuya remained oblivious to any of her attempts to start a conversation in the last few hours. Akino, as always, observed everything with that enigmatic smile, like someone watching a play whose script she already knew by heart. The rest of the class passed slowly. Kazuya mentally counted the minutes, like someone waiting for the release of a new gacha banner. He knew the bell wasn't far off, and with it, the end of the program torture called High School disguised as Infernal Slice of Life. When the bell finally rang, echoing like a proclamation of temporary freedom, the entire room seemed to exhale the breath it had been holding since morning. Kazuya grabbed his backpack with one hand and stood up in a fluid motion. He cast a brief glance at Sona, who still seemed lost in thought. Definitely family issues, he concluded again. Ignoring that, he continued and left the classroom calmly. The corridor was buzzing with the daily pandemonium of students eager for freedom, like NPCs programmed to rush toward the exit as soon as the class cutscene ended. He passed a group of girls discussing idols, dodged two boys playing a digital card mini-game on their phones, and was 3 steps from turning the corner when he heard the voice. Kazuya-kun. He'd recognize that tone anywhere. Sweet, polite, with a faint note of disguised insistence that most people wouldn't notice, but which he had already catalogued in his vast mental archive of demonic waifu mannerisms. Rias Gremory. He stopped, turning on his heels with the most neutral expression in the world, as if he were just curious to see who was calling, though deep down he knew the moment the kun slipped out. Rias approached with her usual affable smile, that halfway point between the popular senpai and the kind anime Wani-san. Her red hair gleamed under the late afternoon light, and her sky-blue eyes had that characteristic glint that said, "I'm sizing you up, but I'll pretend it's casual." "Are you heading home now?" she asked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "I wanted to invite you to stop by our club, you know, to chat a bit." Kazuya kept his serene expression, though he knew full well this wasn't just a casual invitation. Oh, he knew the script. The school's heroine, beautiful and unattainable, calling the seemingly ordinary protagonist to a private place. If this were to Love-Ru, he'd already be tripping into some indecent situation. If it were DxD. Well, technically it was, and she wanted to turn him into a demon, right? "Sorry, Gremory-san," he said, offering an easy, slightly crooked smile. "I've got a prior commitment today." She hid it well, but he caught the slight flicker in her gaze. A flash of surprise followed by a hint of disappointment before she recomposed her impeccable mask. "I see," she replied, her voice still sweet. "Next time, then." Before the situation could get more insistent, Akino appeared behind her, silent as a ninja in a skirt and thigh-highs, with that eternal smile of someone who knew more than she let on. "Oh. A commitment, Kazuya-kun." Her voice was a caress that threatened to turn into provocation. "May I know with whom?" He let out a low chuckle, tossing the empty can into the trash without even looking. "Secret," he replied, winking at her before turning his back. He left the two there, with Ria struggling to maintain her friendly expression and Akino watching him go, her smile widening like someone who'd just watched a particularly good episode of Steins Gate. Kazuya continued his way, exiting through the school gate and facing the sky that was starting to tint orange. The breeze carried the scent of spring, and the voices of students faded into the air. He shoved his hands into his pockets and sighed. A meeting with the seductive demon club? Pass. I don't want to get involved with demons right now. Setting that aside, he continued his walk calmly. He wanted to take a stroll through the city before heading home to deal with several troublesome servants. The muffled sound of his footsteps against the asphalt blended with the hum of the city starting to light up, as if the entire setting were preparing for another episode of a slice-of-life anime with supernatural elements that no one admitted was happening. The orange sky began giving way to deep blue and purple hues, and as shops closed, some neon signs flickered to life. It wasn't Tokyo, but Kuo had the odd charm of every Japanese city where, if you looked closely, there was always a suspicious temple, a shadowy alley, or a themed maid cafe that, honestly, charged way too much. It's amazing how things happen to me, he thought, feeling his phone vibrate in his pocket. A bank app notification. Deposit received, 10,000 yen. He raised an eyebrow. Again. I didn't even bet on anything today. But then he remembered. He'd found an old, seemingly worthless ring with no historical value in the school courtyard during the break. A ring that, minutes later, he discovered was worth over 10 million yen in an online auction for cursed items. Nothing new for someone with golden rule, rank EX. It was more or less like having a permanent Konami code activated in real life. If there was a 0.001% chance of stumbling upon a suitcase full of unclaimed cash, he'd stumble. If a casino held an exclusive prize roulette for those with zero chance of winning, he'd walk out owning the casino. Kazuya, 1, probability system, 0, it was so absurd that even he, with his mental library stuffed with anime about unlucky protagonists, knew his luck had become a cosmic joke. Like that moment in Fate/Strange Fake when Gil won an absurd jackpot at the casino just because he felt like it. And guess who had inherited the blessing of the King of Heroes now? Him. Or at least a version enhanced by his chaotic luck. Turning a corner, he heard the clinking of coins and, ahead, a young guy with dyed hair trying to shove an old arcade machine into a van. Hey, kid. Want this machine? Take it for free, I just want to get rid of it. Kazuya shrugged. If it comes with tokens included, I'm in. 10 minutes later, there he was with an original 1992 Japan Limited Edition Street Fighter II arcade machine, valued at over 20 million yen for hardcore collectors. Too chaotic even for me. He kept walking after sending it to his inventory, as usual, obviously using his magecraft to ensure the previous owner didn't know anything about the supernatural, casting a basic memory wiping spell that every self-respecting mage knew. While passing through the central plaza, a crowd gathered around a fountain where a wealthy woman argued with an arrogant investor about who had bought the last painting by a famous artist. A desperate auctioneer spotted Kazuya and, in an inexplicable, or very explicable, thanks to golden rule, impulse, pointed at him. This young man. Go, decide the bid. Kazuya clicked his tongue, pulled a coin from his pocket, and flipped it into the air. Heads or tails? The coin landed, on its edge. Silence. The woman fainted, the investor fell to his knees, and the painting, a priceless relic, was declared ownerless, automatically offered to the nearest citizen, who, guess what? Of course. Kazuya, 2, world logic, 0, he sighed and kept walking. Deep down, he knew this wasn't just luck. It was the golden rule, mixed with that little detail. His personal luck was like a fate character whose chaotic alignment leaned more toward, if it's bizarre and improbable, it's happening today. But was he bothered? No, he was rich, so why should he care? The night had barely begun. And Kazuya's inventory, both physical and virtual, already held more wealth than half the noble demonic families in the world. The difference was that no one there had any idea. And he intended to keep it that way. Chapter 24, Decisions. Kazuya passed by one of those corner convenience stores, the kind that sold everything from batteries to shady magazines behind the counter, and decided it was time to secure the evening supplies. He grabbed a few packs of instant udon, free-range eggs, fresh negi, and 2 bottles of iced coffee. Meanwhile, the old man at the register, with a face that suggested he'd seen more demons than paid bills in his life, gave a silent nod, as if he'd long accepted the inherent weirdness of the world. Kazuya tossed the items into a bag and left, the jingle of the door echoing behind him. The city was steeped in that eerie calm of every Japanese night, where it felt like a yokai, a vampire, or a team of magical girls could pop out of a random alley at any moment. And guess where he was headed? Straight to a random alley. He slipped into one of those narrow corridors between 2 sketchy-looking buildings, where the smell of old oil, cheap cigarettes, and mysticism hung in the air like an invisible veil. Deep in the back, where even stray cats avoided passing, he stopped briefly, activating the Tauro Omicron Psi Alpha, Tropha. The sensation hit immediately, as if someone yanked his consciousness out of his body and dragged it through dimensions where logic was negotiable, colors screamed, and space-time twisted into knots like paper ribbons. It was damn uncomfortable, but Kazuya was used to it by now. In less than a second, he felt his feet touch solid ground again. A polished stone floor, cold and firm. The mansion loomed before him. The porch lights were on. Nothing like coming home. Kazuya pushed the mansion's door open, the old latch creaking softly as he crossed the entrance hall with the convenience store bag swinging in his hand. The familiar scent of polished wood, incense, and fresh coffee, probably Ishtar trying to figure out the coffee maker again, filled the air. He let out a satisfied sigh. I'm back. No immediate response. Just the muffled sound of voices coming from the living room. He followed the noise, and when he turned the corner, he found Ereshkigal and Ishtar arguing. I told you that sapphire necklace looks better with a red dress. You always want to do everything your way just because you were born first. Ereshkigal exclaimed, pointing accusingly. And I'm telling you that light blue with gold matches better, you underworld bonehead. Ishtar shot back, rolling her eyes and tossing her long hair over her shoulder. Each of them was dressed exactly as he'd expect. Ishtar wore a dark wine-colored baby doll dress, almost crimson, with golden details and a satin ribbon that fell carelessly over her shoulder, letting her pale skin glow under the warm living room light. Her long legs were stretched out on the sofa like she owned the world. Ereshkigal, on the other hand, wore a pajama set of shorts and a sleeveless top in a pale cream tone, decorated with tiny skulls and symbols of Kuoh. Her golden hair was tied in a lazy ponytail, and even there, sulking, she managed to look like the most serious and dignified goddess of the Mesopotamian underworld. They only noticed him when Kazuya cleared his throat, slightly raising the bag like he was showing off a prize. Interrupting the fashion goddess showdown to announce I brought udon and iced coffee. It was instant. Both turned to him at the same time, like heat-seeking missiles, their annoyed expressions morphing into smiles so radiant they'd make any dating sim artist cry uncle. Kazuya. Ishtar adjusted herself on the sofa, her eyes sparkling. You're back, Ereshkigal said, trying to keep her composure, but the smile tugging at her lips gave her away. Right on time, Ishtar chimed in, already standing. Tell me, who's right? Me or the Grim Reaper over there? Tell her, Kazuya. Ereshkigal stepped closer too, arms crossed and a stubborn glint in her red eyes. Before Kazuya could ask what they were even talking about, they continued. Kazuya already knows I'm right, because everyone knows red is the color of charm, Ishtar grinned with that mischievous spark in her eyes. You're delusional if you think that. Blue enhances the skin and aura, it's basic, Ereshkigal countered. Kazuya tilted his head back slightly, sighing as if carrying the weight of a world of silly decisions. Look, if I were you, I'd wear both colors and call it a day. Before they could press further, another sound came from the top of the stairs. Tap, tap, tap. Shutenduji descended calmly, a lazy smile on her lips, wearing an oversized t-shirt and shorts, her purple hair a mess like she'd just woken up from a 100-year nap. Anata, she called, dragging out the last syllable in a way that always made Ereshkigal and Ishtar huff. Kazuya raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile on the corner of his lips. Yo, Shuten. Got udon, want some? You know I'm not a big fan, Anata, but I might take it if you give me a head pat later. Ishtar huffed. You're always trying to get the upper hand, you drunk. Jealousy doesn't suit you, Ishtar-chan. Ereshkigal had already grabbed an iced coffee and plopped onto the sofa, still shooting side glances at Ishtar. Ishtar crossed her arms but joined her. Shuten reached Kazuya, lightly draping herself over his shoulder. Kazuya just smiled, set the bag on the coffee table, and sank into his favorite armchair. He leaned back, letting out a long, lazy sigh as he grabbed one of the iced coffee bottles from the bag. The clink of ice against the glass sounded like music in that space where ancient mysticism and domestic comfort coexisted in a weird harmony. Ishtar didn't waste time. Before he could even open the bottle, the goddess had already approached with that walk that screamed she knew exactly the effect she had. Without asking, she plopped onto his lap, one leg dangling carelessly over the armrest, her arms wrapping around his neck. Finally, something good tonight, Ishtar smiled, her face inches from his. I was starting to think you'd abandon me to deal with these kids alone. Ereshkigal grumbled from the sofa. The kid here is you, you unhinged diva. Kazuya laughed, resting his forehead against hers for a moment in an almost automatic gesture. He'd long gotten used to Ishtar's shameless advances and the way she treated any space like her personal territory. Relax, my goddess. I just went to restock after school. Don't want you all starving me to death. You should have bought more ice cream. Scotty's calm, velvety voice came from the kitchen, along with the sound of a spoon clinking against a glass. She appeared in view, wearing an oversized hoodie and shorts way too short for someone of Nordic royalty. That raspberry one mysteriously vanished last night. If it vanished, it wasn't me. Shouldn't put on an innocent face, but no one bought it. Of course not, Ereshkigal rolled her eyes. You just hid 5 pints on the porch again. Before anyone could respond, the sound of firm, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the stairs. And then, Scat Hack appeared at the top, wearing black sweatpants and a simple tank top, her long hair tied in a high ponytail. Her pale skin and crimson eyes reflected the soft light of the hall, and for a moment, the atmosphere felt heavier. As it always did when the legendary Queen of Dun Scaith showed up. You're all as noisy as ever. She remarked, descending the stairs with the ease of someone who could kill everyone there before they blinked and still make everyone feel perfectly at ease in her presence. It's the group's charm. Kazuya said, raising his coffee bottle in a lazy toast. Want one? Got udon too? Scat Hack raised an eyebrow. I'll take the coffee. I need something strong if I'm going to listen to Ishtar complain about clothes until dawn. I don't complain, Ishtar retorted, settling more comfortably in his lap like it was her throne. I just demand perfection. It's Eresh's fault for being born to play the antagonist. You're still on about who looks better in blue or red. Scotty huffed, flopping next to Ereshkigal on the sofa. Everyone knows purple is the best color. That's your solution to everything, isn't it? Ereshkigal crossed her arms, but the corner of her mouth betrayed her amusement. But while I like blue, I also prefer black. It matches death, winter, and solitude. Yeah, it's a good color too. Scotty added, taking another spoonful of ice cream. Kazuya watched it all with that calm, lopsided smile, the kind of someone used to being in the eye of the hurricane and finding it amusing. He grabbed an iced coffee from the bag and tossed it to Shuten, who'd already sprawled half lying on the armrest, her bare feet dangling over the side. For you, before you complain no one gives you anything. Shuten flashed a satisfied grin, catching the bottle and scooting even closer to him. Anata's the only one who gets me. He only does it because he knows you turn into a monster when you're in a bad mood, Ishtar teased. And because he likes me, Shuten made sure to throw a cheeky wink at Kazuya. Meanwhile, Scat Hack took her coffee bottle and sat on the edge of the sofa near Ereshkigal. If you're all going to start throwing charm around, give a heads up. That way I can leave and come back later with a spear to separate you. You and your grumpy big sister act, Scotty rolled her eyes, earning a glance from her counterpart. Kazuya let out another satisfied sigh, closing his eyes for a moment. It was in moments like these that he forgot everything, the fact that he'd been reborn into this hostile world for humans, the fact that he'd gained a mysterious unique ability, and the fact that he was incredibly powerful. It all made him feel normal, and yet, strange. He still wasn't fully used to this life. Not that he was complaining. So, he started, with a smirk tugging at his lips. Is anyone going to make the udon, or are you leaving it to me? Ishtar was the first to jump up. If it's up to Iresh, you'll all die poisoned. If it's up to you, you'll die of hunger, because the princess thinks she's too royal to use a stove, Iresh shot back. Kazuya raised a hand. Settled. I'll cook. But whoever spills sauce on the sofa sleeps in the backyard. Anata, you're a hero, Shuten sang. I'm someone who's hungry, that's what. Kazuya gave a light tap on Ishtar's thigh and leaned forward, asking for passage with that usual calm smile. Off you go, invasive goddess. I'm heading to cook. Ishtar pouted but slid off his lap, lingering half a second longer than necessary, just to make it clear who was in charge, or who wanted to be, at least. Go, but I want my udon done right, got it? I never disappoint, my goddess. He winked at her before standing, grabbing the bag of ingredients he'd bought at the convenience store. As the girls started wrestling over the remote on the sofa, and Scotty threatened to switch to a documentary about Viking battles, Kazuya crossed the hallway and entered the kitchen. Inside, the lighting was soft, the marble countertop impeccably clean, and the open windows let the night air drift in, carrying the distant scent of trees. Kazuya set the bag on the counter and began organizing everything with the precision of someone who took the craft seriously. He lit the stove, tossed the dashi broth into the pot, and as the steam began to rise, he chopped the green onions, separated the eggs, and arranged the sides. Shrimp tempura, fried tofu, narutomaki. Everything meticulously prepared. If any of those girls dared say they preferred cup noodles after this, he'd personally toss them onto the porch. The savory aroma started spreading through the room, and he allowed himself a moment to lean against the sink, watching his reflection in the window glass. His own face, half obscured by the warm kitchen light, showed that relaxed air he only managed when no one was around. Kazuya let out a low chuckle. TCH. Crazy world. He murmured to himself, recalling how his life had turned upside down in the past week. But what bothered him was that he still didn't know what to do in this world. Though he'd set his goal to prevent humanity from being mere cattle in the eyes of supernatural beings, he hadn't done much to fulfill that purpose he'd created. Maybe he was wasting time at school. Sure, part of him liked that normalcy, but was that all? Maybe it was time to create his own Chaldea in this world. He was wasting time at school, that was a fact. And it's not like he needed to study to have a better life. He was no longer an orphan raised abroad who got a study opportunity in Japan, thanks to that red-haired man who wanted to use him as a slave for Rias. He was rich and powerful now. A sigh escaped his lips. What should he do? He felt somewhat lost. Setting a lofty purpose for himself, was that really the right idea? Living carefree alongside women who loved him for a past life he remembered through his unique ability, was that really what he should be doing? Should he be selfish and accept it all? Move forward and bring all supernatural beings to their knees, showing what a human could achieve? So many doubts swirled in his mind. He dreamed of a life like this many times. In his past life, he was a bit delusional, considering all this, but it was his only escape from that horrible life. Yet living this dream was far different from what he'd imagined. Obviously, it was simple, just accept what the universe had handed him on a silver platter. But as a mere human, he had to complicate everything. Though he'd accepted his life as Ritsuka Fujimaru, and even regretted not accepting it sooner to fully embrace the maximum affection his servants had for him, there was still a bit of reluctance in his heart. It felt like his servants hadn't fallen for him. Sure, it could be considered too much drama, since the mods he'd installed in Ritsuka Fujimaru's journey had a touch of his own personality or who he wanted to be. So, from that perspective, did they fall for him? That doubt lingered heavily in his mind. He didn't need to be a genius to know it stemmed from his own self-devaluation, from not seeing himself as worthy, due to everything that happened in his first life, a reflection of his flaws that insisted on following him even in this world. But he didn't want to let that trap him in doubts and uncertainties forever. So, after some thought, he decided to first formulate a series of goals to achieve in the coming months of his new life. It was a good start. It had been a week since he was reborn in this world. Burying his head in a routine and going with the flow, as he always did when lost, no longer made sense. If he remembered correctly, there was a sacred gear perfect for a gacha player, the Tell Us Karma, which had power over probabilities. It'd be perfect if he could get his hands on it. Imagining manipulating the odds of obtaining a noble phantasm or even summoning a servant he liked. That got him excited, so he set it as one of his goals. Another was to train and get stronger. He didn't want to rely on the Fate Gacha for everything, though ironically, everything he had came from it, his mystic eyes, magecraft, true magic, noble phantasm, reality marble, even his near-infinite money. Ironic, right? The only exception was his Longinus, which wasn't exactly his but belonged to the previous owner of his body, and that bothered him. He wasn't the type to like getting everything handed to him without working hard for it. But he wouldn't exactly refuse what he'd been given, he just wanted to earn what he'd received. Speaking of which, he had another goal to work on, trying to live the way he wanted, not tied to his past. The hardest one of all. Among many other goals he'd define in the coming days. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He let the udon cook to perfection while searing the tempura in the pan with absurd dexterity. The movements were as natural as breathing. It was in that simplicity that he felt most in control of himself. With everything ready, he plated the dishes with the perfection that would make any Michelin-starred chef bow. Steaming udon, a perfect egg in the center, fresh green onion sprinkled on top, and golden tempura pieces neatly arranged on the side. He gave the spread a final look and smiled, satisfied. Showtime. He grabbed the plates and headed back to the living room, ready to dive back into the chaos he called home. Ishtar was the first to pounce on him, claiming her bowl like it was a trophy. "That's what I'm talking about," she said with a slightly smug smile. "If every mortal was like this, I might even go easier on the rest of humanity." "Doubt it," Kazuya laughed, distributing the plates, handing Ereshkigal's with a knowing look. "For you, my underworld goddess, not too salty, just how you like it." Ereshkigal, blushing in that awkward way only she could, accepted the plate like it was a divine offering. "Thank you, Kazuya. You always get it right." Scotty, sitting cross-legged on the armchair like she ruled the place, took hers with a slight nod, not taking her eyes off the TV. They were showing a documentary about Antarctic animals, which interested her far more than the girls obsessed with school romance dramas. This smell is worthy of a Valhalla feast. If this broth is as good as it looks, I'll admit you're useful for more than being annoying," she commented, her tone serious, but the faint smile at the corner of her mouth gave her away. Shutendoji, half sprawled on a cushion, took a sip of sake no one remembered approving and grabbed a piece of tempura with her fingers, with zero trace of etiquette. "Kukuku, good food, good drink, and a charming master, all we need is music, and this turns into a festival." "You're going to spill sauce on the sofa again, Shuten," Ishtar grumbled, but without real irritation. "She'll clean it if she does," Kazuya said, before picking up his chopsticks and digging into the udon. Ishtar huffed but gave a smile and attacked her own plate. The night went on like that, light conversation, jokes, jabs, and banter only a group used to wars and catastrophes could have in moments of peace. Sometime after 10, when the movie session had devolved into a debate with multiple opinions, Scathach stood up. "Kazuya. Dojo. Now." Her tone was neutral but left no room for argument. The other girls grumbled, but they knew intervening was pointless. "Man, I barely finished my sake," he commented, standing with that half-lazy smile. "But all right, let's go." Ishtar gave a wink. "Come back alive, yeah. If I don't, you get the remote," he joked, heading down the hallway. In the dojo, the immaculate wooden floor reflected the soft light. Scathach was already in the center, without her spear, wearing simple training clothes, but still exuding the aura of someone who'd killed gods before breakfast. "You're getting too soft," she said, starting to stretch. "If you're going to live in this world, you need to be ready. And I'll make sure of it." Kazuya rolled his neck, loosening his shoulders. "Relax, Shursho. I can handle it. We'll see." The training started light, or at least what passed for light by her standards. Precise attacks, millisecond dodges, strikes designed to break bones if they landed. But Kazuya kept up easily, thanks to several factors, his superior physical attributes, skills inherited from Senju Muramasa and even Karna, though he avoided relying on them, wanting to refine his own fighting style. He found it came almost reflexively. Beyond combat, he focused heavily on training with his Longinus. When he explained it to Scathach, who was mildly surprised by its capabilities, she helped him improve through tips that lived up to her reputation as a teacher of heroes. Though he was only in the early stages, it was a great start. The training stretched until nearly 11 at night, when Scathach decided to call it for now, leading him back into the mansion. Chapter 25, Training in the Morning. The following morning, Kazuya was up before the sun, which was already a clear sign that the world was conspiring against him. Worse still, he was in a bad mood. The mansion's kitchen was silent, with the pale light of dawn streaming through the high windows. Kazuya prepared his breakfast on autopilot, slightly burnt toast, scrambled eggs done the way only he could make them, and that Ishtar was always trying to steal, and a strong black coffee. He plopped the plate onto the counter, his gaze distant as he stirred the coffee. A floating screen appeared in the corner of his vision, translucent and annoyingly colorful. Fate Gacha, last roll results. Nobunaga Oda's pipe, male charm bonus +1. Chaldea uniform, no bonus. Semiramis panties, increases poison resistance. Warning, highly questionable. He had discovered he could view the history of his rewards from his unique skill, but it was painful when luck wasn't on his side and he saw what he pulled about 10 minutes ago during his daily gacha roll ritual. Man, you've gotta be kidding me. In recent days, he'd gotten good stuff. No, absurd stuff. It felt like his luck rank had been blessed by some cosmic GM, and he was almost starting to think he was the chosen protagonist of some lazy author. But then, this happened. Kazuya let out a slow sigh. Nobu-chan's pipe. Chaldea uniform. And Semiramis panties. I didn't even deserve this on New Year's, man. He took another sip of coffee, just to pretend it would fix things. The interface flickered, as if even it was embarrassed by the result. You know what? Fine. E-rank luck, welcome back. Took you long enough. Kazuya closed the Fate Gacha window with an impatient wave of his hand. He knew complaining too much was pointless, Gacha was cruel, Gacha was treacherous, and the universe loved to dangle hope before dropping the bomb. He grabbed his cup and headed to the living room, slumping into the armchair as if the furniture itself had personally wronged him. It was Saturday. No classes, no duties. Just him, the silence, and the bitter taste of another miserable role. He turned on the TV, flipping through channels without really looking until he landed on an old 90s martial arts show, where a poorly dressed guy faced off against a group of ninjas as convincing as extras at a neighborhood festival. Perfect. He took a sip of coffee, letting the caffeine bite his tongue. That strong, burnt taste was kind of a signature of his mornings. And for some reason, it made the sting of bad luck a little more bearable. He stayed there, sprawled in the armchair, the bluish-white glow of the TV flickering across his face as the coffee slowly lost its warmth in the cup in his hand. The cheesy scene of a ninja doing a slow-motion spinning kick on a bleach-haired villain almost made him laugh. Almost. But the truth was, his mind was elsewhere. He stood up with a crack of his neck, leaving the empty cup on the coffee table. His blue eyes, sharp and piercing like freshly cut glass, shifted to the window. Outside, the sky was still a grayish blanket, with just a sliver of orange light squeezing through the horizon. Even the birds hadn't woken up yet. Perfect. He knew that at this hour, his servants would still be sleeping like rocks. Although none of them needed to sleep or eat, they could still do so to convert it into magical energy to sustain themselves, giving their master a break. He always found this mechanism somewhat fascinating. He also recalled that they could enter spirit form whenever they wanted to pass through objects and such, which helped conserve the magical energy that increased the master's energy expenditure. Not that he needed it, given his infinite, magical energy. Now it was more like they did it out of habit from when they were alive or because they enjoyed it. Ishtar, who had taken Rin Tosaka as her host, wasn't exactly a morning person. The same applied to Ereshkigal. Scathach was the only one with a habit of waking before sunrise, but she was probably exhausted from yesterday. The same could be said of Scotty, who sometimes woke up in the middle of the night to eat ice cream. Shuden was an atypical drunk who might be awake at this hour drinking, but thankfully, she wasn't. It was the perfect cue. He passed through the kitchen again, grabbed a bottle of water, and slipped out through the mansion's back door. The early morning breeze nipped lightly at his skin, but it wasn't bothersome. The property he lived in was far from the city, and the estate was vast, surrounded by tall trees and trails that looked like they belonged in a medieval game setting. Kazuya let out a sigh and activated his teleportation spell, inherited from Medea. His body began to dissolve into bluish particles of light, like mist touched by the morning. A discreet, gentle, almost beautiful effect. And in an instant, he was gone. The scenery changed. The area where he reappeared was an isolated clearing, part of his own private domain. Surrounded by thick, ancient trees, the place was quiet, untouched. The only sounds were the lazy rustling of leaves and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The sky remained the pale gray, and the sun still hadn't risen, but here, in this reserved pocket of the world, it was as if time had deliberately slowed down. Kazuya took a deep breath, the scent of damp earth and fresh grass filling his senses. Well, nothing better than starting the day training, I guess. First time I've done this in my life. He raised his hand, fingers spread against the gray sky of the clearing. In his palm, golden particles of light began to condense, swirling silently until they formed a small, metallic, perfectly molded object, a screw. Not an ordinary screw, of course. It glowed with an almost imperceptible aura, charged with the power of his Longinus, a sacred gear he was still learning to master. In recent days, he had discovered that his sacred gear operated in two distinct stages. The first, which he already used with almost instinctive ease, was through his nails, like a certain JoJo in another universe. By shooting his nails at someone, he could rewrite their personality, as he had done with Haidu Issei and his friends, altering their personalities so naturally that no one even suspected. It only worked on humans and, apparently, sacred gear users, as it had worked on Issei, who had the boosted gear within his soul. This put him on the same level as the woman who was supposed to have his sacred gear, if this world followed the original story. But unlike her, he had better development. It had what he called a second stage. The screws he materialized carried the same power to rewrite things, but on a much larger scale. He was still testing the limits, but he was certain they were almost non-existent. In the previous day's training with Scathach, he had put this into practice. His sacred screws were so durable that even the legendary Gi Balg, the cursed spear of the Lancer's master, had difficulty breaking them. Even more impressive, he discovered he could shape the screws according to his will, adding effects like greater sharpness or turning them into spinning drills that pierced with devastating force. And this came with the confirmation that his sacred gear was treading a different path from the norm. Sacred gears evolved based on the feelings and desires of their wielders. When those desires were intense enough to break the world's balance, the sacred gear reached Balance Breaker, a transformation that amplified its power to absurd levels. Normally, the Balance Breaker followed a pattern defined by the sacred gear's nature. But everything pointed to it becoming a subspecies. A subspecies Balance Breaker was something rare, a unique manifestation that reflected the wielder's personality and desires. Unlike the standard Balance Breaker, which followed a predictable formula, the subspecies created entirely new abilities and forms, molded by the user. Although he hadn't reached the Balance Breaker stage, the way his sacred gear was adapting to his desires made it clear he was close to achieving it. He just needed to train more. He recalled that in the original story, certain sacred gear users, like Chow Chow, could direct the development of their subspecies, choosing abilities that aligned with their goals. Chow Chow, for example, transformed his orb of destruction into something new, though limited by the original essence of his sacred gear. Kazuya felt he was on the same path, but with even greater freedom. His Longinus seemed to have no clear limits, as if the very concept of rewriting was malleable enough to bend to any of his desires. Thinking of some ideas on how to use it, his blue eyes, sharp as crystal blades, gleamed with a mix of curiosity and determination. He flicked his wrist, and the screw shot forward, cutting through the air with a low hum. Bam! It hit a tree about 10 meters away, piercing the trunk like it was paper, leaving a perfect, smoldering hole. The tree groaned, tilting slightly before stabilizing. Damn, that never gets old, Kazuya muttered, a crooked smile creeping onto the corner of his mouth. He opened his hand, and 3 more screws materialized, floating above his palm like small golden stars. He furrowed his brow, focused. He had an idea. A really cool idea, if he did say so himself. Inspired by the stories he'd read about holy power and, of course, a marathon of anime about messiahs and miracles, he wanted to test something new. Something that mixed what he knew about the divine system with his ability to rewrite rules. Alright, let's try giving it a biblical touch. He said, chuckling to himself. Like Christ vibes, you know. He closed his eyes for a moment, visualizing what he wanted. Holy power, as he had learned, was the energy of miracles, divine protection, and justice. It was what gave strength to crosses, holy water, and exorcisms. But it could also be channeled in more creative ways, like the legendary Vasco Strata did with his holy fist, punching demons with the force of a blessed freight train. Kazuya wasn't exactly a devout believer, but his Longinus didn't seem to care. It responded to his desires, not his prayers. He pointed to the first screw, floating to his left. You're gonna be the screw of purification. He injected a clear intention to purify anything it touched, like a concentrated dose of holy water in projectile form. The screw glowed brightly, its golden light taking on a silvery, almost ethereal hue. The second screw, to his right, he shaped with another idea. You're gonna be the screw of redemption. This one would be more subtle, designed to rewrite the state of something, restoring it to its best moment. Like healing damage, undoing corruption, or maybe even bringing a bit of peace to something chaotic. The screw vibrated, its surface gaining a faint reddish glow, as if it carried warmth. The third, in the center, was the most ambitious. And you? Screw of miracle. Kazuya grinned, feeling a shiver of excitement. This was the wild card. He wanted this screw to manifest an unpredictable effect, something that bent the rules of what was possible, like the miracles described in scriptures. The screw spun slowly, its light pulsing in shades of gold, white, and blue, as if it couldn't decide what form to take. Okay, showtime, he said, extending his hand. The 3 screws shot out, each in a different direction. The screw of purification hit a moss and dirt-covered rock. ZSSST. The rock glowed, and when the light faded, it was impeccably clean, as if it had been polished for years. Kazuya raised an eyebrow. Okay, that was more domestic than I expected. The screw of redemption struck a half-dead tree, with broken branches and wilted leaves. A warm glow enveloped the trunk, and in seconds, the tree looked rejuvenated, green leaves sprouted, branches straightened, and even the scent of fresh wood filled the air. Okay, that was awesome, Kazuya admitted, scratching the back of his neck. As for the screw of miracle, well, that was the problem. It hit the ground, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, the earth began to tremble. Trem trem trem. Kazuya took a step back, frowning. Whoa, 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 hold on. Before he could finish, a fountain of crystal clear water erupted from the impact point, shooting 2 meters into the air before falling in shimmering droplets. Small white flowers began to sprout around the fountain, and a tiny rainbow appeared in the mist. Kazuya stood there, mouth agape. Man, did I just create an oasis? Seriously? He grinned, shaking his head. Alright, my Longinus is officially ridiculous. Subspecies, you're my favorite child. His blue eyes sparkled with a mix of curiosity and excitement that was hard to describe, and a crooked smile danced on his lips. Recalling what he'd learned the previous night during his training with Scathach, above his head, the golden diadem of the Iron Crown of Lombardy materialized, its white band glowing like angelic wings. From what he'd learned, physically materializing his sacred gear made it much easier to control its power, and its appearance had changed quite a bit since the last time. Instead of the previous silver, it was now white. He kept repeating the process, screw after screw, materializing them with an almost lazy gesture but with clinical precision. Some he shaped into drills, others into needle-thin blades, testing their durability, range, and control. He tried creating screws that multiplied on contact or, when piercing the ground, altered the soil, making the surrounding vegetation wither or bloom. Each experiment came with mental notes. He wanted to measure the speed of materialization, the magical energy consumption. Though his reserve was infinite, efficiency was a matter of pride. On his 15th attempt, he created a larger screw, the size of a short spear, and hurled it at a 2-ton boulder. The impact generated an explosion of dust and golden light, reducing the solid block to rubble. Kazuya let out a low whistle, satisfied. The next half hour unfolded in a constant cycle of creation, throwing, and observation. The sun was already rising when he paused for a moment, satisfied. The ability to rewrite wasn't limited to personalities or mind control, at least, his version of the Longinus wasn't. It could convert magical energy into light power, the same holy energy of angels, which made sense considering it was a sacred relic. Affinity with light was the basics. After adding the light element to the screws, he could feel that he had gained a new ability in his Longinus, the capacity to add elemental effects to his screws. He made a mental note of all his Longinus abilities: mind control, rewriting the concepts governing someone's personality, so far limited to humans, creating screws capable of mimicking Christ's miraculous powers on a smaller scale, creating screws, nails, or bladed weapons of any size or shape on any surface within a radius of hundreds of meters, plus the ability to turn his nails into holy energy and shoot them like bullets, and finally, creating screws with elemental effects. When he learned about the last one, he was ready to play with something more explosive. After all, if angels like Barakiel and Uriel could mix light with elements to create things like holy lightning and holy fire, why couldn't he do something even more absurd? He raised his hand, and 3 new, sacred screws formed, floating above his palm. Each pulsed with golden light, but now he felt the angelic energy coursing through them, hot and vibrant. One thing he discovered during this half hour was that his Magecraft X skill came with all elemental affinities and ignored origin limitations, which made total sense since many spells require affinity and sometimes even origin to be used. He injected light power, mixing it with his fire affinity and a dash of raw energy. The idea was to create an explosion of light so intense it could reduce a mountain to ashes. The screw glowed, its golden light turning into a blinding white, with flames dancing on its surface like a star about to collapse. He called it Supernova Screw. The second screw he wanted to make more dynamic. Inspired by Barakiel's holy lightning, he combined light power with his wind and electricity affinities. The screw vibrated, its light taking on shades of blue and silver, with small lightning bolts crackling around it. He envisioned an explosion that would release a wave of sacred electrical energy, capable of frying anything within a kilometer's wide radius. He called it Storm Screw. The third screw was the boldest. He mixed light power with his space affinity, an idea sparked by a teleportation spell he had studied. The goal was to create a screw that, upon exploding, would distort the space around it, swallowing everything in a sphere of light before erasing it from existence. The screw glowed with a black and golden light, pulsing like a miniature black hole. He called it Singularity Screw. All right, time to test, he said, conjuring a magical barrier around the forest to prevent any noise or destruction from escaping. The barrier glowed with blue runes, strong enough to withstand the impact. The 3 screws shot out, each targeting a different point in the clearing. Kazuya. Kazuya held his breath, eyes wide with anticipation. The supernova screw hit a rocky hill about 50 meters away. Boom. The explosion was deafening, a sphere of white light that swallowed the entire hill. The ground shook, and a wave of heat passed through Kazuya's barrier, making the air ripple. When the light faded, the hill was gone, leaving only a smoldering crater with the ground vitrified by the heat. Man, that was like a holy nuke, he muttered, whistling. The storm screw hit a group of trees. Crack. An explosion of blue and silver light erupted, followed by a storm of lightning that danced through the air. The trees were reduced to ashes, and the ground around was covered in scorch marks, as if a divine thunderbolt had struck. The singularity screw was the strangest. It hit the ground, and for a second, nothing happened. Then, a sphere of black and golden light formed, sucking in the surrounding air like a vacuum. The sphere grew, swallowing dirt, rocks, and even the dawn's light, before collapsing with a silent pop. When Kazuya looked, there was a perfectly spherical hole in the ground, as if reality itself had been erased. Okay, that was kinda scary. Was that my purple void, he admitted, scratching the back of his neck. But super cool. He took a deep breath and decided to focus on creating his own combat style with his Longinus, since just standing still and shooting screws was a pretty amateur idea. Fortunately, he had the combat experience of Ritsuka Fujimaru, who trained with Scat-Hack, and Sanju Muramasa, who, while more adept with swords, could still hold his own in hand-to-hand combat. He also had the fighting skills of Karna, Santa, to help him figure out how to move. To assist him further, he programmed his brain with 2 magecraft spells, Memory Partition, and Thought Acceleration. Memory partition was the ability to divide thoughts to form multiple independent thought processes. While normal people could only have one room in their brain and focus on one thought, this magic added partitions to create multiple rooms. It was different from having multiple independent machines in the head because, while there were multiple processes, they worked toward a single goal. They managed different sets of problems but collaborated to generate an overall solution. Though the machines could calculate at the same level, nothing compared when used for problem solving. He managed to form 6 of them, giving him over 40,000 thought processes. His computational capacity surpassed any cutting-edge computer from his old world. And all 6 rooms were boosted by thought acceleration, which sped up mental processing by 5 times, though it was quite mentally taxing. With all this to aid him, creating and refining a combat style became quite easy. It took only an hour to formulate the foundation. It wasn't just a set of techniques but a concept of combat supremacy where control and lethality coexisted. He kept 6 screws orbiting around him in irregular, random patterns, creating a mobile field of death. Each screw could move at supersonic speeds or higher if he wanted, and their trajectories could be altered instantly by Kazuya's will, allowing them to attack from unpredictable angles. A flick of his finger, and a screw would pierce an enemy's skull before they even noticed it approaching. His style combined direct, brutal assaults with manipulation of space and rhythm. He used the screws as extensions of his body, a backward spin, and the projectiles spiraled through the air, cutting everything in their path while he advanced for the final blow. But the true essence of his new combat style was the ability to deny space. He projected the screws to encircle the enemy, restricting their movements and forcing them into kill zones. No escape was possible. Every attempt to retreat, jump, or advance was punished with precise, devastating perforations. When he finished creating this style, it was almost 7 in the morning, and he needed to head back. Letting out a sigh, he started walking toward his house, dissolving into golden particles and reappearing in front of the mansion, smiling as he casually walked inside. Chapter 26, Breakfast. Important announcement for all readers. Also, the High School DxD story currently running there will be getting 5 new chapters today. So if you're already following it or thinking about starting, now's the perfect moment. If you can, drop by, follow, and share it with anyone who loves this kind of content. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart to all of you who support and follow my work. After returning to the mansion, the first thing Kazuya did was take a good shower. He spent a good few minutes under the water, and as the shower poured hot water, it created clouds of steam throughout the luxurious mansion bathroom. By now, he had turned off the shower and was towel-drying his silver hair while the foggy mirror reflected his relaxed face and almost lazy blue eyes. He was in no hurry. He put on just a simple black pair of shorts and left the bathroom, his impeccable, chiseled body moving with the casualness of someone who didn't care in the slightest about showing off every defined line of his muscles. Well, if anyone had a body like his, they'd do the same. Having a legendary physique is every man's dream. He descended the mansion stairs with calm steps, his bare feet making almost no sound on the wooden floor. The soft morning light filtered through the open curtains, bathing the furniture in golden hues. The fresh morning scent mingled with the faint perfume of the garden flowers, carried in by the breeze. Reaching the kitchen, Kazuya opened the fridge and grabbed some eggs, rice, natto, and fresh fish. All in the traditional Japanese style. He liked the simplicity of it. He wasn't a big fan of those over-the-top breakfasts he saw in harem anime, though he admitted, deep down, he always found it cool to see the characters competing to cook for the protagonist. But here, he was the one cooking. That made him think of his past life. The truth was, he hadn't always been the charismatic, optimistic guy he was now, and sometimes, the reflection of his warped mind proved it, though it had become easier to move forward, it was in solitary moments like this that he remembered his past. The reason he didn't care much about it when he was reborn was because any life he could live was better than his first one. Someone in his situation would probably think of their parents or friends, right? But he had none. In fact, he had a mother and a father, if you could even call them that. Compared to the Kazuya of this world, who had two good parents who unfortunately passed away, leaving him in the care of a church sister, he hadn't been so lucky. From a young age, he learned that breathing was an unforgivable mistake. His father died when he was very young after trying to rape him. He was about 3 at the time. His first memory, thankfully, he was saved by a neighbor who stopped being his neighbor after he was taken elsewhere by his mother. His mother seemed to blame him for his father's death. She pushed him down the stairs when he was 4 and laughed at his crying, saying it would have been better to have drowned him at birth. The apartment they moved to was a hell of mold, vomit, and blood, his blood. His mother's friends, always high or drunk, took turns between beatings, abuse, and sick laughter. He woke up in puddles of urine or broken glass, sometimes with hands that left marks that never faded. When he tried to tell someone, the social worker called his mother, and the copper wire she used in the beating left scars. He was called a liar, a problem child, a lost cause. Locked in a closet for 3 days, without food or light, with rats and hunger, he learned no one would come to save him. At school, they mocked his clothes, the marks on his body, his empty expression. One teacher called him an animal, another said he deserved it. By 12, hatred was the only thing keeping him standing. He tried to kill himself with pesticide, vomited for hours in a dirty alley, and no one helped. He tried again at 13, with a rusty blade in a train station bathroom. He survived. Again. And he understood, there was no salvation, no miracles, no hope. He started stealing to eat, was beaten by the police, temporarily lost vision in one eye. They called him trash, a mistake, a dead weight. And he believed it. He threw away what was left of his soul and lived like a zombie. Many things happened that made him believe it was his only option. But everything changed on that day he'd never forget. He was about to jump off a bridge, not out of drama but out of exhaustion, when he heard a soft, firm, impossible voice. There was no one there, but amidst the drizzle and darkness, he could swear he heard, "Get up. You haven't lost yet." It was Guts' voice, coming from an old episode of Berserk playing on a phone someone had left nearby. At that moment, he froze. For the first time, someone understood. That fictional man, crushed by fate, betrayed by everything he loved, still walked. Still fought. He went back home, if you could call it a home, with burning eyes and clenched fists. He binged every episode, every page of the manga. He cried when Guts screamed against the world, when he bled for love, when he kept going despite having no reason. It wasn't about happy endings. It was about resisting. About existing despite the pain. For the first time, he wanted to live, not because the world was worth something, but because he was. Because if Guts could endure hell, then maybe he could too. That's when everything changed. He fled to rural Japan, got a decent job and a house, and started living the way he wanted. Things got better from that point, and he became addicted to anime, manga, novels. Living in those mental worlds made it worth staying where he was. It seemed forced. Ridiculous, even. A character from an anime saving someone from suicide. He'd hate to admit it if it weren't true. And it was. Absurdly, rawly, desperately true. It wasn't a psychologist, the police, or a miracle from life. It was Guts. A man made of ink and pain, heavy lines and dense silences, who roared against fate in his place. He felt pathetic at first, crying over a cartoon while the real world spat on him. But that connection, that spark, was all he had left. And it was enough. The impossible happened. He got up the next day. And the next. And the next. He lived alone for over a decade, helped people, tried his best to become the man he is today, who despite everything often felt unworthy and didn't want to be as useless as he was in his first life. That's why he set such high ambitions for himself in this life. That was the reason he perhaps had so many problems with execution. He never truly wanted anything enough to fight for it. It was ironic that he, of all people, was chosen to be reborn in this world with the fate gacha and everything else. But he believes that because of his somewhat delusional way of seeing the world, he managed to stay sane after absorbing the life of Ritsuka Fujimaru, which, despite being modded with several tweaks he created in his first life, was still tragic and insane. Facing ORT, for example, was minimally despairing for Chaldea and him. Letting out a sigh and pushing his thoughts about his past aside, Kazuya turned on the stove, skillfully arranged the ingredients, and soon the smell of grilled fish began to fill the kitchen. While stirring the rice and preparing the miso soup to heat, he heard soft, dragging footsteps behind him. Kazuya, good morning. Came the sleepy, gentle voice of Ereshkigal. Turning slightly, he saw her entering the kitchen, rubbing her eyes. The blonde with golden hair and red eyes, normally the underworld goddess herself, was dressed in an absurdly cute light blue pajama with little sleeping fox designs. Her messy hair and sleepy expression made it clear she had just woken up. Kazuya flashed a smile. "Good morning, Iresh." "Sleep well?" he asked, returning to stirring the rice. She stopped in the middle of the kitchen upon noticing he was shirtless, and even though she'd seen it plenty of times, she blushed. Ereshkigal, the fearsome goddess of death, averted her eyes like a shy schoolgirl. Slept. Slept well, yes." She replied, trying to sound casual, but her voice came out cuter than menacing. Kazuya let out a low chuckle. "You're so cute like that, it almost makes me want to bite you." She puffed out her cheeks, pouting. "Kazuya. Don't say stuff like that so early." I'm still in my pajamas, geez. It's my favorite pajama," he commented, winking. If someone said that to any other god or servant, it'd probably turn into a mortal competition. But with Ereshkigal, it only made her blush more and tug the hem of her pajamas down, even though she didn't need to. "Coffee first or just breakfast?" he asked, serving the fish and rice onto perfectly arranged plates. "Just breakfast, it smells amazing." She approached, standing beside him as he finished setting the plates. Kazuya noticed her glancing at the food, then at his arm, his chest, and quickly looking away again. She couldn't hide it. Though he noticed the underworld goddess's reaction, he chose not to comment and ignored it. He grabbed a tall glass, filling it halfway with ice. With calm, practiced movements, he prepared a Japanese-style iced coffee, using freshly brewed strong coffee poured carefully over the ice, the aroma blending with the smell of the grilled fish. He took a metal straw from the drawer and stirred the drink slowly, the dark liquid contrasting with the ice cubes. At that moment, elegant footsteps echoed from the kitchen entrance. Scotty appeared, still adjusting a strand of hair with her fingers. She wore a simple yet refined white silk pajama with light blue trim. Even so, she maintained her innate elegance as a Nordic queen. Her expression was still tinged with sleep, her eyes half closed, but her dignity never left her, even in that state. "Good morning, master," she said in a low, gentle voice, typical of someone who just woke up, but still filled with a quiet tenderness she reserved only for him. "Good morning, Scotty," Kazuya replied with a relaxed smile, taking the first sip of his coffee. "Sleep well." She walked over to him and stood beside Ereshkigal, leaning lightly against the counter. "Yes, though your arms make any pillow seem irrelevant." She commented without much thought, then yawned discreetly, covering her mouth like a true Nordic lady. Ereshkigal grumbled softly. "He should sleep with me tonight. You already had him the night before." "Oh, dear Iresh," Scotty said, still sleepy, "that's why we share the nights, isn't it?" Nordic justice. Kazuya just shook his head. Yesterday, when Scathach dragged him back to the mansion, the girls had come to a consensus to split the nights, ensuring each had a night with him, something he predicted wouldn't work out, and he was right when both versions of his shusho dragged him to the bedroom. That's why neither had woken up early this morning. But leaving the details aside. "Are you two going to start fighting this early?" he asked with that calm, charming tone, sounding more like a teacher tired of spoiled students. Before either could retort, the sound of carefree footsteps echoed, and the energy shifted with the arrival of another figure. "TCH, you guys are so noisy in the morning," came a familiar, provocative, slightly sleepy voice. Ishtar appeared, yawning loudly, wearing a crop top that showed off part of her stomach and tight shorts. Her black hair was still a bit messy, but she exuded natural sensuality. Instead of heading straight for the coffee or food, she approached Kazuya from behind, wrapping her arms around him and resting her face against his neck. "Do you have any idea how criminal it is to look like this so early?" she murmured with a smile, her voice slow and teasing. Kazuya wasn't fazed in the least. He just took another sip of coffee and commented, as if talking about the weather. "I'm innocent here." "Shut up. A criminal doesn't get to have an opinion. Nobody told you to walk around shirtless on this goddess's property," she said, still clinging to him, her body's warmth pressed against his as if she wanted to meld right there. Kazuya let out a light sigh, coffee cup still in hand as Ishtar remained glued to him. "The real criminal is you, Ishtar. And I'm not even talking about the destruction in Uruk," he remarked casually, with a slight, teasing smile on his lips. Ishtar got a bit flustered. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't destroy anything." "I'm sure Gilgamesh would disagree," he countered with the calm of someone utterly unimpressed. Before she could snap back with one of her witty retorts, another sound cut into the scene, light, barefoot steps with an intoxicating aura that announced their owner before she even appeared. Anata, what a delicious sight to start the day. Shutenduji entered the kitchen in her characteristic way. Her kimono was slightly open, revealing her shoulders, and her sleeping cap was still crooked on her purple-haired head. In her hands, as usual, a small bottle of sake. She took a sip as she approached, her half-closed eyes gleaming with pure delight. Kazuya raised an eyebrow. "Sake this early, shouldn't. Won't you get into a bad habit?" She let out a melodic giggle. My body doesn't fall for trivial vices, my beloved, only for you. Ereshkigal made an adorable grimace at the sight of Shuten. Why is she drinking in the morning? That's not healthy. Coming from someone who rules the underworld. Ishtar muttered, not letting go of Kazuya. Are you all going to start now? He asked, slipping out of the Mesopotamian goddess's arms while setting the plates on the counter. Let's eat before the fish gets cold. With the efficiency of a 5-star hotel chef, Kazuya finished setting the American-style counter table. 4 perfectly arranged plates, fluffy white rice, grilled fish with lemon, natto with green onions, steaming miso soup, and even tsukmono. A true traditional Japanese breakfast. The 3 sat on the high stools, 1 on each side, while he settled in the center. It smells good. Ereshkigal murmured, carefully picking up her chopsticks. As always. Scotty commented, now more awake, taking her place with natural elegance, holding the bowl as if it were a disguised Nordic ceremony. Food made by Kazuya always has a special taste, Shuten added, her tone carrying more double entendre than necessary. Kazuya just gave a small, sideways smile, silently accepting the compliment. They chatted about trivial things while eating. Scotty mentioned the lack of ice cream in the house. Shuten wanted to prepare a sake and poetry banquet for the next night, and Ereshkigal innocently asked if they could visit a bookstore downtown, which prompted a teasing comment from Ishtar about how that was so her. Then the inner door opened with a soft creak. Scathach appeared, looking like she'd been awake for a while. She wore a casual outfit, tight dark pants, a burgundy knit top that left her shoulders bare, and black leather boots. Her eyes scanned the room with familiarity. You started without me, she said, but without any hint of complaint. It sounded more like a practical observation. You were dead asleep yesterday, Kazuya remarked, grabbing another plate and serving her. Scathach sat next to Scotty and raised an eyebrow. Whose fault was that? Ishtar huffed. For a legendary warrior, you snore like an ogre. Scathach shrugged. And for a goddess of love and beauty, you're surprisingly noisy when you sleep. Like an angry boar. Ishtar was about to retort, but Kazuya raised his hand calmly. Peace at the table, ladies. This is the only sacred moment of the day. They all finished breakfast with a certain comfort in the air. It was a routine they'd come to love, filled with teasing, laughter, lingering glances, and meaningful silences. When the last sip of coffee was taken, Kazuya stood up. I'm going to get ready. I want to take a walk around the city today. May I know why? Scotty asked, glancing sideways. To feel the vibe. Buy some things. Maybe eat something sweet, he replied calmly. That's all. Want to come with me? Scathach gave a half smile. I'll pass. I need to check some seals on the mansion grounds. Scotty nodded. I'll stay too. Bring me some ice cream, husband, and I'll be satisfied. And I have new sake to try, Shuten said, swinging her bottle with an intoxicating smile. But bring me a souvenir, Anata. Kazuya nodded and started up the stairs. Ereshkigal and Ishtar exchanged a glance. They didn't say anything, but the gleam in their eyes was clear, they weren't going to miss this chance. Chapter 27, Interruption. The sky over Kuoh was absurdly clear that noon, with white clouds lazily dissolving into the deep blue above the city's rooftops. The constant sound of cars, scattered conversations, and the chime of the shopping mall's automatic doors created a soft soundtrack for the calm bustle of an ordinary day. Or at least, it would have been ordinary if not for the trio crossing the main entrance of the city's largest shopping mall. Kazuya walked in the center, his hands occupied by those of the 2 beauties flanking him. He wore something simple yet impeccably aligned with his laid-back charisma, lightweight black pants, a white dress shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, and a casual dark blue jacket that fell nicely over his broad shoulders and relaxed posture. His tousled white hair fell lightly over his blue eyes, as clear and languid as the sky above. To his right, Ereshkigal. She wore a summer dress in cream and gold tones, with black accents that complemented her ivory-pale skin and golden hair that cascaded like silk down her back. A small white hat adorned her head, while her reddish-brown eyes, curious and slightly shy, darted away whenever she noticed someone staring too long. She kept her hand delicately intertwined with Kazuya's, her slender fingers lightly brushing his palm in an almost instinctive gesture. On his left, Ishtar. Unlike her sister, the goddess exuded presence. Black leather shorts, thigh-high boots, and a sleeveless red top, slightly loose, with a neckline just bold enough to draw eyes like magnets. Her black hair swayed freely, and her ruby-red eyes gleamed with a permanent half-moon of smug satisfaction. A gold necklace and some bracelets completed the ensemble. She walked as if daring the world to look away and only tightened her grip on Kazuya's hand whenever someone did. This place is noisy. Ishtar grumbled, her lips curling into a pout that couldn't hide the satisfied glint in her eyes. But I guess the vibe works. Sun, pretty people, and me in the middle of it all as the incredible goddess I am. Perfect. You always complain about enclosed spaces, Kazuya commented, his voice low and laced with a serenity that felt almost lazy. He glanced at the goddess out of the corner of his eye. But you haven't stopped checking your reflection in the shop window since we got here. It's quality control. Ishtar shot back, her face flushing slightly as she leaned toward him, playfully nudging his muscular arm with her free hand. If I'm going to be by your side, I need to make sure my appearance is flawless at all times. On the other side, Ereshkigal let out a soft laugh, her demeanor shy as if she wanted to hide behind her golden hair. Am I pretty, Kazuya? Kazuya gave a faint sigh, leaning down to lightly kiss the top of her head, making Ereshkigal blush to the tips of her ears. Of course you are, Eresh. Sorry I didn't compliment you earlier, I've had a lot on my mind lately. It's okay, Kazuya. Ishtar cleared her throat loudly. Don't think I'm going to let you monopolize him, you spoiled golden-haired girl. I am not monopolizing anything. Ereshkigal defended herself, though a faint smile still played on her lips. While you two were being all clingy with each other, you didn't see what just happened. Ishtar remarked, lowering her voice just enough for only them to hear, her lips curling into a sharp smile. A girl who passed by us nearly tripped trying to stare over here. Ha! I told you these shorts were a hit. She spun briefly on her heels, her black hair following the movement like a living veil of ink, before shooting Kazuya a narrowed, challenging look. Admit it, Kazuya. I'm fabulous. You're always fabulous, he replied with his usual lazy smile, knowing that the proud Ishtar fished for compliments this way. His half-lidded blue eyes met hers as if admiring a familiar yet still captivating work of art. But I wouldn't expect less from a goddess who makes it her mission to remind the world of it. Ha! I knew it. Ishtar puffed out her chest, proud, and squeezed his hand as if claiming a victory. But she quickly cleared her throat and looked away, her cheeks taking on a traitorous pink hue. And not that your opinion matters that much, idiot. I need to maintain my standards for my audience, that's all. Ereshkigal smiled quietly at the scene, her reddish-brown eyes sparkling with genuine warmth. This was the first time they'd gone out together in a city without the threat of the world ending. They had strolled at night in Uruk once before the battle against Tiamat, and again afterward, though that had been more of a farewell since the singularity was coming to an end. But setting that aside, she glanced at Kazuya and, unable to help herself, let slip, you always make any place feel better, Kazuya. I think even the underworld would seem more beautiful if you were there. Kazuya let out a low, soft, and husky laugh, this time giving her hand a gentle squeeze, making Ereshkigal blush and look away. I hope I don't have to visit anytime soon, but, if it's with you, even the underworld would do. Ishtar bit her lip to keep from smiling at the scene, her traitorous heart beating a little faster. She hated to admit it, but that idiot Ereshkigal had her moments. And it wasn't like she didn't get it. Kazuya had that effect. He wasn't just impossibly handsome in this reincarnation or indecently charismatic like when he was Chaldea's master. He was, himself. The kind of person who could make even a proud goddess like her feel at home just by being near. Okay, enough romantic drama, Ishtar grumbled, hiding her own slightly goofy expression as she gestured with her chin toward the massive bookstore ahead. There's a fashion magazine section I want to check out. And I'm not letting you two ditch me in the middle of the mall. You're literally holding my hand, Ishtar. Kazuya said, raising an eyebrow. Details. You know how it is, these places are full of clueless guys, and I'm way too gorgeous to walk alone. Besides, if I go, who's going to stop you from falling for that ice cream shop clerk's charm again? I never fell for any charm. Kazuya said, his voice laced with that implicit humor only he could pull off. She just gave me 3 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1. Quality service, that's all. Earlier that day, after leaving the mansion, they'd come to the mall at Ishtar's insistence, and the first thing they did was get ice cream. That's when the incident happened, Kazuya getting 2 extra scoops for free because the clerk was all over him. Not that he had much to say about it. It just felt good to be the target of female affection like that, it stroked his ego a bit. Ha! Quality service, my foot. I was there, I saw how she looked at you. And you with that good guy face, pathetic, Ishtar huffed, her expression displeased. On the other side, Ereshkigal covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, her eyes now sparkling with genuine amusement. The 3 soon headed to the bookstore at a leisurely pace. The bookstore was immense, with shelves so tall they seemed to defy architectural laws, and the scent of fresh paper mixed with the air conditioning created an almost sacred atmosphere for book lovers. Ishtar marched straight to the magazine section, dragging Kazuya along, while Ereshkigal lingered behind for a few seconds, admiring the glossy covers and colorful signs. In no time, Ishtar practically tossed a fashion magazine into his hands. Look at this one. Summer hair, trends, cursed accessories, totally my divine collection vibe. He raised an eyebrow. Cursed accessories? Like, limited edition or actually cursed? Ishtar shrugged, a feline smile playing on her lips. With me, you never know. While she flipped through the magazines, Kazuya wandered off to the manga section. His fingers grazed the colorful spines until he found some new editions of series that were a bit bland in this world but, after some searching, spotted a few that might be interesting. Jackpot, he murmured, tossing the manga into the basket he'd grabbed without realizing. It didn't take long for Ereshkigal to appear, carrying 2 books, one about underworld architecture across different cultures and another of ancient poetry. Kazuya shot her an amused look. Sure that's not too heavy for you. It's just paper, she said, flashing a calm smile with a glint of pride in her eyes. Unlike certain impulsive divinities, I read about things before blowing them up. Did you hear that, Ishtar? Kazuya called, knowing the goddess was just a few steps away. I heard, Ishtar grumbled, emerging from behind a shelf with 3 magazines. And my response is, if it doesn't explode, it's no good. He let out a low laugh and headed to the checkout with both of them. The cashier, a teenage boy, was visibly nervous around the trio, his eyes darting between Ishtar's breathtaking beauty, Ereshkigal's gentle smile, and Kazuya's lethally laid-back gang leader aura. That'll be 24,300 yen, sir, the boy said, trying not to choke. Kazuya swiped his card like it was nothing, while the 2 goddesses exchanged knowing glances. As they left, he carried the bag of books in one hand instead of stashing it in his inventory, with so many people around. Ishtar seized the opportunity and immediately looped her arm through his, the one holding the bag, with a smug little smile. My spot. Kazuya raised an eyebrow but didn't complain, as if he knew it was easier to let it slide. And I'll take this one, Ereshkigal said, and Kazuya offered his free hand, which she took without hesitation, their fingers intertwining. Thus, the 3 continued through the mall, drawing stares from everyone they passed. Ishtar leaned a bit closer to him. All right, reckless human. You've got the goddess of war and the queen of the underworld escorting you. Feeling important yet? Kazuya flashed that lethal, serene half-smile. I feel at home. Ereshkigal blushed faintly but kept her grip on his hand firm. Ishtar looked away, hiding a goofy smile, and the 3 figures continued through the golden light of noon, leaving behind a trail of racing hearts and discreet sighs. After that small shopping trip, the 3 headed to a clothing store, which, in Kazuya's eyes, was unnecessary since servants could materialize any outfit with magical energy and a mental image. He never fully understood the mechanics, but he found it useful. Still, after what happened there, he wasn't complaining. It was a privilege in itself to see his servants parading in various outfits for him. The trouble started when Ishtar, after trying on a black jumpsuit, pulled back the fitting room curtain, peeked around, and called Kazuya with a suspicious little smirk. I need help with the zipper. And maybe something else. He should have said no. Really? But with Ishtar looking at him like that, the word vanished from his vocabulary. What followed was exactly the kind of incident that would make the gods sigh and roll their eyes, and it got even more chaotic when Ereshkigal, red to her ears, decided to see what was going on, and slipped into the fitting room too. Apparently, gods have a very elastic concept of personal space. Of course, it couldn't last long. A store employee knocked on the door seconds later with an irritated, "This isn't a hotel room," and they had to leave as if nothing had happened. Ishtar fixed her hair like she was on a runway, Ereshkigal could barely look at her own reflection, and Kazuya, well, he just pretended nothing happened. After the clothing store fiasco, they headed to the cinema. At the movies, things only got worse, or better, depending on who was telling the story. Ishtar picked a futuristic action flick with spaceships, shootouts, and a protagonist as bold as she was. Kazuya barely saw half the movie since Ishtar spent the entire time draped over his shoulder, muttering about how she'd have handled the plot with far more style and destruction. Meanwhile, Ereshkigal, who'd chosen the seat on his other side, tried to focus on the screen, but every time Kazuya's arm accidentally, brushed hers, her attention evaporated faster than a poorly cast spell. When the lights came up, he was slouched in his seat, one arm around each goddess, sporting the grin of someone who'd just cleared the secret route of a mythological dating sim. Afterward, they wandered the mall's corridors aimlessly. Ishtar dragged them to a perfume store, testing fragrances with absurd names and spraying half the samples on Kazuya just to see how they reacted with his scent. Ereshkigal, meanwhile, convinced him to check out one of those shops full of useless but charming trinkets, like cat-shaped lamps and notebooks with embroidered covers. Fortunately, after a few more stops, they finally decided to head to the food court. The afternoon sun lazily filtered through the mall's large glass windows in Kuoh, casting golden light over the crowded tables of the food court. Ryougi Kazuya threw himself into a plastic chair with the ease of someone who solemnly ignored physical exhaustion. Across from him, Ishtar expertly balanced 3 trays piled with food and a liter of soda. Ereshkigal followed close behind, more reserved, holding just an iced tea and a plate of curry. These mortals know how to cook, I'll admit, Ishtar said, already snatching a fry with her teeth. It's not Uruk, but it's not as bad as I expected. Kazuya snorted, pushing his own tray, a double burger that looked ridiculously appetizing, toward the center of the table. You're only saying that because you threatened the cashier when he said they were out of nuggets. It wasn't a threat, Ishtar countered with a charming and utterly dangerous smile. It was divine persuasion. Ereshkigal sighed, carefully setting her drink on the table. You two caused 4 minor commotions in 3 hours. Kazuya just shrugged, resting his chin in his hand as his eyes scanned the surroundings. People came and went, voices blending into muffled echoes of laughter and the sound of trays being shuffled. Nothing out of the ordinary. Until he saw something. A few tables away, sitting with an overly casual expression, Hayadu Issei was chatting animatedly with a dark-haired girl. Ryugi froze for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. He recognized that girl. Yuma Amano. Or rather, Rainier. The memory hit with the cold precision of a file being opened, fallen angel, enemy, responsible for Issei's death in the original events. She was the spark that ignited the powder keg that was High School DxD's story. But something was wrong. Very wrong. Issei, he shouldn't be there. Not like that. Kazuya had rewritten the core of Issei's personality, along with his 2 pervy sidekicks, twisting their emotions into an intense, not-so-subtle crush on Kiba Yudo. A surgical adjustment, let's say, to eliminate some future complications. Issei shouldn't even be interested in girls at this point. Especially not Rainier. What Kazuya didn't know, having skipped school that day, was that Rainier had been rejected by Issei for her original date proposal. In an attempt to improvise, she was now approaching him with a different strategy, pretending to be a friend and helping Issei with his crush, something she'd been working on for days, a far bigger headache than she'd anticipated. You're staring at that girl like she kicked a puppy, Ishtar commented, noticing his fixed gaze. She didn't kick one, Kazuya replied curtly. But she'd probably kill without a second thought. Ereshkigal discreetly turned to look. Her reddish-brown eyes narrowed for a moment. That presence, she murmured. She's not human. Ishtar clicked her tongue. I felt it too. Subtle, but wrong. Like cheap perfume covering old blood. I know her. Her name's Yuma Amano, Kazuya said. She's a fallen angel. She's supposed to try to kill Issei soon. The 2 goddesses stared at him for a moment. Ishtar crossed her arms, leaning back in her chair with a lazy smile. So that's it. Want me to take care of her? She raised her hand, a faint golden glow flickering at her fingertip as she pointed at the girl, her hand hidden in the gesture of crossing her arms so no one noticed. 1 shot, and you won't have to worry about it anymore. Kazuya shook his head, a half-smile on his lips. Not yet. If you kill her, it'll probably cause a panic since we're in public. That'll draw too much attention. And besides, Issei might be an idiot, but he's not my problem. Though he could use a spell to alter people's memories, he didn't want to go through that unnecessary hassle for someone who wasn't worth it. Would it go against his goal of protecting humans? Not really. Ereshkigal watched him for a few more seconds, as if weighing the value of intervening. Then she turned back to her plate. Ishtar lets out a theatrical sigh. You were way more dramatic when you were the last master of Chaldea, do you know? And you two were less clingy, Kazuya shot back, already snagging a fry from her tray. Blatant lie, both replied in unison. As the trio slipped back into their natural rhythm of teasing and eating, Kazuya kept one eye on the distant couple. He wasn't going to let this opportunity slip away, an idea was forming in his mind. Chapter 28, Boosted Gear. Hayadu Issei was a bit lost. He never thought he'd go on some kind of date with a girl after swearing loyalty to the Prince of Kuo alongside his friends. As someone as faithful as he was, he would never have agreed to betray his future husband like that, but upon learning the girl just wanted to hang out as friends, he relented a bit. Either way, she was pretty and probably popular, she could give him some tips on how to approach his blonde knight from school. But it was weird. The girl, Yuma Amano, as she introduced herself, smiled and laughed at everything he said. Even the bad jokes. Like the one about spicy curry being the work of demons. She even tilted her head, blinked slowly, the kind of flirt that probably worked on any other guy. But with him. Well, he was too busy thinking about how Kiba's eyes sparkled when he wielded his sword. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Yuma asked, smiling. Yeah. Totally. Issei replied, even though he had no idea what she'd just said. You're great. Like, really. Super nice and pretty, and, do you have wings? She stared at him for a second. The question had slipped out without thinking. Somehow, Issei had the strange feeling he'd glimpsed wings behind the girl during parts of their stroll through the mall. Back then, she'd helped him a lot with some romance advice, so it gave him the impression she was an angel. So, he decided to tease her a bit. Just kidding, he said, forcing a chuckle. Imagine if you were an angel or something. Yuma just smiled. But inside, she froze for a moment. After a while, with the mall closing and night falling over Kuo, the two walked side by side through a small, empty plaza. The yellow streetlights illuminated the stone path, casting long shadows from the trees. It was the perfect setting for a kiss. Or a murder, especially considering that something strange enveloped the place, as if a kind of curtain had wrapped around it, making him feel uneasy. Issei-kun, Yuma said, stopping. Hey. She turned, her eyes glinting with something strange. A mix of sadness and exhaustion. If a friend asked you for a favor, just one, an important one, would you do it? Issei's eyes widened, not thinking twice. Of course. For a friend, I'd do anything. Even pay for their food at the cafeteria. Yuma smiled. It was sweet. Almost kind. But also, empty. So, would you die for me? Issei blinked. What? And then, everything happened too fast. A bright, cold, razor-sharp light gleamed from her arm. A spear made of pure yellow energy appeared. Before he could react, before he could even understand what was happening, she impaled him. The spear pierced his chest with brutal force, tearing through flesh and bone. Issei gasped, eyes wide, mouth open trying to form a word. There was no immediate pain. Just the impact. The shock. The absurdity of it all. Yuma wasn't Yuma. Black lights covered her body as the illusion shattered. Her simple clothes vanished, replaced by a tight, dark outfit, with twisted black wings sprouting from her back. Her eyes gleamed with a peculiar intensity. Sorry, she said, emotionless. Orders are orders. With a flap of her wings, she flew into the night sky, leaving Hayate Issei's fatally wounded body to collapse to his knees, the light of the spear still pulsing in his chest like a dying star. The plaza returned to silence, and that curtain felt like glass shattering soon after, or had he gone mad from dying? Issei fell to his knees with a dull thud, like a puppet without strings. The stone ground felt colder than it should. He tried to breathe, but the air came in broken whispers, as if his lungs had turned into sieves. He looked at his chest, where a horrific hole was present. I got stabbed, he muttered, trying to make sense of it. Wow, that's gay. It didn't make sense. Nothing did. Why would she attack him? They were having a date. Like, he didn't even want a kiss or anything, just to get out of there and text Kiba saying he'd survived a conversation with a girl without dying of embarrassment. But now he was, actually dying. He slumped to the side, his vision blurring as if someone had splashed water on the screen of his mind's TV. The pain came in echoes, as if he were hearing his own body from miles away. The sky above seemed so far off. And every star, every point of light, brought memories. His mother's face, smiling when he passed elementary school. Matsuda's loud laugh when they watched their first horror movie together. Kiba, training with that perfect stance, sword in hand, golden hair in the wind, so cool. So bright. So beautiful. The memories came like waves. Disjointed. Messy. And finally, the image of Ryougi Kazuya. The new student. Tall. Arrogant. A charming, conceited, infuriatingly awesome jerk. His image grew clearer, closer, almost as if. Hayadu. The voice was a whisper that cut through the limbo where Issei floated. He blinked, unsure if it was delirium or memory. But then another came. He's still alive. Barely. It was a female voice, serious, firm. Like a queen used to giving orders. What do we do, master? Another voice. Female. Carefree. Playful, even. With a cruel undertone. Issei felt something, a presence. Strong. As if someone were there, bending reality around him. A step echoed on the plaza's ground, then another. And then, his shadow appeared before Issei's blurry vision. White hair, an expression of professional boredom. Kazuya. Issei murmured, almost soundlessly. The name slipped out before he could understand why. The figure crouched beside him. His eyes, pale blue and filled with something Issei couldn't name, watched him for a moment. You really are an idiot, huh? Kazuya said with a sigh. The last thing Issei saw was the sky growing more distant before his consciousness faded completely. On the other hand, Kazuya looked at Issei with a calm, indifferent expression. Was it exactly as he remembered, or almost? Rainer's attitude was quite different from the original story, where she mocked and practically traumatized Issei, unlike her attitude toward him just now. She seemed far more indifferent. Perhaps the new Issei hadn't displeased her as much as the original, who was an irredeemable pervert. Well, not that it mattered, but it was the first change his interference had caused, so he noticed. But setting that aside. You really are an idiot, huh? He repeated, now in an almost bored tone. Did you really think going out with a random girl you met on the street would end well in this world? That was something he never understood when reading the novel in his first life. Was it naivety or stupidity? He practically thought it was the latter. In the original story, Issei was known as an almost criminal pervert, and out of nowhere, a girl asks him out, fully aware of his reputation and all, and he didn't have the slightest sliver of suspicion that it could be a trap. Even without supernatural involvement, you could think it might be a setup for some kind of bullying from a guy whose girlfriend had been spied on by him. As Itachi said, a genjutsu of this level doesn't work on me. In other words, nothing in this world was that simple. When it's too good to be true, even a saint would get suspicious. But he was a pervert, so it made sense he'd be dumb enough to fall for it. A sigh escaped his lips. Ishtar huffed behind him, arms crossed, one eyebrow raised. Can we go now? This is getting boring. Ereshkigal, more patient, watched in silence, hands clasped in front of her, as if waiting for Kazuya to give his final farewell to the poor human. But that wasn't it. Just a moment. Kazuya said, without even looking back. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Issei. What happened next was just a casual touch, almost careless, like picking up a candy dropped on the floor. His hand passed through Issei's wounded chest effortlessly, as if the flesh were water and his hand a stone sinking into it. A subtle ripple, a green glow that pulsed for a second, and then the gem appeared, the boosted gear, in his hand, casually removed from Issei's chest. Initially, he just wanted to take a stroll through the mall and later around the city, heading to the church to confirm if the fallen angels had already arrived to know if it was the start of the story or not. But everything spiraled out of control when he ended up finding Issei with the fallen angel who would kill him, as had happened in the original story. Knowing this, he formulated this plan to steal Issei's sacred gear, despite his lack of interest in using it. He wasn't the type of person who liked being the host of some entity that granted him its power. His unique ability wasn't exactly an entity, though it had the same mechanics as a system from those cliched stories he'd read. So, he didn't mind having it, though he still wanted to know its origins. Even so, it was a Longinus, practically dropped in his lap, and he couldn't let the opportunity to acquire it pass. He just wasn't sure he'd be able to extract the sacred gear from its user until this moment, where he used his third magic, alongside his mastery of thaumaturgy brought by his personal skill of magecraft, X, to succeed. It was a simple mechanic that mixed alchemy and his mastery of true magic, nothing complicated. Although magecraft and thaumaturgy were fundamentally the same thing, the latter was considered the foundational practice. It was used to describe the various schools into which magic later evolved, including astrology, Kabbalah, alchemy, and various other divergent schools. At its most basic level, however, all thaumaturgical processes dealt with the conversion of magical energy within the body, shaping it in a way that allowed the user to produce the phenomenon of magecraft in the external world. There were several rules that strictly governed what should be possible within each school, and it was research that bent these rules that typically determined how proficient someone was with magecraft. However, one had to take into account origin and element. Simply put, origin referred to the starting point of someone's existence, typically encapsulated in a single word or phrase that described the direction someone could take throughout their life. It was tied to the root. Thus, an origin could be thought of as follows: if a person were broken down into the concepts that defined them as a person, their root would be a driving force present from the beginning of their existence. Thus, each human behaved according to their own origin, and each had different effects on a mage's magecraft, making it extremely important in defining someone's talent. There were various ways in which mages were classified, often based on their alignment with a specific affinity, which is why so many mages specialized in specific fields. In the absence of a specific affinity, following the origin could yield great results and bypass barriers that would otherwise hinder a mage. In his case, he didn't need to worry about origin or element to cast his magecraft, which removed limitations from the thaumaturgy he functionally mastered, an immense advantage of his magecraft X skill. There was also no root in this world that shed fragments of mystery for magecraft to function, which theoretically meant it shouldn't exist or be executable in this world. Yet somehow, he was able to do it and bend many limitations. He judged it was due to the third magic, which could be an inexhaustible source of mystery, a miracle comparable to Christ's resurrection, and practically a larger piece of the root, since only those who reached it could access such a miracle. Or perhaps it was due to his unique ability, or there was mystery in this world because the gods still existed, though it was different from the Nasu-verse. Many theories swirled in his mind. But setting that aside, he looked at the green gem he'd seen in the anime on the scale mail. Was this the core of the boosted gear? Cute. Kazuya murmured, twirling it between his fingers. But not worth the headache this kid would cause if he kept it. With a snap of thought, the gem vanished in a soft glow, stored efficiently and discreetly in his inventory. Meanwhile, as they watched his actions and saw he had no intention of saving the boy, Ishtar and Ereshkigal were surprised. They knew he wanted the dead boy's sacred gear, Their master had mentioned his plans and explained what the boosted gear did, but they also thought he would save him. As the last master of Chaldea, Kazuya's heroic sense was evident to everyone. He was an incredibly empathetic person, after all, a trait all servants admired at some point. And here he was, ignoring a dying man. Was there some hatred involved? Or had their master changed? Ereshkigal asked Kazuya, brow furrowed, are you really going to leave him like that? Dying. Kazuya shrugged. Someone will show up. He replied, crouching beside Issei again. Look at this. Rummaging through the boy's pocket, he pulled out a crumpled flyer. It was red, eye-catching, and magically reinforced. Kazuya examined the object for a moment, like someone reading the ingredients on a cereal bar, and channeled a bit of his magical energy. The paper glowed faintly. Activated. There. One of the demons watching him will save him. Let's go, as we agreed before. Finishing his words, Kazuya stood and used his teleportation spell. His body dissolved into silver-blue particles, like stardust being reclaimed by the universe. Ishtar, grumbling something, vanished in a golden whisper. Ereshkigal gave Issei one last look and disappeared soon after. The plaza fell silent. The magical paper pulsed with a faint red light, calling out to whoever was tuned to that frequency. Issei, even between life and death, wasn't alone. Not for long. The red light from the flyer glowed like a small flame in the darkness, expanding into a delicately drawn magical circle on the ground. Demonic symbols spun silently as the air grew denser. Rias Gremory appeared in the center of the circle, her scarlet hair flowing like silk in still water. Her eyes scanned the plaza with quick, cold precision, accustomed to recognizing traces of the supernatural. But what she saw made her pause. She frowned, then walked toward Issei, pulling the box of her peerage pieces from her dimensional pocket. She began the reincarnation process, placing a pawn piece on the boy's chest and reincarnating him as her servant. But the strange thing was that it was just one. Just one. One, she whispered, surprised. Her expression shifted, her blue eyes narrowing. Just one piece is enough. Rias bit her lower lip, clearly conflicted. According to Kaniko's description, with her insistence on the dragon smell he emitted, and her meticulous observation yesterday, Issei likely had a high-level sacred gear. Normally, the stronger the potential, the more pieces were needed. It was one of the fundamental rules of the peerage system. Reincarnating someone with just one piece meant they had minimal raw value. A simple pawn. The kind of servant who'd barely serve as magical support in a stronger team. This meant Issei either didn't have the expected strength, or, even more concerning, she might have wasted a piece, which wasn't an option for her. Sighing, Rias snapped her fingers. A magical circle appeared around the boy, enveloping him in a sphere of red energy. Time to go home. With a flash of light, the two vanished from the plaza, leaving behind only an uneasy silence. Chapter 29, Chava before the storm. The city of Kuo had a certain melancholic charm when it rained. The streets, usually quiet, were covered with a translucent layer of water, reflecting the lit streetlights and shop windows as if the city were trapped between two worlds, the real and the mirrored. For those who knew the true nature of the city, this metaphor was less poetic and more literal. It was late afternoon on a Tuesday, and the rain fell with that lazy insistence that made people sigh before opening their umbrellas. Or run. Or, in Kazuya's case, simply accept the water dripping through his hair as a personal ambience effect. The convenience store, a family mart near the intersection of the main avenue and the residential street that led to the school, was almost empty. The automatic door opened with a metallic ding, and the smell of freshly baked bread, cheap disinfectant, and stale fried food enveloped the place like an old friend who didn't know when to leave. Kazuya entered with his hands in his coat pockets. He wore a light navy blue jacket, a simple gray t-shirt underneath, dark jeans, and sneakers that had seen drier days. His white hair dripped slowly, forming small puddles near the entrance mat. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. He headed to the umbrella section, grabbing a transparent model out of habit. It wasn't the most practical, but it offered good peripheral vision, and he liked seeing the world blurred by the raindrops. There was something contemplative about it. "Welcome," said the cashier, a high school boy with dark circles worthy of a seinen drama protagonist. He gave Kazuya a quick glance and hesitated for half a second. Everyone hesitated when they saw Kazuya for the first time. It was like looking at someone who clearly didn't belong to an ordinary Tuesday afternoon. Like spotting the protagonist of Jujutsu Kaisen in a slice-of-life cafe. Kazuya gave a slight nod and moved to the snack aisle. He picked up a pack of dehydrated carriage, the kind you knew you should avoid but still hit the spot on cold, damp days like this. At the checkout, he said nothing. He simply placed the items on the counter, reached into his pocket, and handed over a few coins with almost mathematical precision. "Want the receipt?" the cashier asked in a polite but resigned tone. "No." The response came calmly, accompanied by a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes but still seemed genuine. The cashier just nodded and tossed the receipt in the trash. Kazuya left the store with the umbrella open and the snack pack already opened, balancing it with the ease of someone used to eating while walking in the rain. The sky over Kuo was gray, and the wind carried a cold breeze. 3 days had passed since he had ripped the boosted gear from Ryougi Kazuya. Since then, his life had returned to normal, with nothing particularly interesting happening, aside from a few small details. First, Issei had joined the Occult Research Club just yesterday. Second, Rias was still insisting he visit the club, her invitations growing more persistent. He doubted he could keep refusing, though that was no longer a concern. He had decided to drop out of school. He hadn't done so earlier because he was the target of that redhead who, through his recent investigations, he was certain was Rias's brother, who had planned to bring him here to become her servant. But now, he no longer cared about that. He had some plans formulated in his mind regarding this. Using his astronomy magecraft the previous night, he had managed to read a bit of his potential future, which was very useful for this. All he needed to execute the method was to use the aligned stars. Thanks to that, he knew that upon leaving school, the demons would come after him until the weekend. And since he would refuse Rias's insistence in a brutal way, her brother would get involved, and things would get complicated. But he was prepared for it and wasn't afraid of what was coming. In fact, he was eager to channel an Aizen or Madara aura to send a warning to supernatural beings that humans were off limits for their perverse purposes. That was the help he would offer people. Aside from his normal life, he continued training and successfully achieved a balance breaker for his own Longinus, which, as he had noted, was indeed a subspecies due to its different abilities from the original. The reason he reached it so quickly was due to Skathaka's rigorous training, which didn't hold back when it came to practice. He also had to live up to his pretty face, so he tried replicating Satoru Gojo's abilities through magecraft, which, to be honest, wasn't that difficult compared to some spells that he would never have mastered without his magecraft X skill. It was almost too simple for a genius like him. But before creating such personal magecraft, he decided to follow the Jujutsu Kaisen theme and altered the use of incantations, often necessary to activate spells, with mudras, hand signs with specific meanings to trigger specific spells. Sometimes, this was far more efficient than using high-speed divine words, which he could use thanks to inheriting Medea's knowledge through his skill, along with other methods that made incantations nearly instantaneous. The incantations were known as aria, a necessary activity to activate magecraft. They played the crucial role of self-hypnosis, putting the mage's mind in a state where they could effectively control their magic circuits and channel their magical energy into spells. His mudras served the same purpose. Mudras originate from Sanskrit and mean conductive seal, attitude, or key. Each mudra establishes a subtle connection with specific effects on the body, mind, and energy field, redirecting prana for various effects, serving as the best substitute for verbal incantations. Following the name of the Honored One's ability, he called his magecraft Limitless as well. This magecraft brought the concept of infinity into reality, allowing the user to manipulate and distort space at will. He created all 4 forms of its use. First, Mugen, essentially the power to stop, based on the mystery of the fable of Achilles and the tortoise, a theory explaining the movement of 2 objects. Achilles can never catch the tortoise because when he reaches the point where the tortoise started, it has already moved to another point, when he reaches that second point, it has moved again, and so on, infinitely. He turned the mystery of this fable into reality. When something tries to hit him, the person or object in question encounters the infinity between them and him, created by the convergence of this fable. This happens because the spell takes the finite space between the 2 objects and divides it infinitely. Anything approaching the infinity slows down and never reaches the user, much like the innate technique of the Gojo clan in Jujutsu Kaisen. There were also blue and red, which were attraction and repulsion, and purple void, which erased someone from reality, though he didn't control it very well yet. Additionally, he tried replicating reverse curse technique, and succeeded through enhanced magecraft healing spells powered by infinite magical energy and practice, nothing as complex as in the original manga. When he successfully replicated these abilities through magecraft, a sea of possibilities opened in his mind. Since he had replicated Gojo's abilities, why not Sukuna's? Well, it was a bit more complicated, but with some practice, he managed to replicate the shrine, the slashes, and the flame manipulation ability as well. He just couldn't create 2 extra arms, another mouth on his stomach, or the domain expansion, but otherwise, he became a copy of the King of Curses. But if he were to rank his greatest achievement, it was related to the sacred gear he stole from the former pervert. He could have absorbed the boosted gear for himself and gained another Longinus, but since he wasn't interested, his studies focused on a way to absorb all of Drake's powers. After many attempts and failures, using his alchemy knowledge, he succeeded in creating an extraction ritual similar to what Medea did in one of the routes, turning Shiro into minced meat and taking his reality marble. He acquired all the abilities this way. The main one was boost, which doubled his power until it reached its own limit infinitely. There was also transfer, which transferred greater power to other people or objects, explosion, which released energy in a kind of mana burst that he modified, penetration, which allowed his attacks to hit even through powerful defensive barriers, and finally, the blazing inferno flames, flames that could incinerate anything, burning even the soul until nothing remained. Once ignited, they never went out. Even gods would be reduced to ashes in these flames. He also created the scale mail, the normal armor from the anime, with all its visible powers, just so everyone would think he was the Red Dragon Emperor of Domination, who held political power, as shown multiple times. Oh, yes, Drake ceased to exist. Kazuya killed him. Kazuya chewed a piece of spiced chicken, savoring the strong, salty taste, and let a stray thought escape. Since I only went to tell the principal I was dropping out today and handled everything, tomorrow Sona will probably want to visit me to insist I continue my studies. She's a pain in the ass about that. The rain answered with a distant thunderclap. He kept walking. A different breeze passed by him, and then she appeared, as if she had always been by his side. Scotty. Her spiritual form dissolved in a faint shimmer of air before materializing beside him, wrapped in a dark, heavy fabric dress with blue and silver details reminiscent of ice patterns. The ornate tiara on her head glowed faintly, as if reflecting an invisible aurora borealis. Without a word, she glided to Kazuya's side and grabbed his arm naturally. Not that I'm complaining, but do you really need to get under an umbrella? He muttered, raising an eyebrow with a half-smile. The truth was, there wasn't a single drop of water on her. No trace of dampness. Not a single hair out of place. The raindrops didn't even dare touch her, freezing before they got close and falling at her feet like tiny shards of melted glass. The ground around where she had stepped before joining him under the umbrella was already whitening, as if the concrete were trying to remember what frost was. Scotty glanced at him with her usual calm, indifferent expression. Husband, just because I don't need to doesn't mean I don't want to. She said finally, in a tone colder by nature than by emotion. I have few opportunities to spend time with you. The formidable queen. The goddess of ice and snow. Almost everyone who knew her saw her this way. The only one who saw her as she truly was Kazuya, and that was when he first met her. His first words to her were still memorable, asterisk that seems lonely. Don't you feel alone, asterisk he was the only one who knew that while she ruled the Lost Belt, she felt sadness in her heart as someone left behind, but hid it, and he had realized that with just one look. Before everything, she was a goddess beloved by other gods and remained a suitor, but after the gods perished at the climax of Ragnarok, she became the last Scandinavian goddess of the Lost Belt. Kazuya called her strong and pure but also an exceptionally warm person. The more he got to know her, the more he saw her as a girl rather than a queen, even though she held the title of Mother of Scandinavia. Absurd, right? But that was him, and because he saw her for who she truly was beneath it all, she fell in love with him. The best moments of her life were by his side, when she had the chance to be alone, embracing him or holding his arm like this. And though she was a cold goddess, she still missed it. Kazuya just smiled calmly at her words. Sorry about that. Scotty shook her head and said, I'll only forgive you if you buy me a vanilla ice cream. All right, I'll buy it. Kazuya said, rolling his eyes. Who eats ice cream in this rain and cold? But he had to pamper his goddess. He sighed, the sound escaping softly amid the patter of raindrops on the taut umbrella fabric. You know that's totally contradictory, right? He remarked. A goddess of ice wanting ice cream on a freezing day like this. Scotty didn't answer immediately. She just tightened her grip on his arm slightly. Contradictions are part of the human condition. She said finally, in a neutral tone but with a faint hidden spark in her voice. And, you're the one who taught me that. Kazuya glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, and a small smile formed on his lips. I teach you so much, huh? He replied, teasingly. Soon I'll have to start charging for lessons. Scotty raised her chin slightly, in a regal gesture he knew too well to be intimidated by. Go ahead and charge, she said. But the payment will be time with me. An invaluable price, I suppose. Arrogant. Honest. They walked in silence for a few seconds. Scotty looked up at the cloudy sky. I still remember, she said softly. The first time I tried ice cream by your side in Chaldea after I was summoned. That moment stayed with me. More than any victory I've ever had. Kazuya looked away, pretending to be distracted by a random shop window. But she knew he had heard her. Yeah. He murmured. You looked so surprised. A goddess, frozen by a tub of vanilla. Because it was simple, Scotty said, turning her eyes to him with a soft, sincere glow. Because you showed me there was beauty in the mundane. That even a long, heavy existence filled with wars could pause, just a little, to savor something sweet. Kazuya rubbed the back of his neck with his free hand. Trying to make me cry. She looked at him with a small smile. Maybe. They reached the small shop at the end of the street, an ice cream parlor that clearly didn't expect customers in that weather. The sign flickered dimly but still announced open. Kazuya pushed the door open with his shoulder, making the bell ring. The cashier stared at them in surprise, nearly dropping the paper cup she was cleaning. Two young people coming in during that freezing cold to buy ice cream. One looked like a Nordic magazine model dressed with unusual elegance, and the other, well, he had that arrogant, confident look typical of someone who'd cause a headache. Vanilla? Kazuya asked, already knowing the answer. Scotty nodded softly. He placed the order and paid with ease. When he handed her the ice cream, he couldn't help but notice how her fingers closed around the cup, graceful, careful, as if it were something sacred. She took the first spoonful with her usual serene expression. Just like I remembered, she murmured. Sweet. Yes. Kazuya leaned against the doorframe while she ate her ice cream. The two of them there, under the distant sound of the rain, in the middle of a gray, cold afternoon, seemed like a walking paradox. But paradoxes, apparently, were their specialty. After a while, Scotty stepped closer again. Kazuya. He looked at her. Thank you for bringing me back. He didn't ask from where. He knew. You came back for me first, he said. I just returned the favor. She laughed softly. The two then left the shop and continued their walk toward the mansion. Meanwhile, the office was silent, bathed in the soft light of floating crystals that replaced ordinary lamps. The dark wooden shelves lined against the walls were filled with meticulously organized documents, sealed grimoires, and small reliquaries of demonic energy. In the center, a large mahogany desk reflected the glow of runes pulsing discreetly beneath its surface. Behind it, Sirs Lucifer leaned back in his black leather armchair, elbows resting on the chair's arms, and let out a long sigh, heavy enough to break the almost ceremonial silence of the room. His eyes, usually gentle and relaxed, were serious, and his mouth was set in a firm line. It was one of those rare moments when the Rias's older brother disappeared, and the Mao took over completely. In front of him, Graphia Lucifuge maintained her impeccable posture as always. Hands clasped in front of her, her expression serene and her eyes attentive, as if nothing escaped her notice. Has something happened, Sirs-sama? She asked, noting his current state of seriousness. Sirs briefly glanced at the report in front of him before fixing his eyes on his wife. I received an update from the director of Kuo Academy. The human, the boy I prepared to be Rias's future servant, dropped out of school. Graphia raised an eyebrow slightly but didn't allow herself to show surprise. Without warning. Yes. No explanation. He just went to the director this morning and announced his departure. A heavy silence hung for a few seconds. Graphia tilted her head slightly. He had great potential. Even without fully awakening, he would have been perfect to help with Ryasama's situation. Sirs nodded, his fingers touching his chin in a thoughtful gesture. That's what worries me most. I don't want my little sister's chances to be cut short like this. This is terrible news. I can't use my authority to pressure him to return to school so Rias has a chance to turn him into a servant because I doubt it would work. He's also an orphan, so I can't use his parents. There's the adoptive mother, but I got rid of her when I arranged his transfer to Japan. Everything was planned, and he ruined it like this. But still, there's something strange about all this. Graphia closed her eyes for a brief moment. Shall I initiate a discreet investigation? Yes. But no fuss. His wife merely nodded, bowed, and then vanished in a magic circle. Chapter 30, Devil's Movement. Glowing Star. A message from the author to you, dear reader Glowing Star. Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to leave here my sincere thanks to all of you who read, comment, and follow my stories. Knowing that there are people on the other side getting excited with each chapter is what gives me the strength to keep creating worlds, characters, and moments that resonate with you. And for those who want and are able to support with just $2.99, you'll get access to up to 7 advanced chapters of all ongoing stories. It's a way to ensure continuous reading and also help me keep this project alive and growing. Occult Research Club Room. It was late Tuesday afternoon, the rain had already cleared, and the sky was bright in the city of Kuoh. Inside the club room, walls adorned with scarlet velvet curtains filtered the sunset light into soft shades of orange and crimson. The members of Rias's peerage were gathered. Akino, with her mysterious smile, observed everything with half-closed eyes. She had just finished serving tea to everyone present and stood beside Rias, who was seated at her desk. Kaneko nibbled on a cookie, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, while Kiba maintained his impeccable posture, arms crossed, but with a clearly intrigued expression. Issei Hayato, newly arrived in the group, glanced from one to another, not quite understanding the reason for the heavy mood, though the tension was impossible to ignore. On the other side of the room, as if it were an unofficial meeting between leaders, stood Sona Shitori and Tsubaki Shinra. The student council president maintained her firm and calm demeanor, while the vice president, serious and meticulous, remained silent, ready to report any information. The sharp sound of Rias clapping her hands on the desk broke the silence like thunder. How do you mean Kazuya dropped out of school? Her voice sounded more indignant than worried, though anyone who truly knew the Gremory heiress would know that concern came first. Sona sighed, as if she had anticipated this reaction. That's exactly what I said, Rias, she replied, adjusting her glasses with a restrained gesture. Yesterday morning, he came to the school, requested a meeting with the principal, and formalized his withdrawal. He submitted all the paperwork and left. But why? Rias took a step to the side, as if she needed space to absorb the information. Akino, with her usual calm, poured a bit more tea into her cup, her violet eyes gleaming softly as she followed the conversation. Her gentle smile never left her face, even amidst the growing tension in the air. It was very sudden, even for someone like him. Her voice came out soft, almost melodious, but with a subtle hint of oddity that few would notice. The truth was that Akino had always had a certain interest in Kazuya. It wasn't just his otaku and aloof demeanor, which, to her, held a curious charm, but there was a calmness in him, a way of staying apart from the daily chaos of the school, that caught her attention more persistently than she cared to admit. Moreover, he was very handsome and had an incredibly attractive physique. Any woman with good taste would feel drawn to him, and she was no exception. As reserved or peculiar as he was, such a sudden disappearance, without warning or trace, didn't align with the impression Kazuya left. This contrast, this abrupt break in pattern, made Akino mentally furrow her brows. What are you hiding, Kazuya-kun, she wondered, bringing the cup to her lips with a faint smile, while her curiosity grew beneath the surface. Issei cleared his throat. Shouldn't you try calling him to get the details or something, he asked, his voice more hesitant than he'd have liked, as everyone's eyes turned to him. For a moment, Issei felt ridiculous. But it wasn't just for speaking too loudly or at the wrong time. In fact, something had been stuck in his throat since the start of the conversation, something he'd been trying to ignore, a fragmented, uncomfortable memory. On Saturday night, shortly after his life turned upside down when he was betrayed by Yuma and pierced by a spear of light, he could swear he saw a figure with white hair appear in his vision. At that moment, the searing pain and fear of death had overwhelmed his mind, and Issei had dismissed the vision as a hallucination caused by shock. But now, as Kazuya's name was repeated and suspicions about his sudden disappearance piled up, the memory came back with force, like a piece of a neglected puzzle. Could it be? Issei felt a shiver run down his neck but swallowed hard and kept his thoughts to himself. Even if it were true, what would it mean? And why would someone like Kazuya be there during an event tied to the supernatural? The doubt gnawed at him, but he chose not to risk saying anything for now. Kiba offered a friendly smile. That's a good idea, Ise-kun. The voice of his future husband snapped him out of his reverie, and he nearly had an orgasm seeing his crush speaking to him and smiling. His life was a dream now. He quickly pushed all his thoughts aside. Yes. Rias quickly agreed, pulling out her phone, only to notice that Kazuya's contact photo was gone. She sent a message and saw it wasn't delivered. Frowning, she murmured, he changed his number. Sona adjusted her glasses with a slight movement and commented serenely, Haida-san's suggestion was indeed valid. However, as you've noticed, we already tried that approach, and it seems he changed his number. As her words echoed, she couldn't help but let her mind drift back to recent events. It all seemed like too many coincidences. A few days ago, Kazuya had started acting subtly differently compared to his first week after transferring. Perhaps it was just an impression, a natural result of spending more time with someone, which inevitably reveals their true personality. But, there was something more. He had changed his address without notifying the school administration, something that was mandatory by regulation. He notified his withdrawal during a period when she wasn't assisting with academy management and it was in the principal's hands, then changed both his landline and personal phone numbers and vanished in an almost meticulous manner, as if each step had been calculated to avoid drawing too much attention while ensuring it would be difficult to track him. As she mentally pieced together the puzzle, an unsettling idea began to take shape, a hypothesis as disturbing as it was dangerous. What if it wasn't a series of coincidences? What if, from the start, every gesture, every carefully chosen word, every measured slip, was part of a larger plan, something beyond ordinary comprehension? She recalled the moments she observed him interacting with other students and, above all, with members of Rias's club or the student council. There were no excesses, no obvious mistakes, and that, in itself, was suspicious. It was as if he knew exactly where he could step and which boundaries he shouldn't cross to remain unremarkable yet indispensable. As the conclusion solidified in her mind, a faint chill ran down her spine. Her fingers discreetly tightened around the frame of her glasses, and her expression, for a fleeting moment, lost its usual impassive tone. He planned all of this. It was no longer a supposition. The evidence, though scattered and subtle, pointed in the same direction. Kazuya had orchestrated his exit from the school like someone who saw every move on the board before others even realized they were playing a game. This placed him in a category apart, someone who wielded intelligence as their primary weapon, manipulating others' perceptions with such natural ease that it barely raised suspicion. Such a figure was, without a doubt, the most dangerous of all. She felt a slight pallor take over her skin but kept those thoughts to herself. It wasn't the time to share suspicions without proof. And more than that, part of her didn't want to admit out loud how much this possibility unsettled her. No one seemed to notice the change in her expression. On the other hand, after hearing Sona's words, Rias remained silent for a few seconds, her expression blank but her eyes betraying the whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. To others, it might seem like just another whim of the Gremry heiress, but for her, it was much more than that. He's mine, she thought coldly, her chest tightening with an uncomfortable sense of impending loss. She wouldn't admit it aloud, but her obsession with him had grown silently and steadily, with every exchanged glance, every subtle reaction, and Kazuya's reserved demeanor. Thus, hearing about his sudden departure, the breach of protocol, the change of number, and the unnotified address change, something inside her screamed in protest. It was unacceptable. Without hesitation, a decision formed in her mind, firm and unquestionable. Turning to Sona, her voice cut through the air, laden with determination and possessiveness disguised under a calm tone. I'm going to his house. I want to know what happened to make him decide this. Something's wrong. Before she could grab her coat, Tsubaki intervened with a firm voice. That won't be possible, Ria-sama. We went to the apartment provided by his sponsor. The place was completely empty. No sign of where he might have gone. The news hit Rias like a blow. She bit her lower lip, her gaze wavering between concern and frustration. More than losing the chance to recruit someone so rare and promising, a Longinus, no less, she felt powerless for not even being able to locate him. Sona let out another sigh, her eyes serious. I doubt he left the city so easily. I'll handle this investigation personally. Rias didn't respond immediately. Her blue eyes fixed on nothing for a moment before she clenched her fists. If he's still in Kuoh, I'll find him. The tension hung in the air like a storm about to break, a certain weight settling in, the kind that presses on your lungs, as if the entire room were holding its breath. Neither the delicate clink of porcelain in Akino's hands nor the sound of Kaneko nibbling her cookie could ease the strain. Sona adjusted her glasses again, a nervous tick if anyone paid close attention, and cast a final glance at Rias, who seemed on the verge of exploding. Either way, it's very likely that your brother will investigate this as well. So, we'll have news soon, declared the student council president, her voice as firm as ever. For now, the student council will search for any clues in the city center and the commercial area. After saying this, she gestured to her, Queen. Tsubaki, always a discreet shadow, merely nodded, acknowledging the implicit order. Without another word, the two left the room. The door closed behind them with a discreet click, but to Rias, it sounded like the clang of a gate shutting. The redhead ran a hand through her hair, frustrated, her eyes still fixed on where Sona had been. Then, she took a deep breath and turned to her own group. All right, we're not going to sit idle. I want you to investigate any clue about where Kazuya might have gone. Akino smiled, as if relishing the air of mystery. Of course, Bucho. It's been a while since we've had something interesting to hunt around here. Kiba nodded, his gentle smile more about keeping the mood light than genuine calm. Understood. I'll start around the school. Maybe someone saw something. Kaneko stood, stretching her arms lightly. If he's got food, I'll find him, she muttered in her usual apathetic tone. Issei, who until then had been trying to understand why everyone seemed to treat this missing student like some urban legend when, to him, he seemed quite normal, blinked in confusion. Ah, and me. Rias crossed her arms, her expression softening slightly. She knew well Issei's poorly disguised feelings for Kiba, and if there was one thing the Gremry heiress excelled at, it was using the right pieces at the right time. If securing Issei's loyalty meant bringing him closer to someone he trusted completely, there was no better choice. You'll go with Kiba. It'll help you get used to the club's routine, and who knows, maybe learn something useful. Issei turned red instantly, looking away, visibly unsure where to hide his face. Kiba suppressed a slight smile, more out of habit than from enjoying the teasing. He was used to that kind of reaction, the admiring looks, the stammered words, the shy gestures. Issei wasn't the first, and he doubted he'd be the last to feel that way. Still, Kiba didn't mind. In fact, there was something comforting in Issei's clumsy affection. It was honest, unpretentious, quite different from the annoying, noisy group of girls who constantly tried to worm their way into his life. If it meant having someone minimally decent to talk to between missions, he saw no issue. And it seemed Rias wanted him to secure Issei's loyalty by pairing the boy with him on this task. She must have noticed his feelings and decided to use them. So be it, he thought, maintaining his impeccable posture and cordial expression. In the end, his loyalty to Ryougi came before anything else. And if that meant dealing with the confused feelings of a boy with raging hormones, he'd do it with the same ease as wielding a sword. Kiba gave a reassuring pat on Issei's shoulder, his expression kind and his voice free of any trace of irony. I'll take good care of him. Ryougi then looked at Akino and Kaneko. You two cover the residential neighborhood and the area near the temple. Any lead, let me know immediately. The two nodded. Akino finished her tea in one gulp, as if preparing for something fun. Kaneko grabbed 2 more cookies before heading to the door. Ryougi waited until everyone had left, remaining alone in the silent room. She walked to the window, watching the sunset paint Kuo in shades of gold and orange. The city seemed peaceful, but that only made the bad feeling in her chest tighten further. Chapter 31, Discoveries. That Thursday, the sky was tinged with the soft orange of dusk, and the street lamps began to flicker on one by one, lazily blinking before casting their artificial light over the asphalt. The post-class bustle was always the same, Kuo Academy students in their uniforms walking in groups, laughing at jokes, sharing plans about mobile games, or arranging meetups at karaoke bars and themed cafes. Issei Hayata walked alongside Yuto Kiba, still in his school uniform, his tie slightly crooked and his blazer unbuttoned. He held a random flyer he'd grabbed as a pretext while showing a photo of a certain recently disappeared transfer student. Have you seen this guy around here? Issei asked, his voice friendly as he showed the image to a middle-aged woman, the owner of a small convenience store. The woman furrowed her brow, adjusting her glasses on the tip of her nose. I think I saw him last week, or maybe someone who looked like him. She murmured, thoughtful. While she tried to jog her memory, Issei's gaze drifted to the sidewalk, his thoughts wandering for a moment. The last 2 days had been, strangely good. Since Ryougi paired him with Kiba, his routine had gained an absurd glow. He spent most of his time with Kuo's blonde prince, and to his surprise, or delight, Kiba didn't seem to mind his blatant advances at all. In fact, he received them with that calm, carefree smile, which only left Issei more confused and excited. Damn, if someone told me I'd have 2 perfect days like this, I'd have laughed in their face. But the unease came right after. Because instead of continuing to enjoy that dream, here he was, wandering the streets like a fifth-rate detective, searching for another guy. One he barely knew, honestly. And worst of all, it was all on Bucho's orders. Issei wouldn't dare disobey, of course, but that didn't stop the growing frustration. Why the hell do I have to go chasing some random guy when I could be flirting with Kiba in some corner of the school right now? He was snapped out of his reverie when the woman said she'd never seen the boy in the photo. He was about to apologize for the bother and move on, but before he could say more, Kiba approached, a gentle smile on his face, and murmured something softly. The woman's eyes glazed over for a moment, and the next second, she blinked, looking at the two as if she'd forgotten what she was doing. Sorry, boys, do you need anything? Oh, nothing, Oba-san. Have a nice evening. Issei replied, waving, before turning to his companion and whispering, that always gives me the creeps. Kiba just shrugged, slipping his phone into his pocket. They continued down the sidewalk, their footsteps echoing on the streets that were starting to empty. After a few minutes of silence, Issei broke the ice, scratching the back of his neck. Hey, Kiba, can I ask you something, he said, his tone casual but laced with curiosity. Sure. The blonde replied without taking his eyes off the street. Why are we trying so hard to find this Kazuya? I mean, he's not even a demon. Just a transfer student, right? Kiba stopped walking for a moment, as if considering his response, before glancing at Issei with that polite smile he always wore, though it didn't always reveal what he was thinking. Because Bucho ordered it, he answered simply. And if she wants to find someone, we find them. Besides. He took a few steps forward and continued without looking back. She probably wants to recruit him. They say he has potential, and that's enough. Issei let out a sigh, shoving his hands into his pockets. Got it. He didn't really get it, but he was used to following orders. And if it made Ryougi happy in the end, who was he to complain? Her happiness made his Kiba-senpai happy, and that made him happy. For someone as simple as him, that was enough. They continued walking toward Kuoh's main square, where the shadows of the trees danced under the streetlights and the shop windows began to reflect the night. The streets started to quiet down. That moment between late afternoon and evening had a distinctive smell of warm asphalt, mixed with the scent of flowers from small balcony gardens and the lingering perfume of candy stores. Issei and Kiba walked in silence along the sidewalk, the streetlights casting yellow circles of light on the ground. The sound of passing bicycles, distant conversations, and a cat meowing in some alley formed the city's subtle soundtrack. Issei was the first to notice. Hey, look over there. A konbini. He pointed to a brightly lit Family Mart on the corner, its sign standing out in the increasingly night-dominated scene. Let's try asking there, Kiba suggested, his tone as calm as ever. The automatic door opened with a discreet beep beep as the two entered. The air conditioning hit Issei's face like a gust of icy heaven, and he sighed in relief. The clerk looked up from the counter. "Welcome," he muttered, more out of habit than enthusiasm. Kiba approached first, ever polite. He pulled out his wallet to avoid looking suspicious and bought a bottle of water before casually placing the folded photo on the counter. "Excuse me," he said, keeping his calm smile. "Have you seen this guy around here?" The clerk glanced at the image. For a moment, the boy seemed to hesitate. I think so." He scratched the back of his neck, his eyes blinking in concentration. "If I'm not mistaken, he came here on Tuesday." "You sure?" Issei interjected, already stepping closer, his elbows resting on the counter. "Well, he bought a transparent umbrella, it was raining late in the afternoon, remember? And he grabbed a pack of cheese-flavored snacks." He shrugged. "That's it. He was alone. Walked off after buying." Kiba exchanged a quick look with Issei. "Thanks, man," Issei said, giving the counter a light tap. Kiba offered a faint smile, thanking him again with a slight nod. "Thank you. That helps." They left, the automatic door closing behind them with another beep beep, the sound muffled by the warm night air. They walked a few steps before Issei grumbled. "This guy, does he have any idea how annoying it is to search the whole city for a trace of him?" "On the bright side, we finally got a lead," Kiba replied lightly, without humor. "Let's head to Bucho." Issei huffed but nodded. As they moved away from the store, Kuoh's night seemed to have settled in lazily. They continued toward Kuo Academy, taking no more than half an hour to walk there. Issei and Kiba crossed the street toward Kuo Academy. The shadows of the trees stretched over the school's wall, and the upper floor windows began to reflect the streetlights, glowing with a subtle amber hue. The old school building had that eerie silence of a school after hours. "You sure this info is enough?" Issei commented, shoving his hands into his pockets and kicking a pebble along the way. "It's better than nothing," Kiba replied with that gentle smile. Issei made a face but didn't respond. They climbed the few steps, and as they were about to push open the door to the Occult Research Club room, it swung open, and a figure hurried out. Tsubaki Shinra. The student council vice president had that composed, elegant demeanor that would make any school drama girl look amateur. Her black hair was tied up, her glasses perfectly adjusted on her pale face, and her posture impeccable. But what really caught their attention was the slight flush on her cheeks when she noticed Kiba. Kiba smiled, that soft, gentle smile Issei secretly adored, the one that seemed to say, "Of course I'll remember you," to any girl who stood within 2 meters of him. "Tsubaki-san," he greeted, and Issei swore he could hear bells ringing in the vice president's head. "Kiba-san. Do you need help?" "No need, but thank you for offering." "I was just handling something with Bucho," she explained a bit too quickly, looking away. "If you'll excuse me, I need to get back to prepare the report for Sonosama." "I won't keep you." "Good luck," Kiba replied, scratching his cheek with a smile. Tsubaki gave a slight bow, adjusted her glasses, and hurried down the hallway with quick steps. Issei waited until she turned the corner to let out a dramatic sigh. "For the love of," he grumbled. "Seriously, man. Do you have to be such a Prince Charming all the time?" Kiba just shrugged, amused. "Not my fault." "Of course not," Issei huffed, shooting him a jealous glance before pushing open the door. The familiar smell of freshly brewed tea, old wood, and for some reason strawberries filled the air. The club room was as it always was, curtains drawn, fireplace lit, because Bucho had a questionable taste for gothic dramatics, and armchairs arranged around the coffee table. Rias Gremory sat in her usual chair, her red hair gleaming under the soft light of the lamp. Her expression was that of someone already expecting news. "You're late," she commented without looking up from her papers. Kaneko was on the other side of the table, eating a pastry as if nothing in the world mattered. Kiba closed the door behind him. "We have a lead," he said, and Rias's attention finally shifted to them. After entering, Issei stood to the side, hands in his pockets. "The owner of the convenience store at the corner of Nakamura and Sito confirmed it," Kiba began, his voice low and calm, the way it got when things were about to get serious. "A guy matching Kazuya's description bought a transparent umbrella and a pack of cheese-flavored snacks on Tuesday, around 9 in the morning." Rias looked up from her papers, her eyebrows slightly arched. It was the kind of minimal lead that shouldn't mean much but did. Because it was about Kazuya. The Gremory heiress leaned back in her chair, her expression controlled, though her eyes betrayed a spark of concern. 9 in the morning, during class hours. That's when he announced his withdrawal to the principal in a way that not even the authorities were notified. "We thought he announced it and left, not giving the principal time to report it, since he didn't seem involved with the magic we know. But with recent discoveries," she murmured, more to herself. "Thank you, Kiba. That's what I needed to confirm." Meanwhile, Issei, with little tact, approached Kaneko and did the unthinkable. "Hey, Kaneko-chan." He tried, his voice drawling with a hint of hopeful unease. "Could you, maybe share one of those pastries?" Kaneko Toju, the tiny demonic cat most suspicious of the school, who once treated Issei like he was some contagious plague, raised her golden eyes to him. There was no hostility there, just that eternal resigned indifference she reserved for most people. After 3 seconds of silent scrutiny, she extended her hand, offering a pastry without a word. Issei took it like it was a sacred jewel, blinking in surprise. "Thanks, Kaneko-chan," he smiled, with no ulterior motives, which in itself was a small miracle. The girl shrugged and went back to nibbling hers. Kiba watched the scene with that smile Issei pretended to hate, and Rias took advantage of the brief calm to set the papers down on the table. She ran her fingertips over the report, her eyes scanning Tsubaki's notes. It was Sona's doing, of course. Only she would think to track purchase and rental contracts at the city's real estate agencies after every other attempt to investigate Kazuya came up empty. And, to everyone's shock, the student council president had found something. A mansion on the outskirts of Kuoh, with no record of residence in recent years, purchased a few days ago by Kazuya. Tsubaki uncovered the details, and Sona sent Tomo to investigate. The report described what happened when the girl got too close. A kind of magical barrier, unlike anything they'd seen before, seemed to isolate the entire space of the mansion and its surroundings, turning it into a field full of traps. If Tomo had taken one more step, she likely wouldn't be alive to report it. What bothered Rias most, however, was the obvious dilemma: either Kazuya had learned about the supernatural world and made allies quickly, almost impossible without drawing the attention of other factions, or he had always known. Which would mean he had perfectly deceived them for 2 weeks. And that even Sona, with her meticulous obsession for control and information, had underestimated this boy. Rias closed her eyes for a moment and let out a controlled sigh, leaning back again. "You two did good work," she said finally, without her usual formality, which drew a brief smile from Kiba. Issei munched on the pastry, still standing, but shot a curious glance. "And now, Bucho." Rias stayed silent for another moment, the crackling of the fireplace punctuating the pause. "Now, we wait," she murmured. "I sent Akino to investigate from a distance, she should be back by now." After her words, silence prevailed. For half an hour, the Occult Research Club room was steeped in that tense calm that precedes a storm. Rias didn't say anything more after "now, we wait," and the others took the hint without arguing. Kaneko sat on the couch. Every now and then, she grabbed another pastry from a tray. Issei, after internally thanking the heavens and any idol deity for the gift of that shared pastry, played a mobile game in the corner, pretending not to glance at Kiba every 10 seconds. Spoiler, he was. Kiba, meanwhile, flipped through an old school photo album that someone, probably Akino, had left there for no apparent reason. Occasionally, he smiled at some silent memory, which made Issei sigh without realizing it. Their dynamic was more or less the same, except for the fact that Issei could no longer look at Kiba without an emotional violin playing in the back of his mind. Weird stuff. Ria sat in her chair, elbow propped on the armrest, hand supporting her head as her eyes scanned Tsubaki's report over and over, as if at some point the words would change or reveal a hidden secret. The wall clock ticked discreetly half an hour later. Then, a teleportation circle appeared on the club room floor, crimson runes spinning and intertwining with the fluidity of a living painting. A sweet electric aura filled the air, and amidst the soft glow, Akino appeared. Elegant. Untouched. And with that faint smile she used when she wanted to hide how worried she was to the bone. Rias looked up immediately, her heart racing, though it wasn't visible. She was always a good actress. Or at least she thought she was. Akino, she called, her voice controlled, but anyone who knew Rias well, everyone in that room, noticed the disguised tension. Akino took 2 steps forward, and the circle dissolved behind her into particles of light. "Well." Rias pressed, "No pleasantries." Akino stood by the table, hands clasped in front, and her smile faded slightly, becoming a trace of frustration. That alone was enough to make everyone stop what they were doing. "I couldn't get close," she said simply. Rias furrowed her brows. "What do you mean?" Akino took a deep breath, her voice colder than usual. "The property spans several kilometers, I couldn't approach the mansion. The barrier covering the territory is different. I don't recognize the magical signature. And I couldn't identify who cast it." Issei shifted in his chair, now paying full attention, and even Kaneko stopped chewing, her eyes narrowing. "Like a demonic barrier?" Issei asked hesitantly. Akino shook her head. "Not demonic, not angelic, not exorcist, not sacred, not anything we know. It's something completely different, even from human magic." Rias gripped the armrest of her chair. "Did you try to enter?" "Of course." I got within 50 meters before realizing the barrier not only prevents approach but also blocks teleportation magic. Any attempt to move into the territory or even observe through magical projection fails. It's as if the space is separated. The silence fell heavily in the room. Issei swallowed hard. So, we don't know anything. Nothing, Aquino confirmed, before looking at Rias and asking, what do we do now, Bucho? Rias didn't respond immediately. She closed her eyes for a moment, and the world spun a bit faster just for her. What was going on? Had he allied with some unknown faction and learned about the supernatural, or had he always known and hidden it from everyone? She couldn't reach a conclusion, and that irritated her. But more than anything, she hated how it made her chest tighten. When she opened her eyes, a hidden glint of possessiveness shone in the depths of that blue. She stood with a fluid motion. We're not waiting anymore. We go tomorrow. If he doesn't want to be found, we'll go there anyway. With or without permission. Aquino smiled, this time for real. Era. Looks like Bucho's gotten more excited and anxious. Kaneko sighed and grabbed another pastry. Issei just scratched his head in confusion, unsure if he was more terrified by the idea of a suicidal mission or by the way Rias had said him. And Kiba. He just gave a faint smile from the corner of his mouth. Your support is the fuel that keeps these stories alive and growing. Every subscription is a vote of confidence that pushes me to go further, and I'm truly grateful for it. Sparkling Heart. Books $2.99, get access to up to 7 advanced chapters of all my stories. Wrapped gift $10.99, along with everything above, you can request an exclusive omake and get a special release with 2 extra chapters of any story you choose. If you enjoy the worlds I'm building, this is the best way to support the work, and get a ton of bonus content early. Thank you for being part of this journey. Raising Hands. Chapter 32, Unwanted Visitors. The week passed in the blink of an eye, and before anyone realized, Friday was already knocking at the door, announcing that the weekend was just around the corner, waiting to begin. The smell of freshly brewed coffee filled the air. The morning light streamed through the wide kitchen window, dancing across the marble countertops and reflecting in golden fragments on the dark wooden cabinets. The silence was comfortable. Kazuya sat alone at the central counter, wearing a snug black sweatshirt and black soccer shorts. The glass cup between his fingers was warm, and the black coffee seemed the only worthy companion for that lazy morning. He sipped slowly. No rush. The steam rose in thin spirals, dissipating into the air like thoughts he chose not to pursue to their end. His eyes, a piercing blue, wandered through the open window toward the lake shimmering in the distance. The past few days, free from any school responsibilities, had been surprisingly peaceful. He spent most of his time in the underground space he had created to serve as his wizard's workshop. He felt it was time to have a dedicated space for his experiments and research, so he devoted several days, starting from Sunday, to building this place, which was only completed the previous night. For someone capable of using alchemy to manipulate matter with magical energy, nearly a week to create a simple workshop might seem like slow progress. But the truth was, he had built something incredibly complex, an underground structure that extended throughout his entire property, so detailed and sophisticated that the time spent seemed almost insufficient. Naturally, he worked on several projects down there. With enough time and data, there was literally nothing he couldn't achieve, for with Pioneer of the Stars, EX, everything became possible. One example was that he had literally created an artificial intelligence so advanced in the future that it was somewhat terrifying. He installed it in his workshop to assist with his projects. How did he create it? Well, with his high-level programming skills from his past life, combined with all his current knowledge and a brain programmed with memory partition and thought acceleration, everything became easy, not to mention his personal skill. His biggest ongoing project was connecting his AI, which he named Minerva, to a global information gathering system, microgolem ants he created in numbers sufficient to spread across the entire world, undetectable by magic or any technology he deemed primitive. The ones he called queens could reproduce by absorbing any type of energy. He created them to be deployed in places beyond the planet, like the underworld and the heavens, aiming for his information network to reach every corner of the world, including dimensional realms designed for different supernatural factions to inhabit. But setting his projects aside, he also dedicated considerable time to training his Longinus and mastering his balance breaker state. Additionally, he delved deeper into the study of magecraft and the control of his reality marble, achieving a truly terrifying level of mastery in each of these areas. He also attempted to assume his dragon form, both to familiarize himself with it and to train his physical and magical capabilities in that state. In parallel, he began experiments in manipulating his own soul, seeking to develop new forms through it and achieving an acceptable level of control. Fortunately, his wizard's workshop was spacious enough to support such dangerous and unstable experiments. As a natural consequence of this intense training, he unintentionally revealed the full extent of his combat abilities to his servants. They were genuinely shocked to witness what he was capable of in this new life, far beyond what they remembered from his time as Chaldea's master. Luckily, a quick, improvised explanation sufficed. He attributed part of his power to the influence of the root and the rest to the rigorous training he had undergone since reincarnating. It would be tricky to explain everything convincingly when, eventually, they accessed his memories through the dream cycle, but that was a bridge he'd cross when the time came. Not that he wasn't terrified by the possibility that had started forming in his mind over the past few days when he finally grasped his situation logically, rather than emotionally, as he had in the early days of this life when he gave in to his delusions and behaved in a way that was deeply embarrassing. In fact, he silently thanked his stars every morning when he realized none of them looked at him strangely. He was almost certain that if they saw his first life, completely mundane, devoid of any power or significance, their reaction would be one of aversion. Would they see him as truly useless? The mere thought bothered him more than he cared to admit, and he absolutely didn't want to bear their disappointed gazes. Pushing these inner anxieties aside, there was something worth celebrating. The past few days with his servants had been simply wonderful. It was a life he could never have imagined living during his pathetic first existence, a true dream that had now become reality. And more than that, a dream he wanted to protect at all costs. That was precisely why he was so determined to become stronger. In every way. In every possible form. Fortunately, his Fate Gacha had been a great help over the past week. Despite his luck still being as abysmal as ever, rank E, as always, he managed to acquire some valuable skills. First, he obtained 2 class skills. The first was Riding, EX, denoting an exceptional ability to ride virtually any mount or vehicle. Rider class servants typically possess this skill at a high level, but the rank EX classification indicated something beyond normal limits. Even dragon-type mounts, which usually required a separate skill, fell within his mastery thanks to this extraordinary rank. The second skill was Presence Concealment, A+, making him exceptionally suited for espionage and infiltration. This skill allowed him to disappear completely, becoming nearly impossible to detect, even by someone with a servant's heightened perception. However, its effectiveness diminished the moment attack preparations began, momentarily revealing his position. Moving on to more personal skills, he acquired the fearsome, lightless 3-stage thrust from Okita Tsuji. This technique consisted of 3 movements, first thrust, second thrust, and third thrust, originating from the Hiroseigen stance, where the blade is tilted laterally, aimed directly at the opponent's eye. However, the true terror of the technique lay not in its form but in its execution. Unlike a near-simultaneous attack, the strikes all occurred at the same time. For a moment, the first, second, and third thrusts simply existed together, in the same space and moment. Even if the first was blocked, the other 2 would still be there, occupying the same position, inevitably breaking through the defense. This contradiction, this impossible overlap, caused a localized rupture in causality at the tip of the sword. The result? A technique against which it was practically impossible to defend. An attack that went beyond physical destruction, collapsing the very logic of cause and effect at the point of impact. Additionally, there was protection of the sun god, A+, a blessing granted by Ra to Ozymandias. Essentially, it was the direct grace of the Egyptian sun god, though he hadn't yet fully discovered its purpose. He also received God King of the Burning Sands, EX, a unique skill that further amplified his charisma. And finally, Imperial Privilege, EX, a skill that, through the sheer insistence of its bearer, allowed him to temporarily acquire abilities that would otherwise be impossible to possess under normal conditions. At rank A or higher, this skill reached an almost absurd level. Even physical burdens, such as those required by divinities, could be temporarily assumed. These were the only skills he managed to acquire after 18 rolls, including today's. He also had the fortune of obtaining 2 noble phantasms. One was Ramesseum Tent Iris, the shining great temple complex, and the other, Abu El-Hol Sphinx. Both came from Ozymandias, which left him stunned because he thought his luck had abandoned him, but it seemed his fortune was still quite chaotic, as he managed to obtain 2 absurdly powerful noble phantasms. Beyond that, he only acquired common, mundane items, nothing noteworthy. Except, of course, for a few servants he was lucky enough to summon, who were now living under the same roof as him. A reality that, as absurd as it seemed, was becoming strangely natural at this point. Speaking of which, the soft sound of barefoot steps on the floor snapped him out of his trance. Kazuya slowly raised his eyes, still holding the coffee cup. A girl came into view. A young woman with delicate features, in the prime of her youth. She had large, elongated eyes that shifted between shades of violet and blue depending on the light. Her long, straight blonde hair was tied in a large braid, her skin was fair, and she had a petite frame with well-defined curves. She wore an adorably outdated pajama, reminiscent of a white cotton nightgown with light blue embroidered details, long sleeves, and a small ribbon bow under the collar, the delicate fabric resting discreetly on her thighs. Jeanne d'Arc. One of the servants he had summoned during the week. Like the others, she remembered his past life as Ritsuka Fujimaru, as well as the romance that had blossomed between them, a feeling that began in the Orland singularity and matured over time in Chaldea. Naturally, all memories differing from the original story were carefully crafted by the programming of his first life. Lately, he had been thinking that his life as Ritsuka Fujimaru was an artificial timeline, but emotionally real. As if it had truly happened, like a world pruned by the root. Perhaps that was the answer to his ability. He theorized over the past few days that the world he created, pruned from the Nasuverse, had become his unique ability in the form of a gacha. "Good morning, Kazuya," Jean said, her voice soft and full of life, like the breeze before dawn. Her violet eyes, deep as the skies of the lawyer, locked onto his, and for a moment, the world seemed to slow down. She smiled, as sincere as ever, with a tenderness that came from her soul. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kazuya raised an eyebrow, still holding the coffee cup between his fingers. "Good morning, Jean. And here I thought only the righteous woke up in such a good mood." He took a sip and set the cup on the counter. "Slept well, my personal saint." Jean approached slowly, and with a faint smile, replied, "God blesses those who wake with a light heart. And yes, I slept peacefully. Thank you for that." After saying this, she sat beside him at the counter and gazed out the window for a moment, as if appreciating more than just the scenery. "Was your training with Scathach productive?" she asked, turning her eyes back to him. "Or did you break your routine today and decide to rest?" "Of course not, you know I can't rest. God helps those who rise early, right? Besides, training keeps my body in shape, so I think it's a nice bonus, and it was very productive as always," Kazuya said with that half-cynical, half-charming smile that Jean had come to recognize as quintessentially Kazuya, one that hid truths behind jests. She laughed softly, her eyes shining with gentle warmth. "Vanity isn't a sin, as long as it doesn't overshadow faith," she commented, letting out a sigh, though her smile lingered. "I'll still convince you to take a full day off, you know. A day without training, without summons, without absurd plans." He arched an eyebrow, looking at her with the same provocative air he always carried. "And miss the chance to be dragged to bed by you when you decide to force me to sleep all day." "No way." She blushed faintly but didn't look away. "Well, putting my training routine aside, want some coffee?" Kazuya offered, finally moving to grab a second mug. She looked at him, her eyes sparkling like the reflection of light on a stream. "Yes, please. But it's cruel to change the subject like that, Kazuya." "It's not exactly a subject change. I just thought you'd like to have coffee with me. Don't you?" "And no, that's not what I said, now you're putting words in my mouth." Jean grumbled, making a slight pout while watching him with her eyes. Kazuya let out a low chuckle, already pouring the coffee with ease. The aroma grew stronger, more comforting. He slid the mug toward her, and she accepted it with both hands, gently blowing on the steam before taking a small sip. For a moment, silence returned, not the awkward, empty kind, but the kind that only exists between two people who share something true. "You've changed, you know," she said suddenly, staring at the dark surface of her coffee as if she could find answers there. "Since Chaldea." It had been 3 days since she was summoned, alongside her vengeful counterpart, whom she had come to consider a sister after everything they experienced in Chaldea. In that short time, Jean noticed something she couldn't ignore: Kazuya had changed. He was no longer just the human who had once been thrust into extreme, unfavorable situations, carrying the weight of saving the world alone. There was something different now, not just in his posture or power, but in his gaze, in the way he spoke and acted. Subtle changes, but noticeable. And yet, it wasn't a bad thing. Those small transformations showed that, in this world, he had lived. Not just survived or fought, but truly lived. And to her, that was what truly mattered. Kazuya didn't respond immediately. He simply rested his elbows on the counter, supporting his weight with his arms, and watched her in silence for a few seconds. "You've changed too," he said finally, in a lower, almost contemplative tone. "Since we started dating in Chaldea. I remember you blushing every time you saw me." A faint smile appeared on his lips, tinged with nostalgia. "But that's good, isn't it? Change means we're still alive. That we're still moving forward." Jean blushed slightly, averting her eyes with a gentle smile. There was tenderness in her gaze when she looked back at him, as if his words had touched something deep within her. Her fingers brushed the warm ceramic of the mug, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. Perhaps in a France she'd never see again. Perhaps in the fire. Perhaps in him. "Yes," she murmured. "Sometimes, I wonder if all this is really real. The past 2 mornings, I woke up thinking you might disappear at any moment." Her words hit him like a thin, silent blade. A subtle tightness gripped his chest. He leaned a little closer to her, his gaze serious but calm. "I won't disappear again, Jean." She looked at him again. There was something in her eyes, that persistent spark of faith. Faith in God, yes, but also, faith in him. Promise, she asked. Not like a child seeking comfort, but like a weary warrior needing an anchor. I'll promise as many times as it takes to ease your worries about that, he replied without hesitation. Not even the root could erase me from you. She smiled, one of those soft smiles that made his heart slow down and race at the same time. A smile that said she believed him, even if the entire world screamed otherwise. Kazuya extended a hand and, without saying anything, lightly touched the tips of her fingers. You know. I may not be the same idiot from Chaldea, but I'm still me, he said, his voice low. Maybe stronger, more determined, but I still care. About you. About all of you. And that will never change. Jean closed her eyes for a moment, as if etching his words into her soul. When she opened them, she held his hand firmly, squeezing gently. I know. I feel it, she said, her voice vibrating with a mix of sweetness and certainty. Even if everything around us changes, even if this world throws us into another war, I'll stay by your side. As I did before. She stood from the stool and, before he could say something sarcastic, which, let's be honest, was expected, she leaned in and placed a soft kiss on his lips. Kazuya stood from the stool where he was sitting, approached Jean, and gently pressed her against the edge of the marble counter while deepening the kiss, sliding his tongue over her white teeth and capturing her fragrant tongue. His hands slid to her waist, while Jean, with an almost inaudible sigh, let herself be enveloped, her arms wrapping around his neck and pulling him closer. But, as if fate had a sense of humor as sharp as Kazuya's, the two were interrupted. Well, what a touching scene to witness so early in the morning. Came a sharp voice, laced with sarcasm but tinged with an undeniable hint of poorly disguised jealousy. Jean Alter, or Jalter, as Kazuya called her, entered the kitchen with deliberate steps, the sound of her fluffy slippers echoing on the polished floor. Jean, still flushed from the kiss, pulled away slightly from Kazuya, her violet eyes blinking with a mix of surprise and embarrassment. Kazuya, on the other hand, merely turned his head, a cynical smile already forming as he faced the newcomer. Jalter stood at the entrance, arms crossed under her chest, her expression torn between irritation and something she'd never admit aloud. Her appearance was, as always, striking. Her light blonde hair, shorter than Jean's, fell in slightly messy strands, with the characteristic ahogue pointing upward like a stubborn antenna. Her pale skin contrasted with her yellow eyes, which gleamed with a fierce intensity, like embers ready to ignite anything in their path. The pajamas she wore were a curiously adorable choice for someone so associated with vengeance, a black cotton set with dark red details, patterned with small, stylized dragons that looked more cute than threatening. The slightly loose shirt slipped off one shoulder, revealing the pale curve of her collarbone, while the pants ended in elastic cuffs that hugged her ankles. It was a stark contrast to her usual burn-the-world aura, but somehow perfectly suited her tsundere demeanor, blending reluctant charm with a touch of rebellion. Joanna. Kazuya greeted, his tone dripping with provocation as he leaned back against the counter, arms crossed casually, as if he hadn't just been caught in an intimate moment. Slept well. He had summoned Jalter alongside Jean and a certain Saber Alter in the same daily role 3 days ago, and he was surprised that she remembered the events in Shinjuku that he had created, where his version of Ritsuka Fujimaru ended up in a romance with both Salter and Jalter, a miracle that worked, considering the two hated and loved each other. It was hard to define their relationship. Jalter huffed, her eyes narrowing as she strode to the kitchen island, grabbing an apple from a fruit bowl with an almost aggressive motion. Don't change the subject, you smug idiot, she shot back, biting the apple with more force than necessary. I walk in here and find you all mushy with her. Jalter jerked her chin toward Jean, who was now seated again, her cheeks still faintly pink. What happened to good morning, Joanna, my dear? Or does that only apply when a saint isn't monopolizing you? Jean, ever the embodiment of calm, raised her eyes to Jalter with a gentle smile. Good morning, Jalter, she said, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. No need to get so upset. There's plenty of room for all of us, you know. I'm not upset. Jalter snapped immediately, her tone rising an octave as she tossed her hair back, the ahogue swaying with the motion. I just think it's ridiculous. Yes, ridiculous, that he's all lovey-dovey with you first thing in the morning, as if I'm not even here. She turned her face away, biting the apple again, but her eyes betrayed the jealousy simmering beneath her facade of indifference. Kazuya laughed, a low, genuine sound, as he approached Jalter with the same carefree confidence he used to defuse any situation. Want some coffee too, or would you rather I give you exclusive attention to make up for Jean's monopoly? He leaned in slightly, a smile playing on his lips. Because, you know, I'm great at multitasking. Jalter blushed, her pale cheeks taking on a rosy hue that she tried to hide by turning her face further. TCH, I don't need your pity, she muttered, but didn't back away when Kazuya stepped closer, standing just inches from her. And don't you dare think I'll beg for your attention, you conceited jerk. I'm not one of those lovesick girls chasing after you. But you are chasing after me, aren't you? Kazuya teased, reaching out to touch her ahogue, which swayed as if it had a life of its own. Or at least, you're here in my kitchen, in those cute dragon pajamas, picking a fight over a kiss. Jalter swatted his hand away, but the gesture was more playful than aggressive. Don't touch my hair, you idiot. And these dragons are menacing, not cute. She pointed at the pajamas, as if the pattern could somehow uphold her reputation as an unrelenting avenger. Jean, watching the interaction, let out a soft giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. Jalter, you're adorable when you try to act so tough, she said, her tone filled with genuine affection. And the dragons are really cute. They suit you. Don't call me adorable. Jalter shot back, pointing an accusatory finger at Jean, but the fire in her yellow eyes softened as they met the other's gentle gaze. As much as she tried to maintain her furious facade, the bond forged through battles and shared moments in Chaldea still held strong. She was grateful her saintly counterpart hadn't gone into full-on One-Isama mode, that would have been a pain to deal with. Kazuya, seizing the moment, grabbed another mug and began preparing coffee for Jalter, his movements fluid and natural, as if he'd done it 1,000 times. Relax, Joanna. You know I don't play favorites. He said, casting a sidelong glance at her as he placed the coffee in front of her. But if you want to fight for attention, I can drag you to the training mat with Scat later. Who knows, maybe you'll manage to knock me down this time. Jalter took the mug, blowing on the steam with an air of disdain, but her lips curved into a reluctant smile. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Seeing me sweat and try to take you down while you show off. She took a sip of the coffee, her eyes fixed on him over the rim of the mug. But don't worry, Kazuya. I'm patient. I'll wait for my moment to put you in your place. Jean smiled, resting her chin on her hand as she watched the two. For a moment, silence reigned in the kitchen. Only the sound of coffee being sipped, the faint clink of a spoon against a cup, but that was quickly interrupted. Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell echoed through the mansion. Oh, no. Jalter nearly dropped her mug. Who's the bastard brave enough to ring that thing so early in the morning? Delivery. Jean asked Kazuya. Are you expecting something, master? It's not a delivery. Kazuya commented, his eyes narrowing, his smile fading for half a second. I sensed demonic presences. Jean arched an eyebrow, tucking a strand of golden hair behind her ear, maintaining her calm expression. Demons. Here. As with all the other servants he had summoned before, he had told them everything about this world, including the fact that God was dead here. Jalter didn't seem to care, and Jean wasn't shaken either, as in her view, this was a false god, quite different from the god of her world, once again proving her unshakable faith. He assumed Jalter shared the same view, though she wasn't as devout anymore. Or perhaps she was, hiding it behind her tsundere demeanor. Kazuya nodded, taking a deep breath. Yup. 5, to be exact. 3 are familiars, and one of them. His expression turned faintly bored. He stood up and stretched before heading toward the mansion's entrance. Since his property spanned several kilometers, the magical protections were spread around the perimeter, not along the road leading to the entrance itself. Technically, anyone could reach the gates, as the path was free of barriers. However, the gates themselves were protected by layers of complex spells, impossible to breach through conventional means. These were enchantments crafted with the help of Scat and Scotty, so he seriously doubted even someone like Ophis could cross them without being detected or stopped. But now, he had to deal with the demons. Police car light, emergency police car light. Guys. I almost didn't make it today, loudly crying face. It was so close. Life hit me with a full shounen anime combo, but here I am, barely standing, posting at the last minute just to keep the promise. But listen. And starting next week, we're going for 2 chapters per day, yep, 2. Because sleep is optional and writing is sacred. Now let me joke around a bit. Money with wings if just one person signs up for the $10.99 tier, I solemnly swear, witnessed by gods, devils, and imaginary editors, that I'll start posting 3 chapters a day during the weekdays. And if, by some twist of fate, more than one person signs up for that tier, which I find statistically impossible, I'll post 4 chapters on 2 days of the week, just to celebrate. And who knows how far we'll go from there. Speech balloon and hey, want to just read ahead a bit? Books for $2.99, you can read up to 7 chapters ahead, perfect for avoiding spoilers or just binging. Books for $5.99, you get full access to all content, no holding back. The plan is, by the end of next week, I want to have 20 chapters stacked up, ready for you to devour. And that's not all, there are some new stories coming your way too, eyes. Anyway, thanks to everyone who's reading, supporting, and commenting. You're the fuel, and the healthy emotional pressure, that keeps this going. Now let me get back to the keyboard before I almost miss another deadline, grinning face with sweat. Chapter 33, The Devils of Every Day. The sun was rising with a soft light, heralding the start of another morning over the land. It was the kind of scene that evoked calm and serenity, with golden rays caressing the landscape. But on that occasion, the tranquility was merely a facade. In front of the gate of a mansion, a black American-style fence adorned with flowering vines that swayed in the breeze, 5 figures stood out. Their gazes scrutinized the property ahead, a structure that seemed plucked from a Hollywood movie, completely out of place amid the Japanese architectural style. The mansion, with its 3 stories, boasted an opulent, almost theatrical architecture, surrounded by meticulously trimmed lawns. In the background, a shimmering lake reflected the morning light, creating a hypnotic effect. It was impossible not to be impressed by the grandeur of the place. The doorbell rang for the second time, its crystalline sound echoing with a politeness that contrasted with the silent tension hanging over the group. Akino Himejima was the one who pressed the button. Her characteristic smile, sweet and refined, adorned her lips, but her half-closed eyes hinted at a spark of impatience. "He's taking a while to answer," she commented, with that melodic tone that always seemed to carry a touch of mystery. "Could our dear transfer student be ignoring us on purpose?" Kaneko Toju, standing a couple of steps away, nibbled on a biscuit that, somehow, had appeared in her hands. Her amber eyes fixed on the doorbell, as if she were considering resolving the situation with a direct strike. "Looks like it," she muttered, her voice low and monotonous as usual. Kiba Yuto let out a soft laugh, running a hand through his golden hair with his natural elegance. Always the gentleman, even in moments of uncertainty. Issei, on the other hand, was visibly restless. Far from his usual state of fascination with Kiba, he seemed uncomfortable, tugging at the collar of his uniform and casting nervous glances at the gate, as if fearing something might appear at any moment. "I don't know about you guys," he began, hesitantly, his tone dragging. "But there's something here that makes me, I don't know, uneasy. Like it's wrong for us to be in this place." Kiba raised an eyebrow, giving his friend a curious look. "It's just a visit to a classmate who stopped attending school, Ise-kun. No need to be so worried." Issei fell silent, looking away as if reluctant to press the issue. Kaneko munched on another piece of her biscuit, oblivious to the growing tension, while Akino maintained her enigmatic smile, laced with an aura that suggested she knew more than she let on. At the center of it all, Rias Gremory stood motionless. Her narrowed eyes fixed on the mansion, her long crimson hair dancing under the golden morning light, capturing the glow with an almost supernatural grace. Her celestial blue eyes, however, carried a silent, almost obsessive intensity. She hadn't said a word since they left the school. But she didn't need to. None of them believed this visit was merely a formality. Akino, with the familiarity of someone who had known Rias for years and was her closest confidant, broke the silence after another failed attempt with the doorbell. "Maybe we should have warned him beforehand, Bucho," she said, with a sweetness that bordered on teasing. "I could have stopped by yesterday and informed him through the intercom that we'd be coming today." The corner of her smile curved into something slightly mischievous. "Or perhaps you really wanted to make this a surprise." Rias kept her eyes fixed on the door. "He'll answer." Her voice came out low, firm, imbued with a natural authority. "No matter how much he tries to avoid it." Kaneko, at her side, munched on what seemed to be her 4th biscuit since they arrived. "Doesn't seem like he wants to," she murmured, with her characteristic monotony. Akino let out a melodic giggle, a slightly mischievous glint sparkling in her eyes. "I wouldn't mind forcing our way in. Just to see his reaction, of course." "Don't start, Akino," Rias said with a slight sigh, though without the energy for a genuine reprimand. Kiba observed the mansion's entrance with genuine interest. He tilted his head, crossing his arms with a friendly smile. "It's a beautiful property. Looks like a set from an American movie. Luxurious, but with a touch of class." Issei, in the background, couldn't hide his unease. He tugged at the collar of his uniform as if it were choking him. "All this is giving me the creeps. Seriously. It feels like at any moment someone's going to open the door and throw a spell in our faces." Kaneko shot him an indifferent look. "Wouldn't be so bad if it was in your face. Hey. I'm the most vulnerable one in the group here, just so you know. This place has been giving me chills since we passed through the gate. Maybe because you've got something to feel guilty about." Akino teased, with a sly little smile. Issei's eyes widened. "What? No. I barely even talked to the guy at school." Rias remained silent. Her gaze fixed on the entrance seemed capable of piercing through the door, her clenched fingers betraying a patience that was wearing thin. Kiba shrugged. "Maybe he's just sleeping. Could have a heavy sleep, who knows." The doorbell rang for the 3rd time. The silence that followed was long, longer than it should have been. "He'll answer," Rias repeated, now in a whisper, almost as if speaking to herself. Still, everyone heard. And, by instinct, everyone fell silent too. Suddenly, the automatic gate opened smoothly, the bars sliding to either side, emitting a faint mechanical hum that broke the group's tense silence. From the intercom, a clear and relaxed male voice echoed without hesitation, "Come in." No questions about identification. Just those two words, spoken with a calm and natural ease that made Ryusa's eyebrows rise almost imperceptibly. Akino tilted her head, her mischievous smile gaining a spark of curiosity, while Kaneko munched on another biscuit, her amber eyes narrowing as if trying to solve a puzzle. Kiba, ever the diplomat, merely adjusted his posture, keeping his friendly smile, but his eyes glinted with subtle caution. Issei, meanwhile, let out a low, huh, clearly thrown off by the lack of formalities. He didn't even ask who we are. Issei muttered, scratching the back of his neck as he followed the group along the polished stone path leading to the mansion's entrance. His eyes roamed over the impeccable lawn, the shimmering lake in the distance, and the vines adorning the low walls. Man, this place is like a movie castle. Who lives here and has this kind of money? For the others, however, the mansion wasn't exactly impressive. Compared to the opulence of the Gremory clan's territory, with its grand halls and palaces that seemed to defy mortal logic, Kazuya's property was, at best, charming. Well-maintained, yes, but almost humble compared to what they were used to. Still, there was something in the atmosphere, something intangible, that kept everyone on edge. Ryus, walking ahead with firm steps, didn't respond. Her expression remained focused, her crimson hair swaying in the breeze like a living flame. Akino, at her side, let out a muffled giggle. You're impressed by so little, Ise-kun. Compared to the Gremory Palace, this place is modest. Kaneko snorted, almost inaudibly. Modest for someone who lives in demonic castles. Kiba merely smiled, his eyes scanning the architecture with an almost academic interest. It's elegant, but not as extravagant as the Gremory territory. Still, it has a unique charm. Issei opened his mouth to retort, but any comment died in his throat as the group reached the main entrance. The double dark wooden door, with blue stained glass panels that seemed to capture the morning light, was slightly ajar. And there, standing with a relaxed posture, was Ryougi Kazuya. He was wearing white martial arts pants and a tight black shirt that highlighted a physique that seemed almost impossible for any teenager, or anyone, for that matter, without some kind of enhancement. His snow-white hair fell in meticulously styled, disheveled strands, framing a face with sharp features and eyes of an otherworldly blue, so intense they seemed to pierce through anyone who met them. Kazuya crossed his arms, a faint smile curving his lips. His eyes, however, remained calm, almost indifferent, as they scanned the group. "Good morning, everyone. What brings you to my humble abode so early?" His voice was light, with a touch of amusement, but there was an unshakable confidence behind every word, as if he already knew the answer before asking. Ryus took a step forward, her blue eyes locked on his. For a moment, the air seemed charged with a silent electricity, as if two predators were sizing each other up before making a move. "Kazuya-kun," she began, her voice firm but betraying a mix of relief and frustration. "You disappear for an entire week, ignore messages, abandon school. Change your address, and now you greet us as if nothing happened. As if this were just a casual visit. Sona was tasked by the administration to find out what happened to you. But since she's swamped with board reports, and since I'm the one who spent the most time with you so far, I was assigned to come talk to you." Her eyes narrowed, and the intensity in her gaze was almost palpable. "Won't you invite us in? Since we have a lot to talk about." Kazuya raised an eyebrow, his smile widening with a touch of irony. He seemed genuinely amused by the scene before him. "Gremory-san, no need to get so emotional," he said in a calm, almost lazy tone. "I was busy. Life's been hectic. But since you're here, come in. I won't leave my friends waiting at the door, even if I've never spoken to some of them, though I know your names from the whispers in the school hallways, so please, skip any introductions. You're all welcome." Akino laughed softly, covering her mouth with her hand. "What a charming host. I'm almost tempted to accept just to see what else you're hiding, Kazuya-kun." Her violet eyes sparkled with a mix of provocation and curiosity, as if testing his limits. Kaneko, still munching on her biscuit, shot Kazuya a suspicious glance as she followed the group into the mansion. Kiba, ever diplomatic, offered a friendly wave. "Thank you for the invitation, Ryugi-san. It's our first time talking, isn't it? Your house is impressive." Issei, on the other hand, seemed torn between admiration for the place and the unease that wouldn't leave him. "Seriously, this guy, he's cool, but something about him gives me chills. Like, he's too, I don't know, perfect." He shook his head, as if trying to shake off the thought, suddenly letting out a loud, almost exaggerated laugh that echoed through the entrance. "Ha ha ha. This place is like a villain's castle from an anime, don't you think?" Kazuya shot Issei a sidelong glance, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile that seemed to hide a private joke. Without waiting for a response, he turned and took the lead. As he walked through the door, he couldn't help but reflect. Ryus's excuse was well-crafted, superficially speaking. But there were too many holes to ignore. Seriously. School administration. If that were the case, Sona herself would have come. That woman was sharper than a katana's blade. Firm principles, an unyielding sense of duty. Not the type to pass the ball to someone else, let alone a friend. And even if, by some miracle, she did, she would have sent Tsubaki. Or, at the very least, a formal notice. And there was more. Why the hell was the entire occult research club here? If it were just an administrative visit, one person would have been enough. Maybe two, if they wanted to be formal. But no. Akino, Kiba, Kaneko, Issei, they were all here. It was obvious that the motivation behind the visit was personal, far more personal than Ryus was willing to admit. And that only made things more entertaining. For a moment, the group hesitated at the entrance. But soon, one by one, they crossed the threshold. The interior of the mansion was even more impressive than the exterior suggested. The entrance hall opened into a spacious area, the dark wooden floor gleaming under the soft light streaming through tall windows. A spiral staircase dominated the center, elegant and imposing, with a brushed steel and carved wood railing. Persian rugs cushioned their steps, while stained glass windows filtered the morning light, casting soft reflections across the light-colored walls. The atmosphere was refined, but there was something almost theatrical about the place. As if every detail had been chosen to impress. Ryus kept walking, her eyes fixed on Kazuya as she asked, "You still haven't answered my question. Why did you disappear? And why are you acting like this is normal?" Kazuya tilted his head, keeping the smile on his lips. Then, with a broad gesture, he invited the group to follow. "Come on, I'll get something to drink. I'm not as cruel a host as I seem. Then I'll answer your questions, and we can have a pleasant conversation." The group began to move, still cautious but curious. Kazuya turned and led the way, his relaxed steps contrasting with the restrained tension in the air. Issei, trailing behind, couldn't take his eyes off Kazuya's back. "Haha, this guy is like... I don't know, why does he give me such a bad vibe?" he muttered to no one in particular, forcing a nervous laugh. But no one responded. Not even Kiba. Unknown to Issei, the reason was simple. When Kazuya rewrote the boy's memories and personality with his Longinus, he erased any impression Issei had of him, leaving only the basics of a transfer student. He also made Issei incapable of even having the motivation to fight him. Why? Because he found it amusing that way. Putting that aside, the group quickly reached the mansion's living room. "Thank you, Buddha Snow. You're awesome, you're seriously helping me out, brother. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And to everyone who's subscribed, your support truly makes all the difference. Thanks to this incredible backing, starting Monday, things are about to heat up. Fire 3 chapters a day. Or at least 2, but there will be content. Mainly from the High School DxD story, but if I can't manage 3 from that one, I'll make it up with chapters from other stories too. What matters is that things will stay active and packed with content for you all to enjoy. Once again, thank you so much for being part of this journey. Let's keep building this universe together. Rocket. Speech Balloon and Hey, want to just read ahead a bit? Books for $2.99, you can read up to 7 chapters ahead, perfect for avoiding spoilers or just binging. Books for $5.99, you get full access to all content, no holding back. The plan is, by the end of next week, I want to have 20 chapters stacked up, ready for you to devour. And that's not all, there are some new stories coming your way too, eyes. Anyway, thanks to everyone who's reading, supporting, and commenting. You're the fuel, and the healthy emotional pressure, that keeps this going. Now let me get back to the keyboard before I almost miss another deadline grinning face with sweat.